Li Daniu sighed, looking a bit helpless. It's a pity we're all so rough. Otherwise, we could borrow the kitchen to make you some nourishing soup. Gu Changgang frowned. I can eat anything. I'm not that picky. He turned and handed the money to Shen Ning.
Take it.
You came all this way to bring me food, and I really feel bad about it. Seeing Gu Changgang's firm attitude, Shen Ning finally accepted the money but was already thinking about making some nourishing soup for him tomorrow. Shen Ning carried the empty thermos and refused Li Daniu's kind offer to walk her back. After leaving the hospital alone, she felt someone following her after a short while. When she turned around, she saw Qin Jiu and his little follower leaning against a big tree. When they noticed she saw them, they smiled and came over to greet her. Shen Ning frowned. Are you following me? Qin Jiu quickly waved his hands. No, I'm not following you. One of my brothers has an upset stomach and came to the hospital for medicine. I happened to see you going in and I thought you were sick, so I wanted to check on you. Qin Jiu's gaze fell on the thermos Shen Ning was carrying. Seeing her full of energy, he realized his silly little brother had made a mistake. Since Shen Ning was fine, he eagerly asked who's sick. Shen Ning rolled her eyes at him and turned to leave, not wanting to deal with him. But Qin Jiu followed closely, calling out, Sister, don't go. I have a big gift for you. When Shen Ning didn't even glance at him, Qin Jiu shouted from behind, Wang Baozhu. It's Wang Baozhu. I don't believe you don't want to see how he's doing. Shen Ning stopped in her tracks and turned to glare at Qin Jiu. What do you mean? Are you secretly investigating me? Qin Jiu smiled flatteringly, Sister. How could you think that? In ancient times, when someone surrendered, they needed a token of loyalty. Isn't this just me trying to please you? Moreover, that Wang Baozhu is not a good person. Even if I help him, it would be for the sake of justice. Seeing Shen Ning's gloomy expression, Qin Jiu's voice carried a hint of persuasion. Sister, Shen Ning, don't you really want to see Wang Baozhu's unfortunate situation with your own eyes? Qin Jiu led Shen Ning through the streets until they arrived at a bustling market. From a distance, they noticed a group of 7 or 8 people gathered, whispering among themselves. Qin Jiu leaned closer and whispered in Shen Ning's ear, Be mentally prepared. Don't get scared. Shen Ning's expression tightened as she slowly approached the crowd. Oh dear, this is too pitiful. Exactly. Living like this is suffering. It would be better to die early and be reborn. Don't say that. His wife is loyal and caring. Even after everything, she still takes care of him. Yes, let's all help a little. Every bit counts. The onlookers chattered, their words filled with sympathy. As Shen Ning stepped into the crowd, she saw an elderly woman, around 50 or 60 years old, kneeling on the ground with a sorrowful expression. Next to her lay a middle-aged man without legs, one eye blind, and half his face burned, who was Wang Baozhu. If it weren't for the deep-seated hatred, Shen Ning might not have recognized him. The elderly woman glanced at Shen Ning, her eyes shifting. Such a well-dressed young girl is usually kind-hearted and easy to deceive. A few tears and a sad story would make her eager to show her kindness by giving money. Suddenly, the elderly woman lunged forward, but Qin Jiu quickly pulled Shen Ning back. The woman missed her target but took a deep breath and began her performance. Oh, dear heavens! Why do you turn a blind eye to our suffering? What have we done wrong? Everyone look. This is my husband. He lost his father at 5 and his mother at 10. We finally got married and worked hard to live a good life. But 2 years ago, we lost our only son. Oh, how tragic. It's heartbreaking for a parent to bury their child. And that's not all. Last year, our old house caught fire and the roof collapsed, crushing my husband's legs and damaging his throat. It was hard to save some money to visit a big hospital in the provincial capital, but that day, a thief stole our life savings. We are truly at our wits' end. Please, kind people, show some compassion. My partner and I haven't eaten or drunk anything all day. Please help us with some money. Good people will be rewarded, and may they live in peace. Most ordinary folks these days are still honest and kind. The onlookers, older men and women, began to wipe their tears. They took out their spare change, 1 cent, 2 cents, 5 cents, and even a young girl gave 2 dimes. The woman seemed to feel that the emotional appeal wasn't strong enough, so she suddenly leaned on Wang Baozhu. Old man, look. There are still good people in the world. We have money now, and soon I'll buy you 2 steamed buns. Wang Baozhu seemed to be stimulated and cried out in distress. Even though he had lost his legs, he still struggled to get up and bowed his head towards the crowd. He was blind in one eye and looked as if he had been tortured, with a dazed and fearful expression. His good eye was filled with murky tears, making him look both pitiful and frightening. Shen Ning clearly saw that the old woman's fingertips were glinting with silver, and Wang Baozhu had gone mad after being pricked by her needle. The onlookers were shocked and tried to stop him. Hey, don't bow down anymore. Oh, how sad. A good person has fallen to this state. At least he knows gratitude. The woman continued her act. Don't cry, old man. As long as we are together, we can endure any hardship. Once we gather enough money, I'll take you to the provincial capital for treatment. Her display of emotion touched many in the crowd, and the woman in the headscarf took the opportunity to collect more money. Then she tugged at Wang Baozhu's sleeve, and he stopped, his remaining eye filled with confusion and fear, lacking focus. It seemed he had been driven to madness. Even when he stared blankly at Shen Ning, he showed no reaction. Qin Jiu watched Shen Ning staring blankly at the two people, showing no satisfaction from revenge. He felt confused, thinking his investigation might be wrong. Perhaps Shen Ning didn't care about Wang Baozhu's fate at all. But that's not right. If Shen Ning didn't care, she wouldn't have followed me here to see. Qin Jiu raised an eyebrow, looking at Shen Ning with admiration. Not showing your feelings on the outside, that's the mark of a true master. Shen Ning stared for a while, then turned to Qin Jiu and asked, Did you do this? What about that woman? Qin Jiu's eyes widened in shock, and he quickly waved his hands. Sister, what are you thinking? I'm not a good person, but I'm not a heartless monster who would intentionally hurt someone to make money. This Wang Baozhu brought this on himself. He had a gambling problem, couldn't borrow money from me, so he went to Old Gao and took a loan with high interest, which he couldn't pay back. Old Gao isn't as easy to deal with as I am. Now he can't repay the debt, and ended up like this. Look at him. His tongue was cut out, and his face looks like it was burned with acid, not to mention his legs. TSK, TSK, TSK. I could never do something so cruel. Upon hearing this, Shen Ning remained silent, coldly watching the two kneeling on the ground. A faint smile appeared on her lips, but it was filled with coldness and mockery. Seeing Wang Baozhu's condition reminded her of the saying, what goes around comes around. Shen Ning took one last look at them before turning to leave. Her long, dark hair swayed, as if shaking off everything from the past. The nightmares that once troubled her were finally cleared away today, like removing a tumor from her heart. Shen Ning felt light and free. Shen Ning wandered aimlessly for a long time. Qin Jiu followed closely behind her. Although he wasn't known for his patience, he felt like a prickly hedgehog that had lost its quills around Shen Ning, unable to act tough. He kicked stones by the roadside, trailing behind her like a little tail, carefree. Until Shen Ning turned around, and he perked up immediately, his bright eyes fixed on her. Sister. Seeing his expression made Shen Ning feel a headache. What do you want? I told you, I'm not interested in getting involved with you. Qin Jiu pouted, habitually running his fingers through his hair, which was no longer thick and smooth but replaced by a short buzz cut. His mood darkened further as he glanced at Shen Ning. Don't be ungrateful. Just look at Old Gao. Wang Baozhu only owes him a little money, and yet he treats him like this. I am not like you, talking about loyalty and integrity, being so noble and keeping promises. If I could beat you, you think. You think. Anyway, I don't see you as a good person. The police still haven't found Wang Shun. I don't believe he ran away. Maybe. Shen Ning shot him a cold glance, giving a subtle warning. Don't talk nonsense. I am a law-abiding citizen. Qin Jiu felt uneasy under her gaze, shivering slightly, and forced a laugh. Hey, don't be mad. I was just joking. Having more friends means more opportunities. You don't need to resist so much. I actually have some skills. I have connections not only in the Black Province, but also in Haishur. Whatever you want, I can get it for you. And my brothers, though they seem ordinary and clumsy, are quite useful. They can run errands and gather information in no time. Shen Ning's eyes glinted with interest. Really? You can get anything? Can you gather information from other provinces too? Qin Jiu perked up. Yes. As long as the money is right. Oh no. Since you're my sister, I won't charge you. Just give me a command, and I'll do anything for you. Shen Ning was indeed tempted. Wang Baozhu and the people behind her were like two snakes lurking in the dark. Her abilities were limited, and she couldn't obtain more useful information. And the things hidden in the space were not something she could handle directly. Thinking of this, she lowered her gaze, as if deep in thought. Qin Jiu continued to chatter beside her. Sister. Ningye. What information do you want to find out? Just say the word, and I will definitely. Shen Ning remained calm, adopting a business-like demeanor. How much does it cost to gather information? What are the charges for helping with goods? Is it a commission or something else? Qin Jiu frowned, feeling frustrated, but unfortunately, Lu Meng was not around. He could only kick the utility pole in annoyance. Why are you being so distant? You really don't trust me. Shen Ning would rather believe that there is unreasonable hatred in the world than think that someone would be good to her for no reason. Even though Qin Jiu's intentions were easy to guess, and he seemed like a decent person, Shen Ning still didn't trust him. It was better to form an alliance through cooperation. As long as there were enough benefits, Qin Jiu wouldn't betray her. People's hearts can change easily, and Shen Ning didn't want to take that risk. However, she felt that whether Qin Jiu could become her partner would require a long period of testing. Qin Jiu was still sulking, but Shen Ning didn't mind. I actually have some small items here. Do you want them? Qin Jiu was taken aback and immediately replied, yes. I'll take them all. No matter what you have, I'll take it. Shen Ning chuckled. Aren't you going to check the items first? Qin Jiu confidently said, don't worry, I have my ways. As long as you have something to offer, I'll take it. Qin Jiu could tell that Shen Ning wasn't short on money, but he didn't think she had anything too valuable. After all, he had already gathered information about her family before coming. Even if Shen Ning brought out something worthless, he would still take it. This was a good opportunity to build a closer relationship and show loyalty. Shen Ning nodded. All right, come to my house at 10 tonight. Qin Jiu's eyes lit up. Sister, you actually trust me. Shen Ning just walked ahead. Don't follow me.
See you tonight.
When Shen Ning returned to her small courtyard, she immediately reminded the dog to guard the house and locked the doors and windows before slipping into her space. The small courtyard in her space had already been tidied up and looked completely different. The main room had a large shelf neatly storing her trophies she had brought back. However, the items she got from Jianya, whether it was the liquor, watches, or antique gold, were too eye-catching to display. The orchids were blooming beautifully, but they wouldn't sell for a good price right now. She had collected a lot of stamps, but they still needed time to appreciate in value. What should I sell? Shen Ning felt troubled. After all, this was her first collaboration with Qin Jiu. The goods couldn't be cheap or too conspicuous. Shen Ning suddenly slapped her forehead, her face full of excitement. How could I forget about this? Shen Ning quickly grabbed a small shovel and started digging in the northeast corner of her small courtyard. By 10 o'clock that night, Qin Jiu climbed over the wall as promised, but hadn't jumped down yet. The dog was staring at him intently, barking loudly. Its expression seemed to say, "Come on, jump into my mouth." Qin Jiu chuckled. We're all friends. Why are you so fierce? Let my sister handle you later. Woof, woof, woof. The dog stood on its hind legs, barking even louder. Shen Ning heard and scolded. Coal ball, come back. Qin Jiu, you too. Why climb the wall when you can use the front door? Qin Jiu showed a proud expression, shrugged his shoulders, and jumped down from the wall, saying, Did you hear that? My sister is calling me. Woof woof. The little dog grumbled softly, sounding quite warning. Qin Jiu's smug look froze when he saw the sharpening stone in Shen Ning's room, and the terrifying memory hit him again. He stepped into the doorway but hesitated, unsure whether to go in or out. Seeing Shen Ning looking over, Qin Jiu forced a smile and said, "Sister, you're not regretting calling me over to get rid of me, are you?" Shen Ning rolled her eyes and pointed to a sack in the corner. "It's all there. You can take it." Qin Jiu was taken aback, looking at the small sack in the corner that had a strong rural vibe, even covered in dirt. His expression stiffened. He always thought Shen Ning wasn't very wealthy and probably didn't have anything valuable. But he didn't expect Shen Ning to call him over in the middle of the night just to sell these farm products. He scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit awkward and a bit disgusted. If others found out that Qin Jiu was selling farm products, it would be quite embarrassing. But since he had promised Shen Ning, he approached her honestly, saying, "All right, I'll take it." He casually weighed the old sack in his hands and asked, "But sister, what's in here? It's pretty heavy. It can't really be potatoes, right?" Shen Ning, who had spent the afternoon digging in the dirt, rolled her eyes in annoyance. "It's Tianma." Qin Jiu was initially confused. "What? You mean this whole bag is what?" Shen Ning replied, "Tianma, wild ones." Qin Jiu couldn't believe it and quickly bent down to open the bag and take a look. His eyes widened in disbelief, and then he quickly picked up a grayish item to examine it closely. Although he didn't know much about medicinal herbs, he was aware of the high value of wild Tianma. Most people would be lucky to find 3 or 5 pieces in the mountains, and Qin Jiu was astonished as he lifted the sack, estimating it weighed around 50 pounds. Not to mention, the Tianma in Shen Ning's bag were all in excellent condition, each about the size of a palm, looking like they were at least 5 years old. After confirming that everything was fine, Qin Jiu still found it hard to believe. He looked at Shen Ning, then at the sack in his hands, and cautiously asked, "Sister, where did you get so much wild Tianma?" While drinking tea, Shen Ning rubbed her wrist and said, "Why are you asking so many questions? Just tell me if you can take this stuff." "I can. Of course I can. Don't worry, sis. This wild Tianma root will sell easily at this price." "What were you thinking? Usually when packaged, the price is a bit lower, but there's no need to hold stock. I can sell it all in 3 days. If you want to sell at a higher price, we'll have to wait. Then package it up. I want to see the payment in 3 days. As for the price, I don't know the market, so you handle it." Qin Jiu was surprised, not expecting Shen Ning to trust him so much. He immediately assured her, "Don't worry, sis, I'll take care of this." After saying that, Qin Jiu didn't mind getting his leather jacket dirty with the muddy bag. He threw it over his shoulder and climbed over the wall, disappearing into the night. Shen Ning watched him sneakily carrying the bag over the wall and felt he looked a bit like a thief. The coal ball remained proud, showing its whites of the eyes at his departing figure. Woo. Woof woof woof. It seemed quite unhappy with his arrival. Shen Ning patted its head, comforting it. "Be good. Listen, there's plenty more of this stuff in the space. If we can see a person's true colors with just one bag of Tianma, then we won't be at a loss." In the hospital room, Gu Changming's checkup results were not ideal. While other injuries were healing gradually, the most serious one, a comminuted fracture in his right hand, required over 100 stitches. Even with active rehabilitation, the thought of holding a gun again was just a dream. Everyone wanted to keep this from him for a while, but Gu Changming wasn't foolish. Perhaps he had prepared himself mentally the moment he bravely blocked the enemy's attack. How could he not feel regret? A bright future halted here. But everyone knew how dangerous the situation was. It was a miracle that Gu Changming survived. Li Daniu felt even more frustrated, wishing he could have taken the injury himself. Just as everyone was feeling down, an unexpected visitor arrived in the hospital room. When Shen Ning arrived, someone was talking in the hospital room. Not wanting to interrupt, she leaned against the hallway to wait. It sounded more like a one-sided lecture than a conversation. She didn't mean to eavesdrop, but the voices were too loud and clearly reached her ears. "Gu Changming, don't be foolish. Do you think I wanted to come to this godforsaken place to see you? Being a company commander is nothing special. Look at you, acting so proud. If it weren't for your family's connections, what would you have achieved on your own? Look at you now, even with military achievements, you've turned yourself into a useless person. And your temper. You never know when to hold back, and you've offended so many people. Many are waiting for a chance to get rid of you completely. Transferring or leaving is a done deal. I advise you to listen to your family and not be so arrogant or aim too high. Otherwise, you'll end up with nothing, and you won't even have a place to cry. Li Daniu was so angry he wanted to hit someone, but the other person was a senior officer, so he clenched his fists tightly. Who does he rely on? Our commander relies on himself. He has worked hard to get to this position through his own abilities, with real skills and effort. How can you say such things about him? The woman raised her eyebrows. Who are you to speak? I can discipline my own juniors without your input. You have no manners. It's clear that the kind of person you are reflects on the soldiers you lead. Gu Yujiao looked at Gu Chonggang with disdain, just like your uneducated mother, and uncultured. Gu Yujiao looked at Gu Chonggang with displeasure and faint disdain, just like your uneducated mother, and uncultured. The person speaking was Gu Yujiao, Gu Chonggang's nominal aunt. Gu Chonggang initially wanted to give her some respect for his grandfather's sake. But she kept going too far, being sharp-tongued and even insulting Li Daniu and his deceased mother. Shut up. Who allowed you to mention my mother? Do you think you're worthy to speak of her? Even though he was wrapped in bandages and had difficulty moving, Gu Chonggang still exuded a terrifying aura, especially his dark eyes, filled with endless rage, as if he could tear someone apart at any moment. Gu Yujiao, seeing the resemblance to her father in his features, especially the fierce look when angry, felt a shiver of fear and instinctively took 2 steps back. Soon, she realized she was frightened by a nephew she considered useless, which made her feel embarrassed and angry. Gu Chonggang, is this how you speak to your aunt? It's clear that a village girl like you has no manners. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Chonggang grabbed the enamel cup from the bedside table and threw it hard. It hit Gu Yujiao right on the shoulder, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. The tea quickly spread across her royal blue coat. Gu Yujiao, who was usually so proud and untouchable, had never been in such a messy situation before. After a moment, Gu Yujiao reacted, looking up in disbelief and shouting angrily, Gu Chonggang, are you crazy? Who do you think you are to treat me like this? Do you believe I can make sure you never return to the Gu family? I will make sure you never get ahead. Compared to Gu Yujiao's furious outburst, Gu Chonggang appeared calm. Get lost. The Gu family means nothing. Gu Yujiao was startled, her pupils shaking. She could tell Gu Chonggang was serious. He truly did not care about the Gu family. This was not how it was supposed to be. Everything was different from what she had expected. Gu Yujiao remembered her sister-in-law's warning and felt a moment of hesitation, but she didn't dare to provoke Gu Chonggang, fearing she might truly anger this ruthless person. After all, Gu Chonggang had been brave enough to fight at just 12 years old. Fortunately, she didn't have time to dwell on it for long, as Li Daniu had already grabbed her arm and pulled her up, saying, Our captain is resting. Don't disturb him. Don't pull me. Who wants to see his deadpan face? No wonder my brother doesn't like him. He can't compare to Chang'an at all, not in any way. Before she could finish her sentence, Li Daniu pushed her out the door and slammed it shut with a. Gu Yujiao was furious, her well-maintained face twisting in anger. She kicked the door hard, but her pointed shoes were clearly not meant for such rough actions, causing her to wince in pain. Ow! She was about to hold her foot in pain when she noticed a little girl standing at the door, holding a thermos, blinking her big eyes and smiling at her. Being caught in such an embarrassing situation by someone else was unbearable for the proud Gu Yujiao. Her expression changed immediately. She endured the pain and tried to maintain her composure, looking down at Shen Ning with disdain and scrutiny. Her face darkened, as if it could drip water. Who are you? Didn't your parents teach you not to stare or listen in on others? You really have no manners. Shen Ning. This person is really strange and quite unwell. It's a bit unfair, as Shen Ning was just waiting at the door when she heard the argument inside. She wanted to avoid it and was hesitating whether to take the chicken soup to the nurse's station when this woman was pushed out by Li Daniu and locked outside. However, Shen Ning was just looking at her because she felt the woman looked somewhat familiar but couldn't remember where she had seen her before. She wasn't trying to mock her at all. But Gu Yujiao had a strong sense of pride and was frustrated after being humiliated by Gu Changgang. She had nowhere to vent her anger. Seeing Shen Ning dressed plainly and carrying an old thermos, she immediately categorized her as one of those women who cling to men for a better life. She scrutinized Shen Ning's exceptionally beautiful face with increasing dislike, frowning and rolling her eyes. "I've seen many like you, thinking you're pretty enough to flirt around. I suggest you give up." Shen Ning, who was inexplicably insulted, finally remembered who this woman was and broke out in a cold sweat. She had actually seen this person before. In her past life, Wang Baozhu had a smooth journey and became the wife of a military commander. When Shen Ning was still a wandering spirit, she had seen Wang Baozhu affectionately linking arms with her, calling her aunt. Shen Ning felt her thoughts suddenly connect, and terrifying guesses surfaced in her mind. Wang Baozhu's in-laws indeed had the surname Gu. The woman had just claimed to be Gu Changgang's aunt. Could it be that Wang Baozhu's husband in her past life was Gu Changgang? Shen Ning shivered at the thought, feeling a deep sense of rejection and dislike for Gu Changgang, even developing a faint aversion towards him. No, Shen Ning thought frantically. Just because she called her aunt doesn't mean anything. From Gu Yujiao's tone, it seemed she had more than one nephew. Seeing Shen Ning not responding, Gu Yujiao, with a strange expression, assumed she was embarrassed after having her dirty thoughts exposed and became even more arrogant. As if annoyed that Shen Ning was in her way, she roughly shoved her aside, saying, "Move aside. Can't you see?" Shen Ning was still startled by her own thoughts and didn't react in time. She was pushed hard and bumped against the wall. The dull pain brought her back to reality, and Shen Ning frowned slightly, not letting it slide. "What a bold statement from someone like you. Are you too big to get through? It's such a wide hallway and you have to push me?" Gu Yujiao was taken aback. She was usually strong-willed, and younger people often felt intimidated by her. She didn't expect Shen Ning to openly criticize her. It's rare for women not to care about their appearance, and Gu Yujiao was no exception. She often complained about being slightly plump. Shen Ning's words clearly touched a nerve. Her face turned red with anger, and she gasped for breath, momentarily speechless. You. But she clearly underestimated Shen Ning's confidence. Shen Ning glanced at her lightly and said, "You. What about you? Not only are you big, but you're also out of breath. You can't even see how much you weigh. You also can't see that your face is surprisingly large, like a crab waving its claws around, looking quite unpleasant." In the hospital room, Gu Changgang struggled to get out of bed when he heard Shen Ning's voice. He was still recovering from serious injuries, so his movements were slow. He could hear everything happening outside the room clearly. At first, he was worried that Shen Ning would be bullied, but listening to her speak calmly, all his anger disappeared and a smile appeared on his face. Outside the room, Gu Yujiao was almost driven mad by this girl who seemed to come out of nowhere. This girl had a sharp tongue and hit right at her weaknesses. Fuming, she forgot her dignity and gritted her teeth, raising her hand. "You little brat dare to insult me. You're asking for trouble." But just then, the door flew open and someone grabbed her raised wrist. Turning around, she met Gu Changgang's cold, indifferent gaze, filled with disdain. It felt like a bucket of ice water had been poured over her head. Her wrist felt like it was going to break. Gu Changgang, I'm your aunt." Before she could finish the word aunt, Gu Changgang suddenly threw her out. Gu Yujiao, still in high heels, twisted her ankle and fell to the ground, her wrist and ankle hurting badly. Shen Ning raised an eyebrow, looking at the flustered Gu Yujiao, and shook her head slightly, making a tsk sound. Her lively eyes seemed to speak, clearly showing her disdain and mockery towards Gu Yujiao. Gu Changgang smirked and said, "Come here." Shen Ning looked up and saw Gu Changgang half leaning against the door frame, his gaze fixed on his arm in a cast and his leg wrapped in bandages. He nodded slightly, then took a running start and jumped over Gu Yujiao's head, who was blocking their path. Li Daniu, who witnessed the whole scene, stared wide-eyed. This action might not be very harmful, but it was extremely insulting. Gu Yujiao was furious. Gu Changgong's push had caused her to twist her ankle. She had never experienced such humiliation in her life and was ready to unleash her anger. But just as she lifted her head to shout, something flew over her from above. Before she could react, she saw that Shen Ning had cleverly hidden behind Gu Changgang and was sticking out his head, making a silly face at her. His delicate, pale face showed no sign of aggression, but Gu Yujiao's anger surged to the top of her head. Li Daniu couldn't help but laugh, making a bit too much noise. Haha, Comrade Gu, do you need me to help you up? Haha, don't mind it, little Comrade Shen is just lively. Gu Yujiao still couldn't believe that this little troublemaker dared to jump over her head. Jumped over. That was like saying she crawled through her dirty pants. She had never faced such an insult, her eyes almost shooting fire, her finger trembling as she pointed at Shen Ning, her chest heaving. You little brat. Gu Changgang immediately stepped in front of Shen Ning like a towering mountain. If you don't want that hand, I don't mind breaking it. His tone was calm, but Gu Yujiao felt an inexplicable fear and quickly withdrew her hand. Gu Changgang, how can you let an outsider bully your aunt and embarrass the Gu family? If your grandfather knew you were threatening your aunt for such a little, I'd like to see. Gu Changgang looked down at the flustered Gu Yujiao, his eyes filled with a coldness. If Grandpa knew you were using his name to cause trouble, and about your freeloading. Stop talking nonsense. Gu Yujiao stumbled to her feet, feeling as if she had been caught in a trap. She looked at Gu Changgang with fear, her confidence suddenly fading. This visit really made me lose face. She didn't dare to take her anger out on Gu Changgang and could only glare at Shen Ning with resentment. Fine. You really have some skills. You both remember this. I won't let you off. Shen Ning felt wronged. Clearly, it was the conflict between Gu Yujiao and Gu Changgang. Why did it seem like she was also being blamed? Was she not allowed to fight back after being bullied for no reason? As Shen Ning watched Gu Yujiao limp away, she fell into thought, realizing she might have stirred up a big trouble. Suddenly, she felt a weight on her shoulder. Gu Changgang had draped his arm, which was in a cast, over her shoulder. Shen Ning looked up and met Gu Changgang's sharp jawline. He slightly tilted his head to look at her. What's wrong? Shen Ning frowned a bit, her tone filled with complaint. Your arm is a bit heavy, and the cast is hard. It's hurting my shoulder. Gu Changgang couldn't help but chuckle at her delicate demeanor. How ungrateful. If I hadn't shown up in time, that big slap would have hit your face. Shen Ning rolled her eyes and muttered, What? If it weren't for you, I would have made her regret it. Gu Changgang had excellent hearing and clearly caught her complaints. He could barely contain his smile. Since learning that Gu Changgang didn't have romantic feelings for her, Shen Ning felt much more at ease around him. She continued to complain, I haven't even blamed you for showing up at the wrong time and interrupting me. You say I'm ungrateful? If it weren't for bringing you chicken soup, would I have faced this scolding? Why don't you tell me who's really ungrateful here? As she spoke, she shook the thermos in her hand, and Li Dania's eyes lit up as he quickly took it from her. Gu Changgang watched Shen Ning's lively and playful demeanor, feeling a slight itch in his heart. His previously gloomy mood vanished, and he chuckled softly. Okay, it's my fault for showing up at the wrong time. Next time, I'll wait until you're done before coming out. There are so many pressure points on the human body, which ones hurt without leaving marks, which can take down an opponent with one move, and how to strike most efficiently. Don't you want to know? Shen Ning immediately perked up, her eyes sparkling as she stared at Gu Changgang. Then teach me, Brother Gu. Why don't you teach me, Brother Gu? Gu Changga was more than happy to oblige. The young girl was pretty and had a strong personality, so learning some self-defense skills would be beneficial. He smiled slightly and pretended to be mysterious. Let me think about it. Shen Ning immediately widened her eyes, feeling frustrated. Why was he teasing her like this? It was so annoying. Li Dania chuckled. Our captain is amazing. He always comes first in the military district competition. If it weren't for his injury this time. Li Daniu suddenly stopped, clenching his fists, his eyes turning red. Gu Changge looked at his bandaged right hand, his expression revealing his sadness. Later, you can ask Daniu to teach you. Shen Ning sensed his low mood, bit her lip, and the atmosphere became a bit heavy. Suddenly, Shen Ning laughed a couple of times. What happened to your hand? Yonghua became a master even with one arm missing. Your hand is still here. It just isn't as nimble as before. Can't you teach me? Comrade Li said you are the champion of the military district competition. If I could learn from you, I would definitely improve quickly. 1 against 2. No. I could take on 3 without a problem. Gu Changge remained silent, but Li Daniu looked even sadder than him. You don't understand. The captain was once a sharpshooter, but after this injury, he can no longer hold a gun or protect our country. Shen Ning raised an eyebrow, looking puzzled. So, what if he can't hold a gun? Who says protecting our country can only be done through military service? Building the economy, educating people, and conducting scientific research all contribute to the nation's strength. Aren't they all ways to serve our country? Honestly, you soldiers are so stubborn. You barely escaped with your life, and you should be grateful. Look at your expression. Your captain can't hold a gun anymore, but he's not dead. He still has his arms and legs, can run and jump. Isn't that something to celebrate? Li Daniu was taken aback, feeling something was off. He had joined the army at 16, and the captain was about the same age. Nearly 10 years had passed. He instinctively felt that the army was his entire life. Leaving the training ground, leaving behind the gun, and leaving the military was a terrifying thought for him. But we really upset that woman just now. I heard her partner is in charge of this area. If he intentionally targets the captain, then we just won't do it. We eat their food, so we follow their rules. Let's just smash the bowls and not eat it all. Li Daniu was shocked and speechless. He knew that Xiaoshen didn't seem as gentle and obedient as she appeared, but now her thoughts seemed quite rebellious. Gu Changzhen smiled slightly, feeling more pleased the more he looked at her. How could someone be so in tune with him, as if every part matched perfectly? He was hurt, and everyone was sympathizing, as if he had no other choice but this path, another possibility. But Shen Ning was different. She seemed like a resilient wildflower, more like a sunflower full of life and energy, full of hope and possibilities. You're right. Those people think they can control me? They're dreaming. Li Daniu looked around, feeling he shouldn't be there. Indeed, men in love can be scary, and older men in love are even scarier. With the captain acting like this, if Comrade Xiaoshen really broke through the sky, he would probably applaud and praise her for being amazing. Ugh. Li Daniu felt he couldn't bear to watch and thought this hospital room was unbearable, filled with the sour smell of love. No, sweet love wasn't for him. Surely there should be some sweet soup for him. He had long been craving Xiaoshen's cooking. He immediately took out his bowl. Come on, the soup is getting cold. Let's finish it. Meanwhile, Gu Yujiao rushed to the hospital's phone booth and started dialing. Before long, someone picked up on the other end. Gu Yujiao couldn't wait to start complaining. That little brat is impossible to deal with, just like his shameless mother. After all these years, he hasn't improved at all. Don't worry, sister-in-law. I've watched Changyan grow up. I won't let that little brat get in his way. I think my dad is confused. What is Gu Changzhen? He's just a madman at heart. Maybe it's hereditary, just like his mother. Gu Yujiao's tone was filled with resentment and malice, which was quite frightening. In front of Gu Changzhen, she always referred to herself as an aunt, but behind his back, she called him a little brat, as if they had a deep-seated grudge. The gentle voice on the other end said, Yujiao, please don't be so upset. After all, Changzhen is still your nominal nephew. It's all a twisted fate. If it weren't for me back then, her mother wouldn't have. Sister-in-law, this has nothing to do with you. You and my brother are in love. It was Tan Wenxiu, Gu Changgong's mother, who interfered and broke you two apart. After marrying my brother, she still couldn't behave, flirting around, and when caught, she pretended to be crazy.
Ugh.
Who knows whose child Gu Chongying really is? Gu Yujiao scolded with righteous anger, but deep down, she knew Gu Chongying was definitely her brother's blood. Just looking at Gu Chonggong's face, it was clear he was from the Gu family. She thought of that girl who appeared out of nowhere and felt even angrier, thinking, if my husband didn't have business in Haisheng, I wouldn't even want to look at him.
Don't worry, sister-in-law.
I've already asked the doctor, and Gu Chonggong's arm is basically useless. He won't be able to hold a pen or a gun, and even feeding himself will be a problem. This will help my confused dad finally give up. Long Yan is so outstanding, and we also have Changsheng. Why is he fixated on a wild child born from a madwoman? Alright, I know you are standing up for me. Thank you, Jiao Jiao. But Dad has his reasons, and as younger ones, we can only go along with it. Don't be upset. Hurry back when you're done. Zhenzhen misses you. Hearing this, Gu Yujiao felt much better. She had been hurt in her youth and could never have her own children, which was her lifelong pain. Fortunately, her brother Gu Jichuan and sister-in-law Mao Lin had 2 sons and a daughter, Gu Chongyan and the twins Gu Chongsheng and Gu Zhenjin. As for Gu Chongying, Gu Yujiao didn't want to acknowledge his identity at all. But whether she accepted it or not, the Gu family was still led by the old man. As long as his father Gu Hualin recognized him, Gu Chongying was Gu Jichuan's eldest son and the Gu family's eldest grandson. No one could replace that. Gu Yujiao felt sorry for her sister-in-law Mao Lin, being overshadowed by such a madwoman, and even her own son was being overshadowed by that wild child Gu Chongying. She immediately expressed her anger, saying, as long as I'm here, no one can surpass Chongyan. Even if he acts tough, in the end, he will have to bow down. Otherwise, I have my ways to hold him back from advancing or changing jobs. I want to see how a wild child with no roots or background, without the Gu family's support, can achieve anything. Gu Yujiao hung up the phone, thinking about her husband Wang Yuanshan, who said he had some matters to attend to and still hadn't returned. Looking at her injuries, she felt a wave of sadness. Fortunately, it wasn't long before a refined middle-aged man walked quickly toward her. Jiao Jiao, why are you out so soon? Didn't you chat a bit longer with your nephew? Don't mention that unfortunate person. Look at the injuries I have. They're all from that little brat. What about you? Didn't you say your cousin's child was in some trouble? Have you sorted it out? Wang Yuanshan sighed, looking a bit troubled. It's a bit complicated and will probably take some time to resolve. It's not a big deal, really. The child is just too naive and fell into the trap of someone with bad intentions. You always take care of everyone, even those distant relatives. I told you to cut ties with those poor relatives in the countryside a long time ago. They all bring trouble. Do they really think our family is a charity? Gu Yujiao wanted to complain a bit more, but seeing Wang Yuanshan's suddenly serious expression, she quickly closed her mouth. Yuanshan, I don't mean to look down on you. I'm just worried they might make unreasonable demands and drag you down with them. You know, my dad has never really approved of us. It took him 2 years to change his mind about you, and your job has only just stabilized. If anyone finds out you're using your position for personal gain, I'm afraid. Wang Yuanshan held Gu Yujiao's arm, his strong hand unconsciously tightening. Although he smiled, it gave off a chilling feeling. His gaze fell on Gu Yujiao's belly. I know you're looking out for me, but my parents passed away long ago. If it weren't for my kind cousin sharing her food with me, I would have starved. Calling her my savior wouldn't be an exaggeration. She lost her husband in middle age and raised 2 kids alone. Her son had an accident, and now she only has this one child left. If anything happens to them, it would be devastating. I don't expect you to fully understand, but at least. I was wrong. I misspoke. Yuanshan, please don't be angry. You said your cousin is your savior, so when we go back, I will definitely make sure they are well taken care of. How about we rent a place for them nearby? It's also convenient for you to visit them often. Wang Yuanshan's eyes finally showed a bit of a smile as he gently patted Gu Yujiao's hand. Yujiao, I know I've caused you a lot of trouble this time, but I really can't ignore them, the mother and daughter. You don't know how hard life was in the countryside during those years of natural disasters. As an orphan without parents, if it weren't for my cousin's help, I would have starved to death long ago. Hearing this, Gu Yujiao felt tears welling up in her eyes. I understand. Don't worry, I will treat my cousin well. As for your niece, as long as she is a good girl with good character, I will definitely treat her like my own and raise her well. Wang Yuanshan was touched and hugged her. Yujiao, even though we don't have our own children, I never regret it. From the first moment I saw you, I knew you were the one for me. So, even if your parents and older brother are unhappy with me and make things difficult for me, I can endure it. I hope you can be a bit kinder to my family. Gu Yujiao felt a rush of emotion, her eyes reddening, but at the same time, she felt a deep sense of guilt. Okay, I understand. Qin Jiu arrived quickly, much faster than Shen Ning had expected. Do you really have to climb over the wall? Isn't it better to use the front door? Shen Ning rubbed her forehead, thinking about how to raise the height of the wall or add some glass shards to it. Qin Jiu chuckled and pulled out a thick stack of cash from his pocket, slapping it down on the table with a thud. Count it, there are 900 here. Shen Ning was taken aback, looking surprised.
So fast? Ha!
Without the right skills, who would dare take on this job? Don't underestimate me, Ning Jia. After saying this, Qin Jiu reached up to fix his hair, but then remembered he had a buzz cut and awkwardly let his hand drop. Anyway, I have quite a few connections, so don't underestimate me. If it weren't for... Qin Jiu glanced at Shen Ning, swallowing the words he was about to say. Shen Ning didn't notice his hesitation, as her mind was on Gu Yujiao's earlier appearance, which made her cautious. In this life, Wong Baozhu had already been sent to jail, and it would take at least 5 years for her to cause trouble again. But Wang Aihua, who had not shown up yet, felt like a hidden landmine that could explode at any moment. Furrowing her brow slightly, she picked up the stack of cash Qin Jiu had placed on the table, counted it, and pulled out 30 bills, stuffing them into Qin Jiu's arms. Qin Jiu was taken aback. Sister, what do you mean by that? It's a split. From now on, when you help me sell things, we'll divide the profits 70 to 30. I know it's tough for you in this line of work, especially with the risks involved and the many younger brothers you have to support. You deserve this. Qin Jiu's eyes lit up instantly. His sister was indeed straightforward. He had intended to please Shen Ning, and all the money he earned from the herbs went to her. Rather than testing Qin Jiu's abilities and character, Qin Jiu was also quietly assessing Shen Ning. If Shen Ning were to keep all the money for herself, he wouldn't mind, but his desire to follow her would be completely gone. Fortunately, this small test left both sides satisfied. Shen Ning then pulled out 10 large bills and handed them to Qin Jiu. Qin Jiu was truly confused this time. What does this mean? I want you to help me find out about someone. Qin Jiu perked up. Who? I can dig up anything for you. Shen Ning couldn't help but laugh. You don't need to dig that deep. You must have investigated me before, so you know I have a stepsister whom I personally sent to prison. I need you to find out if anyone has visited her recently, especially someone named Wang Aihua. I also want to know how Wang Baozhu has been doing during her time in prison. Qin Jiu raised an eyebrow. Sister, is Wang Aihua your? Shen Ning scoffed. Officially, she's my stepmother, but in reality, she's a sworn enemy. Qin Jiu gasped. If someone else had said sworn enemy, he would have thought it was just a figure of speech. But hearing it from Shen Ning, he sensed that this sworn enemy was a serious matter. He couldn't help but quietly observe Shen Ning's delicate, pale face. She looked like a gentle flower, carefully nurtured in a greenhouse, unable to withstand the wind and rain. Yet, in reality, this girl was ruthless, a fierce predator. Strangely, Qin Jiu didn't feel repulsed. Instead, he found her both dangerous and captivating. His handsome face broke into a smile, appearing gentle and considerate, as if he was thinking of Shen Ning. Then Ning Jia, should I ask for a bit more money? I can make Wang Baozhu's time there even harder. Shen Ning's eyes brightened. Without hesitation, she replied, yes. In a prison in a county of He Province 02378. 02378. Hearing the guard call her number, Wang Baozhu paused while eating and stood up straight, responding, here. The female guard glanced at her and said, "Come with me. Someone is here to visit you." Wong Baozhu was momentarily stunned but obediently followed the guard into the visiting room. Through the iron bars, she saw a frail woman with gray hair and she felt a bit dazed, unable to process what she was seeing. Wang Aihua could hardly believe her eyes. She stared intently at the woman who followed the guard, slightly hunched, with a blank expression and vacant eyes, looking thin and unrecognizable. This was her beloved daughter, Wang Baozhu. Tears streamed down Wang Aihua's face as she exclaimed, "Baozhu, I'm your mom." Wang Baozhu trembled, unable to believe her eyes, and hesitantly called out, "Mom." Wang Aihua was overwhelmed with emotion, tears flowing freely. The effects of her were more apparent now. One side of her face was unresponsive while the other was crying uncontrollably, making her look both strange and heart-wrenching. Wang Baozhu stared at her, but the woman before her, with gray hair and a worn face, did not match the image of her well-cared-for mother from her memories. Yet, she was indeed her mother, Wang Aihua. Wang Baozhu's heart sank. "Mom, how did you become like this? Why did it take you so long to come? Please save me. I feel like I'm going to die. I really feel like I'm going to die." Hearing her daughter's desperate cries, Wang Aihua felt as if her heart was being torn apart, like being fried in hot oil, unbearable pain consuming her. The little girl she had cherished and nurtured had been tortured into this state. It was more painful than death. Shen Ning. Wang Aihua had never hated anyone as much as she hated her, wishing she could punish her in the worst way. Wang Baozhu continued to cry, and it felt like Wang Aihua's heart was breaking. "Mom, please save me. I can't survive in here. I can't eat or sleep well, and there's endless work to do. The leader in here keeps hitting me and bullying me, making me eat spoiled food and sleep in the bathroom. Mom, please help me." Wang Aihua nodded desperately. Okay, Baizhu, just wait a little longer. Be good. Mom has found someone who can help you. I promise they will get you out. I don't want to wait. I want to go out now. I can't wait another day, Mom. Please help me. Help me. Wang Baozhu was clearly terrified. "Mom, it's all because of Shen Ning and Kai Meiwan. Those two troublemakers caused this. Mom, please help me. I have been good and listened to you. I didn't provoke them. They set me up. Mom, save me." I know. Through the iron bars, Wang Aihua tightly held Wang Baizhu's hand and lowered her voice. "Don't cry. Listen to me. I have found her cousin. He will help. Just hold on for a month. You must stay calm and not cause any more trouble." Wang Aihua's gaze was fixed on Wang Baozhu, their hands intertwined tightly, as if giving each other the strength to endure. Wang Aihua suppressed her pain and repeatedly comforted Wang Baozhu. The female guard stepped forward and grabbed Wang Baizhu's arm. "Visiting time is over. 02378. Come with me." Wang Baozhu, terrified, clutched the iron bars. "No, I don't want to go."
Mom, please help me.
Save me. 02378. The guard shouted sharply. Wang Baozhu jumped in surprise and immediately let go, rising to follow the guard while frequently looking back, unable to cry out, just silently shedding tears for her mother. Until the iron door slammed shut with a loud thud, completely separating the mother and daughter. After a long time, Wang Aihua wiped her tears. The surge of anger made her unusually calm. She stood up and looked at the iron door. "Baizhu, I will definitely save you. Just wait for me." When Wang Aihua walked out of the prison, lost and heartbroken, she saw Wang Yuanshan waiting under a big tree. Holding back her tears, they looked around and walked to a nearby guest house one after the other. Once they confirmed it was safe, Wang Aihua could no longer hold back. Sadness, pain, and anger surged within her. She looked at the well-groomed man before her, faintly recognizing his youthful appearance, but herself. The pain in her eyes was evident. She didn't need a mirror to know how unappealing she looked now. If possible, she wanted to appear before him with dignity. But everything was ruined by that awful person, Shen Ning. Yuanshan, you must rescue Baozhu. Hurry. She has never faced hardship in her life. You don't know how cheerful and lovely she used to be, but now she is being tormented beyond recognition. AI Hua, please calm down. I can talk to the people inside to take good care of Baozhu and lessen her suffering.
No.
I don't want care. I want you to save her right now, immediately. Wang AI Hua was very emotional, clenching her fists tightly and speaking slowly. This is what you owe me. It's also what you owe Baozhu. Bao Min is gone, and if we can't bring Baozhu back, I will go crazy.
I really will.
Wang AI Hua didn't even threaten. She just stared intensely at Wang Yuanshan's face. Wang Yuanshan sighed. Okay, I understand. I'm already thinking of a way. I've looked into Baozhu's case, and the key lies with the witness, Kai Meiwan. Even if she refuses to change her statement, I have ways to handle it, whether it's getting her released for medical reasons or finding someone to take her place. I won't ignore her, but this will take time. AI Hua. The more urgent it is, the more we need to be patient. Seeing that Wang Yuanshan was genuinely trying to help her daughter, Wang AI Hua softened her tone. Yuanshan, it's not that I'm forcing you. You didn't see how Baozhu has been tortured. Just thinking about her feels like a dull knife cutting into my heart. Back then, I went through so much. I would have rather remarried with 2 children than ruin your future. Over the years, I didn't want to cause you any trouble, but now I'm truly at my wit's end. Yuanshan, Bao Min he's gone, and all I have left is Baozhu. Wang Yuanshan looked moved. I understand, AI Hua. I know everything. Don't worry, Baozhu is my only child. I will bring her back safely, and I will clear her name. I won't let anyone who has hurt our daughter go unpunished. Wang AI Hua gritted her teeth. That's Shen Ning. I shouldn't have kept her. If it weren't for her, Bao Min wouldn't have been sent to the Northwest Forest, and he wouldn't have been beaten to death while trying to escape. He must have suffered so much. Yuanshan, help me get rid of her. You've become successful now. Dealing with that girl is as easy as crushing an ant. Help me get rid of her. Compared to Wang Aihua's excitement, Wang Yuanshan, though pained, remained calm. He slowly shook his head. The priority is to rescue Baozhu. As for Shen Ning, let's not act against her for now.
Why?
Are you protecting that little troublemaker? Are you going to just watch as the person who harmed our child lives freely? Wang Yuanshan sighed. Aihua, do you remember why you married Shen Huai? I shouldn't have to remind you. I want the hidden wealth of the Su family. That's one reason. Secondly, Shen Ning is too unpredictable. In just a year, look at what she has done. None of it is something a 17-year-old girl should be capable of. Not to mention, she grew up right under your nose.
Don't you think?
Wang Aihua calmed down completely. You're right. Ever since I signed her up for the countryside program, she seems like a different person. No, she isn't human. She's a monster. Compared to the talk of ghosts, Wang Yuanshan was much more rational. I suspect someone from the Su family has secretly contacted her.
What?
Wang Aihua was terrified by Wang Yuanshan's speculation. Are you saying the Su family has returned? No, that can't be true. The Su family back then. Be quiet. What happened back then stays in the past. We saw nothing and should say nothing. Wang Aihua nodded in a panic. Okay, I'll listen to you. But that girl has harmed us so deeply. This blood feud. Unexpectedly, Wang Yuanshan was quite wary of this girl he had never met. His expression was serious, even carrying a warning tone. We'll talk about revenge later. Right now, we focus on Baozhu. I've already sent someone to contact Kai Meiwan. Don't worry, I won't let anyone who has harmed my child go unpunished. Wang Aihua's eyes darkened as she clenched her fists, but her heart finally settled. She knew Wang Yuanshan well. He was someone who always thought 10 steps ahead. Yes, dealing with Shen Ning was just a matter of time. The urgent task was to rescue Baozhu quickly. She was truly afraid that if they stayed any longer, Baozhu's mental state would suffer. Kai Meiwan had felt like someone was following her these past few days. She tightened her grip on the 80 cents in her pocket, scanning the people coming and going in the building with a wary eye. There were no suspicious people around, but her heart was racing with anxiety. It was still work hours, and Chun Jiefeng was not at home. Earlier, He had slipped and hurt his back at the post office, and after only 2 days of rest, Kai Meiwon had sent him back to work. It was a joke. Taking leave would mean losing pay, right? Qin Jiu was not that valuable. If he wasn't working at home, would his salary just fall from the sky? Ever since the last big scene at the post office, Qin Jiu seemed completely scared, hardly fighting back or arguing. The compensation he promised hadn't been given yet, but Kai Meiwon wasn't worried. She knew the money would come unless Qin Jiu didn't want to stay at school anymore. Thinking about the money she would soon have, Kai Meiwon felt a bit happier. But as soon as she opened the door, a strong pair of hands pulled her inside. She didn't even have time to scream before someone held her down, and she bumped her head on the coffee table.
Who?
Who are you? Kai Meiwon asked in fear, ignoring the pain in her head. Suddenly, a middle-aged man yanked her hair back. Kai Meiwon fell to the ground, feeling like her tailbone might break. Before she could call for help, she felt a sharp pain in her neck as a cold knife pressed against it. Kai Meiwon panicked completely. Please spare me.
Spare you?
I don't want her life. I just want to know if you saw Wang Baozhu add almond powder to the flour. Kai Meiwon's mind went blank. So much time had passed. Who was this person? Was it sent by Shen Ning? No, that couldn't be. She had already sent Wang Baozhu away. What else could be wrong? If she wanted to cause trouble, she would have done it long ago, not wait until now. It couldn't be her. Then it must be Wang Baozhu, but wasn't she in jail? Kai Meiwon couldn't figure out the other person's intentions, but the pain in her neck didn't give her time to think. She could only say, I saw it with my own eyes.
But
Making false statements can lead to jail time. I wouldn't dare. Suddenly, the man tightened his grip on her neck, the knife pointing straight at her eyes. Saw it with your own eyes? Then I guess your eyes aren't worth keeping. Please, no.
it was Qin Jiu.
He put in the almond powder. He wanted to be an elementary school teacher, but Shen Ning ranked higher than him. He knew Shen Ning was allergic to almonds, so he added almond powder to the mix. Later, he saw Wong Baozhu sneakily bringing almond powder too. It was him. It was him who made me point out Wang Baozhu. I didn't do anything wrong. I just believed Qin Jiu's nonsense. Later, I figured out the truth, but it was too late. I regretted it and realized my mistake. Please forgive me. What happened in the hospital room last time?
Huh?
I don't know. I really don't. I'm begging you, I have no idea. She suddenly realized that the person might be Wang Baozhu's often mentioned capable cousin. Oh no. Before, she thought Wang Baozhu was just talking nonsense and didn't believe she had any powerful relatives. If she did, how could she have been dealt with so badly by Shen Ning? Kai Meiwon's mind raced, and she knew she couldn't lie now. The first time was indeed Qin Jiu. I was deceived by him too. I really didn't know about the hospital incident. Maybe it was all set up by Shen Ning. If you want revenge, go after Qin Jiu and Shen Ning. This has nothing to do with me. I'm just a victim. If needed, I can help. Testify for Wang Baozhu. Please spare me. The person holding Kai Meiwon suddenly pushed the knife closer, making her turn pale and scream. If you don't want to die, keep today's events to yourself. Don't tell anyone. If I find out you've said anything, I will kill you. Kai Meiwon was so scared she couldn't speak, just nodding repeatedly, I understand. Then the man struck her the back of the neck, and she rolled her eyes and collapsed to the ground. When Qin Jiu returned from work and saw Kai Meiwon lying on the floor, he kicked her impatiently. Hey, you didn't cook or clean. I've given you my salary, what more do you want? Kai Meiwon woke up with a startled scream, but when she saw Qin Jiu's face, she suddenly froze. Remembering the man's warning, she swallowed her words. She buried herself under the blanket, covering her head, shaking and crying uncontrollably. Qin Jiu cursed under his breath and slammed the door as he left. After thinking for a long time, Kai Meiwon finally gathered her courage and returned to Hejia village as night fell. Despite not wanting to admit it, the only person she could think of at that moment was Shen Ning. In the Shen family's courtyard, Qin Jiu was already familiar with the place, and his skill in climbing over the wall was improving. Meiqiu rolled her eyes. lazily gnawing on a bone, and too uninterested to pay attention to Qin Jiu's smug expression. "Sister, you guessed right. Your stepmother is here. My brother and I were watching, and we saw her leave the prison with a middle-aged man. They went to a nearby guest house. That guest house is very strict. Without an introduction letter, you can't get in. We couldn't hear what they were saying. That man is not simple. My people almost got caught. I was afraid of alerting them, so I didn't follow, but I have someone keeping an eye on your stepmother. They will notify us if anything happens." Shen Ning was taken aback. She didn't expect to stumble upon such a big lead. Could this mysterious man be the one behind Wang Baozhu? Shen Ning calmly asked, "What does the man look like? Can we find out about his background?" "He's about 40, looks well-maintained, and dresses quite well. From the way he talks and acts, he seems to work in a government office. The Blue Sky guest house they went to is specifically for government officials. Sister, I think he has a significant background. I suspect he has some connections with the Gu family in the capital." Shen Ning raised her eyes slightly, a look of surprise on her face, suddenly recalling Gu Yujiao, who had appeared at the hospital that day. The Gu family in the capital sounds impressive. Qin Jiu widened his eyes slightly. Impressive? That's quite an understatement. Although they've declined a bit in recent years, they're still a powerful family that people like us shouldn't provoke. Sister, while you are capable, you can't take on a deeply rooted family alone. That would be courting disaster. As long as you don't provoke them, families like that are not in the same league as us, so we shouldn't cross paths. Just be careful. I've heard from the brother of Wang Baozhu that your stepmother hates you deeply and curses you every day." Shen Ning chuckled lightly. If cursing really worked, then there would be no deep-seated grudges in the world. Everyone would just curse at home. But thank you for the reminder. I'll keep it in mind. Before they could finish their conversation, Meichio suddenly barked at the door. Qin Jiu and Shen Ning exchanged a glance. Who could be visiting at this hour? Turning around, Shen Ning saw Qin Jiu sneaking into her room. "What are you doing?" "Big sister, I'm just hiding. Otherwise, at this late hour, it would be awkward for us to be alone together." "I don't mind, but what about your reputation?" "If you don't care, I actually don't mind being seen as a bad guy." Shen Ning replied, "Get in there. Don't touch my things." "Okay." Qin Jiu quickly hid in the room. Outside, Kai Meiwan paced anxiously, her expression worried as she looked around, feeling as if someone was watching her. With a creak, the gate opened just a little, and Kai Meiwan hurriedly squeezed inside. She was so urgent that she didn't even mind the coal she usually feared. Before Shen Ning could speak, Kai Meiwan suddenly knelt on the ground, startling a nearby dog that jumped up like popcorn. The commotion made Shen Ning seem overly calm. Shen Ning lowered her gaze, observing Kai Meijuan's terrified expression, and began to suspect, someone is threatening you because of the false testimony you gave for Qin Jiu. Kai Meiwan looked up in disbelief. You know? Shen Ning chuckled softly. "Just say it. Why are you here?" Kai Meiwan met Shen Ning's half-smiling gaze, swallowing hard. Strangely, despite being too scared to report the threats to anyone, she instinctively sought Shen Ning's help. "Wong Baozhu's powerful cousin came to find me." Shen Ning appeared unfazed, but her mind raced. "Cousin? What does that have to do with me? I didn't give false testimony that put Wang Baozhu in jail." Kai Meiwan stood up abruptly. "How can it not be related? Originally, Qin Jiu just wanted to stop you from going to the interview, but you had to interfere with Wang Baozhu and get her arrested. If you had made things worse, Qin Jiu wouldn't be so worried about being found out and trying to pin the blame on Wang Baozhu. Now I'm dragged into this." In her anger, Kai Meijuan's fear faded, replaced by a sense of injustice and frustration. "It's clearly you and Qin Jiu who plotted against Wang Baozhu, yet that group is bothering me. This is so unfair." After listening to her theory, Shen Ning was both angry and amused. She opened the gate and pushed her out, saying, "Get out." Kai Meiwan suddenly remembered she was there to ask for help and quickly grabbed the doorframe, pleading, "Wait.
I know a secret about you."
If you help me, I'll tell you that if you help me, I'll tell you." Shen Ning relaxed her grip, and Kai Meiwan immediately stuck to her like glue, refusing to leave the yard. Seeing Shen Ning's displeased expression, she quickly calmed down and held back her anger. I'm just telling you what I heard, but whether it's true or not, I don't know. If you ask me again later, I won't admit it. I definitely won't testify for you.
Cái mê dù dùn hù đi đèn cờ lá đít.
She regretted getting involved in so much trouble just for helping Qin Jiu once. Noticing Shen Ning's impatience, she suddenly stepped closer and whispered, You aren't your dad's biological child. Shen Ning was taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise. With a loud smack, Kai Meiwan received a hard slap. She froze in place, instinctively wanting to retaliate but held back, pouting and looking like she might cry.
Why did you hit me?
It was Wang Baozhu who said it. One time, it was so cold that we drank some liquor to warm up. Wang Baozhu got drunk and started crying and cursing, saying you shamelessly took over the Shen family's house and stole her things. I defended you, saying that was your father's house and should naturally go to you, his daughter. But Wang Baozhu insisted that you aren't really Shen Huai's biological daughter, and that house should go to her, the stepdaughter. Kai Meiwan looked up timidly at Shen Ning and added, She said you are an illegitimate child born to your mother. You aren't Shen Huai's child at all. Shut up. She was just talking nonsense because she was drunk, and you believe her? I laughed at her too, saying she was crazy for saying such things just to get the house money.
But
Wang Baozhu said something about blood types not matching. She also mentioned your mother. She knows your biological mother, Wang Aihua, very well. Shen Ning was stunned. Wang Aihua actually knew her real mother? How come she didn't know about this? Kai Meiwan shrank back a bit and continued, I certainly don't believe it. The problem is that the next day, Wang Baozhu specifically came to warn me, saying that what I said last night was nonsense and told me not to spread it around or talk nonsense. You don't know her character? This is clearly suspicious. Shen Ning stiffened. Kai Meiwan was right. With Wang Baozhu's personality, any bad news about herself could spread like wildfire. If there was even a chance, she would have already told everyone. But she didn't. Neither she nor her mother, Wang Aihua, ever mentioned it. Shen Ning didn't believe they were looking out for her. Her heart felt troubled. She couldn't understand, but she also didn't believe she wasn't Shen Huai's biological child. Her father's love for her was obvious. Every child in the cotton spinning factory envied her. How could someone who treated her so well not be her real father? But Kai Meijuan's words planted a seed of doubt in her heart. The small details she had overlooked suddenly became very clear. She gritted her teeth. No, this is impossible. Shen Ning didn't believe it and felt very angry, looking at Kai Meiwan with a hint of hostility. She wouldn't allow anyone to tarnish her parents' reputation. Shut up. If you don't want trouble, get out of here. But Kai Meiwan suddenly grabbed Shen Ning's leg. Wang Baozhu's cousin has already come looking for me. I made a false statement, and they won't let me go. What about you? Wang Baozhu hates you so much. Do you think she won't use her cousin to get back at you? If one loses, the other suffers too. Don't you understand? We're in this together. Shen Ning kicked her away and roughly grabbed her by the collar. Her surprising strength left Kai Meiwan stunned again. Don't, please. Shen Ning, help me. I made a false statement, but I was also trying to help you. I just want to live a better life. What's wrong with that? Shen Ning coldly threw her out of the courtyard. You want to live better and you're not wrong, but stepping on others to get ahead is where you went wrong. In this matter, you both are responsible. You can't let Qin Jiu take all the benefits while you bear the blame alone. Since you came to me at midnight, I can give you some advice. If I were you, I would go to the police and confess. Admit your mistakes to avoid being blackmailed. You might end up with nothing and still take the fall. The door slammed shut with a loud, and Kai Meiwan sat on the floor, looking dazed and confused. But soon, she gathered herself and quickly began to think of ways to shift the blame onto Qin Jiu. After all, she knew his character well. If something went wrong, he would definitely pin it all on her. As the saying goes, couples are like birds in the same forest. When danger approaches, they fly their separate ways. She realized she should act quickly before that group found Qin Jiu, and take the initiative. In the room, Qin Jiu stepped out and saw Shen Ning's pale face and furrowed brows, unable to help but chuckle. It's rare to see something that can bother my sister. That woman from earlier. What's the big deal? Just throw a bag over her and give her a beating. Isn't that what our ninja is best at? Qin Jiu suggested half-jokingly, but Shen Ning shot him a cold glance, causing him to quickly drop his playful demeanor. Ha sis, I was just joking. Don't be mad. Now Shen Ning was sure that the very impressive cousin Kai Meiwan mentioned was the man who accompanied Wang Baozhu to the prison. However, as she tried to recall, she came up empty. When had the Wang family ever had such a powerful figure? She had no memory of it at all. Shen Ning then thought of the arrogant, plump woman, Gu Yujiao, the mysterious cousin from the capital. Her mind was becoming increasingly chaotic, like being shrouded in fog. Perhaps it would be a good idea to inquire with Gu Changgang. The developments took everyone by surprise. Kai Meiwan voluntarily went to the police station. It wasn't quite accurate to call it a confession. First, she went to the school to report Qin Jiu for malicious competition to secure a teaching position. Then she turned around and went to the police station, telling the officers that she had been deceived and tricked by Qin Jiu. Her actions caught Qin Jiu and those secretly watching him off guard. Wang Yuanshan received the news immediately, feeling furious at his subordinates for being incompetent, unable to handle even a village woman. Before he had fully prepared, the situation had already been exposed. He made a quick decision to knock out Qin Jiu and take him away before the police arrived. When the police went to Qin Jiu's home to bring him in for questioning, they found no trace of him. Kai Meiwan, terrified, clung tightly to the police officers, her nervous demeanor leaving them speechless. Before Kai Meiwan could speak, tears started to fall. She was too scared to say that she feared revenge from Wang Baozhu's cousin. She just cried and told the police that she needed protection because she was afraid Qin Jiu might cause trouble for her. But in reality, Qin Jiu was in trouble himself, in an old warehouse. His eyes were covered with a black cloth, and a middle-aged man was hitting him, targeting the most painful spots, making Qin Jiu cry out in pain. When the beating stopped, the cloth was removed, and he almost begged, "Gentlemen, what have I done to offend you? Just tell me, and I will apologize and change my ways." The man played with a sharp knife and said, "You accused Wang Baozhu. Will you confess on your own? Or do we need to help you?" Qin Jiu's gaze wandered, and just as he was about to deny it, the knife flew past his ear and embedded itself in the wall behind him with a loud thud. He was so scared he nearly wet his pants. The man continued darkly, "I'm not asking you. No matter what it takes, you must clear Wang Baozhu's name." "No, that's impossible. I have a bright future ahead, and I have parents to support." The man sneered, "If you go in, your parents will receive some financial support. If you don't, then you and your parents can just die together." Not long after, Qin Jiu was released. He called home and, 5 minutes later, resolutely walked toward the police station. Inside the police station, Wang Baozhu felt that time had never felt so long. Every minute and second in prison was torture, making her wish for death. In recent days, the leader of the inmates had taken a dislike to her and found ways to make her life miserable. Once, without saying a word, she was pushed into the bathroom, and several times Wang Baozhu felt like she might die, thinking it would be better to just end it all. If the guards hadn't intervened in time, she might not have survived. Wang Baozhu's tears seemed to be running dry. Life was so hard, even worse than bitter herbs. If it weren't for a glimmer of hope waiting for Wang Baozhu to take her out, Wang Baozhu wouldn't have been able to hold on any longer. After waiting for what felt like forever, the day finally arrived. Qin Jiu turned himself in, clearly confessing to harming Shen Ning and even admitting that he put almond powder in the rice cake at the hospital to frame Wang Baozhu. When Shen Ning heard this news, she showed no emotion on the outside, but inside, she became more wary of Wang Baozhu, who had not yet appeared. Shen Ning knew very well where the almond powder in the hospital came from. It was a trap she set to frame Wang Baozhu. But Qin Jiu took the blame willingly, which was quite interesting. Knowing Wang Aihua's nature, she would usually cling to her. But this time, she went straight for Wang Baozhu, with a clear goal and decisive action. It seemed she was a tough opponent. Shen Ning thought it might be time to meet her stepmother's family. On the day Wang Baozhu was released, she felt dazed and couldn't believe it. It wasn't until the iron door behind her slammed shut that she saw her mother, Wang Aihua, waiting at the prison gate, which gave her a sense of reality. Shen Ning observed from the shadows. Only Wang Aihua came to pick up Wang Baozhu, and the so-called cousin did not appear. As she expected, this was a very cautious and meticulous person. Qin Jiu leaned casually against his motorcycle and handed Shen Ning a bottle of soda. Shen Ning smiled and took it, and the two stood in the shade, watching Wang Baozhu and Wang Aihua embrace and cry. After drinking the soda, the bubbles cleared away Shen Ning's irritation. Things couldn't get worse than in her past life, could they? After all, it was Wang and her daughter crying, not her. And those who once tormented her, Wang Baomin, Sun Miao, Wang Matzi, Yao Pozi, and Wang Shun, had all received their deserved misfortunes. Qin Jiu noticed the mischievous smile on Shen Ning's lips and found it very amusing. It seemed Sister Ning was about to stir things up again. Whatever you're planning, count me in. Qin Jiu raised an eyebrow and shook the soda bottle at Shen Ning. I'm your person now. If you don't take me along, I'll be worried. Shen Ning chuckled. Worried? I think you're just worried there won't be any excitement to watch. But she didn't refuse his suggestion and pushed her soda bottle forward. A crisp sound echoed, and the two seemed to reach an unspoken agreement, both wearing mischievous smiles. Wang Aihua held back her tears, saying, Be good, Baozhu. Let's not cry anymore. Everything will be fine from now on. Mom will take you to a guest house for a nice hot shower to wash away the bad luck. We'll buy you some new clothes too. You've been through so much lately, my dear Baozhu. Wang Aihua cared about her appearance. Ever since she learned about her paralysis, she tried to keep her emotions in check. Even when feeling sad or in pain, she hid it as much as possible to avoid showing her discomfort. At that moment, she pressed her lips together, trying hard to control her feelings while comforting her precious daughter. Wang Baozhu, feeling as if she had escaped from a nightmare, clung tightly to Wang Aihua's waist, crying uncontrollably. Mom, am I dreaming? Did I really get out? You're not lying to me, right? I miss you so much. Suddenly, an inappropriate laugh interrupted them, causing Wang Aihua to freeze. She shot a sharp look at the source of the sound. It was a young, stylish couple. The man was sitting on a motorcycle, looking quite handsome with a neat haircut and wearing a leather jacket. He even whistled at her, acting like a typical troublemaker. Wang Aihua suppressed her anger. In an unfamiliar place, she didn't want to cause trouble or confront him. She glared at him for a moment before her gaze shifted to the young woman beside him. The woman was slim and had smooth, fair skin. Her long, dark hair fell casually over her shoulders, held back by a bright blue headband that revealed her smooth forehead. She stood there quietly, looking as beautiful as a watercolor painting. Without even seeing her face, one could tell she was very pretty, with a rare elegance that suggested she came from a well-off family. But when Wang Aihua's eyes landed on her face, she took a shocked step back. If it weren't for Wang Baozhu holding her tightly, she would have fallen.
Suyue.
How could it be her? Suyue, how could it be her? Wang Aihua's face turned pale, as if she had seen a ghost. Her pupils trembled, and she unknowingly gripped Wang Baozhu's shoulder tightly, causing her daughter to cry out in pain. She suddenly realized that it wasn't Suyue. Suyue had been dead for a long time. This person was definitely not her.
It was Shen Ning.
When Wang Aihua recognized this possibility, she felt disbelief. She quickly looked up, her gaze filled with resentment as she stared intensely at that fair, delicate face, scanning from head to toe. The more she looked, the more shocked and angry she became. How could she be so beautiful? How could she be living so well?
Why?
All these years, under her deliberate pressure and control, she had made Wang Baozhu timid and submissive. But in such a short time, Shen Ning had completely transformed, like a rose blooming in the sunlight, free from any shadows. This realization made Wang Aihua's eyes nearly bleed with hatred. She glanced at the now gaunt Wang Baozhu, whose cheeks still bore deep scratches, the longest one almost crossing half her face, clearly leaving a scar. But Wang Baozhu seemed oblivious. She used to cherish her appearance, but months of imprisonment had completely broken her. Even the slightest noise could scare her, causing her to scream in fright. Shen Ning handed a soda bottle to Qin Jiu and slowly walked towards the Wang mother and daughter. The sound of her footsteps caught Wang Baozhu's attention, and she looked at the newcomer in confusion. Wang Aihua felt as if she would crush her back teeth and said slowly, "Shen
Ning."
Shen Ning smiled and nodded. "Long time no see, Aunt Wang. How have you been lately?" Wang Baozhu stared at her face, a beautiful and striking face she would never forget. It was this seemingly innocent appearance that had caused her so much trouble. As Shen Ning approached, Wang Baozhu's body trembled uncontrollably. Suddenly, she seemed to snap and screamed, "Ah!
Ah!
Shen Ning! It's Shen Ning! Mom, let's go! Hurry! She wants to hurt me!" She was completely terrified of Shen Ning, her eyes filled with fear as she knelt on the ground, tightly hugging Wang Aihua's waist, crying uncontrollably. "Mom, I don't want to see her. Let's go. She'll kill me." Shen Ning chuckled softly. "What's wrong with Baozhu? I was just going to ask how she was doing in there, but it seems I don't need to anymore. The answer is quite clear. Haha, seeing you both not doing well makes me feel much better." Wang Aihua's muscles twitched uncontrollably, and she felt a surge of anger and frustration rising within her. It seemed like there was no way to release this overwhelming rage, and she feared it would consume her entirely. She wanted to tear apart Shen Ning's mouth, scratch her face, and destroy her eyes that looked just like Sui Ware's, crushing them underfoot. She imagined beating her, scolding her, and humiliating her, wanting to keep Shen Ning beneath her forever, making her life miserable. But reality was the opposite. Baozhu's cries felt like sharp knives, tearing at her heart and causing her immense pain. Meanwhile, Shen Ning stood confidently in front of her, looking glamorous and mocking both her and her daughter's misfortune. In her fury, she lost her reason and disregarded Wang Yuanshan's warnings. She pulled out a utility knife from her pocket, determined to do anything, even if it meant taking Shen Ning down with her. Just then, two tall middle-aged men sent by Wang Yuanshan arrived. One stood in front of Wang Aihua, watching Shen Ning closely, while the other held Wang Aihua's arm and quietly took the knife from her hands. Shen Ning observed this with a hint of regret, having hoped to provoke Wang Aihua into acting violently. So close to success, what a pity. Despite her disappointment, Shen Ning shrugged and took a step back. Watching Wang Baozhu and Wang Aihua in their miserable state was enough to keep her happy for months, occasionally recalling it to lift her spirits. Behind her, a motorcycle roared to life, and Qin Jiu's lazy voice came through, laced with disdain. "Sister Ning, get in. I really don't understand. What's so interesting about these two ugly ones that you came all this way?" Shen Ning smiled, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she glanced at Wang Aihua and Wang Baozhu. "You're right, they really are ugly. Just one more look would spoil my eyes. Let's go." Wang Aihua trembled with anger, wishing she could stab Shen Ning repeatedly. But she couldn't. The middle-aged man held her tightly, forcing her to watch as Shen Ning hopped on the motorcycle and left in style. The look Shen Ning gave her before leaving felt like the gaze of a bug crawling out of a gutter, filled with humiliation and disdain, haunting her like a nightmare. She could no longer bear her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Shen Ning asked Qin Jiu to take her to the county hospital. On the way, Shen Ning even stopped at a state-run restaurant to buy some food. Qin Jiu pouted and unhappily parked the car at the hospital entrance. "Sister, I'm not saying this to be mean, but let's say you're a bit of a rebellious girl, walking so closely with a military officer every day. Is that really appropriate?" Shen Ning shot him a glare. "What rebellious girl? I'm a decent person. You make it sound like I'm some kind of lawbreaker. Besides, who I hang out with is none of your business. Qin Jiu widened his eyes. Do you really think you're such a good person? You've broken the rules plenty of times too, right? Shen Ning frowned and instinctively raised her arm. Are you looking for trouble? Qin Jiu immediately covered his head and begged for mercy.
Sister Ning, I'm sorry.
I was just joking. Shen Ning was only trying to scare him and didn't intend to hit him, but she was still unhappy with how he addressed her. I've told you many times, don't call me sister. Call me Comrade Shen or Shen Ning. Qin Jiu pouted. Isn't that a sign of respect? Besides, I've decided to stick with you, so calling you Comrade Shen feels too formal. How about you call me Jiu Gu instead? I'll look out for you. After saying that, Qin Jiu grinned and leaned closer, resting his arm on Shen Ning's shoulder, acting carefree. Come on, call me Jiu Gu. Shen Ning raised her hand and gave him a light smack on the head. King Yu Yelpet, Shen Ning. Do you even know how strong you are? You almost knocked my head off. Shen Ning glanced at him. That's what you get for trying to take advantage of me. Qin Jiu mumbled, if you won't let me call you that, then fine. But with how fierce you are, you'll definitely have trouble finding a partner. I call you sister, and you don't like it. I suggest brother, and you refuse. Why are you so hard to please? Shen Ning. Gu Chongzhen stood by the window and happened to see the two of them playfully arguing. Shen Ning and Qin Jiu were both very attractive. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. Standing together, they looked like a stunning sight. Passers-by couldn't help but glance over, smiling at the playful interaction between the two. Due to Shen Ning's fierce demeanor, Qin Jiu only dared to make faces at her back, but when she turned around, he quickly put on a friendly smile. Shen Ning raised his fist as a silent warning. Just go. Stop bothering me. However, Qin Jiu did not move until Shen Ning's figure disappeared into the hospital building. Then he got on his motorcycle. Suddenly, he looked up and met Gu Chonggong's cold, probing gaze. Qin Jiu had a good memory and recognized that Gu was the patient Shen Ning visited each time, a strong soldier who seemed to have some connection to the Gu family. Normally, someone like Qin Jiu, who lived in the gray areas, would act like a mouse encountering a cat when facing a soldier like Gu Chonggang. He would avoid him at all costs and certainly wouldn't want to interact. But Qin Jiu was different. He raised an eyebrow, flashed a bright smile, and waved enthusiastically at the second-floor window.
Hey.
Brother, next time I'll come with Ning Ning to see you. Gu Chonggong's expression darkened instantly, and he slammed the window shut. The noise surprised Li Daniu, who asked, what happened? Just then, Shen Ning entered and was startled by the commotion, hesitating whether to step in or step back.
Gu.
Brother. Gu Chonggang then realized that he had let a young man's words get to him, which was unlike him. His gaze fell on Shen Ning, and he noticed that she looked different today. She was more beautiful than usual, dressed in new clothes, as if she had dressed up for a date. A pang of bitterness hit him, and he pursed his lips. Is today a special day? Shen Ning was slightly surprised and placed the thermos on the bedside table. It contained food from a state-run restaurant and a sweet soup she had made herself. The sweetness of the soup didn't matter. What was important was that the water used for it was from a magical spring. Shen Ning blinked, seemingly confused about why Gu Chonggang would ask such a random question. After a pause, Gu Chonggang spoke in a husky voice. You look great today, with a new dress and a new headband. Li Daniu squinted at Shen Ning, not noticing anything different, his attention shifting back to the thermos. It wasn't his fault for being so greedy. Shen Ning's cooking smelled too good. Shen Ning was surprised that Gu Chonggang had observed her so closely and couldn't help but chuckle. You noticed? I dressed up on purpose today. Do I look good? After Shen Ning finished speaking, she gracefully spread her arms and twirled around. The wide skirt created a beautiful arc in the air, highlighting her slender waist and graceful figure. Her fair and delicate face wore a bright smile, filling the air with a hint of sweetness. Gu Chonggang felt a tightness in his chest and a bit of bitterness, wondering if she had dressed up for the man on the motorcycle. But he couldn't voice his thoughts and simply replied softly, "It looks nice." Shen Ning raised an eyebrow, unaware of Gu Chonggang's mood. She poured a bowl of sweet soup and said, "Try this. I was in a hurry today and didn't have time to make soup. This longan and red date soup is quick to prepare." Gu Changgang silently took the sweet soup and took a sip, making the atmosphere a bit heavy. Shen Ning looked at him, eagerly asking, "Is it good? Is it sweet?" Gu Changgang nodded, but didn't speak. Li Daniu, however, was excited and exclaimed, "It's delicious. Sweet, but not too much. Little Shen really has great skills." Shen Ning replied, "If you like it, then drink more." Li Dania felt a bit shy. The soup with longan and red dates was clearly meant to nourish the captain, so he hesitated to drink too much, just wanting to taste it. While sipping the soup, he asked, "Shen, why did you come so late today? I thought you weren't coming." Shen Ning chuckled lightly. "I had something to take care of that delayed me a bit." Gu Changgang felt even more troubled, as if the sweet soup in his bowl had a hint of bitterness. Li Dania chewed on a red date, satisfied but curious. "What happened? If you're in trouble, just let me know. Of course, I won't help with anything illegal." Li Dania looked at Shen Ning seriously, taking in her appearance. It wasn't his fault. Although she looked gentle, she had a rebellious spirit. Having interacted with her a few times, he knew her temperament well. She was a bit of a troublemaker. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Shen Ning's almond-shaped eyes. "Actually, I do have something I need your help with." Before she could finish, Gu Changgang looked up at her, concern evident in his eyes. "What trouble are you in?" Shen Ning playfully pushed the sweet soup closer to Gu Changgang. "I haven't run into any trouble yet, but I have a feeling that something will come up soon." Gu Changgang furrowed his brow. "What's going on?" "My stepmother has arrived." Kai Meiwan reported Qin Jiu, and he turned himself in. He not only confessed but also took all the blame on himself, including the incident at the hospital. So, Wong Baozhu was released. Gu Changzhen frowned slightly. "This matter is not that simple." "Indeed, it's not simple." Shen Ning nodded, unable to help but sigh. However, thinking about the miserable state of the Wang mother and daughter lifted her spirits a bit. "I came specifically to pick up Wang Baozhu from prison today, which is why I was delayed. But it seemed like the mother and daughter were not very happy to see me." Shen Ning said casually, but Li Daniu was taken aback. When he heard Shen Ning say that the Wang mother and daughter were not very happy to see her, he was speechless. "Shen Jiqing, you really know the art of conversation. What do you mean not very happy? They probably wanted to skin you alive." Gu Changzhen was surprised, then his gaze fell on Shen Ning's new clothes and hair accessories. He asked cautiously, "So, you dressed up like this today just to watch the show?" Gu Changzhen was taken aback, then his gaze fell on Shen Ning's new clothes and hair accessories. He asked cautiously, "So, you dressed up like this today just to watch the show?" Shen Ning nodded as if it was obvious. "Of course. I understand the idea of striking at the heart. I don't need to do anything. Just standing there looking presentable is enough to make my stepmother furious." Li Dania looked at Shen Ning with a strange expression. Shen Jiqing could use idioms, and just one phrase gave Li Daniu a vivid image. Gu Changzhen suddenly found the sweet soup in front of him very delicious. He lowered his gaze to hide his amusement and took a few more sips before asking, "So, tell me, is there anything you need my help with?" Shen Ning leaned in a bit. "Last time you said you would teach me some self-defense moves. Is that still on? You know, as a lonely girl, I can easily be taken advantage of." The girl feigned a pitiful look, but in reality, she was not someone to be easily bullied. To Gu Changzhen, she looked like a little fox trying to cause trouble. Despite her efforts to appear composed, her swaying little tail gave her away. Gu Changzhen tried to keep a serious face. "Well, you need to think carefully. Training is tough, and I won't go easy on you. I don't want a student who only puts in effort sometimes." Shen Ning's eyes brightened. The hardships of her past life were still fresh in her memory, and the pain of being unable to protect herself was deeply engraved in her heart. Now that she had the chance to learn from a master, Shen Ning was determined not to miss it, which is why she had been visiting the hospital so often. Seeing that Gu Changgang was slow to respond, her heart raced. She immediately assured him, "I will definitely study hard." I am tough and not afraid of hardship or pain. I just fear not being able to protect myself. I promise to persevere, no matter how difficult it gets. I won't complain at all. Shen Ning's determination was so strong that it seemed nothing could stop her. However, Gu Changgang did not feel happy. Instead, a deep ache grew in his heart. What had she gone through that made such a delicate girl so eager to become strong and learn martial arts? Gu Changgang even wanted to tell her that she didn't have to struggle so much, that he would always be there to protect and take care of her. But he knew Shen Ning wouldn't want that, at least not right now. Shen Ning was still waiting for his answer, her big, hopeful eyes filled with anticipation. Due to her nervousness, her red lips were slightly pressed together, looking a bit anxious. In Gu Changgang's usually cold eyes, a hint of softness and concern appeared.
I hope you keep your promise, he said.
Shen Ning immediately broke into a bright smile, her whole demeanor glowing. Thank you, Brother Gu. Thank you. I will work hard and study well. I won't let you down. Gu Changgang was momentarily dazzled by her smile, but he quickly looked away, focusing on the empty bowl in front of him. However, Shen Ning misunderstood and quickly raised her little hand. I'll do it. I'll get another bowl for my master. Her playful little appearance was endearing, making Gu Changgang unable to resist ruffling her hair. Be good. I will keep an eye on Wang Baozhu and Wang Aihua for you, but you must not provoke them. They managed to help Wang Baozhu in such a short time, which shows they have some backing. Be careful when you go out. Don't go alone and stay safe. Gu Changgang was usually quiet, and Li Danio had never seen him so chatty. He looked like a worried father caring for a rebellious daughter, especially when he saw the confused expression on Shen Jiji's face. Li Danio's mouth twitched as he watched Shen Jiji's attitude change towards the camp leader. When they first met, there was some caution, but later they could interact like friends. Now, it feels more like he's an older brother or a mentor. Now, Shaoshan looks at the camp leader with respect, as if he were an elder or a teacher. Oh no, the camp leader has raised his status after all this, and now he really feels the age gap. Li Danio silently sheds a tear for his camp leader, feeling that the leader's journey to win over his love is long and difficult. Just then, a voice called out, Old Gu. Are you feeling any better? Shen Ning turned around quickly, and Gu Changzhen followed her gaze. They saw the commune secretary, Pei Yan, and Fong Heng entering the hospital room. Fong Heng was carrying 2 bags, one filled with canned fruit and pastries, and the other with several bright red apples. Shen Ning couldn't help but glance at them a few more times.
Wow.
You have a guest. Am I interrupting? Fong Heng didn't expect to see Shen Ning here. His gaze lingered on her, and he felt a mix of emotions. The room suddenly fell silent. Shen Ning recognized the newcomers and greeted them warmly. Hello, Secretary Pei. Fong Heng, it's been a while. Long time. No see. Fong Heng felt a sharp pain in his heart. For Shen Ning, it had indeed been a long time, but for him, it was different. Pei Yan then realized that the woman in front of him was Shen Ning, the one he personally awarded for her bravery. She was also the woman Fong Heng secretly cared for, who had made him lose his appetite and grow thinner. But Fong Heng was already married. Pei Yan glanced at his friend and couldn't help but smile teasingly. Wow, a person who dislikes sweets is actually drinking sweet soup. It must have been brought by Shen Ning. Pei Yan felt he understood everything about this reserved older man. He was quite good at pretending. This soup looks good. Is it tasty?
Sweet?
I remember old Gu doesn't like sweets. Didn't you always say sweet things are too rich to eat? Shen Ning was surprised to learn that Gu doesn't like sweets. No wonder he seemed a bit off when he first started drinking the soup. It looked like he was forcing himself.
Oh, I see.
I'm sorry, I didn't know.
I'll bring you something else next time.
As Shen Ning spoke, she reached to take the soup bowl away from Gu Changzhen. Gu Changzhen pressed down on her hand and said, Don't listen to him. I actually like sweet food. After saying that, he picked up the bowl and quickly finished the soup. Pei Yan was stunned and couldn't help but laugh, saying, Oh, you like sweet things. His tone was teasing. Gu Gu Changzhen shot him a warning glance, and Pei Yan quickly toned it down. All right, I'm just here to see how you're recovering. Is your arm better? I heard. Seeing that Gu Changzhen didn't respond, Pei Yan clicked his tongue. You can't really be in bad shape, can you? Noticing Gu Changzhen's silence, Pei Yan clicked his tongue again. You can't really be in bad shape, can you? Gu Changzhen shot a cold glance at Pei Yan and then turned to Fang Heng, who was staring intently at Shen Ning, his brows slightly furrowing in subtle disapproval. Thank you, Comrade Fang, for visiting me. Fang Heng finally seemed to snap out of it and shifted his gaze from Shen Ning. Comrade Gu, are you feeling better? Even Li Dania noticed something was off and couldn't help but sigh about the charm of this young woman, Shen Ning. He looked at Fang Heng's refined appearance, which was indeed the type that girls and elders liked, and couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for his captain. The road ahead is tough. Fang Heng's thoughts were clearly still on Shen Ning. Shen Ning, what are you doing here? Do you want me to take you home? By the way, I heard from Yuan that you are reviewing for the college entrance exam. I have some study materials I can send you later. As soon as he said this, he regretted it, knowing he should keep his distance from Shen Ning. But seeing her so close to Gu Changzhen made him feel uneasy. Then he reassured himself that his concern for Shen Ning was just normal care for a comrade and a friend, nothing inappropriate. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the expressions in the room changed. Shen Ning's smile faded, and her demeanor turned cold and somewhat distant. Although Fang Heng was trustworthy, his personality was too soft, especially in matters of the heart, which made things complicated. Shen Ning didn't want to attract any gossip, and since his marriage, she hadn't spent time alone with him. Even though he asked the village committee several times about the literacy class, I tried to avoid him. If I couldn't, I would let Jiang Yuanyuan handle it. Things were fine before. Fang Heng would just nod and say hello when he saw me, but today he seems different. Shen Ning directly refused. No, thank you. I want to go out for a bit and don't plan to go back so early. I have my own study materials, so I won't trouble you. Seeing Shen Ning's cold response, Fang Heng's face showed an injured expression. We don't need to be so polite. It's just a few materials. Are you really going to refuse? Gu Changzhen interrupted their conversation by handing his empty bowl to Shen Ning. Could you fill this for me? Oh, sure. Shen Ning was surprised by the interruption. It seemed that what Secretary Pei said couldn't be trusted. Gu clearly liked sweet soup, and this was already his third bowl. Gu Changzhen then turned to Fang Heng and said, Comrade Fang, I heard you got married. I haven't congratulated you yet. Fang Heng felt embarrassed under Gu Changzhen's dark gaze, especially seeing the unspoken understanding between Shen Ning and Gu Changzhen. He realized that Gu Changzhen mentioned Zhang Ruoyu on purpose to make him uncomfortable. Fang Heng's expression darkened. Captain Gu, my personal matters are none of your concern. Shen Ning is here to see you, but she's not your servant. It's a bit inappropriate to treat her like that. Shen Ning handed the last bit of soup from the thermos to Gu Changzhen, looking at Fang Heng with confusion. Why was he acting this way? It was just helping Gu go with a bowl of soup. Gu Changzhen leisurely stirred the red dates in his bowl. I wonder what position Comrade Fang is speaking from. I think you should pay more attention to your new wife instead of criticizing others' lives. Fang Heng clenched his fists. You. Seeing the tension rise between them, Pei Yan shot a glare at Gu Changzhen and tugged at Fang Heng's arm. I just remembered, I have some urgent materials to handle on my desk. You should head back for now. Fang Heng felt a bit unwilling, but when he met Pei Yan's slightly warning gaze, he compromised. Before leaving, he said to Shen Ning, Secretary Pei and Captain Gu still have something to discuss. It's not suitable for you to stay here. Let me take you home first. Li Dania looked at Fang Heng and silently wished him luck. The captain spent every day in the hospital, eagerly waiting for Shen Jiqing to visit him. Fang was really asking for trouble by insisting on taking Shen Ning away. Shen Ning also wanted to leave, but she didn't want to go with Fang Heng. Before she could think it over, she heard Gu Changzhen's deep voice. No need for Comrade Fang to worry. You're not on the way. Dania, you personally take Shen Jiqing home and make sure she is safe. Li Dania's eyes lit up as if he had received an important mission, and he looked at Fong Hung with a hint of pride. Sure, I promise to complete the task. After Shen Ning left the ward, Pei Yan looked at the empty bowl and said in a teasing tone, Gu Gu. Is this soup sweet? Is it the soup that's sweet, or the person? Gu Chongzhen shot him a glare. If you say one more word, I'll kick you out. Pei Yan finally quieted down, adjusted his glasses, and returned to his usual self. He casually picked up an apple, wiped it, and took a bite. Wow, I just realized how cunning you are. When Fong Hung asked me to call his parents to cancel the engagement, you deliberately stopped me, claiming it was wrong to interfere in others' private matters. But you seem quite interested in others' affairs. Gu Chongzhen did not deny it but replied with dissatisfaction. Fong Hung is not suitable.
Oh.
He's not suitable? But you are? I think if you hadn't interfered, they would have matched well, similar ages, former classmates, and both working in the same area. It's fate. What a pity. Gu Chonggen's dark eyes narrowed. I said they are not suitable. Fong Heng's personality means he has no fate with Shen Ning. Moreover, it has been proven that I was right. He not only failed to cancel his engagement with Zhang Ruoyu in time, but also rushed to get married. If you had really mentioned this to Fong Heng's parents, you might have faced more resentment. Pei Yan thought about Fong Heng's personality and couldn't help but shake his head. You're right. It's better to stay out of others' lives and avoid getting involved in their matters. I can only give him some advice at work, which is a way to honor his father's wishes. Forget about him. I heard someone from the Gu family came. Are they going to cause you trouble again? Gu Chongqing scoffed, Those people from the Gu family are all selfish and scheming. They really think that having a little power can control me. They want to block my promotion and force me to bow down, while also expecting me to pave the way for Gu Chongyan. They should consider if he even deserves it. Pei Yan raised an eyebrow. He knew a bit about Gu Chonggong's background and the strained relationship with the Gu family, but he didn't realize it had become this serious. After thinking for a moment, he advised, but circumstances are stronger than individuals. If it gets tough, you might need to soften your stance for now. You can't risk your future. Aren't you worried they will undermine you behind your back? Gu Chonggong's tone was calm, revealing no emotion. Haven't they already done enough behind the scenes over the years? Now that I've injured my arm, they might be celebrating somewhere. Pei Yan's eyes showed sympathy behind his glasses. The situation at home and abroad has improved a lot in recent years. If things get tough, there's always hope abroad. Even as he offered comfort, he had already seen Gu Chonggong's hospital records, a shattered right arm, torn tendons, and extensive nerve damage. He couldn't feel it now while in a cast, but once the cast was removed. Li Dania drove out of the hospital just as Gu Yujiao arrived to visit Wang Baozhu. Seeing the person in the passenger seat, she spat, "Honey, look. It's that little. Last time, she insulted me in the hospital and teamed up with Gu Chonggang to bully me. It makes me so angry. A country girl throwing herself at a man. How shameless." Wang Yuanshan turned around, but the jeep had already driven away. He didn't pay much attention and gently patted Gu Yujiao's hand. "Come on, you're not a kid anymore. Why bother with someone like her? As you said, she's just an insignificant village girl. Getting angry at her only lowers your own status." Gu Yujiao wanted to say more, but Wang Yuanshan impatiently handed her the malt milk and brown sugar, softly reminding her, "Baizhu has been wronged and suffered a lot. Her emotions are still unstable, so please be understanding if she seems off." "What are you saying? Do you think I can't accept her?" Gu Yujiao replied, "I will treat her well. Your cousin is my cousin, and your niece is my niece. I will definitely take care of them." Wang Yuanshan looked touched and put his arm around Gu Yujiao's shoulder. "Yujiao, thank you." Gu Yujiao glanced at the middle-aged man beside her. Even though he was middle-aged, he still exuded elegance and charm. Those who once doubted her were now envious of her for finding a man who cared only for her. Over the years, Yuanshan never asked anything of her, even though she hadn't been able to give him a child. Thinking about children brought her a dull pain. She had tried various remedies and consulted both traditional and Western medicine, but she still couldn't conceive. She didn't voice her feelings, but she felt guilty towards Wang Yuanshan. Thankfully, he valued her above all else and didn't mind the issue of children. Feeling emotional, her eyes turned slightly red. She resolved that even if she encountered a difficult person later, she would remain calm and handle it gracefully. Initially, Gu Yujiao was somewhat wary of Wang Yuanshan's cousin, as she couldn't accept the thought of her husband always thinking of another woman and her child. However, when she returned to the hospital room and saw Wang's mother and daughter, she instantly felt relieved. She approached them warmly and greeted, "You must be the cousin." "Hello, I'm Yujiao, Yuanshan's wife." Wang Aihua immediately stood up, looking anxious and a bit uneasy.
You. Hello, I'm Wang Aihua.
"Thank you so much. If it weren't for you and Yuanshan, my child would have suffered even more." Wang Aihua began to cry, and Gu Yujiao comforted her while glancing at Wang Baozhu, who was lying on the hospital bed. After being overly emotional earlier, she had now been given a sedative and was fast asleep. Her once round face was now thin, and her skin was marked with scratches. It was clear that the child had a good foundation. She was a lovely and well-proportioned girl. At that moment, she lay quietly on the hospital bed, looking very pitiful. Upon closer inspection, her features resembled Wang Yuanshan's to some extent. Gu Yujiao curiously pulled Wang Yuanshan over and said, "Yuanshan, this child looks quite a bit like you." No wonder everyone says nephews resemble their uncles. Wang Aihua immediately felt tense and quickly glanced at her reflection through the glass window. She forced a smile, revealing a hint of coldness. With her current appearance, no one would connect Wang Yuanshan to her. Wang Yuanshan responded with a smile. "Really? Let me take a look." When Wang Baozhu was little, Wang Yuanshan had visited Sioux City a few times under the pretense of a business trip and had seen her as a chubby, lively, and adorable child. In the blink of an eye, his daughter had grown up so much and had been mistreated. Despite his calm demeanor, he clenched his fists in anger. After all, this was his child, and how could he not feel heartbroken? His gaze darkened, but he showed no signs of it on his face. Instead, he put an arm around Gu Yujiao's shoulders and said, "Yes, there is indeed a resemblance. If only we had a daughter." He suddenly paused, looking at Gu Yujiao with a guilty expression. "It's my fault. I got too excited seeing Baozhu. Yujiao, please don't take it to heart. Whether or not I have a biological child doesn't matter to me. Having you is enough." Gu Yujiao felt a mix of emotions, touched, guilty, and bitter. "Yuanshan, I really feel like I owe you." Wang Yuanshan pulled her into his embrace. "The bond with children is destined by fate. You really shouldn't feel sorry for me. Being with you is already a blessing I've earned over several lifetimes. Besides, we still have Baozhu. If we teach her well, she can take care of us in our old age." Just then, Wang Baozhu seemed to dream of something frightening and started crying in her sleep. "Mom, help me. Uncle, uncle." Wang Yuanshan immediately held her flailing hands and comforted her. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Gu Yujiao gently patted Wang Baozhu's back. It's okay. Uncle and aunt are here." Wang Aihua felt as if she were watching a ridiculous silent play, suppressing her bitterness. After all, only by having Gu Yujiao sincerely accept Baozhu could everything proceed smoothly from then on. Under the comfort of the two, Wang Baozhu quickly calmed down and fell into a deep sleep again. Gu Yujiao felt a surge of maternal instinct, especially seeing the resemblance to Wang Yuanshan, which made her feel affection for the child. "Yuanshan, this child is so pitiful. What's the name of that girl who framed her? It's too much for her to bully Baozhu like this. We must handle it seriously." Wang Aihua's eyes flickered as she covered her face and cried, "We are just small people. How can we compete with her? To be honest, she is my stepdaughter, named Shen Ning. She has been arrogant since she was little." "Wait, what did you say that girl's name was?" Wang Aihua paused, her expression showing doubt. Shen Ning. "Yuanshan, that's the name. The girl who scolded me and bullied me in the hospital is named that." I definitely heard it right. Gu Changing called her that. Wang Yuanshan frowned slightly. What a coincidence. Could it be a common name? Gu Yujiao chimed in. Is she a pretty girl with fair skin, big eyes, and long hair, about 17 or 18 years old? Wang Aihui nodded firmly. After all, Shen Ning's face was very recognizable, and the age matched. It should be the same person you're talking about. Gu Yujiao slammed her hand on the table. This is outrageous. I thought this village girl was just ignorant and vain, but I didn't expect her to be so malicious, even daring to frame her own stepsister. Yuanshan, we cannot let her off easily. Otherwise, where will our family's reputation go? Wang Yuanshan and Wang Aihua exchanged glances, pretending to be troubled. Is that really okay? It's already lucky that we managed to clear Baozhu's name this time. If we go after Shen Ning and your dad finds out, he will think it's my fault. What does that have to do with you? This is my grudge with her. That village girl thinks she's something special because of her looks, trying to climb the social ladder. Unfortunately, she misjudged the situation. The person she's trying to impress is just a nobody. Gu Yujiao's words were harsh, and thinking about the humiliation she suffered outside Gu Changgong's hospital room, she couldn't swallow her anger. If it weren't for my sister-in-law repeatedly reminding me and my father keeping a close watch, it would be hard to hold back. How can I let Gu Changgong act so arrogantly? Wang Aihua noticed the resentment between Gu Yujiao and Shen Ning and felt pleased. She had wanted to use Gu Yujiao and the Gu family's influence to deal with Shen Ning, but Wang Yuanshan had always been cautious and stopped her. Now that she had an opportunity, she couldn't let it slip away. Please, don't offend Shen Ning. She's not an easy person to deal with. Over the years, my daughter and I have suffered countless losses at her hands. I know you're kind-hearted, but I'm really afraid she will bully you too. While Wang Aihua cried and tried to persuade, she knew very well that these young ladies from wealthy families who prided themselves on being kind and understanding often had a ridiculous sense of sympathy. In reality, they were the most selfish and self-righteous. Gu Yujiao looked down on her tearful and submissive demeanor. All right, cousin, don't worry. Baozhu is Yuanshan's niece, so she is also my niece. I won't just stand by and watch her get bullied. Yuanshan, come with me. Wang Aihua watched the two leave, a sinister smile creeping onto her lips. She sat by the bed, smoothing Wang Baozhu's dry, yellowing hair, and tucked her in. Baozhu, don't worry. Mom will make Shen Ning wish she were dead. Let's see just how many tricks Shen Ning has up her sleeve. As expected, after leaving the hospital, Gu Yujiao sent someone to investigate Shen Ning. Under Wang Yuanshan's instructions, the entanglement between Shen Ning and the Wang mother-daughter duo, along with some events that occurred after going to the countryside, were selectively presented to Gu Yujiao. After reading it, Gu Yujiao could hardly believe that such a cruel person existed in the world. What started as a personal grudge now felt like a sense of justice. Yuanshan, why don't we report this to the police and have Shen Ning arrested? Wang Yuanshan looked at this nearly 40-year-old young lady, whose eyes were starting to wrinkle, and found it amusing. Report it? If the police had evidence, would they let her go free? Gu Yujiao's face turned pale. Then what should we do? Wang Yuanshan looked around, pretending to be indifferent. I told you before, it's better to avoid trouble. Why bother with a country girl? That won't do. Gu Yujiao suddenly became angry and spoke sharply. Forget it. You don't need to worry about it. I have my own ways. Hey, don't go too far. Wang Yuanshan looked helpless and could only indulge her, which instantly lifted Gu Yujiao's spirits. However, she overlooked the calculating glint and satisfaction in Wang Yuanshan's eyes. Shen Ning had been extremely busy lately. In addition to regularly teaching the literacy class at the village office, she was also using the spiritual spring water to make soup for the hospital while undergoing Gu Changgong's intense training. When she returned at night, she had to review high school material to prepare for the college entrance exam, and in her spare time, she would dig for Tianma in her space, supplying Qin Jiu with a batch of goods every 3 days. However, the space was limited, and the yield was also low. After about 7 or 8 times, Shen Ning had almost exhausted the Tianma in the field. She had already asked Qin Jiu to find some small lingji and mountain ginseng elsewhere, planning to transplant them into her space, but these items were hard to find, so she had to wait. After gathering the last batch of Tianma from the field, Shen Ning continued to review, while waiting for Qin Jiu to arrive. Even the coal ball lay lazily in the yard, occasionally looking up at the courtyard wall, but by 10 o'clock at night, Qin Jiu still had not shown up. Shen Ning felt a bit uneasy. Although she hadn't known Qin Jiu for long, she remembered him as a very trustworthy person. Even if he couldn't make it, he would send someone to inform her. It was unusual for him to leave her waiting without any notice. A sense of unease crept into her heart, worrying that something might have happened to him. But communication wasn't as convenient as it would be in the future. Fortunately, Qin Jiu had left her an address before, so although she was worried, she could only wait until dawn to check it out. Around 1 or 2 in the morning, Shen Ning was suddenly awakened by the coal ball's barking. She hurriedly threw on some clothes. Qin Jiu jumped down from the wall, looking dirty and with a bruise on his face, clearly having been in a fight. As soon as he saw Shen Ning, he grinned widely. "Shen Ning, I brought you a big gift." Seeing his bright smile, Shen Ning's worries faded significantly. She lazily yawned, feeling a bit annoyed as if her pleasant dreams had been disturbed. "Qin Jiu, what kind of trouble have you gotten into this time?" Qin Jiu swiftly opened the courtyard door, and Lu Meng immediately pushed in 2 men who were like Zongzi. The 2 dark figures tumbled to the ground, and if their mouths hadn't been covered, they would have surely cried out in pain. Lu Meng was still a bit upset and kicked out Sister Ning. "These 2 guys can really run. We chased them all night and are exhausted, but we finally caught them. You tell us who sent you." Shen Ning immediately woke up. "What happened?" Lu Meng quickly explained. "Sister Ning, Brother Jiu came to pick up goods last night and saw a mark at your door, so he didn't disturb anything and kept watch all night.
He saw these 2 sneaking around.
They were quick to notice something was off and tried to run. Brother Jiu and I worked hard to catch them." As Lu Meng spoke, he threw the items he found on the ground. "Sister Ning, don't think having a big dog makes you completely safe. These 2 are well-equipped with tranquilizer guns, ropes, bags, and handkerchiefs soaked in sleeping drugs. They look like seasoned criminals. We checked, and the tranquilizer gun can take down an elephant in 10 seconds. If your dog gets hit, there won't be time to warn you before it passes out." At that moment, the dog, Coal Ball, curiously approached and sniffed the items on the ground. Qin Jiu chuckled. "What a silly dog." Shen Ning finally reacted. "Hey, Coal Ball, don't sniff that." But it was too late. Coal Ball rolled its eyes and stumbled a few steps before collapsing with a thud. Lu Meng panicked. He just wanted to take credit, not to drug Sister Ning's dog. He didn't realize the big dog would be so bold. Shen Ning was startled. "Coal Ball.
Coal ball.
Is it okay? This is just a sleeping drug, right?" Qin Jiu chuckled lightly. "It's fine. It'll probably wake up in a day, but it might be even dumber." Shen Ning relaxed a bit, but Qin Jiu noticed her worry and felt a strange discomfort, muttering to himself, "TSK, dogs are better than people." Seeing Shen Ning still focused on her big dog, Qin Jiu grew more annoyed. He stepped the backs of the 2 men, resting one hand on his knee while pulling out a military knife with the other. His tone was impatient. "Shen Ning, can you put that dog aside for a moment? We should deal with these 2 first. Would it be better to throw them to the wolves in the back mountain or drown them in a pit?" "Forget it. I'll just stab them 10 or 8 times to relieve my anger." The 2 dark figures widened their eyes in fear. They had prepared themselves for a beating and a few years in prison, but this person was acting unpredictably and seemed intent on silencing them. It was truly terrifying. It must be a scare tactic. Yes. Who talks about killing as if it were as easy as killing a chicken? They were definitely trying to frighten themselves. As they comforted themselves, they unconsciously looked at Shen Ning. After all, this gentle-looking girl seemed so sweet and kind. Under the dim light, she appeared like a fairy sent from the heavens to save the world. She frowned slightly and said, "This isn't good. It's too bloody." The 2 bound up like dumplings immediately nodded vigorously, their mouths stuffed so full they could barely move their jaws, only able to mumble in agreement. Yes, you're absolutely right. But then Shen Ning smiled and suggested, how about we just strangle them with a rope, tightening it little by little? It would be a slow torture, letting out our anger without any blood, so it won't dirty my yard. Once they're gone, we can bury them in an abandoned grave in the back mountain. No one would ever find out. As soon as Shen Ning finished speaking, the yard fell silent. She tilted her head slightly, seeming puzzled. Why is no one speaking? Is my suggestion not good? I have another idea. The village committee is expanding and digging the foundation right now. If we break their limbs and throw them in, then pour in cement, once it dries, no one will know. This time, the two lying on the ground were so terrified they were trembling, their faces pale. Even Lu Meng felt a chill run down his spine, a cold wind blowing, and he unconsciously moved closer to Qin Jiu.
Jiu.
What do you think? Qin Jiu's eyes sparkled with excitement, his heart racing with a mix of thrill and stimulation. I think it's excellent. Shen Ning was just trying to scare the two on the ground. She wasn't really a twisted killer who took pleasure in torture. But Qin Jiu's reaction was far beyond her expectations. The excitement and eagerness in his eyes were overflowing. Shen Ning felt a nagging worry in her heart. Oh no, could she have encountered a real? Oh no, could she have encountered a real? At the same time, Qin Jiu was stepping the two people beneath him. They were in so much pain that they were sweating, but their mouths were tightly covered, so they couldn't even beg for mercy. Their eyes were darting around, not knowing who to plead with, until they oddly and silently looked at the fiercest-looking one among the three, Lu Meng. Lu Meng stared at the two with tears in their eyes and was momentarily speechless. He glanced at his brother Qin and then at Shen Ning across from him. Feeling anxious, he cautiously suggested, how about we don't rush to kill them? Let's ask who sent them and what they want first. The two on the ground immediately nodded vigorously, their mouths still muffled as they made desperate sounds. They looked at Lu Meng with gratitude, wishing they could bow to him to show their thanks, completely forgetting that this big guy had just beaten them up and tied them up before throwing them into this courtyard. Shen Ning took a couple of steps back. The two of them didn't dare to look at her, feeling that she was even more terrifying than the ruler of. They quickly lowered their heads, afraid to meet her gaze. Shen Ning raised an eyebrow and opened the window, pulling out a portable recorder.
Well,
I'll give you a chance, but I only want to hear one person speak. Upon hearing this, the two acted like fish struggling for their lives, flailing around. Qin Jiu was losing patience and kicked the one on top over. If you don't explain clearly, humph. A cold snort brought enough psychological pressure to terrify them. The one who thought he was lucky to have the chance to speak quickly revealed everything he knew as soon as he could, without holding back at all. We're under Lao Gao, just ordinary small-time thugs. I'm Zhang Chong, and this is Li Wang. We usually follow our boss around and steal things when we can. That day, we targeted a big catch, but we got caught while stealing. That woman beat us up but didn't call the police. Instead, she gave us 300 yuan. She said she wanted us to teach a woman named Shen Ning a lesson, and she gave us the address. We usually just do petty theft and didn't want to take this job, but that woman threatened us. She said either we do it well for the money or we go to jail. We had no choice but to agree. Zhang Chong, the small-time, tried to gain sympathy, but Qin Jiu stepped on his face. Get to the point. What does that woman want you to do? Zhang Chong immediately begged for mercy, closing his eyes in fear and speaking quickly, spilling everything like beans from a bamboo tube. She also asked us to break one of Shen Ning's arms and one of her legs, and to make 2 cuts on her face. As for the rest, Qin Jiu increased the pressure, rubbing that face harshly against the rough ground, leaving it bloodied and bruised. Zhang Chong cried out in pain and quickly added, that woman said. The rest is up to us, as long as we make it look like a burglary in the end. She bought us train tickets to leave the Black Province and told us to lay low after we finished the job. She also said we only have 3 days. If we don't get news about Shen Ning by then, she'll call the police on us. We had no choice. She has something on us. We had to comply. Zhang Chong was almost in tears, thinking it would have been better to go to jail. At least he could keep his life. TSK only 300? Who do you think you're looking down on? Qin Jiu glanced at Shen Ning, whistled, and laughed in a teasing manner. Sister, they seem to look down on you a bit. Shen Ning was speechless. Is this really the time to worry about the price? The only ones who could hate her enough to hire someone to hurt her were Wang Aihua and Wang Baozhu. She couldn't think of anyone else. But this method didn't seem like their style. Could it be Wong Baozhu's powerful cousin she always mentioned? Otherwise, where would they get the money? What does that woman look like? Shen Ning asked coldly, causing the young to shudder. After recalling carefully, he quickly replied, that woman has a red mole the size of a grain of rice on the right side of her nose, is about 165 centimeters tall, a bit chubby, has very fair skin, isn't from here, and speaks with an accent from the capital.
Huh?
This time, not only was Shen Ning surprised, but even Qin Jiu's casual demeanor changed to a serious one. Shen Ning immediately recognized that the person Zhang Chong described was clearly Gu Yujiao, whom she had encountered at the hospital a few days ago. But her minor conflicts with Gu Yujiao shouldn't have escalated to the point of hiring someone to hurt her. Seeing Shen Ning frown, the young thought she was dissatisfied and was too scared to breathe, his mind racing to recall every detail of his encounter with that woman. Another person finally tore off the rag in his mouth, fearing that all the information would be shared by his partner, making him lose his value, and immediately added more details. I secretly followed her before. She lives at the Blue Sky Inn, and there is a middle-aged man with her, who should be her husband. There is also an old lady and a sickly person. I can testify. Please don't kill me. If you take me to the police station, I will definitely help you identify that woman. She is the one who hired someone to hurt people. Really? We were just paid off. I'm not the mastermind. Yes. Please don't kill me. We can help testify. We can go to the police station right now. I swear what I say is true. Me too. With a click, their statements were recorded on tape. Shen Ning organized her thoughts in her mind. The old lady and the sickly person mentioned by Zhang Chong must be Wang Aihua and Wong Baozhu. The middle-aged man should be Wang Baozhu's cousin and Gu Yujiao's partner. So Gu Yujiao is helping the Wang mother and daughter. Shen Ning frowned, still feeling something was off. Qin Jiu saw that the two had no useful information left to give. He signaled to Lu Meng, who immediately covered their mouths again. He then looked at Shen Ning. How do you want to handle these two? Shen Ning already had a plan in mind, but needed some support. She raised an eyebrow at Qin Jiu, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes sparkling with a strange light. Qin Jiu smiled slightly and instructed Lu Meng, you go first. Oh, and take these two away and lock them up for now. They might be useful later. The dim light filtered through the window, making the expressions of the two barely visible. But Lu Meng felt that Qin Jiu and Shen Ning seemed like a pair of villains working together, oddly harmonious, as if they'd been partners for many years. Lu Meng had always been an obedient subordinate. He picked up the drugged handkerchief from the ground. As the two struggled in fear, he firmly covered their mouths and noses, ensuring they were unconscious before he felt safe enough to carry one of them out of the small courtyard. Although he wanted to stay and watch the excitement, just thinking about Shen Ning's pure and beautiful face, saying good idea, made him shiver all over. Forget it. Only Brother Jiu can appreciate such terrifying poisonous mushrooms from Shen Ning. Once the gate of the courtyard was completely shut, Qin Jiu couldn't help but laugh. This is the first time I've seen someone scare people so badly. I thought I was the one who could cause a stir, but compared to you, Shen Ning, I'm just a small fry. The Gu family has only been in the Black Province for a few days, and you've already pushed them to this point, even resorting to hiring someone to commit murder. What kind of grudge is this? Thinking about the dirty deeds Zhang Chong mentioned, Shen Ning's tone turned angry. We are in a society governed by law, and they seem completely out of control. They think I'm just a powerless, rural youth, which is why they act so recklessly. They have their plans, and if something happens, I report it and the village gossip will crush me. Even if Zhang Chong and Li Wang can't escape, they know how to distance themselves from it all. If necessary, They might even find a scapegoat. She wasn't sure who Lao Gao was, but from what she saw with Wang Baozhu, she could guess his style. People who associate with him can't be good, right? If Qin Jiu hadn't noticed something tonight, who knows what could have happened. Shen Ning felt a bit touched. She thought she and Qin Jiu were just partners, yet he was willing to help her, even staying up all night just to catch those two troublemakers. Hey, Shen Ning, are you feeling a bit moved? How about this? Why not consider being grateful in a special way?
Even though you're not really my type.
Shen Ning couldn't help but roll her eyes. The little bit of warmth she felt vanished instantly, and she snapped, "Get lost." Qin Jiu smiled, not offended by her words. Shen Ning then said seriously, "You can keep those two for now, but I don't want you to get involved in my matters. I want to handle it myself." Qin Jiu raised an eyebrow and smiled, turning to leave. "Sure, it's your call. After all, you are the boss."
Wait.
Shen Ning thought for a moment and called him back. Qin Jiu turned to her, his eyes sparkling. "Have you changed your mind? Do you need my help? Should we do something big together?" Qin Jiu made a gesture as if cutting his throat. "Don't worry, I'm experienced now. I'll make sure it's handled beautifully." Shen Ning sighed, feeling that she really didn't want to attract the police's attention right now. "Do I look like a reckless outlaw? Can you tone down your tendency to stir up trouble?" Under the dim light, Qin Jiu smiled silently as he looked at Shen Ning, as if he could see through her sweet appearance to her true nature. From the moment they met outside the village office, he had taken an interest in this young woman. Just one glance confirmed that they were alike at their core. Though she had a pretty and obedient exterior, inside, they both felt restless, hiding a fierce and violent spirit. Unfortunately, Shen Ning did not notice his thoughts. She raised an eyebrow, stepped closer, and pulled a gold chain from her pocket, slapping it onto Qin Jiu's chest. He instinctively caught it, and when he realized it was the same gold chain she had taken as compensation last time, he was surprised. "What does this mean?" Shen Ning glanced at him. "I can't let you work for free. Here's the gold chain back. Consider it your reward." Qin Jiu chuckled softly, amused by Shen Ning's need to keep things clear between them. But since their encounter in the alley, their lives had become intertwined. "All right, thank you. But could you help me put it around my neck? I sprained my wrist today, and can't manage delicate tasks. I might lose it if I try to climb up and down." Shen Ning noticed his swollen wrist and the heavy gold chain. If he lost it, it would be a real shame. Qin Jiu lowered his head slightly, tilting his neck in a compliant manner. Shen Ning wrapped her arms around his neck, putting the shiny gold chain on him and fastening the clasp. She always smelled nice, with a hint of orchid fragrance. Looking at their overlapping shadows on the ground, Qin Jiu couldn't help but laugh. "Shen Ning, don't we look like a couple exchanging tokens of affection right now?" His sudden comment nearly made Shen Ning distort the clasp of the gold chain. After ensuring it was secure, she stepped back, grabbing his collar with a warning look. "You're thinking too much. I just put a dog leash on my coal ball like this." The warm atmosphere vanished in an instant. Qin Jiu rolled his eyes and turned to climb over the courtyard wall. He glanced at the silly dog, Coal Ball, who was still unconscious, feeling increasingly frustrated. That woman, Shen Ning, had called him a dog. But what could he do? He couldn't fight back, and he dared not insult her. This ungrateful woman is just a burden to herself. Inside the blue sky, and Wang Yuanshan was packing his luggage while asking Gu Yujiao, "What's wrong with you today? You seem restless. Did something happen?" Gu Yujiao didn't dare to admit that she had hired two troublemakers to deal with Shen Ning. Today was already the third day, and everything was calm. Not a whisper had reached her ears. This made Gu Yujiao very anxious, and she couldn't help but start to worry. Did those two troublemakers run away? But that shouldn't be the case. They had something on her. What if they failed? She had been paying attention to the police station's activities for the past 2 days, and no one had reported anything. Gu Yujiao thought about Shen Ning's small frame, easily blown over by the wind, and figured she couldn't possibly resist two grown men. Besides, with Shen Ning's attractive looks, those two troublemakers would surely not let her go. Perhaps they had already succeeded, and Shen Ning was just too ashamed to speak up. The more Gu Yujiao thought about it, the more convinced she became. In the village, or even in the city, if a girl faced such a situation, it would bring shame to her whole family. She felt increasingly pleased with herself and almost wanted to brag to Wang Yuanshan, but she was afraid he would think she was too ruthless. Holding back her excitement, she decided to go to the hospital. Yes, she wanted to tell her cousin Wang Aihua that she had avenged them. She thought she was hiding it well, believing Wang Yuanshan was unaware, but in reality, he had known her for many years and understood her completely. Gu Yujiao was like a foolish donkey being led around, completely at Wang Yuanshan's mercy. At that moment, still caught up in her excitement, she said, "Is Baozhu being discharged today? We've been here long enough. That Gu Changgang won't change unless we show him some consequences. We might as well take Baozhu home first. The conditions here are too uncomfortable for me." Wang Yuanshan put his arm around her shoulder. "All right, we'll do as you say. Let's go to the hospital to pick up Baozhu and your cousin." When they arrived at the hospital ward, Wang Yuanshan sighed. "Your father really cares about Gu Changgang. With your relationship so strained, it's really not appropriate. How about I go take another look for you later? It would be best if I could persuade him to come back to Beijing for treatment with us."
I'm really sorry for you. My dad is just being stubborn.
You care so much about the Gu family, but he still won't give you a kind look. Instead, he insists we come to bring this troublemaker back to Beijing to recover. Yujiao, don't be difficult. Your father is getting old, and Gu Changgang is his acknowledged eldest grandson, so naturally, he worries about him. If you really don't want to go, I won't force you. You can go pick up your cousin and Baozhu, and I'll go check on him. Gu Yujiao knew her father was very firm in his decisions, so she nodded. All right, you go ahead. If he really won't listen, don't give in to him. Otherwise, he might think he's something special, not realizing he doesn't deserve it. When Wang Yuanshan arrived outside Gu Changgang's hospital room, he looked through the window on the door and immediately saw the young man resting in the hospital bed. His features resembled those of the Gu family's elder, Gu Hualin, and his every move gave off a subtle sense of pressure that made one feel uneasy. Wang Yuanshan had spent many years with Gu Yujiao and had learned much about the Gu family, but Gu Changgang remained a mystery, with the family keeping quiet about him. Aside from Gu Yujiao occasionally using harsh words, most comments were negative about Gu Changgang. Thus, Wang Yuanshan didn't know much about him, only that he was the son of Gu Jichuan's, Gu Yujiao's older brother, first wife. It was said that Gu Changgang's mother was just a country girl who couldn't read, and shortly after giving birth to him, she went mad and fell from a building. "Hello, can I help you?" Li Dania had just returned from the nurse's station with Gu Changgang's examination report and noticed the person standing at the door. Wang Yuanshan was interrupted, but didn't mind. He smiled gently and was about to respond when his gaze fell on the woman behind Li Daniu, causing his smile to fade as he observed her closely. Seeing that he wasn't answering, Li Dania thought he had the wrong room and ignored him, pushing the door open to continue chatting with Shen Ning inside. "Shen, you really need to help me persuade the commander. With his current condition, he should be resting, but he just can't sit still. It's really frustrating." Shen Ning passed by Wang Yuanshan with a blank expression, but her fists at her sides were already clenched. In just one glance, both recognized each other's identities. Shen Ning looked at the similar features of Wong Baozhu and couldn't help but smile coldly, thinking how fateful this was. Wang Yuanshan was initially skeptical, but when he heard Li Daniu call her Xin Jiqing, he immediately confirmed Shen Ning's identity. He realized she was the one who had harmed Wang Baozhu and had made Gu Yujiao so angry that she couldn't contain herself. After all, Gu Yujiao often cursed Shen Ning in his ear, calling her frivolous, cheap, and unloving, saying she looked like a seductress. However, seeing Shen Ning in person was much more striking. She really resembled the young Suiwei, though Suiwei had a softer appearance and a more graceful demeanor. Shen Ning seemed colder and less approachable. He watched as the two entered the hospital room, with Shen Ning skillfully placing the thermos on the bedside table. The previously stern Gu Yingchang now had a softer expression, unconsciously smiling a bit. Since Shen Ning entered the room, His gaze had not left her. Noticing Wang Yuanshan's scrutiny, Gu Changzhen turned his head, his eyes sharp, scanning the doorway. "Who's there?" Li Daniu was about to explain, but Wang Yuanshan had already pushed open the door and entered the room. "Hello? Please don't misunderstand. I heard you were injured and came to see if I could help. Let me introduce myself. I'm Wang Yuanshan, Gu Yujiao's husband, so you should technically call me uncle." Gu Changgen's gaze fell on Wang Yuanshan. He had heard of this man, who was somewhat capable but had questionable intentions. Gu Changzhen nodded coldly as a greeting. Wang Yuanshan smiled, appearing cultured and kind, making it easy for people to let their guard down, but the three in the room were not swayed. "Is there something you need?" Gu Changzhen asked again, his tone indifferent, showing no interest in pleasantries. Wang Yuanshan's smile faltered. It was no wonder Gu Yujiao got so upset every time she saw him. "I mean no harm. Everyone is worried, so I came to check." Gu Changzhen replied, "Well, you've checked. Please leave if there's nothing else." Wang Yuanshan found himself at a loss for words, surprised by Gu Changgen's lack of courtesy. He hadn't even exchanged a few words before being asked to leave. But Wang Yuanshan still wanted to gain favor in front of the elder, so he had to muster the courage to continue persuading. "Everyone is very worried about you, especially your grandfather. The medical care in the capital is better, and your condition is stable now. It would be good to transfer you to the military hospital in the capital for your recovery. Besides, the family can be together." Gu Changgen sneered. "Ha? Family? Where is this family? Comrade Wang is overstepping his bounds. My matters are not for you to decide. Daniu, please show Comrade Wang out." Gu Changgen directly ordered him to leave. However, Wang Yuanshan's smile did not fade, and he did not seem embarrassed at all. Instead, he turned his attention to Shen Ning. "We are doing this for your own good. You are young and reckless, and you don't take care of yourself. Shun Zhqing, I see that you have a good relationship with Captain Gu. Why not persuade him? Even if not for your future, think about your health." Daniu was about to push him out, but Wang Yuanshan opened the hospital door and walked out on his own. Gu Changgen watched him leave, and then looked at the uneasy Shen Ning. His dark eyes narrowed. "Do you know him?" Shen Ning nodded and then shook her head. "Actually, today is the first time we met." Gu Changgen realized that this person's last name was Wang, and understood immediately. "What is his relationship with your stepmother?" Shen Ning had to admire Gu Changgen's sharpness. "I heard he is a distant cousin of Wong Baozhu. I don't know much else. Today is truly our first meeting. He resembles Wong Baozhu, so he is easy to recognize. This world is frighteningly small." Even Gu Changgen didn't expect that the one helping Wong Baozhu was actually his nominal aunt and uncle. The Gu family has always been ruthless in achieving their goals. No wonder they could make Kai Meiwan change her testimony and get Qin Jiu to turn himself in.
But
Gu Changgen looked at Shen Ning with some concern. She had worked so hard to get Wong Baozhu imprisoned, and now he didn't know how upset she might be. However, Shen Ning appeared calm, seemingly unaffected. She slowly served a bowl of bone soup from the thermos. "I simmered this bone for a long time and added some radish. You should try it." As Shen Ning set down the bowl, Gu Changgen held her wrist. "Did they cause you trouble?"
how could they?
"I'm not looking for trouble with anyone. Besides, you praised my talent last time. I practice the self-defense techniques you taught me every day, so don't worry, I'm fine." Gu Changgen stared closely at her eyes, trying to find her true feelings. Shen Ning slightly lowered her eyes, her thick, curled eyelashes fluttering, looking very obedient. However, Gu Changgen knew that Shen Ning only appeared docile. In reality, she held grudges and would repay any offense. He was unaware of what Shen Ning had experienced in the past and didn't know how to comfort her. "I told you, if anyone bullies you, just come to me and I will support you." Shen Ning looked up in surprise, meeting Gu Changgen's deep gaze, which felt like a promise that made her heart flutter. But she quickly regained her composure, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes carrying a hint of a smile. "Really, I'm fine, and no one is bullying me. If I need help, I will speak up." Seeing that Gu Changgen still wouldn't let go, Shen Ning struggled a bit and pulled her wrist back. Gu Cheng felt a pang in his heart. He was always perceptive and sensed that Shen Ning was hiding something from him, and he didn't fully trust her. Li Daniu, however, was completely unaware of the tension between them, laughing as he patted his chest. "Little Shun, if anyone dares to trouble you, just tell our captain. After all, we can't drink your nourishing soup for free every day." Shen Ning smiled lightly and nodded. Gu Cheng noticed that Shen Ning seemed distracted and didn't press further. He continued to drink the soup and gave her a few reminders before she excused herself, saying she had to go back to teach a class. Once Shen Ning's figure disappeared from the hospital, Gu Cheng instructed Li Daniu, "Follow her secretly and don't let Shen Ning notice. As long as there's no danger to her life, don't reveal yourself." As soon as Shen Ning left the hospital, she sensed someone following her. A slight smile appeared on her lips as she changed direction, heading straight for the police station. Sure enough, as she spotted the police station's entrance, hurried footsteps came from behind, and then Wang Yuanshan suddenly appeared, blocking her path. "Comrade Shen, would you like to have a private chat?" Shen Ning looked at the well-groomed, middle-aged man in front of her, a glint of disdain in her eyes. "I have nothing to discuss with you. Please don't block my way. I'm in a hurry to report something at the police station." Wang Yuanshan replied, "I'm curious about what trouble you might be in. You can tell me. I'm Baozhu's uncle, so you can call me uncle if you want." Shen Ning scoffed, as if she had heard the biggest joke. "Call you uncle? You think you deserve that? Don't act like you're something special. Do you really not know why I'm going to the police station?" Wang Yuanshan paused, the fake smile on his face faltering. "Comrade Shen, what do you mean by that? I don't understand." Shen Ning took a few steps forward. "You've been following me since I left the hospital, and only when you saw me heading straight to the police station did you finally show yourself. Are you afraid I'll make a big deal out of this? Are you worried about going to jail? I thought you were fearless enough to commit such a crazy act as hiring someone to harm others." Wang Yuanshan instantly lost his smile, his gaze turning cold. "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you have any evidence? Accusing someone without proof comes with consequences." Shen Ning scoffed, her expression mocking. "If I had no evidence, why would I go to the police station? Don't worry, if I can send Wong Baozhu to jail, I can send your whole family there too. Not a single one will be spared." Seeing Shen Ning's determined demeanor, Wang Yuanshan felt the last bit of hope fade away and couldn't help but curse Gu Yujiao for her incompetence. Not only had she failed to harm Shen Ning, but she had also provided her with evidence. Although he suspected Shen Ning might be setting herself up, he didn't dare take the risk. "What nonsense are you talking about? This is our first meeting. How could I hire someone to harm you? There must be some misunderstanding." "What nonsense are you talking about? This is our first meeting. How could I hire someone to harm you? There must be some misunderstanding." Shen Ning smiled slightly. "Whether it's a misunderstanding or not is not for you to decide. Let's have the police sort it out." Seeing her unyielding attitude, Wang Yuanshan felt a surge of anger. Young people can be impulsive. Why don't we find a quiet place to talk this over? Though Wang Yuanshan suggested a calm discussion, his eyes glanced behind Shen Ning, where two middle-aged men moved closer to her, the same two who had taken Wang Aihua away that day. Wang Yuanshan smiled slightly, confident that Shen Ning wouldn't be able to escape his control. Shen Ning couldn't help but chuckle. Why do people always judge by appearances? Did they really think she was a helpless woman? If I were to shout help, they're being unreasonable. Do you think you could all leave here safely? After all, the police station is right in front, and maybe a police officer will come out to patrol soon. Do you dare to bet? Who is faster, your people or my words? Wang Yuanshan's expression cracked for a moment, and he instinctively took 2 steps back. Shen Ning was right. It was because of his concerns that he didn't dare to act recklessly. These days, being accused of hooliganism is no small matter, especially since Shen Ning was indeed very pretty. If things escalated, even if he had 100 excuses, he wouldn't be able to explain himself. "You don't need to be like this. I really mean no harm. I just want to have a good chat with you." Shen Ning nodded, "But I don't have time." Wang Yuanshan clenched his fists. "I won't take up too much of your time, just about 10 minutes. Shen Ning scoffed. My time is very valuable. You can't afford to waste it. Wang Yuanshan was momentarily speechless. He had never encountered such a slippery girl. Shen Ning didn't play by the rules at all. He could only lower his stance, so, what do you want to talk about? Shen Ning chuckled. Since you want to waste my time, shouldn't you offer me some compensation? Wang Yuanshan was taken aback, but after reacting, he sighed in relief, feeling a bit of disdain for Shen Ning. A girl who was so focused on money couldn't make much of a splash. He immediately pulled out a 10 yuan bill. Here, 10 yuan. Is that enough? 1 minute, 10 yuan.
What?
Wang Yuanshan couldn't hold back his anger. Time is money, as the ancient said. Do you think it's not worth it? Shen Ning looked innocent and harmless, yet her words made people want to jump in frustration. Wang Yuanshan finally understood why Gu Yujiao was so upset after just one meeting with Shen Ning that she couldn't eat for 3 days. Shen Ning tilted her head and sighed. If you don't have money, then don't block my way. You're just wasting my time. I do. Wang Yuanshan took several deep breaths, touched the neatly folded bills in his pocket, and handed them over. Shen Ning slowly counted in front of him. Only 136. Looks like you're not doing so well either, with just this little money? Wang Yuanshan was furious at her disdainful tone, but had to hold back his anger. You accepted the money, so can we talk now? But Shen Ning quickly rolled the bills into her pocket and turned to leave. A middle-aged man quickly grabbed her shoulder, but Shen Ning swiftly twisted his arm and kicked the back of his knee. The man didn't expect this seemingly weak girl to have such skills. In a moment of surprise, he found himself subdued, his arm twisted, kneeling on one knee, his face pale, unsure if it was from pain or shock. The commotion caught the attention of passers-by, and Wang Yuanshan felt like he was having a bad day. He could only suppress his anger. Shen Ning, what do you mean? Are you going back on your word? Let go. Shen Ning released her grip and looked back at Wang Yuanshan, a bit confused. Since you blocked my way, the charges started then. This money barely covers the time you wasted. If you want to talk, you need to pay more. If you don't have money, I do. Wang Yuanshan felt like he might crush his teeth in frustration. He had already spent 136 and hadn't even discussed the main issue yet. How could he accept that? He couldn't let her go. His forehead was tense as he forced himself to calm down, searching all his pockets. He glanced at the 2 people beside him. They quickly pulled out all the cash they had, about another 100, and handed it to Wang Yuanshan. His face darkened. Even though he was no longer the poor boy begging in Wangjia village, being openly robbed by a girl didn't feel good. He held back his anger, glaring at Shen Ning, and shoved the money into her hands. Now, can we talk for a bit? Shen Ning nodded. Sure. I have some things I want you to hear too. Wang Yuanshan felt his anger rise again, nearly spitting blood. This girl must have planned this all along, knowing he would follow her and deliberately heading to the police station to draw him out. That girl. They walked one after the other to a small grove behind the police station. The grove wasn't large, and a few shadows could be vaguely seen among the sparse trees. Wang Yuanshan looked at the young girl in front of him, full of energy, but thought of his own daughter, who had become thin and unrecognizable. Wang Aihua has taken care of you for so many years, and Baizhu is your sister. Yet you deliberately set her up. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Shen Ning almost laughed out loud. She knew Wang Aihua was on the same side, both shameless members of the Wang family. She couldn't be bothered to argue and just glanced at her watch, casually saying, There are 7 minutes left. Wang Yuanshan's eyes widened in shock, like a duck with its mouth shut, swallowing back his sarcastic words. We really don't need to be so confrontational. I can overlook your previous retaliation against Wang Aihua and Wong Baozhu. I can also stop them from bothering you again. Let's end everything here. What do you think? Shen Ning sneered. Not a chance. I can send her to jail once, I can do it a 2nd and 3rd time. I've already said it. It's not just you Wang family members. I can send your good daughter-in-law, Gu Yujiao, to jail too. To be honest, I have the testimonies of those 2 thugs and a recording. As she spoke, Shen Ning took out a portable cassette player from her bag and pressed the play button. That woman hit us and didn't call the police. Instead, she gave us 300 yuan. She just said to help teach a lesson to a woman named Shen Ning, and she gave us the address. It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. It was that woman who instigated it. We even followed her. Shen Ning casually played 2 segments, enjoying the changing expressions on Wang Yuanshan's face. Wang Yuanshan felt regret for his poor decision. He never expected Gu Yujiao to be so foolish, not even realizing she was being followed. He had intended for Gu Yujiao to investigate Shen Ning, but ended up with this foolishness trapping him instead. With a cold glare, Wang Yuanshan, sensing her intentions, said, "You can't seriously think that a few tapes can convict Gu Yujiao? That's too naive. How can you guarantee the testimonies on those tapes are true? Who knows if you coerce them into saying that to frame Gu Yujiao? How can you be sure those 2 troublemakers will make it to the police station to identify you? If you really had the ability to bring Gu Yujiao to justice, why would you go out of your way to lure me out? Even if Gu Yujiao did this, what does it have to do with me? And if you make a big deal out of this, you'll only offend the Gu family in the capital." You're always hanging around Gu Changgang, so you should know the Gu family's power and that they are not people you can mess with. So just say it. What do you really want? Shen Ning, $5,000. You give me the money and the tape, and I won't pursue this matter any further. Just take your family and leave He Province, and don't bother me again. Wang Yuanshan was taken aback. Are you crazy? This is extortion. Shen Ning scoffed. I'm not negotiating with you. You have 2 minutes. If you don't agree, I'll report you. As you said, you could easily push Gu Yujiao out to take the blame, but do you dare?
Dare?
Wang Yuanshan certainly didn't dare. After years of keeping a low profile, he finally won Gu Yujiao's trust and had a successful career. He knew the Gu family's elder looked down on him, but what could he do? As long as he held on to Gu Yujiao, the elder would have to turn a blind eye. But if something happened to Gu Yujiao, the Gu family would not let him off the hook. They would investigate thoroughly, and not only would Gu Yujiao's actions on behalf of Wong Baozhu be exposed, but all his careful planning over the years could also fall apart. Wang Yuanshan had to admit that Shen Ning had him in a tight spot. You're too greedy. I don't have that much. Shen Ning glanced at her watch. 1 minute left. 2,000. I can give you a maximum of 2,000. I didn't bring that much money to He Province. Shen Ning, I'll give you 2 days to come up with the money, or this tape might end up playing somewhere you don't want it to. Shen Ning, don't push your luck. Wang Yuanshan never imagined he would be cornered by a young girl like this. He clenched his fists, and the 2 middle-aged men behind him also looked fierce as they slowly approached Shen Ning. Shen Ning seemed completely unaware, looking up at the sky, a bit distracted. 30 seconds left. Shen Ning, leave some room for future encounters. I still admire your skills and cunning, but even a tiger takes a nap. You're making enemies everywhere, and sooner or later, time's up. It seems Comrade Wang has no intention of making a deal. Shen Ning finished speaking without any hesitation and turned to leave. Wang Yuanshan broke out in a cold sweat and immediately shouted, I agree. I agree. Just give me 3 days. You will get 5,000 yuan, not a penny less. But how do I know you won't play tricks? What if you take my money and then break the contract? Shen Ning scoffed, I won't. As you said, my feud with Wang Aihua and Wong Baozhu has nothing to do with you. If you and Gu Yujiao hadn't interfered, my issues with the Wang family would have been settled, and none of this would have happened. As you said, I'm not crazy. Why would a powerless orphan provoke the Gu family in the capital? I'm not looking for trouble. Consider this 5,000 yuan as a final settlement. From now on, you and your people can go back to your capital and leave me alone. Wang Yuanshan truly realized how clever this girl was. Every step she took today seemed to be part of her plan. He had been careless, but he put on a friendly facade again, saying, all right, it's a deal. 3 days from now, at this same place. I hope you keep your word. After he spoke, he warned her with a fierce look. Shen Ning, however, was unfazed. She smirked and turned to leave. At that moment, a young man jumped down from a nearby tree, saying, finally done. I was starving. Wang Yuanshan watched the two of them leave in shock, secretly relieved he hadn't made things worse. This Shen Ning was so calculating. No wonder she could stir up trouble for Wang Aihua and Wang Baozhu. At that moment, a middle-aged man approached him, saying, "Brother Shan, that girl is too arrogant. Should we?" Wang Yuanshan interrupted impatiently. "Isn't this enough of a mess? Don't do anything. Let's go back and talk." Shen Ning and Qin Jiu exited the small forest. Shen Ning complained, "What were you thinking? I told you not to get involved in my matters. By rushing out like that, you'll definitely attract his attention. Are you looking for trouble? Come on, you're just being ungrateful. I was worried they would harm you, so I jumped in to help. Besides, if it weren't for..." Qin Jiu hesitated, feeling a bit guilty for letting Shen Ning down. He hadn't expected to run into Lao Gao's men on the way back with those two. Once again, those two troublemakers were saved, causing Shen Ning to lose the most crucial witness. That tape is useless now. Noticing his disappointment, Shen Ning comforted him. "This isn't your fault. I didn't think things through, and it even got Lu Meng hurt." As she spoke, Shen Ning took out the over 200 yuan she had taken from Wang Yuanshan and handed it over. "Keep this money. Lu Meng's injury is my responsibility." Qin Jiu wanted to refuse, but Shen Ning firmly stuffed the money into his pocket. "This isn't for you. It's for Lu Meng. Please buy him some health supplements so he can recover well. As for those two troublemakers, let them go. Don't dwell on it." Qin Jiu scoffed, "Don't worry, he's tough. In a couple of days, he'll be back on his feet. But you, with Gu Yujiao's malicious intentions, can you really just let it go?" "Of course not. But the Gu family is not something I can provoke right now. As the saying goes, a gentleman takes his revenge 10 years later. I'll just collect some interest for now. If Wang Yuanshan really wants to target me, I can't handle that. It's better to hit him hard, make him think everything is settled, and let him go back to the capital. This way, I can have some peace and focus on my studies. There's still a long time ahead. I will get back what they owe me, piece by piece." When Shen Ning said this, she was filled with determination and energy, as if no challenge could bring her down. Her beautiful almond eyes sparkled like tiny stars. Qin Jiu was momentarily stunned, then finally looked away and chuckled. "Going to college, is that great? Well, that's the life you should be living. I can't let you get mixed up in my shady dealings." But Shen Ning suddenly stopped walking. "It's not." Qin Jiu kicked a stone on the ground. "Not what?" "It's not a shady business. Do you believe me? In a few years, government policies will change, encouraging production and private enterprises. What you're doing now will be brought to light, and you can earn a living honestly with your skills. You'll be able to sell your products all over the country and even export them abroad. However, you still need to be careful in the next couple of years." After spending so much time together, Shen Ning understood that Qin Jiu had his struggles. Most of the small-time troublemakers he took in were homeless orphans. He valued loyalty, and although he operated in a gray area, he had his own principles. While he wasn't exactly a good person, he wasn't a ruthless criminal either. Shen Ning intended to work with him and hoped to guide him toward a better path. Qin Jiu was a bit surprised. Although the government had relaxed its control over small vendors, smuggling and illegal trading were still heavily monitored. The idea of making everything legal and conducting business openly was something he couldn't even imagine. "If you don't believe me, why not wait another year? I believe by this time next year, you'll notice a shift in the situation. Then we can do business together. I'll provide the funds, and you can put in the effort."
"Ha! Who wants to do business with you?"
"I'm not interested in your small change," Qin Jiu complained, but he couldn't hide the smile on his lips. Clearing his throat, he said, "Let's talk about the future later. But you must take me with you when you trade with Wang Yuanshan in a couple of days. I don't trust that guy. If he pulls any tricks, you won't have anywhere to turn for help. Honestly, I think asking him for 5,000 is too little. I've already looked into it. After he got together with Gu Yujiao, the Gu family gave him a cushy job as the director of the logistics office. They call it a leisurely position, but he's made quite a bit of money over the years. 5,000 is just a small cut for him. People like him care a lot about their reputation, and they'll spend money to maintain it. Too much can be as bad as too little, Shen Ning replied with a light laugh. I don't have the strength to confront him directly yet. It's better if he thinks I'm someone who can be easily satisfied with a little money. That way, he won't be overly cautious and suspicious, which would make it harder for me to act. Qin Jiu couldn't help but chuckle. Looks like I worried for nothing. Playing the fool to catch the wise is your specialty. Shen Ning shook his head. But I have a good idea. Do you want to partner with me and split the profits 50-50ths? Qin Jiu immediately became interested. It's foolish not to make money. What do you have in mind? Shen Ning leaned closer and whispered in his ear, a faint fragrance surrounding them. Qin Jiu felt his heart racing uncontrollably. He tried to suppress his unexpected excitement and barely heard what Shen Ning was saying. The lingering scent seemed to fade away like an elusive breeze. Seeing Qin Jiu's dazed expression, Shen Ning felt a bit dissatisfied. Hey, say something. Why are you just staring? What do you think of my idea? Qin Jiu finally snapped back to reality, his ears turning red. With Shen Ning's gaze on him, he felt a mix of embarrassment and confusion. Roughly rubbing his ears, he pretended to complain. Just talk normally. Why whisper in my ear? It tickles. Do you like me or something trying to take advantage of me? Shen Ning couldn't help but roll his eyes and kicked at him. Are you looking for trouble? I'm trying to plan something sneaky with you, and you want to shout it out loud for everyone to hear. Qin Jiu nimblidot gets Shen Ning geskik. Ah. You can't catch me. Stop right there. I won't. After the two of them chased and played around until they were out of the woods, Li Daniu jumped down from the treetops. Watching the two groups leave, he sighed. How am I supposed to explain this when we get back? In the hospital room, Gu Changgen's face was as dark as a storm cloud. So, Shen Ning left the hospital, and Wang Yuanshan followed him until he almost reached the police station before stopping him. Li Dania felt a bit anxious. Yes, it seemed someone close to Wang Yuanshan did something to Shen Ning. When Shen Ning wanted to call the police, Wang Yuanshan was worried it would escalate, so he stopped him. Wang Yuanshan also brought two helpers. Shen Ning initially disagreed, but then a man tried to attack her, only to be quickly subdued by Shen Ning. Li Dania reported everything he saw to Gu Changzhen in detail. When Gu Changzhen heard about Shen Ning trying to get money, he thought of the young girl with her playful eyes, cunning like a little fox, easily making her opponent furious. With a hint of fondness in his smile, he remarked, "She is quite the money lover. Just for a little bit of money, she dares to follow Wang Yuanshan. If something really happens with her limited skills, how can she protect anyone?" Li Dania nodded in agreement. Shen Ziking is really bold. I saw that Wang Yuanshan was about to lose his temper. I was worried he might harm Shen Ziking, yet she dared to go with him alone. I almost stepped in to stop her, but I noticed another young man following Shen Ziking. He looked quite handsome but was dressed in a rough manner. I couldn't figure out which group he belonged to, so I didn't dare to get too close and just watched from a distance. I couldn't hear their conversation in the small grove, but Wang Yuanshan's face looked very grim, so it seemed Shen Ziking didn't suffer any harm. Later, when Shen Ning left, that rough-looking young man came out too. He seemed quite familiar with Shen Ziking, and they appeared to be having a good time chatting about something. Having a good time? Is Shen Ning happy? Gu Changzhen suppressed his emotions and quietly gazed out the window. Li Daniu scratched the back of his head, feeling that Gu Changzhen looked somewhat vulnerable at that moment. I think Shen Ziking must be friends with that young man. It's normal for friends to joke around, haha. Okay, I understand. You can go now. Gu Changzhen appeared calm. After nearly a month of recovery, his external injuries had mostly healed, except for his right hand. He lowered his gaze to the bandage on his arm, lost in thought. When Wang Yuanshan returned to the Blue Sky guest house, he opened the door to find three women sitting together, chatting warmly. It was a cozy scene, but Wang Yuanshan felt troubled. Wong Baozhu admired her uncle, who had rescued her from hardship, and cheerfully called out, "Uncle, you're back. Are you feeling better?" Wang Yuanshan cared a lot about his only child and didn't want to lose his temper in front of him. But thinking of Shen Ning made it hard for him to keep his usual smile. Cousin Baozhu, you two go back to your rooms. I need to talk to Yujiao. Gu Yujiao and Wang Aihua noticed Wang Yuanshan was in a bad mood, so Wang Aihua quickly took Wang Baozhu back to her room. As soon as the door closed, Wang Aihua pressed her ear against the wall. Wang Baozhu looked confused. Mom, what are you doing? Uncle and Aunt are talking privately. Wang Aihua shot her a glare.
Sure.
In the next room, Gu Yujiao took Wang Yuanshan's coat and asked, What's wrong? Did that little brat upset you? Wang Yuanshan took a deep breath. If he weren't trying to maintain his good husband image, he would have wanted to slap him. He held back his anger and said, I already knew that Gu Chongying is tough to deal with, so I wouldn't be mad at him. I'm upset because I saw someone in Gu Chonggong's hospital room, Shen Ning. Luckily, I was paying attention and saw her leave the hospital and head straight to the police station. I quickly stopped her and found out you hired 2 thugs to deal with her. Gu Yujiao was shocked. She knows it's me? How is that possible? Is she hurt badly? Wang Yuanshan restrained himself from calling her fool and took another deep breath. What do you think? Shen Ning even had time to bring Gu Chongying soup before going to the police station. Do you think she's in trouble? Gu Yujiao couldn't believe it and raised her voice. She's unharmed? How is that possible? Those 2 thugs promised me. Yujiao, really, if you wanted to deal with Shen Ning, why would you be foolish enough to do it yourself? Now Shen Ning is not only unharmed, but also has evidence against you. She recorded the thug statements and is going to the police to report you. If I hadn't found out in time, you would have already been taken away by the police. Even if I could find someone to take the blame later, it would still damage both our reputations. You really are confused. Gu Yujiao was speechless. If this were in the capital, she would have been much more careful. In such a remote and poor place, dealing with a simple village girl, she had no worries at all. She thought the other person was someone she could easily control and never considered the possibility of failure. Then, what evidence does she have to prove this is related to me? Gu Yujiao felt she was in the wrong, but she did this for the sake of Wang Yuanshan's family. Wang Yuanshan said, She has a recording from those 2 troublemakers directly accusing you. I heard it myself. You didn't even realize they were following you. What can I say to you? Gu Yujiao was taken aback, then felt angry and wronged. Fine, it's all my fault. I'm foolish and naive. I shouldn't have interfered and defended your niece. It's all my mistake, okay? Hey, look at you. I haven't even said anything yet, and you're throwing a tantrum. I'm worried this will up and affect you negatively. Your father already doesn't like me, and if this gets worse, he might not even let me in the door. Seeing Gu Yujiao frowning and getting upset, Wang Yuanshan felt a headache coming on. He knew her temperament well and decided to calm her down. I'm just frustrated that you made decisions without consulting me. Luckily, those 2 were just following you. If they had worse intentions, you wouldn't be standing here getting angry at me. Gu Yujiao looked into Wang Yuanshan's worried eyes and felt touched. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take it out on you. I just couldn't hold back my anger. Thinking about that wicked girl Shen Ning bullying Baozhu and me makes me want to vent. Who knew those 2 troublemakers were so useless they couldn't handle a little girl? What should we do now? She has something on me, and if it comes to it, I might as well confess. Wang Yuanshan interrupted, Don't say such things. Luckily, Shen Ning is also not very bold and wouldn't dare offend the Gu family. But she wants $1,000 for silence. Gu Yujiao doubted her ears. What? Why doesn't she just rob someone? She must be crazy. I can't give her that. I refuse to let her win. Seeing Gu Yujiao's lack of cooperation, Wang Yuanshan's expression turned serious. Yujiao, 10,000 yuan is a lot, but compared to this money and my future and your reputation, what does it really mean? Don't worry, this money is just to keep her calm for now. Later, she will have to pay it back double. Wang Yuanshan gently held Gu Yujiao's hand, saying, Why rush to deal with her? I've found out that Shen Ning has good grades and will definitely take the college entrance exam this year. By then, We will have left here, and we can easily hire someone to create an accident that will ruin her future. A gentleman takes revenge, even if it takes 10 years. Hitting her where it hurts is the most painful. The more she cares about something, the easier it is for us to destroy it. Isn't that enough? Wang Yuanshan was clearly worried that Gu Yujiao might act impulsively and cause trouble, even revealing his true thoughts. Wang Yuanshan was clearly worried that Gu Yujiao might act impulsively and cause trouble, even revealing his true thoughts. But Gu Yujiao didn't see anything wrong. Instead, she looked at Wang Yuanshan with admiration. Yuanshan, you're right. It's not worth risking our reputation to deal with such a pest. Well, it's just 10,000 yuan. I'll think of it as giving to a beggar. Gu Yujiao spoke generously, but 10,000 yuan was still a significant amount, and her heart ached as if it were bleeding. She managed to suppress her anger by constantly thinking about Shen Ning's miserable future. Taking a deep breath, she said, I'll go get the money soon. That little brat Shen Ning won't be able to enjoy it if she doesn't have her life. Soon, Wang Aihua and Wong Baozhu learned the whole story and were filled with rage. 10,000. Why doesn't that brat just steal it? That's a whole 10,000 yuan. Wong Baozhu had finally started to recover a bit after a few days, but her aunt Gu Yujiao not only failed to help her take revenge, but was also going to give Shen Ning 10,000 yuan. This news was devastating to Wang Baozhu.
No.
We can't give it to her.
No.
Wang Baozhu was almost hysterical, her emotions in turmoil, as if she might faint at any moment. If Wang Yuanshan hadn't shared his plan, the mother and daughter from the Wang family might have been driven to anger right then and there. Even so, Wang Baozhu was still so upset that she couldn't eat or sleep, feeling restless and distressed. This emotion peaked when Gu Yujiao retrieved the 10 stacks of brand new money. But in fact, it wasn't just Wang Baozhu who felt bad. Gu Yujiao and Wang Aihua were also anxious and upset, feeling a pain in their chests that left them speechless. Wang Yuanshan remained somewhat calm. Although he had handed over his entire salary over the years, Gu Yujiao had never treated him poorly. He always had the best food, drink, and necessities. He didn't have to worry about socializing or entertaining guests. Gu Yujiao took care of everything. His salary was hardly enough, and he knew it, which is why he willingly handed over his paycheck card. Over the years, the shortfalls were covered by Gu Yujiao's dowry and personal savings. Meanwhile, he had secretly saved some money himself under various pretenses. Looking at the stacks of money, he felt a rush of excitement, knowing his little savings would soon grow. Wang Baozhu had never seen so much money, and her greed was obvious. She touched it repeatedly and asked, Is this really all for Shen Ning? That's 10,000 yuan. Why does she get to have it all? Seeing Gu Yujiao's displeased expression, Wang Aihua quickly pulled Wang Baozhu aside. All right, enough.
Don't say that.
Your uncle and Anne are also feeling bad. Let them rest for a bit. She forcibly dragged Wang Baozhu to her room, but Wang Baozhu's eyes were glued to the stacks of money. Once in her room, Wang Baozhu could no longer hold back and cried into her pillow. Why does she get to have everything? Why does Shen Ning have it so easy while Wang Aihua felt equally distressed. The thought of those brand new bills going to that Shen Ning made her feel like thousands of ants were gnawing at her, making her wish she could disappear. Wang Baozhu hit her pillow in frustration and suddenly exclaimed, Aunt is useless. I thought she was so capable, but she's just being used by that Shen Ning, giving her money.
Sure.
Wang Aihua quickly covered Wang Baozhu's mouth. Be quiet. Don't say such things. Don't speak ill of your aunt. Wang Aihua's gaze was fierce and intimidating, scaring Wang Baozhu, who nodded repeatedly. She wanted to speak, but was firmly silenced by her own mother. Seeing that her daughter seemed to understand, Wang Aihua finally let go. Tears were still welling up in Wang Baozhu's eyes. But Mom, that's 10,000 yuan. I've never seen so much money in my life, and now I have to watch my uncle give it to my enemy. I can't accept this. You promised to help me take revenge and make Shen Ning suffer. But what are you all doing now? Wang Aihua gently brushed Wang Baozhu's messy hair. Baozhu, you need to think clearly and look at the bigger picture. 10,000 yuan is nothing. If you can win your aunt's true acceptance, not just that amount, but all their future wealth will be yours. How is that possible? Even if my uncle and aunt don't have children, she wouldn't agree. She will agree. As long as your uncle is there, she will have to accept it. Their entire fortune and status will just be stepping stones for you to rise up. You need to be obedient and set aside your grudge against Shen Ning. Starting today, whether you mean it or not, you must please Gu Yujiao and treat her like your own mother. Do you understand? The maternal love in Wang Aihua's eyes was intense and warm, making Wang Baozhu's heart flutter. Mom, you are my real mom. I won't recognize anyone else. But Wang Aihua was not pleased by this statement. She tightly grasped Wang Baozhu's shoulders, looking directly into her eyes with unwavering determination. You must make Gu Yujiao like you. Only if she truly likes you will she help you. As for Shen Ning, don't worry about her. Your uncle and I will take care of that. What you need to do is study hard, go to college, and seize every opportunity to improve yourself. Do you understand? Go to college?
Mom, I
can't. Wang Baozhu swallowed hard, feeling that her mother looked frightening and a bit crazy at that moment. Mom, I've never done well in school. You must do well. Have you forgotten the hardships you faced in prison? Remember the pain you endured. Studying may be hard, but is it harder than what you went through before? It may be tough, but it can't compare to your time in prison. Baozhu, wake up. You must be excellent. Otherwise, why would your uncle and aunt care about you? Why would the Gu family respect you? Wang Aihua's words pulled Wang Baozhu back into her terrible memories. Endless hard work, a never full stomach, and occasional beatings, insults, and bullying. Wang Baozhu couldn't help but tremble, crying heavily, no. I don't want to go back. I never want to live like this again.
Mom, I promise to listen to you from now on.
I will study hard and try to get into college. I will be nice to uncle and aunt. Please don't leave me. Wang Aihua hugged her tightly, feeling heartbroken. Good child, I'm glad you understand. I'm not trying to force you. I'm doing this for your own good. I've spent my whole life planning for you. I will never allow that Suyuer to look down on my daughter. Gu Yujiao was already annoyed. The poor soundproofing of the guest house made it hard to ignore the two women crying next door, making her feel restless. She complained to Wang Yuanshan, what were they doing just now? If someone didn't know better, they might think that the 10,000 yuan came from them. They don't realize I did this for them. They are so ungrateful. Hey, why are you getting upset with the child?
She's just worried about you, he replied.
How worried about me? I think she's just worried about the money. Gu Yujiao retorted, feeling her impression of Wang Baozhu worsen. She thought she was just a poor country bumpkin who had never seen the world. All right, you know she was harmed by Shen Ning. We still have to send money to Shen Ning, so of course, she feels uneasy. Gu Yujiao's eyes turned red with grievance. What do you mean? Am I comfortable with this? This money is taken for my dowry. Don't you think I care? As she spoke, Gu Yujiao opened the window for some fresh air, feeling suffocated. Wang Yuanshan wanted to comfort her, but suddenly Gu Yujiao grabbed his arm tightly.
Quick, look.
It's those two people. Those two troublemakers. Catch them. They must be working with Shen Ning. Otherwise, why would they suddenly turn against us? Wang Yuanshan jumped at her loud voice.
What?
Where? He leaned out to look and indeed saw two figures walking down the street, heading into an alley.
Hey!
Hurry! Otherwise, they'll get away. Wang Ping, Wang An, come with me. I must catch those two troublemakers. Gu Yujiao ran downstairs, and the two middle-aged men from the next room quickly followed her, calling out, Sister Yujiao.
Slow down.
Wang Yuanshan also rushed after them, but suddenly remembered there was a lot of cash in the room. He quickly turned back. He bumped into Wang Aihua, who had come out to check the noise. Yuanshan, what's happening? Wang Yuanshan didn't have time to explain. He shoved a bag of money into her arms and said, Keep an eye on the money. Don't run around. Stay with Baozhu until we get back. After saying that, he hurried downstairs to catch up with Gu Yujiao and the others. Wang Aihua was initially confused but soon realized she was holding money, $10,000. Her expression changed dramatically as she quickly returned to the room with the heavy cash, locking the door while saying, "Baozhu, hurry, and lock the windows too." But there was no response. She paused, feeling a chill, and didn't have time to turn around. There was a loud thud. She felt a sharp pain in the back of her head, her vision went dark, and she lost consciousness. Gu Yujiao twisted her ankle as she reached the street and saw the two troublemakers enter an alley. Wang En and Wang Ping quickly rushed to help her. "Sister Yujiao, are you okay?"
Don't worry about me.
"Go catch those two." Wang Ping and Wang En nodded and saw the figures in front of the alley looked just like the troublemakers from that day. They immediately chased after them, shouting, "Stop." The two troublemakers were startled and ran away even faster, quickly disappearing into the alley. When Wang Yuanshan arrived, the troublemakers were long gone, and he could only wait anxiously with Gu Yujiao at the alley entrance. Finally, he had a chance to ask, "Are you sure those two were the ones who stole your wallet? You even hired them to trouble Shen Ning." Gu Yujiao hesitated for a moment. Their build, clothes, and hats were exactly the same as that day. Besides, if it wasn't them, why would they run? Wang Yuanshan stiffened. "You didn't see their faces and you just chased after them?" Gu Yujiao was still processing. It must be them. Otherwise, why would they run? Wang Yuanshan slapped his thigh. "This is bad. This is bad." He didn't even care about Gu Yujiao's twisted ankle and turned to run towards the guest house. Gu Yujiao was startled by his reaction. She had never seen Wang Yuanshan so flustered before.
Far.
The distant mountains. "What's wrong with you?" At this moment, Wang Ping and Wang En had lost track of the people they were chasing and could only return to the alley helplessly. As they exited the alley, they saw Gu Yujiao anxiously waiting for them. When Gu Yujiao saw them return, her eyes lit up and she immediately looked behind them, but she did not see the two troublemakers. She looked quite displeased. "What happened? Did you let them get away?" Wang Ping and Wang En lowered their heads in embarrassment. "There was nothing we could do. They know this alley too well. We couldn't catch up." "You're useless." Gu Yujiao couldn't help but curse a few times. "Hurry and help me." "Ouch, it really hurts." Earlier, Gu Yujiao had run too fast and re-injured her already hurt ankle. Now she couldn't even put her toes on the ground. It hurt too much to touch. When Wang Yuanshan returned to the guest house, he immediately knocked on the door. Cousin, open the door."
Aihua, Baozhu.
Baozhu. But there was no response inside. A bad feeling arose in his heart. He banged on the door a couple of times but couldn't get it open. He quickly went to the front desk to get a spare key, and after some effort, he finally opened the door. As soon as he entered, he saw Wang Baozhu and Wang Aihua lying on the floor. He anxiously searched around and found that the bag with the money was completely gone. By the time Gu Yujiao, Wang Ping, and Wang En returned, the guest house was in complete chaos. The person in charge had already gone to call the police. Wang Yuanshan sat despondently at the table, while Wang Baozhu and Wang Aihua lay side by side on the bed, still unconscious, their faces pale and ghostly. Gu Yujiao's voice trembled with fear. "Yuanshan, what? What happened? What happened? What do you think happened? Can't you see? The money is gone. The people are unconscious. If we had come back even a moment later, they might have lost their lives. What happened? What do you mean? Can't you see? The money is gone. The people are unconscious. If we had come back even a moment later, they might have lost their lives." Wang Yuanshan rarely lost his temper at Gu Yujiao, smashing the teacup on the table, and the scattered shards hurt Gu Yujiao's feelings deeply. "Wang Yuanshan, you are blaming me." Wang Yuanshan was clearly upset as well, slamming his hand on the table and standing up abruptly. "Shouldn't I blame you? If you hadn't taken it upon yourself to get revenge on Shen Ning, we wouldn't have been threatened by her. If you hadn't rushed downstairs to catch someone without even recognizing who they were, we wouldn't have fallen into their trap or lost money. Gu Yujiao, you're not a 15-year-old. You're 35. Can't you think a little more clearly? Gu Yujiao's body weakened, and Wang Ping quickly supported her. Sister Yujiao, are you okay? Brother Yuanshan, this really isn't Yujiao's fault. They were too cunning. Wang Yuanshan lifted his eyelids and glared at Wang Ping. Where are they? What happened to those two thugs? I couldn't catch them. They ran away. Wang Ping lowered his head and answered honestly. Useless. All of you are useless. If I had known you would be this incompetent, I should have left you to fend for yourselves in the countryside. I don't even know why I brought you here if you can't catch anyone. Wang An looked a bit frustrated, wanting to say something, but Wang Ping held him back. He shook his head slightly, silently enduring Wang Yuanshan's anger. Brother Yuanshan, I see that the person in charge of the guest house has already called the police. The officers will be here soon. Right now, we need to think about how to handle their questioning. Wang Yuanshan took a deep breath, but he couldn't suppress his anger. Ever since he got involved with Gu Yujiao, things had been going smoothly for many years. He didn't expect to face setbacks in just a few days in this dark province. With a grim face, he rarely spoke harshly to Gu Yujiao. Watch your words. You know what to say and what not to say. If you make a mistake and get yourself into trouble, I won't be able to save you. Due to the large amount of money stolen, the police station took it very seriously and sent officers to investigate. Since the Blue Sky Guest House is not very tall, with a small street and low houses behind it, it was initially determined that the thief entered through a window, knocked out Wong Baozhu, and waited for Wang Aihua to return with the money. As soon as she entered her room, she was struck from behind and robbed. This thief had a strong awareness of counter-surveillance, leaving no footprints or fingerprints at the scene. That day was also an auspicious day, and a family next door was holding a wedding, with many unfamiliar faces coming and going, making the investigation even more difficult. Not only that, but I don't know which family welcomed a new baby, as they generously handed out red eggs at the corner. If you said a few good words, you could get a red egg. Naturally, this attracted a crowd, all focused on the cheerful words and the eggs, completely ignoring what was happening around them. So, even though the police were out searching and investigating, they found nothing. That 10,000 yuan just vanished. Gu Yujiao was in shock. She grabbed the police officer and insisted, "It must be those two troublemakers. It's them. They have a criminal record. They tried to steal my wallet on the street, but Wang Ping caught them and stopped it." Later, Gu Yujiao's eyes flickered, feeling a bit guilty, and she didn't mention that she had hired those two to deal with Shen Ning. The police officer frowned. So you suspect these two troublemakers? Gu Yujiao nodded. Yes, they let us out, and when we came back, the money was gone. The police naturally listed these two as important suspects and began their investigation. However, Wang Yuanshan suspected that Shen Ning was involved, as only Shen Ning, besides the bank staff, knew about the money. Given the deep-rooted feud between the two families, she had every reason to do so. At that moment, Shen Ning was delivering soup to Gu Changgang as usual. Today, she made a ginseng chicken soup, and the chicken was caught in the back mountain. As soon as she entered, Gu Changgang noticed that Shen Ning was in a cheerful mood, walking lightly and even humming a tune. Gu Changgang snorted. It seemed someone was about to face trouble again, but he didn't know if it would be Gu Yujiao or Wang Yuanshan. However, since Shen Ning was deliberately hiding things from him, Gu Changgang pretended not to notice, not wanting to scare her away or make her overly cautious like before. Seeing the young girl about to serve him soup, he quickly held her hand. I'm not hungry yet. Shen Ning blinked, a bit confused. She was always confident in her cooking skills. Recently, she had been coming over regularly, bringing soup made with spring water each time. On one hand, she wanted to thank Gu Changgang for teaching her self-defense, and on the other hand, she sincerely hoped he would recover soon. Then should I peel an apple for you, Brother Gu? No need, just go downstairs. I need to check how you're doing with your studies lately. Gu Changzhen lowered his gaze, hiding his thoughts. However, Shen Ning did not notice Gu Changgen's unusual behavior and felt a bit nervous instead. After all, Gu Changzhen was a very serious, responsible, and patient teacher. If a movement was not done correctly, he would often correct it repeatedly and ask for more practice. At the beginning, Shen Ning could hardly keep up with such intense training. If it weren't for the help of the spiritual spring water, she would probably struggle to get out of bed the next day, feeling sore all over, even more exhausted than during the busy farming season. Oh, okay. Shen Ning obediently nodded. She had always been a good student. Nearby, Li Daniu watched the somewhat naive girl and silently wished her luck. Little Shen is still too young. When they reached the small garden downstairs of the hospital, Shen Ning, as usual, warmed up by running and jumping. She turned to Gu Chongzhen and asked, "Are we starting with stance training today?" Gu Chongzhen smiled slightly. "No, let's start with some real combat today." Shen Ning was taken aback, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes.
Real combat?
With who?
Cumbradali.
Gu Chongzhen shot her a cold glance. "Attack me. If you can land a punch, you win." Shen Ning clearly did not expect that the opponent would be Gu Chongzhen. Her large, cat-like eyes looked a bit confused.
Gu.
"Brother Gu, but your injury isn't healed yet. Don't worry. If you can hurt me even a little, that shows you have skill." Seeing Gu Chongzhen's firm confidence, Shen Ning felt reassured. She tightened her fists, leaned slightly forward, and got into position, ready to attack. This was her first time facing off against someone using the fighting techniques Gu Chongzhen had taught her, and Shen Ning couldn't help but feel excited, even eager to try. Concerned, Li Daniu quietly followed, not daring to get too close, watching from a distance. Seeing Shen Ning's completely unaware demeanor, like a little kitten that had just learned to run and jump, eager to challenge a wolf, he couldn't help but cover his eyes with his hand. What to do? He felt a bit reluctant to continue watching. As expected, Shen Ning launched her attack, swinging her right fist toward Gu Chongzhen's left cheek. But Gu Chongzhen simply stepped aside, dodging her attack, and couldn't help but comment, "Too slow." Shen Ning missed her strike and quickly turned to elbow, but Gu Chongzhen easily blocked it. He pulled her back and tripped her with his left foot. Before Shen Ning realized what happened, she felt a sharp pain in her back and found herself lying on the ground, legs in the air. "Ouch, that hurts." Shen Ning looked up at the blue sky in disbelief, then glanced at Gu Chongzhen's defined jawline. Gu Chongzhen reached out his hand and helped her up. "Let's go again." "Okay." Shen Ning thought she must have been careless before, so this time she was more cautious. As soon as she got up, she unexpectedly attacked Gu Chongzhen. She used all the moves she had learned from her recent intense training, clearly giving it her all. But to Gu Chongzhen, it looked like a fluffy little cat playfully charging around. This wasn't an attack, it was more like an invitation. If Gu Chongzhen hadn't been so composed and wanted to teach Shen Ning a lesson to keep her from getting into trouble, he might have pinned her down and given her a good shake. So, in the garden, this scene unfolded. Shen Ning threw a straight punch, but Gu Chongzhen sidestepped with no expression and gently tripped her, causing her to fall. Shen Ning kicked sideways, but Gu Chongzhen grabbed her ankle and pushed her back down. Shen Ning lunged with a punch, but Gu Chongzhen caught her small fist, pulled her forward, and tripped her again. Li Daniu could no longer watch and slapped his forehead. "Oh my goodness. Captain, are you planning to be single forever? What kind-hearted person would dare to strike such a lovely girl like Shen Ning? This is just outrageous." But no matter how much Li Daniu complained, Gu Chongzhen continued as he pleased. No matter what moves Shen Ning tried, knee kicks, elbow strikes, flying kicks, or wide punches, she was easily subdued by Gu Chongzhen. Shen Ning even got kicked a few times and had her muscles pinched, leaving her sore all over. Yet, Gu Chongzhen remained calm and said slowly, "Come again.
Come again.
Come again." Shen Ning faced repeated setbacks, feeling like a mouse being toyed with by a cat. Frustrated but unwilling to give up, she kept getting back up after each fall. Despite being a pretty girl, she ended up covered in dirt, but her stubbornness shone through as she gritted her teeth and persisted. Even Gu Chongzhen was moved. This girl was tougher than he had imagined, showing resilience like weeds growing through cracks in the stone, thriving against all odds. Lost in thought, Gu Chongzhen didn't notice when Shen Ning seized the moment to throw a punch at his chin. He quickly reacted, leaning back slightly and kicking out with his right foot. Shen Ning lost her balance and fell directly into his arms, her nose colliding with his firm chest. The impact made her nose sting painfully, and tears filled her eyes.
Ouch.
That hurts. Gu Changgang was surprised. He hadn't used much force, yet Shen Ning had crashed into him like a little cannonball. Realizing her balance was off, he thought about needing to strengthen his own training while gently lifting her chin to check for injuries. "Let me see where you hit." At that moment, Shen Ning felt embarrassed. She didn't want to cry, but hitting her sensitive nose made tears uncontrollably well up. "Ouch. It hurts so much." Her voice took on a whiny tone, softer and more nasal than usual. Gu Changgang was startled and immediately leaned down to inspect her, lifting her chin. As they faced each other closely, Gu Changgang suddenly realized how near they were. Li Daniu was stunned by this unexpected turn of events. He thought he might need to take back his earlier remarks about the camp leader. Look at the timing, look at the angle. If these two get a little closer, and if Xiao Xin stands on her tiptoes and the camp leader lowers his head, they might just...
Quiche, quiche, quiche.
Li Daniu watched intently, clenching his fists, staring at the two without blinking, even mumbling to himself. He seemed more nervous and excited than the people involved. But in reality, Shen Ning felt like her nose was about to be broken. The pain shot straight to her head, and tears couldn't help but fall. Gu Changzhen looked down at the young girl, also stunned. At that moment, Shen Ning's nose was slightly red, and her eyes had a hint of pink. Her small face, usually pale, now had a rosy glow from the recent excitement, making her look like a juicy peach. Because of the injury to her nose, she couldn't open her eyes fully, and her long, curled eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings. Her rosy cheeks were still glistening with tears. With her lips slightly pouted, she seemed to be holding back her sadness, as if she was about to cry at any moment. She looked both pitiful and adorable. The anger Gu Changzhen had been holding for 2 days instantly faded, but another kind of unnameable frustration rose within him. He studied her and turned his face away, not daring to look at her current state. Are you okay? Not good." Shen Ning felt terrible. Her nose hurt and felt warm, and she suspected she might have a nosebleed. She quickly tilted her head back, looking like she was asking for a kiss. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Suddenly, a sharp, angry female voice exploded in their ears. Gu Yujiao seemed like she had caught them in a compromising situation, her tone filled with excitement. Li Dania jumped in surprise and turned to see Gu Yujiao, supported by a middle-aged man, stomping toward them in anger. He instinctively tried to block her way and asked, "Comrade Gu, why are you here again?" Gu Yujiao pushed past Li Daniu, cursing, "Who do you think you are to stop me?" Shen Ning wiped her tears and managed to open her eyes. Gu Changgang had already taken her hand and walked straight to the faucet, wetting his handkerchief and handing it to her. "Wipe your face. It's dirty." After washing her face with cold water, Shen Ning felt much better. She touched her nose with some doubt and asked Gu Changgang worriedly, "Is my nose okay? It won't be broken, right? It's not made of clay, so it's not that delicate," Gu Changgang replied, looking at the young woman with water droplets in her hair, turning his face away with a stiff tone. But his gaze flicked to the red mark on Shen Ning's wrist, and he couldn't help but think that she was indeed a bit delicate. He hadn't even pulled hard, yet a gentle tug left a mark. Looking at her flushed nose and forehead, he suddenly wondered if he had been too harsh. But recalling what the instructor had said before, if the child misbehaves, a good spanking will fix it. He hardened his heart. It was better for her to learn a lesson here than to get into trouble every day and eventually hurt herself. Gu Yujiao felt completely ignored by the two, as if she were invisible, and was about to explode with anger. You little brat." Gu Yujiao pointed at Shen Ning, her long nails seeming to want to poke into Shen Ning's head. Gu Changgang quickly shielded Shen Ning behind him, his deep black eyes suddenly filled with coldness. "What are you doing? Shen Ning is my friend, so you better watch your words." "You." "Gu Changgang, you have the last name Gu, and you're actually helping this little brat. Do you even see me as your aunt?" Gu Gu Changgang scoffed coldly, too lazy to answer her. He turned to Shen Ning and said, "Go upstairs and rest for now. I'll talk to you properly later." Seeing the two about to leave, Gu Yujiao stubbornly shouted, "No.
You two stop."
Shen Ning, you little. Shut up. Gu Changgang turned back to glare at her, his anger clear in his eyes. His imposing demeanor was increasingly reminiscent of the old master of the Gu family. Gu Yujiao felt a bit intimidated and instinctively took a step back, forgetting that her ankle was still injured. Fortunately, Wang Ping, who was with her, caught her just in time. Otherwise, she would have fallen hard. Gu Yujiao's expression grew darker as she thought about the grievances she had suffered these past few days, the lost 10,000 yuan, and Wang Yuanshan's indifferent expression, feeling as if the sky was about to fall. She even showed her vulnerability and sadness in front of this nephew she never cared for. Feeling overwhelmed, she shouted uncontrollably, "Gu Changgang, do you even know? It's because of her. Because of her. I lost 10,000 yuan. A whole 10,000. Maybe that money was stolen by that little brat. She's just someone who only cares about money, is hypocritical and dirty, and wants to climb the social ladder. Gu Changgang, our family will never allow such a vicious woman to enter our home." As soon as Gu Yujiao finished speaking, Li Daniu gasped, and everyone's attention was drawn to the 10,000 yuan. In this day and age, it's rare for a village to have someone with that much money. This amount was so significant that everyone was focused on the lost 10,000 yuan. They didn't even hear the second half of Gu Yujiao's words and instinctively turned their gaze to Shen Ning. Shen Ning peeked out from behind Gu Changgang, sounding even more surprised than her. "What? You lost how much? 10,000? Are you sure it's 10,000? The girl blinked her dark eyes in disbelief. Then, her eyes darted around as if she was trying to figure out the truth of the situation. Soon she realized the connection. Wow, Wang Yuanshan, that scoundrel, dared to act as a middleman and make a profit. She had worked hard, carefully weighing her options, and only dared to ask for 5,000. Yet he just had to say a few words and easily earned 5,000 too. How shady. Shen Ning felt a bit frustrated, thinking she was too kind. Thankfully, that money ended up in her pocket. Otherwise, she would have taken the blame for nothing. Realizing that the Wang family also had their own schemes and were not united, Shen Ning couldn't help but smile. She pursed her lips, tried hard to hold back, but eventually couldn't resist, and a smile spread across her face, almost gleeful, though she pretended to look regretful. "Oh dear, how could you be so careless? That's 10,000 yuan, a whole 10,000. Did you report it in time? Otherwise, your money might be gone for good." Gu Changgang was almost amused by her innocent, dramatic expression. He knew that Shen Ning was always petty and loved to hold grudges, and he also knew how to provoke others. But when he lowered his gaze and saw Shen Ning looking so pleased while adding fuel to the fire, he felt no disgust at all. Instead, his heart raced. Really, the more he looked, the more he liked her. However, Shen Ning's shocked and confused expression seemed genuine. Could it be that this matter really had nothing to do with her?
You.
Gu Yujiao was so angry she nearly had a heart attack. Wang Ping quickly stepped forward to advise her. "Sister Yujiao, don't let her get to you. Your health is important. Let me take you to see a doctor first. You can't delay any longer. What if you hurt your bones? Get away." Gu Yujiao was on the verge of tears, her finger trembling as she pointed at Shen Ning. "It's all your fault. All your fault." Shen Ning raised her hands innocently. "What are you blaming me for? I didn't steal your money. If you have evidence that I did it, just call the police to arrest me. I've been here all morning, getting beaten up." Shen Ning glanced at Gu Changgang's expression and silently swallowed the words "getting beaten up." She was starting to realize she didn't know how she had offended Brother Gu. He seemed to be looking for ways to deal with her while pretending it was some kind of practical exercise. Ugh, every part of her ached right now. That annoying man. Shen Ning's face darkened, and she had no good attitude left for Gu Yujiao, who was looking for trouble. "If you don't have evidence and are just making baseless accusations, you're tarnishing my reputation. I could report you for defamation. Shen Ning remained calm, showing no signs of guilt.
But
If you hadn't threatened me, I wouldn't have had so much cash on me, and I wouldn't have faced this unwarranted disaster. In the end, you are the one who harmed me. Do you believe I can go to the police right now and report you for extortion? Go ahead, feel free to do it. What have I extorted from you? You better tell the police everything clearly, including how you hired those 2 thugs, gave them my address, and asked them to trouble me. Did you specifically tell them to break my limbs to make it easier for them to do whatever they wanted? I still have the tape of those 2 thugs' confessions. That money was just a hush fee from Wang Yuanshan. As for the amount of the hush money, you might as well go back and ask properly. Gu Yujiao. Wang Yuanshan suddenly caught up from behind, interrupting Shen Ning's next words. At the same time, Gu Changzhen tensed up and grabbed Shen Ning's wrist, his dark eyes fixed on her. Did she hire someone to deal with you? When did this happen? Are you hurt? Why didn't you tell me? Seeing the worry in Gu Changzhen's eyes warmed Shen Ning's heart a little. Brother Gu, I'm fine. Yuan Shan, you finally made it. It's all her fault, all because of her. Gu Yujiao's eyes were red. Even though she was over 30, she unconsciously showed a childlike sense of grievance, clearly raised in a pampered environment. Unfortunately, she encountered such a deep-thinking man, and she didn't even realize she was being manipulated. Wang Yuanshan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, relieved to have arrived in time. Shen Ning hadn't said anything harmful yet. Comrade Shen, don't worry. I promise the money I promised you will not be a penny less. I also hope you keep your word and let my loved one go. She truly made a mistake in a moment of confusion. That money is not extortion. It is our voluntary compensation. Wang Yuanshan's words sounded good, and Gu Yujiao thought he was pleading with Shen Ning for her sake. But Shen Ning knew Wang Yuanshan was secretly warning her not to speak carelessly. Otherwise, it would be unclear whether the money was extortion or voluntary compensation. Shen Ning couldn't help but chuckle, finding it quite amusing. After all, it would be foolish not to accept money. Moreover, this time, the money was willingly offered by Wang Yuanshan, so of course, she would happily accept it. Of course, your Gu family is wealthy. How could a simple village girl like me offend you? Wang Yuanshan immediately breathed a sigh of relief, knowing Shen Ning wasn't foolish and would know how to choose. However, Shen Ning's next words made it hard for him to maintain his composure. Then it settled, a compensation of 10,000 yuan, not a cent less. Once I accept this compensation, this matter will be completely closed. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind having a good chat with Comrade Gu Yujiao. The young girl smiled brightly, but to Wang Yuanshan, it was utterly infuriating. You!
how could you?
Wang Yuanshan's eyes were filled with anger. He wanted to shout at Shen Ning, to accuse her of taking advantage of a situation, to call her despicable and shameless. But he didn't dare.
He couldn't.
He couldn't afford to lose Gu Yujiao's trust or ruin his image in her eyes. He felt like he was about to grind his teeth to dust, swallowing his anger and forcing a fake smile. All right, I hope Comrade Shen keeps her word. Once you accept this money, let this matter stay between us, and don't say a word outside. Otherwise, I, Wang Yuanshan, am not someone to be trifled with. Shen Ning scoffed. Is this your attitude when asking for help? Gu Yujiao, I have something to say to you. Wang Yuanshan broke in, sweating nervously. Shen Ning, don't go too far. Shen Ning showed no fear, her eyes cold. When asking for help, you need to have the right attitude. Wang Yuanshan felt more frustrated than ever, his chest tight with anger, nearly bursting with it. But he had to lower his tone and soften his approach. You're right. This matter was not handled well by us as a couple. Please, after accepting the compensation, don't hold it against us. Gu Yujiao clearly didn't understand the tension between them. She felt reassured that she had married the right person, knowing Wang Yuanshan was trying to lower himself for her sake. Feeling both touched and pained, she said, Honey, don't beg her. Let her go ahead and sue. I can handle it, even if it means going to jail.
Oh.
What determination! Shen Ning enjoyed the drama, even wanting to applaud Gu Yujiao for her fierce spirit. Be quiet. Wang Yuanshan tightly grasped Gu Yujiao's arm. Let's put an end to this. Don't make a scene. Shen Ning chuckled, realizing that Wang Yuanshan indeed had some skills. Even though he had scolded Gu Yujiao in front of everyone, leaving no room for her dignity, she wasn't angry at all. Instead, she looked at him with admiration. Wow, this couple was truly a unique match. Seeing Gu Yujiao calm down, Wang Yuanshan suppressed all his anger and looked at Shen Ning again. Are you satisfied now? Shen Ning shrugged. I guess it's acceptable. Even though Wang Yuanshan is cunning, he was almost angered into losing his composure. You. Gu Chongzhen stepped in front of Shen Ning at the right moment, and the cold pressure he exuded immediately silenced Wang Yuanshan, like a bucket of cold water that made him snap back to reality. Regaining his usual elegant demeanor, he said, "Since we have clarified everything, we will take our leave now." He then pulled Gu Yujiao and tried to walk away. During this time, Gu Chongzhen had been watching Gu Yujiao and her husband trying to draw attention to themselves in front of him, like two annoying fleas jumping around. Out of respect for his grandfather, he didn't want to hold it against them. But they dared to plot against Shen Ning behind her back, thinking he was dead. Stop. Did I give you permission to leave? Gu Chongzhen's dark eyes were filled with anger, and his already intimidating presence became even more fierce, clearly ready to defend Shen Ning's honor. Gu Yujiao felt her legs weaken. Although Gu Chongzhen hadn't been in touch with the Gu family for years, what if he had lost his mind and liked that little girl Shen Ning? If he went back to tell her father about it, she would be in big trouble. What are you doing? I'm your aunt. This has nothing to do with you. Besides, that little girl is fine, right? We agreed to compensation, and this matter is over. I will bring her the money tomorrow. You shouldn't interfere. As soon as Gu Yujiao finished speaking, Gu Chongzhen's expression darkened even more. Just because she wasn't hurt doesn't mean your wrongdoing doesn't exist. How dare you lay a hand on her? He had just finished speaking when he suddenly felt someone gently tugging at his sleeve. He turned his head down to look. He saw the little girl who had just been fiercely confronting Wang Yuanshan and his wife, now cautiously looking at him.
Gu.
Gugu, let's go back. I will explain everything to you later. Shen Ning was grateful for Gu Chongzhen's kindness, but she was already satisfied with the outcome and the compensation. She didn't want to push Gu Yujiao and Wang Yuanshan into a corner. Seeing her still red nose and the nails gripping his sleeve turning pale, Gu Chongzhen sighed. He wanted to protect this little girl fiercely, shielding her from any harm. He wants Shen Ning to rely on him completely and open her heart to him, but Shen Ning clearly does not want that. When she was bullied outside, she never thought to ask him for help. Instead, she preferred to trust those unreliable friends and seek justice in the wrong way, without considering his support. This realization made him feel a bit down. Gu Cheng felt uneasy, but he knew Shen Ning was like a little hedgehog, sensitive and holding grudges. If he showed her even a little coldness, she would immediately pull away. He had worked hard to secure a place by her side, and he didn't want to back down. Even though he was burning with anger and jealousy, he couldn't say anything or ask questions. He simply responded softly, grabbed Shen Ning's wrist, and took her away. At least Shen Ning was willing to give him an explanation. She cared about his opinion, which meant that he, as her big brother Gu, held some significance in her heart. Shen Ning followed Gu Chongzhen back to the hospital room. The atmosphere was a bit heavy, and Li Daniu wisely left to give them space. Gu Chongzhen tried to soften his tone. Can you tell me what happened? 2 days ago, Gu Yujiao hired 2 thugs to trouble me. My friend happened to visit and noticed a signal at my gate. He guessed I was being targeted and waited by the door, catching those 2 thugs at night. I recorded their confession with my tape recorder and found out that Gu Yujiao and the Wang family were behind it. I planned to take the thugs and the tape to the police the next day. But the thugs ran away. Without witnesses, I couldn't do anything, and I couldn't swallow my anger. As Shen Ning spoke, her voice grew softer. Gu Cheng looked at her fluffy hair and tightly pressed lips. He knew Shen Ning was holding back. What kind of friend would come looking for her in the middle of the night and recognize a signal so quickly? But Shen Ning clearly didn't want to share. She always had her little secrets. Gu Changming couldn't press her for answers. He understood that, given Shen Ning's personality, it was already difficult for her to be open about what happened. "What about you and Wang Yuanshan?" he asked. Shen Ning pouted. "He's Wang Baozhu's uncle and Gu Yujiao's boyfriend, so of course he hates me. He also used the Gu family's power to threaten me, forcing me to give up reporting to the police. Just when my witness also ran away, I didn't want to make a big fuss. I just wanted to vent a little." Shen Ning suddenly raised her right hand, pinching her pinky with her thumb, and gestured, "I really just wanted to vent a little." Wang Yuanshan was afraid that the tape would spread and harm his reputation, so he thought about paying me to keep quiet. Gu Changming glanced at Shen Ning with a cold smile.
Oh.
"Venting a little and you ask for 10,000. Aren't you afraid they can't come up with it and might act out of desperation?" Shen Ning immediately reacted like a startled cat, jumping up in a panic. "I didn't ask for that much. I swear I only wanted 5,000. It was Wang Yuanshan who was shameless, living off his wife and scheming, clearly making a profit in the middle, asking Gu Yujiao for 10,000. I really only asked for 5,000. Gu Changming was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a twist in the story. No wonder he felt something was off about Wang Yuanshan earlier. Shen Ning was obviously very unhappy about Wang Yuanshan using her, puffing up like a pufferfish. "Since Wang Yuanshan insists on putting this blame on me, then I'll just go along with it. I want 10,000. I can't just take the blame for being in good health. I won't let that scoundrel Wang Yuanshan benefit." Gu Changming couldn't help but laugh at Shen Ning's boldness, his gaze falling on her slender waist, feeling a bit flustered for some reason. He turned his face away, cleared his throat, and asked, "Does this missing money from Gu Yujiao have anything to do with you?" The lively girl suddenly fell silent, her gaze drifting. Gu Changming's expression darkened immediately. "Shen Ning, speak. Does this matter relate to you?" Shen Ning lowered her head in silence, knowing that Gu Changming was always sharp and could see through her thoughts easily. Seeing Shen Ning not respond, Gu Changming confirmed his suspicion, taking a sharp breath. "Shen Ning, do you know what you're doing?"
You are."
Gu Changming's tone was filled with frustration. "I really think you've lost your mind." Shen Ning raised her head, unusually calm, not showing the guilt she usually had when caught doing something wrong. Her dark eyes boldly met Gu Changming's gaze. "Brother Gu, I don't want to deceive you. I know you don't agree with my actions. You are open and honest, always doing things in a straightforward manner, a true hero who protects the country. But I'm not like that. I'm a petty person who seeks revenge."
I'm terrible.
When Gu Yujiao treated me this way, I chose to keep the peace and settle things with money, not because I'm generous, but because I know I don't have the ability to deal with her right now. She has an amazing father, and even if I managed to send her to jail, she would be out in no time with all sorts of excuses, just like Wang Baozhu. Since that's the case, I can only find my own ways to make things difficult for her and make her feel the pain. If I had the power, I would definitely make her apologize to me on her knees, crying and regretting her wrong thoughts about me. Gu Changming already knew that Shen Ning was not as gentle and weak as she appeared, but at this moment, he was still shocked by the anger deep within her. Perhaps it wasn't too surprising, considering that Shen Ning had insisted on sending Wang Baozhu to jail without caring for her own safety, revealing her stubbornness and harshness. He had just been ignoring that fact. But now Shen Ning had clearly laid herself bare, even bluntly telling him that she was someone who breaks the law and challenges moral boundaries. She is bad. She is terrible. Yet Gu Changming only felt a deep pain in his heart, wondering what kind of experiences had turned Shen Ning into this. He reached out his hand, but Shen Ning instinctively took a step back, putting up a defensive posture. Gu Changming's outstretched hand froze in place. He never intended to hurt her, even knowing that her actions contradicted his principles. He was only frustrated with himself for not being prepared sooner, giving Gu Yujiao the chance to hurt the young girl, and for not realizing Shen Ning's extreme thoughts earlier to guide her back on the right path. But did Shen Ning really not trust him at all? Did she think he would hurt her? Gu Changgang was not good with words, but at that moment, he felt hurt, overwhelmed with emotions, unsure of what to say or where to start. He slowly withdrew his hand, staring intently at Shen Ning. However, Shen Ning looked into his deep eyes and misunderstood his intentions, taking a few steps back. She didn't know why her eyes felt sore, and her heart felt empty. She bit her lip, gripping her small bag tightly. I don't want to lie to you. This is just how things are. I don't think I did anything wrong. Even if you take me to the police station, I won't admit it. You have no evidence linking me to this matter. Anyway, I really appreciate your care during this time. From now on, I won't come back again. I won't be a bother to you anymore. After saying this, she turned and rushed out of the hospital room, almost bumping into Li Daniu, who had just returned. Hey, Xiaoshen, why are you running? Where are you going? Li Daniu scratched his head in confusion and turned to see the statue-like Commander Gu. The colors in the room seemed to fade away with the girl, and the atmosphere became suffocating. Li Daniu was puzzled. What's going on, Commander? Xiaoshen. Gu Changzhen was always principled and decisive. He could previously convince himself that Shen Ning was just a bit naive, but not a bad person. However, today she had truly struck him hard. Gu Changzhen stood by the window, watching Shen Ning's retreating figure. Li Daniu looked at the thermos on the table and slapped his forehead. Oh no, I forgot Xiaoshen's thermos. What will we use to get soup next time? Gu Changzhen sighed. She won't come back. Shen Ning returned to her yard and buried herself under the blankets as soon as she entered. She couldn't quite express her feelings. Gu Changzhen was one of the few people who treated her well. In Shen Ning's heart, Gu Changzhen was a teacher, a friend, and an older brother. Undeniably, she cared about his opinion and didn't want to see disappointment in his eyes. She was avoiding him, thinking that their paths should end here and they shouldn't meet again. He was a pillar of the nation, while she was just an ordinary person with no grand ambitions, wanting only to tend to her small piece of land and live her simple life. It was time to recognize the truth. They were on different paths. She and he were not meant to be together. Shen Ning lowered her gaze, looking at her clean, fair hands, and smiled wryly. After calling him Brother Gu for a few days, did she really think he could become like a real brother to her, truly standing by her side? How ridiculous. When Qin Jiu climbed over the wall, he saw Shen Ning leaning against the window, admiring her fair, slender fingers in the sunlight. The sunlight filtered through her fingers and illuminated her face, making it hard to see her expression, but she seemed to glow. Qin Jiu, lacking in education, could only think of two words: so beautiful. He couldn't help but smile. Hey, I didn't know you were so self-absorbed. By the way, I recently got a few bottles of nail polish from Haisher. If you like it, I can bring some for you later. Shen Ning's smile faded, and her earlier sadness disappeared. What are you doing here in broad daylight? If someone sees you, don't worry about me. Qin Jiu knows how to handle things. Come on, let's split the spoils. Qin Jiu was excited. Oh, you have no idea. This time it was worth the trip. It was so thrilling. You won't believe how much I got from those two guys. A whole. Shen Ning interrupted, then Tosund. Qin Jiu was surprised. Wow, how did you know? Gu Yujiao was acting strange and happened to be at the hospital. She saw me and couldn't help but cry and yell. That's when I realized that compared to Wang Yuanshan, we still have some conscience. Upon hearing this, Qin Jiu reacted immediately. What? Wang Yuanshan is really something else. I saw how devoted his wife is to him, and he still schemes against her. If I had known, I wouldn't have just taken the money and left. I should have stayed and taught him a lesson. Calm down. Do you think the police are easy to deal with? For now, you all need to lay low. No going out, no troublemaking. Just stay quiet. I suspect Wang Yuanshan and his crew will be leaving Heilongjiang soon. With this money, you and your brothers can manage for a while, but no reckless behavior. Qin Jiu paused, feeling a warmth in his heart. He smiled and said nonchalantly, we have our principles too. We usually only do things that are fair game. Don't worry, I trust you. I'll wait until next year to see how things go before making any decisions. Besides, do you think we enjoy doing shady things? It's just out of necessity. Shen Ning looked at him, knowing he was a man of his word. Once he promised something, he would follow through, which eased her worries a bit. Shen Ning asked, "How are your two brothers? They didn't slip up, did they?" Qin Jiu replied, "Don't worry, they never showed their faces, and we cleaned up thoroughly. No one will find out. I should thank you for giving me such a great opportunity to make money." Qin Jiu finally remembered and took out the bulging cloth bag from his arms, spreading it on the table. "As we agreed, we'll split it 50-50. Here's your share." Shen Ning glanced at it. Although there were quite a few items, she felt uneasy since this money was taken from an enemy. No matter how she looked at it, it felt uncomfortable. "By the way, can I borrow your study materials?" Qin Jiu suddenly asked, catching Shen Ning off guard. "Of course, but isn't it a bit late for you to start studying now?" Seeing Shen Ning's doubtful look, Qin Jiu felt a bit offended and rolled his eyes.
Who are you looking down on?
"Your brother Qin Jiu is capable in both academics and sports. It's just a college. Do you believe I can get in any time?" Shen Ning twitched her lips and shook her head. "I don't believe it."
You.
Qin Jiu was momentarily speechless. He didn't know why he had such a thought. Maybe he just wanted to be closer to Shen Ning. But feeling underestimated made him a bit angry, and he kicked a chair. "If you don't want to lend it, forget it." Shen Ning rolled her eyes. "Of course I'll lend it. I never said I wouldn't. Why kick my chair? Just come over and choose what you want." As she spoke, she walked to the desk and took out a few high school textbooks, handing them to Qin Jiu, Chinese, math, and politics. "Here, take these. They are the basics. You can look at them first. As for the practice questions, you might need to copy them down. I still need them. You can also take my notes to look at." Qin Jiu's irritation instantly faded, and he even raised his eyebrows.
Okay, fine.
"Since you're being so sincere, I'll reluctantly." Shen Ning interrupted. "Go away. If you want it, take it. If not, just leave." Qin Jiu immediately grinned. "I want it. Don't worry, I'll take good care of your notes and return them to you in perfect condition." Fearing Shen Ning might change her mind, Qin Jiu quickly grabbed the textbooks and stuffed them into his arms before climbing out the window. Shen Ning and the coal ball were used to it by now. It seemed like this guy was born to never walk properly, always climbing walls or jumping through windows. "By the way, your deal with Wang Yuanshan is tomorrow, right? I'll bring a few friends to support you." Shen Ning was taken aback. She thought about how she was walking ahead with a group of troublemakers behind her, and the image was too much for her to imagine. That's not necessary. It's settled. Don't worry, I won't charge you for protection," Qin Jiu said, not giving Shen Ning a chance to refuse, and quickly jumped down from the wall. The next day at noon, Shen Ning and Qin Jiu arrived at the small woods near the police station as promised. Qin Jiu had Lu Meng and a few brothers wait outside the woods, worried that Wang Yuanshan and his group might act out of desperation and harm Shen Ning. To their surprise, Wang Yuanshan arrived on time with Wang and the money. After meeting, they exchanged no words. Wang An stepped forward with a bag of money after a nod from Wang Yuanshan. Qin Jiu snatched it, casually checked the contents in front of everyone, and nodded at Shen Ning. Wang Yuanshan was getting impatient. "Where's the tape?" Shen Ning smiled and pulled a tape from her small bag, tossing it over. "Since the compensation is in place, I will keep my promise. Here it is." Wang Yuanshan was taken aback, receiving the tape with a frown. "Why is there only one?" "Yes, there was only one. I was just kidding when I said there were many tapes. Buying tapes costs money, you know? Don't worry, I'm telling the truth this time." Wang Yuanshan was so angry he could hardly breathe. He was grateful for his health. Otherwise, facing such a troublesome girl would surely make him furious. He looked again at Shen Ning's face, which resembled Sui Ware's, and felt confused. How could someone like Sui Ware, who is educated and kind, have such a cunning and troublesome girl? Wang Ping watched Wang Yuanshan's furious expression and his rising chest, looking at Shen Ning with a hint of admiration. It was the first time he saw someone make Wang Yuanshan this angry. Wang Ping dared not speak and took out his portable player to check the tape's authenticity. Brother Yuanshan, the tape is fine. I know. Wang Yuanshan was furious, looking at Shen Ning with a venomous gaze filled with hatred. Shen Ning, you have been plotting against me from the start. Those troublemakers who led us away from the guest house were arranged by you, right? You're quite the schemer. Shen Ning chuckled. Are you getting old and losing your mind? You lost the money yourself and want me to take the blame. Well, this isn't the first time you've done something like this. It's frustrating to think that Gu Yujiao was sincere with you while you were secretly plotting against her. By the way, I should thank you. Otherwise, how could the compensation double? Shut up. Wang Yuanshan felt his eyelids twitching. He realized he was wrong to argue with her. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, as if looking at her one more time would give him a heart attack. Enough. I don't want to waste time arguing with you. You've already taken the money, so let's end this here. If I hear any rumors elsewhere, whatever. Shen Ning rolled her eyes at him. That day in the hospital, your wife plotted against me, and Captain Gu knew about it too. Why don't you warn him? Is it because you don't want to or you're too scared? I'll only take care of my own business. As for the rest, I'm not responsible. With that, Shen Ning turned to leave, and Qin Jiu happily followed her, whistling as they walked, looking at Wang Yuanshan as if he were trash. Even Wang Ping couldn't hold back anymore. Watching the two leave, he angrily said, Brother Yuanshan, that's 10,000. Just like that? Wang Yuanshan's face turned pale, then he sneered, his tone cold and chilling. Huh, a young girl thinks she's invincible just because she knows a few troublemakers? What a fool. She dares to scam my money? I just hope she can take it but won't live to spend it. Wang felt a chill run down his spine. They knew Wang Yuanshan well, and he swallowed hard, cautiously asking, Brother Yuanshan, what do you plan to do? But what if that girl gets angry and reports us to the police? Foolish. Her reckless behavior attracting trouble has nothing to do with us. She's just asking for trouble. Tonight we'll buy tickets back to the capital, and after a month or two, if Shen Ning is still around, I'll find another way to deal with her. Wang suddenly understood why Wang Yuanshan was so careless when he went to the bank today, even showing off his wealth to attract attention. Wang En's hair stood on end, looking at Wang Yuanshan with fear in his eyes. I'm afraid Wang Yuanshan has already planned everything. From the moment he left the bank with the money, he was likely being watched. After all, this is $10,000. An ordinary person might take decades of hard work to save that much money. Wang couldn't help but speak up, Brother, your trick of using someone else's hand to do the dirty work is really clever. That girl Shen Ning probably won't even know how she met her end. Wang Yuanshan couldn't hide his pride, but when he thought about what Shen Ning said before leaving, he frowned. It seemed like she hinted that Gu Changgang was her supporter. However, from what he knew, Gu Yujiao's nephew was very cold and unlikely to cause chaos in the Gu family over a girl like Shen Ning. Meanwhile, far away in the capital, the elder of the Gu family, Gu Hualin, unexpectedly received a call from his grandson. The usually calm and serious elder was suddenly very excited. Changgang, is your injury getting better? When will you come back to see your grandfather? I've already contacted the best hospital, and I've shown your medical records to the experts. Don't worry, even if it's not treatable here, we can go abroad. I will do everything I can to help you.
Grandpa.
Listening to the elder's concerned words on the phone, Gu Changgang felt a warmth in his heart. He gently interrupted Gu Hualin, Grandpa, I have something to tell you about Gu Yujiao. Getting this money so smoothly made Shen Ning feel a bit uneasy. She thought that with the Wang family's malice, they wouldn't let it go easily. But Wang Yuanshan's behavior was too normal, making it hard for her to see through him. Could he really have given up? That didn't seem right. Qin Jiu noticed her worries and guessed her concerns. Don't worry, people like them in public office fear losing their reputation the most. For them, losing money to avoid disaster is the right choice. I don't know much about Wang Yuanshan, but I know Wang Aihua too well. She would never let me enjoy this money without consequences. Qin Jiu chuckled and teased, "When trouble comes, we face it together. Don't worry, I'm here for you. I've got your back." Shen Ning ignored his teasing, frowning as she thought for a moment. What if after I take this money and leave, he goes to the police and accuses us of robbery? Qin Jiu paused with the money in his hand. That shouldn't happen, unless he doesn't care about his family's reputation, or about Yujiao being his support. Shen Ning replied, or he could be copying someone else. Wang Yuanshan has also sent 2 people to my yard, waiting for me to return, to hit me and rob my house. Qin Jiu gasped. That's possible. I'll have my brothers take turns guarding your house. Shen Ning shook her head again, suddenly having a bright idea. If it were me, I would just find a few masked people to pretend to be robbers and boldly take the money back, while also giving them a good beating. Qin Jiu clearly thought of this possibility too. He suddenly stopped, and they exchanged glances. The wind in the forest seemed to stop. "Hey, close your mouth, my dear aunt." But it was clearly too late. Qin Jiu glanced at the shadowy figures in the forest and felt a chill run down his back. His expression turned serious. "Oh no, we've been targeted." Shen Ning was taken aback, looking down at the bag of money in Qin Jiu's arms. She sneered, "What a clever way to use someone else's knife." "I was really careless." Qin Jiu's expression was tense as he watched the crowd slowly surround them. He regretted being too bold and letting his brothers guard the outskirts of the forest, leaving them trapped and isolated. Now it felt like calling for help would be useless. Shen Ning also felt a headache coming on. If she were alone, even if she couldn't fight, she could dive into her space to avoid trouble. But now, looking at Qin Jiu, she couldn't just leave him behind. That would be too ungrateful. Qin Jiu had no idea about her complicated thoughts. Even though he joked around every day, calling her sister, Ningjie, and so on when danger struck, he instinctively protected her.
Who are you?
Do you dare to rob me, Qin Jiu? Are you tired of living? Do you think I can't find out who you are just because you're wearing silly masks? If you know what's good for you, get as far away as you can. Today, I'll pretend I didn't see you. Otherwise, stop talking nonsense. I don't want to hurt anyone. Hand over the money you have, and I'll let you leave safely. Otherwise, whether you're the 9th brother or the 8th brother, today it will be a fight to the finish."
Whoa.
Seeing the bright knife in front of him, Shen Ning gasped, "Brothers, let's talk this out. We're just here for money. No need to ruin our peace." "Shut up. Right now, throw the bags of money you have over here, and I might let you go. If I have to come over and take it, it won't just be about the money." The man in the mask looked at Shen Ning with a wicked grin. "Of course, if you want to stay and make me comfortable, I might leave you some of this money." Before he could finish, Qin Jiu was already furious. If Shen Ning hadn't held onto his collar tightly, he would have rushed into fight. "I can't believe this. What a fool. Shen Ning, why are you stopping me? Watch me take them down." As Qin Jiu spoke, he broke free from Shen Ning and tossed the bag of money into her arms, charging toward the crowd. He didn't forget to warn Shen Ning, "Run to the curb, it's safer there." Before Shen Ning could react, Qin Jiu shot out like a missile. He kicked away a robber trying to get close, then pulled out a knife and charged at the masked leader. Soon, he was caught up in a brawl. It was clear he was outmatched, and he quickly got hurt, unable to escape and call for help. Meanwhile, 2 more people were sneaking up on Shen Ning. "Grab that girl. The money is with her." Shen Ning glanced at the bag in her arms and quickly swapped out its contents. She pulled out a lighter and shouted at the crowd, "Stop right now, or I will burn this money. Stop right now, or I will burn this money." Shen Ning's shout immediately silenced everyone. Qin Jiu was surprised that Shen Ning hadn't run away, his eyes wide. But he quickly reacted. Taking advantage of the moment, he kicked the masked leader hard and rolled back to Shen Ning's side. "What are you doing here instead of running away?" Shen Ning just shot him a glance, alcohol. Although Qin Jiu was complaining, he quickly took out a small bottle of liquor from his leather jacket. Shen Ning opened it and poured it onto the cloth bag. This time, Qin Jiu shouted even louder, "What are you doing? This is expensive liquor I just got from Haishur. Are you crazy?" Shen Ning rolled his eyes at him and, With a click, the metal lighter made a sharp sound. Wait. Let's talk this out. The group of robbers watching were so scared that their voices trembled. Wow, this woman is serious. If that catches fire, it would be a disaster. They were risking their lives for this. The leader, wearing a mask, held his stomach and glared at Shen Ning. I just want money, not to hurt anyone. Just throw the money over, and I promise you can leave safely, okay?
Don't give it to them.
I'd rather burn it. Qin Jiu spat in anger and shot a fierce look at Shen Ning. Aren't you usually quick on your feet? Why are you acting foolish today? Shen Ning couldn't help but roll his eyes back, defiantly saying, if I hadn't shouted in time, you would have been cut into pieces. Qin Jiu was momentarily speechless. Although he still looked fierce, his eyes were a bit watery. He had prepared for the worst, but Shen Ning had given up the chance to escape with the money and saved him instead. He felt a bit resentful. If it weren't for the unfair fight, he wouldn't be in this mess. But he still stubbornly said, what do you care? If you have the guts, let them kill me. The masked leader was also frustrated and shouted at the two, are you two done? If you want to flirt, go home. I'll say it again. I just want the money. Put it down and leave. Shen Ning took a deep breath. Okay. You all step back. No way. What if you take the money and run? The masked leader was cautious. After all, the cloth bag Shen Ning held contained a whole 10,000. He didn't believe they would just leave the money behind. Shen Ning smirked and threw the soaked cloth bag at his feet. Back off, or I'll set it on fire. Hey, wait. All right, let's all back away at the same time. I'll wait until you're far enough to pick up the money. Is that okay? Qin Jiu still wanted to say something, but Shen Ning pinched the soft flesh at his waist hard and said, shut up. I make the decisions here. Qin Jiu's eyes were red and filled with anger. That's $10,000. Do you really think that just because you paid them, they will let you go? We didn't see their faces, but they can easily find us later. Instead of this, we might as well go down together. Qin Jiu was clearly overwhelmed by anger and regretted not being more cautious with these people. Shen Ning knew that Qin Jiu was right. Those heartless criminals who dared to rob in broad daylight had no limits, and endless trouble awaited them in the future. Shut up. You said you would listen to me. Even if we have to fight, it's not the right time. Qin Jiu glanced at Shen Ning and tightened his fists. He could fight, but Shen Ning had a bright future ahead. If they got caught here, he would never forgive himself. He glared at the man in the mask and said, fine, we'll back off. After saying that, he grabbed Shen Ning's fist with his blood-stained hand and took the lighter from her. With a flick, a small flame ignited. Everyone, step back. The masked leader saw the determination in Qin Jiu's eyes and said, okay, don't be impulsive, everyone step back. The group of robbers quickly moved back a few steps, and Shen Ning pulled Qin Jiu back as well. Both sides stared at each other, wary of any tricks. Qin Jiu held Shen Ning's hand tightly, slowly retreating while quietly asking, are you really sure? You won't regret it? That's a lot of money. Shen Ning kept her eyes on the surrounding people and replied, yes, people are more important than money. Qin Jiu felt a wave of emotion. He knew that with Shen Ning's skills, she could have escaped, but she came back for him. His eyes felt heavy, and his throat felt tight. Just wait, from now on, all the money I earn will be for you.
Huh?
Shen Ning was focused, and didn't take his words seriously. Seeing that they were far enough away, she turned to Qin Jiu and said, okay, when I count to 3 we run. Don't look back, and we'll be safe once we get out of this forest. Qin Jiu pushed aside his emotions and said, okay, I understand. The masked man was watching their every move closely. Shen Ning counted 3,
2, 1, run.
At the same time, the man in the hood rushed towards the bag on the ground, shouting, catch them. A group of people immediately sprang into action, like wolves hunting lambs, rushing forward excitedly. Qin Jiu didn't waste any time. He ignited his lighter again and threw it hard. Watch out. All the movements seemed frozen, like a slow-motion scene in a movie. The people who had been running instinctively followed the lighter as it soared high into the air. The lighter landed perfectly on the bag of money, igniting it with a loud boom. Everyone shouted, "Ah! Put out the fire." The leader in the hood scrambled towards the flames, yelling, "Qin Jiu, I'll get you for this. You crazy fool." Qin Jiu laughed heartily as he pulled Shen Ning forward. The man in the hood was clearly frantic, ignoring the risk of burns as he took off his jacket and tried to smother the burning bag. But the bag was already flammable, and with the high-proof liquor Shen Ning had poured on it, the flames shot up even higher. A few people tried to put out the fire by throwing dirt, stomping, and slapping at it, and finally managed to extinguish the flames. The man in the hood angrily ripped off his hood. It was Lao Gao, who had always been at odds with Qin Jiu. He panted heavily. Qin Jiu is such a loser, showing no respect for the rules. This is real money, and he just burns it like a madman. Hurry up and check how much is left.
Boss.
This money. It's not right. One of the underlings said nervously as he sifted through the ashes. Stop stuttering. Can you even speak? Get lost, you're annoying. Lao Gao impatiently threw his hood at him, but soon noticed something was off with a few of his men. What's wrong? There can't be none left that's usable. Lao Gao pushed people aside and leaned in closer, only to see that the bag was mostly burned. What remained inside wasn't half-burned cash, but a pile of notebooks and old newspapers. A gust of wind blew, lifting the ashes and blinding everyone, as if mocking their incompetence and foolishness. Lao Gao felt a surge of anger, shouting, "I can't believe this. Qin Jiu, you fool. Wow, what a mess." The noise was so loud that Qin Jiu and Shen Ning ran out of the woods, still able to hear it faintly. They rushed to the back door of the police station, feeling a wave of safety wash over them as they collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily. Qin Jiu's eyes were still red. Those guys really got away with it. That idiot Lu Meng, instead of waiting nearby, who knows where he ran off to? After running for so long, Shen Ning was exhausted too, but seeing Qin Jiu's angry and flustered state made her laugh. Qin Jiu was momentarily distracted by her smile, his ears turning bright red.
What are you laughing at?
We lost all our money, and it was all for nothing. We almost lost our lives. Even if we burned most of it, the rest just went to those losers. Shen Ning took a deep breath and tossed her bag in front of Qin Jiu. With a thud, the heavy bag startled Qin Jiu. What do you have in this bag? It didn't seem this heavy before. Shen Ning looked a bit guilty and quickly changed the subject. Open it and see. Qin Jiu suddenly had a wild thought and pulled the zipper open a little. He looked in disbelief, then quickly zipped it back up, staring at Shen Ning. This money, is it from Wang Yuanshan? Yes, of course, Shen Ning nodded. What about that cloth bag you threw on the ground? That had some old newspapers in it. Otherwise, why do you think they were cursing so much? Shen Ning, you're amazing. I knew I picked the right person. I can just imagine their faces when they find out the cloth bag was full of newspapers. They must look so ridiculous. Qin Jiu laughed hard, but accidentally pulled at his injury.
Ouch.
That hurts. Shen Ning gave him an annoyed look. Are you done laughing? You'll attract the police. Just then, the police station behind them suddenly became lively, filled with angry shouting. Officer, we didn't rob anyone. I swear. Stop talking nonsense. We found the mask and the knife. The masked man shouted, so what? I just cry in the wind. It's an old habit. Is it wrong to wear a mask? This knife isn't mine. We found it on the ground. Shen Ning and Qin Jiu were stunned. The voice sounded familiar, and they quickly became alert, asking each other at the same time, You called the police? You called the police? They both answered simultaneously, no.
No.
Shen Ning's expression was uncertain. This money isn't clean. I haven't decided whether to call the police yet. Qin Jiu frowned tightly, realizing that Lu Meng and the others were not waiting by the roadside as agreed, and he was worried. Brother Jiu. Suddenly, Lu Meng appeared from somewhere, looking anxious. Brother Jiu, you scared me. I thought the police came to arrest you. I told the brothers to scatter to avoid any misunderstandings. Don't worry, everyone is fine. When they saw the police, they ran away faster than rabbits. Qin Jiu was speechless, unsure whether to praise their cleverness or scold them for being disloyal. Shen Ning, however, was deep in thought. She immediately thought of Gu Chonggang's cold, stern face. It's over. We must be being watched. Qin Jiu shrugged it off. What's there to be afraid of? This money is compensation. It's reasonable and legal. They are the robbers, and we are the victims. Let's go in now. I'll go with you to report it. Shen Ning still felt uneasy. She couldn't believe things would be so coincidental. She had just been robbed, and the robbers were caught right after. It felt too perfect, like someone was helping her from behind. But she also had a sense of being watched, which made her anxious and fearful. Seeing Shen Ning's pale face, Qin Jiu suddenly reached out to ruffle her messy hair. Don't worry about who called the police. The situation is actually in our favor now. I was worried about your safety since they were hidden, and we were exposed. But now, with the police involved, none of them can escape. By the time Shen Ning and Qin Jiu left the police station, they still felt a bit dazed. Everything had gone surprisingly well. Qin Jiu had taken her to report the incident, and the police first verified the source of the 10,000 yuan. Wang Yuanshan surprisingly did not cause trouble and honestly admitted that the money was a voluntary gift to Shen Ning. The masked man, Lao Gao, was part of a criminal gang that the police had been investigating. This time, they had committed robbery in broad daylight, with solid evidence against them, and they would face long prison sentences. Shen Ning had a heavy 10,000 yuan in her bag and felt incredibly lucky lately. Her eyes sparkled with joy, and she couldn't help but skip as she walked. Qin Jiu patted her shoulder. I have good news. My brother, who is keeping an eye on things, said that Wang Yuanshan's family has bought train tickets back to the capital and is leaving tonight. They're already on their way to the train station. You wouldn't believe it. This group is in chaos. Gu Yujiao is limping. Wang Yuanshan is hurt, and your stepmother looks worse than ever. Plus there's the sickly Wang Baozhu. What a mess. They came in style, but are leaving in disgrace. I think they won't have time to bother you for a while, so you can enjoy some peace. Shen Ning raised an eyebrow. Really? What a pity. Otherwise, I would have gone to see them off and say goodbye properly. Qin Jiu's mouth twitched. Goodbye? I think you just want to mock them and kick them while they're down. Haha, what nonsense are you talking about? Shen Ning laughed and playfully kicked him. The two quickly turned childish, chasing and playfully hitting each other until they disappeared at the end of the road. A jeep parked by the roadside slowly rolled down its window, revealing Gu Chonggang's deep-set eyes. He stared at Shen Ning's departing figure, silent for a long moment. Li Daniu gripped the steering wheel, frowning with a sense of urgency, as if he were more anxious than the emperor. Captain, why didn't you explain things clearly to Comrade Shen Ning? If it weren't for your secret help, she would definitely face big trouble in the future. After all, thieves can only operate for so long. There's no way to guard against them forever. Besides, these people are ruthless, involved in human trafficking, illegal gambling, and all sorts of crimes. And that Wang Yuanshan, he deliberately let this group know that Comrade Shen Ning has a large sum of money. He wants to use them to harm her. If it weren't for you, Captain, you're overthinking it. This has nothing to do with Shen Ning. Lao Gao and his gang are criminals, smuggling and trafficking, committing all sorts of evils. They just happened to cross paths with her, and now is the chance to eliminate this threat once and for all. Gu Chonggang's tone was calm, as if it were merely a coincidence.
Oh.
Li Daniu reluctantly replied, Well, Commander, do you want to say goodbye to Comrade Xiaoshen? After all, you're leaving. Gu Chongzhen shot him a cold glance, and Li Daniu immediately closed his mouth, turning to look ahead. I was just
saying.
Don't call me Commander anymore, I've retired. Let's go. Li Daniu's eyes turned red, but he knew Gu Chonggang's firm character and how strict he was with himself. Once he made a decision, no one could change it. Let's go. Gu Chongzhen urged again as the car window slowly rose. As the vehicle started moving, everything at the street corner returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. Qin Jiu insisted on escorting Shen Ning back to the village, worried that there might be dangers lurking for her. Shen Ning accepted his kindness, but unexpectedly, as they reached the foot of the village, she saw Jiang Yuanyuan and He Xiaojun, the youngest daughter of Captain Hidaji, coming down the hill with a small basket. As soon as Jiang Yuanyuan saw Shen Ning, her eyes lit up, and she rushed over. "Shen Ning, where have you been lately? You haven't invited me to play." He Xiaojun, not wanting to be left out, called out, "Sister Ning Ning, Sister Ning Ning. Why haven't you come to my house recently? I miss you. My mom was thinking about you yesterday." Shen Ning touched He Xiaojun's round little face and couldn't help but smile. She took out 2 big white rabbit milk candies from her small bag. "Are you missing your sister, or are you missing your sister's candy?" He Xiaojun instantly grinned widely both. Qin Jiu couldn't help but pinch the little girl's chubby cheek, which scared He Xiaojun to hide behind Jiang Yuanyuan. Qin Jiu, a bit dissatisfied, teased her. "You little chubby girl, you're quite cute, but eating too much candy will give you cavities. It's not good for kids. Just give them to your brother. He isn't afraid." Seeing this, He Xiaojun, worried that this naughty brother would take her candies, tightly clenched her small fists and said, "Sister Ning Ning, goodbye," before quickly running away with her short legs. Shen Ning couldn't help but chuckle. "Slow down." Jiang Yuanyuan initially wanted to complain a bit, but suddenly stopped, watching Qin Jiu next to Shen Ning with a vigilant expression that quickly turned to anger. "You scoundrel.
How dare you?
I haven't even bothered you, and you come to me." Qin Jiu raised an eyebrow and scoffed. "Oh, it's you, the foolish one. Why don't you thank me for saving you? Instead, you look so miserable." Jiang Yuanyuan was immediately furious. "Who are you calling foolish? And you? How can you say that old man and his grandson are liars? Your own heart is not clean." Shen Ning was confused by their conversation and turned to Qin Jiu. "What's going on? Do you know each other?" Qin Jiu laughed. This foolish person picked up a child by the roadside and didn't take him to the police station. Instead, she insisted on taking him home herself. "I thought she was so silly that I helped her, and now she's blaming me." "Tsk Ning Jie, don't play with fools. What if you catch their foolishness? Who are you calling a fool?" The child remembered where his home is. "What's wrong with me taking him back? Why bother the police?" Qin Jiu looked at her as if she were silly. "If he remembers where his home is, why do you need to take him back?" Jiang Yuanyuan replied, "He's so small and lost. It's normal for him to be scared. What if he goes home alone and meets a stranger?"
Fool.
They clearly wanted to take you. Why else would the child's grandmother show up as soon as I mentioned calling the police? She insisted you go home with them.
Well,
maybe the grandmother just wanted to thank me and invited me over. Qin Jiu rolled her eyes. "With someone like you, even if you help, it's useless." Fine, I'll mind my own business. Just go to town more often. I'm sure you'll meet more lost children, elderly people who need help, or injured pregnant women. Then you can follow them home, and I won't stop you." Jiang Yuanyuan began to realize that there were indeed many strange things about that grandmother and grandson. She felt embarrassed, but remembering how this person laughed at her kind heart and called her foolish, and mocked her for being pretty but not smart, made her even angrier. She still wouldn't back down. "You don't need to worry. That grandmother and grandson are definitely not what you say." Qin Jiu sneered. "If you think they're good, then fine. I can't be bothered with you." From their conversation, Shen Ning finally understood what had happened. Having seen too much of human nature's darkness in her past life, she naturally trusted Qin Jiu's judgment more. She also knows that her friend has been overly protected by her family since childhood, and sometimes being too kind and naive can lead to big troubles. Seeing that Shen Ning was silent for a long time, Jiang Yuanyuan pulled Shen Ning with dissatisfaction. "How do you know him?" After saying this, Jiang Yuanyuan looked at Qin Jiu with disdain, thinking he didn't look like a good person. She wondered if her friend had been tricked. Qin Jiu was already getting upset. "What kind of look is that? Do you think I'm not worthy to be Shen Ning's friend?" Shen Ning smiled and reassured. "You and Qin Jiu must have some misunderstandings. He just has a bit of a sharp tongue, but he's actually a good person. You'll see over time."
But he...
Jiang Yuan was about to complain, but the words got stuck in her throat, and she fell silent. Shen Ning looked at her curiously. What else do you want to say? Considering Qin Jiu was present, Jiang Yuan awkwardly changed the subject. Nothing. Nothing at all. It's just. Kai Meiwan is back. Yes, she's back, and I heard she's had a tough time, covered in injuries, and it seems her savings have been stolen. Now she's moved back to the youth station, but she's not getting along well with the new youth there. She's either crying or shouting every day, causing quite a scene. Jiang Yuan didn't mention that Kai Meiwan had borrowed money from her several times before. The amounts were small, and she had lent it. But Kai Meiwan's demands grew larger, coming to her every day, asking for money or food. Jiang Yuan couldn't take it anymore and sent her away. However, she felt that Kai Meiwan's mental state was off, and the way she looked at her when leaving was unsettling. Kai Meiwan moved back to the youth station, and she got beaten? Yes, it seems someone really went after her. When Kai Meiwan appeared at the youth station with bruises, it scared everyone. Nobody knows who she offended, and she won't say. Shen Ning thought for a moment and realized that Kai Meiwan hadn't been doing well lately. Given Wang Baozhu and Wang Aihua's vengeful nature, they wouldn't let Kai Meiwan, who testified falsely, off easily. As they chatted, they walked toward the village, with Qin Jiu following a short distance behind. After a while, they saw someone standing by the river. Jiang Yuan paused, surprised. Ning, that person looks like Kai Meiwan. Before Shen Ning could see clearly, the figure jumped into the river with a splash. Jiang Yuan let out a surprised cry, and Shen Ning was startled too. They both rushed over, shouting, "Help! Help! Someone has fallen into the water." A few women nearby, who were washing clothes by the river, stood up and came over. Two younger women quickly ran back to the village to find someone good at swimming to help. Jiang Yuan hesitated for a moment. Seeing that no one was jumping in to help, she gritted her teeth and jumped into the river, swimming hard towards Kai Meiwan. Shen Ning turned pale with fear and instinctively wanted to grab a rope or a pole from his bag to help. He held himself back and, while no one was watching, hid behind a big tree, pulled out a rope, and tied a heavy stone to the end. Once everything was ready, he rushed out and threw the stone tied to the rope into the water. Yuan, Kai Meiwan, grabbed the rope. Although the weather had warmed up, the river water was still freezing. Jiang Yuan struggled to move her arms and legs, finally reaching Kai Meiwan and grabbing her arm. "Don't be afraid." But before she could finish, Kai Meiwan pressed down her shoulder, trying to lift her upper body out of the water while gasping for air. Jiang Yuan choked on water, trying to float up to breathe, but each time she was pushed down by Kai Meiwan, who clung to her like an octopus. The people on the shore shouted, "Kai, let go. If you keep this up, Jiang will drown." Qin Jiu felt a jolt of concern. It was clear she was panicking. Shen Ning was even more anxious, his eyes turning red. Yuan, grab the rope. "I'll pull you up." Jiang Yuan finally managed to break free from Kai Meiwan, but everything in the water was chaotic. She thought Kai Meiwan was just scared and holding on too tightly. After finally grabbing the rope Shen Ning threw, she instinctively tried to pull Kai Meiwan up too. But as soon as she grabbed Kai Meiwan, she kicked Jiang Yuan away and clung tightly to the rope. "Hurry, pull me up." Yuan. Ning was so anxious that tears fell from her eyes. She could only urge the villagers to pull the rope quickly, first to bring Kai Meiwan up, and then to save Jiang Yuan. But just as Kai Meiwan was almost at the shore, she suddenly let go of the rope. Everyone was shocked. Ning quickly steadied herself, pulled back the rope, and threw it towards Jiang Yuan again. At this point, Jiang Yuan had been swept to the center of the river, and it was clear to everyone that she was exhausted. Yuan grabbed the rope. Jiang Yuan looked at the rope floating on the water and swam towards it for dear life. After much effort, she finally grabbed it, but Kai Meiwan clung to her like a leech, wrapping her arms tightly around Yuan's neck. Yuan was already worn out, and now she was struggling to breathe, her limbs feeling weak. "Meiwan, let go. Otherwise, we'll both drown." But Kai Meiwan seemed not to hear, still holding on tightly, to Jiang Yuan. Seeing Yuan losing strength, she let go of the rope. But Kai Meiwan quickly climbed onto Yuan's waist, clinging to the rope as if waiting for everyone to pull her to safety.
Yuan, hold on. Yuan.
Jiang Yuan heard Ning's desperate shouts and struggled to save herself, but her limbs felt heavier, and she was starting to sink. The two sisters who went to call for help had not returned, and it was clear that Yuan could not wait any longer. Her body began to sink slowly. After being reborn, Ning had never felt so helpless. She couldn't swim, and there were no other rescue tools in the space. She was sweating with anxiety, but felt powerless.
Yuan.
What a foolish woman. Qin Jiu cursed under his breath, threw off his leather jacket, and jumped into the water with a splash. Ning wiped her tears. Qin Jiu. Yuan. Her heart raced, and the ants watching nearby also pulled on the rope with all their might. But Kai Meiwan was distracted by the gold necklace around Qin Jiu's neck, and in a flash, she had an idea. She immediately let go of the rope and grabbed Qin Jiu, who was trying to swim away from her. Qin Jiu struggled but couldn't break free, and Kai Meiwan clung to him tightly, feeling weak and pitiful. But to Qin Jiu, Kai Meiwan looked like a dangerous ghost. Without hesitation, he threw a powerful punch at her face.
Gulialu.
Kai Meiwan let out a scream and sank into the water, ignoring the pain on half her face as she frantically splashed the surface before resurfacing. The onlookers noticed that something was off with Kai Meiwan. She could swim. Qin Jiu finally swam to Jiang Yuan's side, grabbing her by the back of her neck and lifting her up. Jiang Yuan had swallowed several mouthfuls of water and instinctively wanted to cling to her rescuer, but she held back her urge and didn't wrap around him. Drowning people often instinctively cling to their rescuers, making it difficult to carry out the rescue and even endangering others' lives. Qin Jiu was prepared to knock Jiang Yuan out to drag her up, but he was surprised by how compliant she was. Well, you're not too foolish. Can you still swim? Jiang Yuan weakly replied, and Qin Jiu half-supported, half-dragged her towards the shore. Kai Meiwan watched the two, with growing malice, ready to cause trouble again. Thud! A heavy rock struck her forehead. Kai Meiwan screamed in pain. Her eyes filled with stars. She quickly pulled back her hand, one hand covering her forehead while the other splashed the water, her body not sinking. This time, Shen Ning was finally sure that Kai Meiwan could swim. She was so angry she couldn't speak. How could someone be like this? What had Jiang Yuan done to her? Risking her life to save her, yet Kai Meiwan was deliberately trying to harm her. Kai Meiwan glared fiercely at Shen Ning on the shore. Did you throw that rock at me on purpose? Shen Ning held back her anger. She could act too. Oh, I just miscalculated. Meiwan grabbed the rope. The ant nearby shouted, "What is wrong with you? Everyone is busy trying to save you." At that moment, the helpers called by the concerned ant finally arrived. Kai Meiwan looked at the crowd and, not seeing Li Jiqiang, felt even more annoyed. Seeing Jiang Yuan and Qin Jiu already pulled to shore, and the shiny gold chain around Qin Jiu's neck made her even angrier. The eager villagers were about to jump in to help, but Shen Ning pulled the rope back again, this time hitting Kai Meiwan hard in the chest. Meiwan, grab the rope. Yes, grab the rope quickly. The villagers who were about to jump in stopped in their tracks, shouting at Kai Meiwan, yes. Hurry and grab the rope. Kai Meiwan wanted to shout at someone, but when she met Shen Ning's fierce gaze, she sensed that if she acted up again, Shen Ning would not let her off easily. Finally calming down, Kai Meiwan grabbed the rope, and Shen Ning casually handed the rope to the villagers. He then turned and squatted beside Qin Jiu and Jiang Yuan. Qin Jiu wiped his face, splashed water on Shen Ning, and threw his jacket over Jiang Yuan, scolding her as he did so. What a fool. You can't even tell if someone is a person or a ghost, yet you dared to jump in to save someone. If it weren't for Shen Ning, I wouldn't have jumped in to save you. Jiang Yuan seemed to finally come to her senses and burst into tears, holding on to Shen Ning. Just a moment ago, she thought she was really going to die. She realized she was only 19, so young, and hadn't even had a chance to experience a passionate romance. She thought of her parents, her siblings, Shen Ning, and so much more. She felt scared, regretful, and angry at Kai Meiwan, but even more at herself for jumping into the water so recklessly for someone unworthy, almost costing her life. Even when Qin Jiu called her a fool, she didn't argue back. Instead, she felt a bit of agreement. She truly was the biggest fool in the world. Jiang Yuanyuan trembled, crying loudly while holding Shen Ning tightly. Shen Ning, feeling sorry for her, hugged her close and gently patted her back, reassuring her, "It's okay, you're safe now. Please don't act impulsively again. Protecting yourself is the most important thing." Among the onlookers, some who had seen everything knew that Jiang Yuanyuan had jumped in to save someone and nearly drowned. They couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions and looked at Kai Meiwan with unfriendly eyes. They wondered what was wrong with her, as if she wanted to endanger herself and drag someone else down with her. After a long while, Kai Meiwan finally realized that Li Jiqiang would not show up, feeling disheartened as she lay on the shore. Soaked, her thin clothes clung to her, causing several young men to awkwardly turn their heads away. Kai Meiwan gasped for breath. Although she could swim a bit, after all that commotion, she was exhausted. Seeing Jiang Yuanyuan being cared for by Shen Ning and Qin Jiu filled her with jealousy and resentment. She hated Jiang Yuanyuan for being so rich, yet still being stingy with her money, refusing to lend her a little more to get through tough times. She couldn't stand her lofty attitude, living without worries about making a living, and despised her for being hypocritical and tight-dash. She was even angrier that Jiang Yuanyuan had ruined her plans. Who needed her help? Even if Li Jiqiang didn't come, would that man on the shore with the big gold chain really just watch her drown? Why should she be kind to her? Kai Meiwan pressed her lips together, feeling the pain in her head and chest growing stronger. She was terrified to see a large bump on her forehead, the size of an egg, that hurt deeply when touched. Her anger surged. Shen Ning was doing this on purpose. That person was so sneaky. Captain He Daji hurried over after hearing the news and lent her a coat to cover Kai Meiwan. "Hey, Kai Ziking, why are you feeling this way? Why did you jump into the river? You keep causing these problems." He Daji realized that Kai Meiwan was like a ticking time bomb. Her emotions were unstable every day. She either threw tantrums to get what she wanted or cried and fought with others. There was never a peaceful moment. Seeing her, the captain sighed helplessly and told his wife, "Please take Kai Ziking back and talk to her. If she has difficulties, she should discuss them calmly instead of seeking drastic measures." "All right, everyone disperse." But unexpectedly, Kai Meiwan suddenly sat up and pointed at Qin Jiu, accusing him, "Captain, when I fell into the water, this man looked at me and even touched me. I want him to take responsibility. As a respectable woman, my reputation has been ruined by him, and I want him to marry me. As a respectable woman, my reputation has been ruined by him, and I want him to marry me." The surroundings fell silent instantly. Even Jiang Yuanyuan, who was still sobbing softly, stopped and let out a loud hiccup. Qin Jiu was stunned, unable to believe what he had just heard. He questioned his own sanity. What did you say?" Kai Meiwan glanced at his fair face, and then at the big gold chain around his neck, her greed almost impossible to hide. "Chun Jiefang is already in prison, and new people have moved into the youth station. She is struggling to get by, facing mockery every day, and she has had enough of this life." Originally, she had her sights set on Li Jiqiang, but when the agreed time came, he did not show up. She didn't truly want to end her life. She just knew that Li Jiqiang was a good swimmer. If she jumped into the river in front of him, he would surely rescue her. Once he pulled her out, she could rely on him without hesitation. Li Jiqiang's family situation wasn't great, but he was still her best option at the moment. However, she didn't expect him to be so cautious and not show up at all. She thought it was fine if he didn't come. She wouldn't actually risk her life. She planned to go back and think of another way. Just then, she saw Shen Ning and others returning from the village entrance, and Kai Meiwan was instantly dazzled by a big gold chain. She made up her mind to take a gamble. If this man was willing to jump in and save her, she could find a way to benefit from him. But then Jiang Yuanyuan got ahead of her, and Cai Meiwan felt that Jiang Yuanyuan was meddling and ruining her plan. Thinking of this, her tone became more determined. In the water, if that man touched me, he should take responsibility. Cai Meijuan's voice was loud and confident. The villagers who came later followed her finger and looked over. They were suspiciously sizing up Qin Jiu, who looked too clean-cut to be that kind of person. But Cai Meiwan couldn't just falsely accuse him, right? The onlookers began to wonder if the man really took advantage of the situation when the woman fell into the water. The ants who had watched the whole thing stared at Cai Meiwan in disbelief, their expressions as if they had swallowed a fly. Qin Jiu finally reacted and exploded with anger. "You ugly creature! What nonsense are you talking about? Who touched you? Look at yourself before accusing others. Even a toad is better looking than you. You're ugly and have delusions of grandeur. You want me to take responsibility? What should I be responsible for? Burning paper for you and sending you off?" Qin Jiu's furious words were quick and urgent, contrasting sharply with his refined appearance. The villagers were stunned, and after a while, low laughter began to spread around. Cai Meijuan's face turned bright red, and like a stubborn turtle, she marched straight towards the team leader. With a thud, she knelt down on the ground. "Team leader, you have to stand up for me. So many people are watching. He held me in the water, and now I feel unclean. He must take responsibility, or I will accuse him of being a rogue and send him to jail." The team leader was taken aback by this sudden situation and stepped back a few times. "Hey, what are you doing? Get up. Let's talk this over." He Daji's wife, Lu Chuiying, quickly helped Cai Meiwan up, realizing that this young woman was either trying to extort money or create trouble. Instead of saving someone, she seemed to have made a mistake. Not many people knew about Chen Jiefeng being in jail, and the onlookers were enjoying the spectacle, eagerly watching the commotion. "Cai, didn't you just get married last year? How can you expect this man to take responsibility?" "Exactly. What did he do in the water that was so inappropriate?" A few villagers were curiously looking her over, trying to pry for more gossip, as if they wanted to hear more scandalous news from Cai Meiwan. If it weren't for Qin Jiu's poor expression, they wouldn't have dared to joke around. Who knew what kind of inappropriate language they might hear? But Cai Meiwan was more bold than anyone expected. "Even though Chen Jiefeng and I had a celebration, we never got a marriage certificate, so we aren't really a couple. He's in jail now, and we have already parted ways peacefully. As a single woman, I feel wronged by what happened in the water, and I can't let this go easily." As soon as Cai Meiwan finished speaking, the crowd gasped. In the village, it didn't matter if you had a certificate. Having a celebration meant you were considered a legitimate couple. "What? Chen Jiefeng is in jail. When did that happen? Didn't he go to the city to be a teacher? What? Does that mean Cai Meiwan is a widow now?" "She's not a widow, didn't you hear? He's in jail. Chen Jiefeng is still alive and will be back after a few years. Besides, look at Cai Meiwan. She doesn't seem like someone who wants to be a widow. She looks eager to be a bride." "Haha, that's true. But I'm curious, did that man really take advantage of her? What exactly happened?" The crowd laughed and joked, but Cai Meiwan remained unfazed, her thick skin truly impressive. "Anyway, he took advantage of me. He should either take responsibility, pay me, or go to jail." Qin Jiu was stunned by this sudden accusation. He was usually carefree and now wished he could throw Cai Meiwan back into the river to clear her head. Just as he was about to step forward, Shen Ning noticed his intention. In front of so many people, she couldn't let him get caught, so she quickly stood up and grabbed his sleeve. "Cai Meiwan, are you never going to stop? The captain didn't see it, but I and a few other ants were there the whole time helping you, and we saw everything clearly. Let's not even talk about how you almost harmed Jiang Yuanyuan. Qin Jiu never touched you. You came over to him and insisted on clinging to him. Who was really trying to take advantage of whom?" Cai Meiwan, however, was stubborn. "Of course, he wouldn't dare do anything to me on the surface, but what about underwater? Can you see that? Shen Ning, I haven't even settled the score with you. How can you say I almost harmed Jiang Yuanyuan? She can't swim well and insisted on coming down to cause trouble. I was already scared of falling into the water, and in a moment of panic, I accidentally kicked her and pulled her.
What's so strange about that?
You keep saying I tried to harm Jiang Yuanyuan. Do you have any evidence? But you deliberately hit me with a rock. Look at my forehead. It's so swollen, and I'm still feeling dizzy. I don't care. I must have a concussion.
You
have to pay me. Yes, and you need to take me to the hospital for a full checkup. What if I have internal injuries? Can you take responsibility for that? Shen Ning scoffed. I was in a hurry to save someone and accidentally hit you.
What's so strange about that?
You don't even thank us for saving your life, and now you're turning it around on me. You say I hurt you on purpose. What evidence do you have? Kai Meiwan was momentarily speechless, but she quickly realized she didn't want to argue with Shen Ning. Fine, no matter how you argue. My injury is real, and you must pay for my medical expenses. And this guy ruined my reputation. Shen Ning replied, You keep saying Qin Jiu touched you. Where did he touch you? Do you have any proof? Kai Meiwan didn't expect Shen Ning to remain calm and even question her at this moment. She thought quickly, my chest. He grabbed my chest. Yes, my chest, and it still hurts. Shen Ning sneered. The pain Kai Meiwan claimed to have was likely from being hit by the rock herself. This fool can't really think that marks from choking and bruises are the same, right? Alright then, I will take you to the hospital right now for an injury assessment, and Qin Jiu will call the police. If it turns out that the marks on your chest are not from choking, then that could be a big problem. Deliberately framing someone and damaging their reputation is serious and could lead to jail time. You are falsely accusing a good person who tried to save you. Because of your actions, who will dare to step up and help in the future. And, do you think everyone is blind? These ants saw everything from start to finish. Yes. Shun Jiqing is right. Kai Meiwan, you are truly despicable. If everyone were like you, who would dare to help others? These days, kids are often unsupervised. Who can guarantee they won't face danger? If just one bad apple ruins the reputation of Hejia village, what will happen? Exactly. You can rest assured, sir. Even though you are not from Hejia village, the ants witnessed everything. It was clearly Kai Meiwan who attacked you. By the way, didn't you punch her to get away from her just now? I am willing to testify for you. Me too. I will testify. Besides, the man was saving Jiang Jiqing. Even if he wanted to repay her, it wouldn't be Kai Meijuan's place. She really has no shame. She probably just likes how the man looks and is acting foolish. The crowd began to shout in agreement. Kai Meijuan's face turned pale, and her anger surged as she glared at Shen Ning. She couldn't understand why Shen Ning always opposed her. This had nothing to do with her, yet Shen Ning seemed to take pleasure in causing her trouble. Shen Ning, why do you have to meddle? Before Kai Meiwan could finish, Jiang Yuanyuan suddenly stood up and walked aggressively toward her. In Kai Meijuan's mind, Jiang Yuanyuan was a spoiled girl, proud and not very clever, who cared too much about her appearance. She didn't seem frightening at all. But now, facing Jiang Yuanyuan's fierce gaze, she felt a bit scared. Kai Meiwan forced a smile. Yuanyuan, this has nothing to do with you. I was just so scared that I caused you to choke on water. But you're being too stubborn. If something happened to you, I wouldn't feel good about it.
Slap. Slap.
As soon as Kai Meiwan finished speaking, she received 2 hard slaps on her face. Then, Jiang Yuanyuan pushed her forcefully, and with a splash, Kai Meiwan fell back into the river.
Ah!
Glub glub. The onlookers were startled.
What?
What is happening?
Hey.
Jiang, what are you doing? Kai Meiwan was caught off guard and choked on a couple of mouthfuls of water, but she quickly surfaced, splashing around and coughing. In her panic, she forgot to hide the fact that she could swim. Once she regained her composure, she shouted angrily, Jiang Yuanyuan, are you crazy? Do you want to drown me? Jiang Yuanyuan sneered. You clearly know how to swim but pretended to be drowning to make me jump in and save you. In the water, you kicked and pushed me and even grabbed the life-saving rope that Ning Ning gave me. I'm going to call the police. I seriously suspect that you are trying to avoid paying me back, and this is all just a scheme to harm me and keep my money. The crowd gasped in shock. Kai Meijuan's guilty expression showed that Jiang had hit the nail on the head. Qin Jiu laughed. Wow, you finally figured it out. Looks like this water lesson wasn't wasted. Kai Meijuan darted her eyes around, not daring to meet Jiang Yuanyuan's gaze.
You're
talking nonsense. She stopped splashing and pretended to be drowning again. Help. Help. I really can't swim. But everyone saw through her little act. They stood on the shore, coldly watching her struggle in the water. After flailing for a while and seeing that no one was responding, Kai Meijuan felt embarrassed. She anxiously tried to explain, I really couldn't swim before. I just learned.
Hehe.
But clearly, her earlier antics had ruined the villagers' trust, and no one believed her. Several women scolded her, without holding back. Even if she really can't swim, she shouldn't be saved. If someone jumps in to help her, who knows how she might try to take advantage of that. Exactly. You should have seen her earlier. She was holding onto the rope, and when she saw a guy jump in, she immediately wrapped herself around him like an octopus. It's ridiculous. She acts like a fool and still tries to blame others. The team leader, Hidaji, coldly snorted and tied one end of a rope to a tree, throwing the other end into the river. Come up if you want, if not, then just stay in the water. Wake up and stop wasting time every day. Kai Meijuan, I warn you, if you cause any more trouble, our village won't accept you anymore. Hidaji said this and led his wife away, telling the curious villagers to disperse. Everyone, go on. This is wasting time. There's still a lot of work to do in the fields. Exactly. We need to keep our distance from Kai Meijuan. She's sneaky and might cause harm at any moment. Right, look at her. She's already been married twice and still wants to chase after younger men. She should really look at herself. It's like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. She's hopeless. The villagers laughed and mocked her, and even the thick-skinned Kai Meijuan felt overwhelmed. Seeing that the villagers truly ignored her, Kai Meijuan's face turned pale with anger as she shouted, If I drown, you will all be murderers. I won't let you go even as a ghost. Before she could finish, Jiang Yuanyuan picked up a stone from the ground and threw it hard. Kai Meijuan screamed, Jiang Yuanyuan, are you crazy? Jiang Yuanyuan glared at her fiercely. Yes. I'm crazy for even thinking of saving someone as disgusting as you. You want compensation, right? Just wait until I crush you, then I'll slowly burn it for you. Jiang Yuanyuan vented her anger wildly, throwing stones without care. Qin Jiu gasped, realizing this had gone too far. He quickly looked at Shen Ning. Stop her. What if someone gets hurt? Kai Meijuan cried loudly, both scared and in pain. Stop throwing. I know I was wrong. At that moment, Kai Meijuan truly regretted provoking Jiang Yuanyuan. She never knew that the seemingly sweet girl could be so terrifying when angry. Seeing the hatred in Jiang Yuanyuan's eyes, Kai Meijuan understood that their conflict was now permanent. But she didn't forget her original intention and still wanted to fight for herself, no matter what. It's a fact that Shen Ning hurt me. Qin Jiu. Even if he doesn't take responsibility, he should at least give some compensation. Otherwise, I will accuse him of being a bully. You all. Just give me a little compensation. 100 no. 50. 50 is fine. I'll pretend this never happened. I'm sorry. I can't assist with that. Kai Meijuan was so scared that she didn't even dare to cry. Qin Jiu's gaze was too frightening, as if he wanted to kill someone. After all the trouble, Jiang Yuanyuan was frightened and cold, and sure enough, she developed a high fever at night. Fortunately, Shen Ning was worried and brought breakfast early in the morning to check on her. He found her in a daze, crying and missing her parents, wanting to go home. Shen Ning sighed and gently fed her the prepared spring water, saying, Be good, drink more. Seeing Shen Ning, Jiang Yuanyuan couldn't stop her tears, saying, Ning Ning, am I really very foolish? Qin Jiu was right. I'm the biggest fool in the world. Shen Ning felt sorry for her and wiped away her tears. This incident was indeed a big to Jiang Yuanyuan. But looking at it from another angle, it wasn't entirely a bad thing, At least she learned a hard lesson and would be more cautious in the future, not being overly kind to the point of harming herself and others. Even with the spring water, Shen Ning was still worried and took her to the hospital for a checkup. After some fuss, they finally settled her down. Feeling relieved, Shen Ning found himself unconsciously walking to the second floor. As he passed by room 203, he instinctively quickened his pace, feeling like a thief trying not to be caught. But as he walked by, he heard a baby crying from inside the room. He immediately stopped and peeked through the window of the door. Inside was a family of 3, and the nurse had already set up and for the baby and was walking out. Shen Ning instinctively asked, "Excuse me, where did the previous patient, Captain Gu, go?" "Captain Gu? He was transferred to another hospital," the nurse replied. Shen Ning was taken aback. "Transferred? Transferred where?"
Ah.
"Who are you to him? We can't disclose patient information." The nurse looked at Shen Ning curiously before pushing the medical cart away. Shen Ning stood there, feeling a bit lost, and then chuckled at himself. "Yeah, what am I to him? Not a friend, not a relative, just someone who had shamelessly learned a bit of self-defense from him." Thinking about what he had done, he realized that it was surprising Gu Chang'ing hadn't come to bother him. Shen Ning didn't know why, but he felt empty inside, with a hint of unexplainable sadness. His gaze fell on the shiny watch on his wrist, and with a scoff, he took it off. As she passed by the trash can, she bumped into Qin Jiu and immediately changed her mind. Qin Jiu cheerfully approached. "Hey, sis, what brings you here?" "Oh, it's just a little cold. You didn't have to come all this way for me." Shen Ning rolled her eyes and shoved her watch into his arms. "Sell this for me. And I'm here with Yuan, not to see you." Qin Jiu looked at the watch in his hands while walking alongside Shen Ning. "Wow, sis, you really are willing to part with this. This watch must be expensive. Looks like it's from abroad." "Wait, you have money. Why would you want to sell it? If you really need cash, just tell me. We're close enough to help each other." Qin Jiu kept talking, but Shen Ning found him really annoying and felt frustrated. "Just sell it. Stop talking so much." Qin Jiu noticed Shen Ning's bad mood and clicked his tongue. Women's feelings are hard to read. "All right, if you don't want to talk, I won't ask. By the way, how's that silly girl doing?" Seeing her silly and sweet face, he remembered how she almost fell into the water yesterday. She must have been really scared. "Well, she is your friend, Shen Ning, so don't worry. I've already taken care of Kai Meiwan for her. Tell that silly girl I gave Kai Meiwan a good scare yesterday. She was crying and begging for mercy. She won't dare to bother you again." When Shen Ning stopped walking, Qin Jiu thought she was worried he might have been too harsh, so he quickly explained, "Don't worry, I know how to handle things. Kai Meiwan is tough. If I don't deal with her properly, she'll just cause trouble again." But Shen Ning wasn't paying attention to what Qin Jiu was saying. She thought she saw someone familiar and quickly ran after the figure, calling out, "Uncle Hu?" The person turned around. It was Uncle Hu took care of Sanya. He was surprised to see Shen Ning. "Comrade Shen, it really is you, Uncle Hu. Are you feeling unwell?" Shen Ning looked him over and noticed he seemed worn out, so she asked with concern. Uncle Hu sighed, looking a bit guilty. "It's not me. It's Sanya. I don't know why, but after she came back with us, her health got worse, and she often catches colds and fevers. Just the other day, she had a high fever again and has been in the hospital for the last couple of days." Shen Ning was surprised. She had lived with Gu Sanya for a long time and had given her plenty of nourishing water. Her health had seemed to improve, so how could it suddenly get so bad? She tried not to think negatively, but seeing Uncle Hu's hesitant expression made her heart skip a beat. "Uncle Hu, if you have something to say, just say it." Hu Feng sighed and pulled Shen Ning aside. "Comrade Shen, even if I had met you at the hospital today, I would have come to find you in Hejiu village in a couple of days. We might not be able to adopt Sanya anymore. I suspect she has serious emotional issues." Shen Ning was shocked and instinctively retorted, "What are you talking about? Sanya? How could she possibly?" Uncle Hu frowned tightly. "I wouldn't joke about something like this. Comrade Shen, I genuinely wanted to adopt Gu Sanya. but after spending some time with her, my wife and I feel there's a lack of connection with this child. Not only is she withdrawn, but most importantly, she has severe self-destructive tendencies. As he spoke, his voice trembled slightly. Comrade Shen, you know we lost our only daughter. Since Sanya came to us, we have been overjoyed and treated her like our own. But perhaps the trauma she experienced as a child, combined with being suddenly placed in a strange environment, made it hard for her to adapt. At first, we thought her frequent colds and fevers were just due to her weak constitution. Later, we discovered that despite the tightly closed windows at night, she always quietly opened them. While taking a shower, she deliberately used cold water instead of hot water. We have been trying to guide her, but although she agrees on the surface, she still insists on doing things her own way, seemingly wanting to make herself suffer. What's even more worrying is that I recently found her using a carving knife to scratch her skin, as if she doesn't feel any pain. Isn't this self-harm? Shen Ning felt a chill down her back, her voice trembling. What? When did this happen? When I visited her before, she seemed very happy, and I didn't notice anything unusual. Every time you visit her, we can tell that she is genuinely happy, but once you leave, she locks herself in her room, becoming more silent and not talking or smiling at all. Comrade Shen, we have really tried our best, but maybe Sanya, and we just lack some connection. We are not capable of helping her. No, that's not true. You are all very good people. This is not your fault. She has had a tough life since childhood, and maybe the new environment makes her uneasy. She is really a good child. Uncle Hu nodded. I know Sanya is a good child, but she may not be suitable to live with us anymore. You know, my partner and I cannot handle any more stress. If something happens to Sanya under our care. Shen Ning understood the couple's concerns. She nodded. I will go see her now and let her stay with me for a while to see if her situation improves before making a decision.
Okay.
Uncle Hu finally sighed in relief. It seemed that taking care of Gu Sanya had truly exhausted him. When Shen Ning arrived at Gu Sanya's hospital room, she found the girl lying on the bed, staring blankly out the window. Shen Ning deliberately walked heavily, but she still did not react. Shen Ning approached the bedside and softly called, Sanya. Gu Sanya was startled at first, then suddenly turned around. Her eyes filled with joy as she sat up quickly. Shen Ning quickly held her wrist to prevent her from moving too much. Be careful. Don't pull out the four. Sanya looked at Shen Ning in disbelief for a long time before breaking into a big smile. Sister, why are you here? Shen Ning gently touched her face. Your sister Yuan fell into the water and had a fever yesterday, so I came with her to get some medicine. Just happened to run into Uncle Hu and learned that you've been unwell lately. Always catching colds. Why didn't you tell me? Gu Sanya lowered her head, her long eyelashes hiding her emotions, but her voice trembled slightly. Did I cause trouble for Uncle Hu and Aunt Hu? Shen Ning immediately put her arm around her shoulders. Of course not. They care about you and feel they haven't taken good care of you. Are you having a hard time adjusting to the new environment? Do you want to come stay with me for a few days? Me, Cole, and Yuan and all miss you. Sonia suddenly looked up, her eyes full of surprise. Really? Really? I miss you all too. Shen Ning couldn't bear to meet her gaze. She had once feared that Sonia would face danger being close to her and, with good intentions, decided to send her away, ignoring Sonia's own feelings. She held back her tears and nodded heavily. Of course you can. My home is your home. You can stay as long as you want. I've already talked to Uncle Hu, and I'll pick you up when you get out of the hospital. I'm already better, really. Sister, I will take my medicine and be good. Can we go back now? Sonia looked at Shen Ning with pleading eyes. Just then, Uncle Hu returned from the nurse's station with medicine, smiling as he said, the doctor said once Sonia finishes her 4, she can go home. Take this medicine and remember to take it on time. Come back for a checkup in 3 days. Sonia timidly looked at Uncle Hu. Can I stay at my sister's house? Uncle Hu gently patted her head, truly feeling for this child's situation and wanting to give her a home. Unfortunately, Sonia's heart was heavy and she had been hurt too deeply, making it hard for her to trust others.
Of course you can.
Just call me when you want to come back, and I'll come pick you up. As long as you're happy, don't think too much. The Gu family in the capital lived in an impressive 3-story house. Wang Baozhu stood nervously outside the gate, closely following Wang Yuanshan and Gu Yujiao. Noticing her unease, Wang Yuanshan turned his head and comforted her softly. Don't be afraid. Old Master Gu won't make things difficult for the younger generation. Just behave and don't speak out of turn. Wang Baozhu nodded immediately. Before arriving at the Gu family's old house, Wang Aihua had already given her many reminders. Wang Baozhu's main task today was to make a good impression in front of the old Master Gu and to win over the little princess Gu Jinjin. Ideally, she wanted to become good friends with Gu Jinjin. If that wasn't possible, she would settle for being a sidekick or a playmate. In any case, she needed to gain the Gu family's acceptance. Wang Baozhu felt a mix of embarrassment and frustration at Wang Aihua's advice, but ultimately, she had to lower her head and accept it. A year ago, she would never have considered acting in a way to please others. However, circumstances had changed, and after months of hardship, her pride and stubbornness had been worn down. Having witnessed the splendor of the capital city, she would rather endure anything than return to her old village, where life was hard and unyielding. So, she acted like a puppet, obediently following Wang Aihua's instructions, making sure every move was according to her wishes without any mistakes. Fortunately, her efforts were paying off. Her aunt, Gu Yujiao, had fully accepted her and was even considering adopting her. This visit was to discuss this with the old Master Gu. The thought of being able to stay in the capital city and officially become her aunt and uncle's daughter filled Wang Baozhu with excitement. She was finally going to turn her life around. The painful, torturous, and impoverished life was about to be left behind, and she was about to rise above it all. From now on, she would live in a nice house, wear new clothes, and enjoy a respectable life, all while stepping on that despicable Shen Ning. Feigning affection, she linked arms with Gu Yujiao and timidly asked, "Aunt, do you think Grandpa Gu will dislike me? I'm just a country girl, and I was framed by Shen Ning, so my reputation isn't great." Gu Yujiao looked at her face, which resembled Wang Yuanshan's, and felt her heart soften. She gently reassured her, "No, my dad has a serious face, but he is very kind to younger generations. Don't worry, I will introduce you to Jinjin soon, and she will show you around." Feeling comforted by Gu Yujiao's words, Wang Baozhu's heart felt a bit more at ease. Just then, hurried footsteps were heard in the courtyard, and a neat, well-groomed, middle-aged woman entered. Gu Yujiao immediately handed her things to the woman, saying, "Aunt Li, where's my dad?" Aunt Li replied softly, "At this time, the old master should be in his study practicing calligraphy. You two can go inside and have some fruit while you wait. He should be down soon." Gu Yujiao nodded and linked arms with Wang Yuanshan as they walked inside. Wang Baozhu could only lower her head and follow behind, too afraid to look around. Suddenly, a small stone hit her in the chest, causing her to gasp in pain and quickly look up. Gu Yujiao noticed something was wrong and glanced at the balcony on the second floor. There was a boy leaning on the railing, grinning as he aimed a slingshot at the group below. Gu Yujiao frowned and said, "Gu Changsheng, I see you're getting a bit too playful, throwing stones at people. Apologize to your sister Baozhu right now." Gu Changsheng quickly defended himself. "Aunt, I was just trying to hit a sparrow in the tree and accidentally hit the sister. I didn't mean to do it, so please don't be mad." His excuse was weak, as he had only heard that his aunt brought a country girl home and was curious to see what she looked like. However, since Wang Baozhu had been keeping her head down since she entered, he thought it would be fun to play a prank, believing she wouldn't dare complain. As he expected, Wang Baozhu, despite wincing in pain, could only swallow her anger and quickly said to Gu Yujiao, "It's okay, Aunt, I'm not hurt at all." Gu Changxing took the chance to closely examine her face, noticing she resembled his cheap uncle, which explained why his aunt liked her. He pouted, feeling dissatisfied. After all, Gu Yujiao had no children and treated him like her own son. This country girl must have come because his aunt wanted a child. He decided he couldn't let his aunt be fooled. Without saying a word, he hurried off to find his sister Gu Jinjin to discuss a plan. Seeing that Gu Chongqing didn't take him seriously, Wang Yuanshan's expression darkened for a moment before quickly returning to normal. He gently patted Wang Baozhu's shoulder, saying it's fine. Let's go inside. We shouldn't keep the old man waiting. Once Wang Baozhu entered the living room, despite her efforts to hide her nervousness, her greedy gaze revealed her true feelings. For Wang Baozhu, she had never seen such a beautiful house with such luxurious decorations. The real leather sofa, the 34-inch color TV, and the carefully peeled and cut fruit on the glass coffee table were all new to her. There were pastries, candies, and sunflower seeds placed nearby, clearly meant to entertain guests, looking both beautiful and extravagant. Wang Baozhu discreetly surveyed the room's decorations, but did not notice an elderly man slowly coming down the stairs. His hair was already gray, but he appeared energetic, with sharp eyes that briefly assessed Wang Baozhu before looking away. Wang Yuanshan and Gu Yujiao immediately noticed the arrival of the Gu family elder and quickly stood to greet him, saying, "Dad." Wang Baozhu felt nervous in the suddenly serious atmosphere and quickly lowered her head, saying, "Hello, Grandpa Gu." Gu Hualin nodded slightly and walked straight to the sofa to sit down, glancing at the three who seemed a bit uneasy. "All right, sit down." Wang Yuanshan finally relaxed and pulled the still stiff Wang Baozhu to sit. Gu Hualin looked at Gu Yujiao and felt a headache coming on. In his younger days, he was busy with work and neglected his children, especially his youngest daughter, Gu Yujiao, who had been spoiled by his wife. By the time he noticed, it was too late. Her character was already set, and it was hard to change. Fortunately, he had kept an eye on her, and there hadn't been any major issues. But if it weren't for Gu Chongqing telling him, he wouldn't have known that Gu Yujiao had the audacity to hire two thugs to deal with a young girl. As a father, he didn't want to believe his daughter could be so malicious, but the evidence was undeniable. He was both angry and frustrated, and called her back that very day. He had never thought much of Wang Yuanshan as a son-in-law, but since Gu Yujiao liked him and her health was poor, he reluctantly accepted him. However, now the Wang family dared to use his daughter as a... Did they really think the Gu family was powerless? After sitting down, Gu Hualin fell silent, and the atmosphere became heavy. Wang Yuanshan had never been favored in front of the Gu family elder, and now he didn't dare to speak, subtly giving Gu Yujiao a look. Wang Baozhu stayed close to Gu Yujiao, tugging at her sleeve with a look of dependence. Gu Yujiao felt uneasy. Last time, because of Shen Ning, the old man of the Gu family was furious. If it weren't for her older brother and sister-in-law pleading for her, she would have been in serious trouble. Now, she glanced at the hopeful Wang Baozhu and thought that adopting a child wasn't a big deal. After considering it, she gathered her courage and was about to speak when Gu Hualin glanced at her and said, "There's no need to discuss adoption anymore." "I disagree." As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of several people changed immediately. Wang Baozhu turned pale, her eyes filled with obvious fear.
Aunt.
Gu Yujiao was instantly furious. "Disagree? Why do you disagree?" "Dad, did you hear something bad from Gu Chongqing that made you disagree? You know that for many years, Yuan Shan and I have not had children. Finally, we found a child we like, so why stop us? Is it because of Gu Chongqing? Let me tell you, that kid is full of bad intentions and has no respect for me as his aunt. He was flirting with that Shen Ning girl, and I saw them at the hospital. If I hadn't intervened in time, they would have gotten too close." "What nonsense are you talking about? What girl?" "Gu Yujiao, have you lost your manners? I'm talking about your situation, and what does it have to do with Chongqing? Besides, Chongqing is not the irresponsible person you claim he is." Gu Hualin slammed his hand on the armrest, startling Gu Yujiao and making her anger fade away. Wang Baozhu was already pale and trembling, looking at Wang Yuanshan for help. He simply shook his head slightly, signaling her not to panic. The old man of the Gu family was mindful of Wang Baozhu's presence and didn't want to discuss adoption in front of the child. Just then, Gu Jinjin came down the stairs, and the old man glanced at her and instructed, "Jinjin, Take this child to the backyard to play for a while. Gu Jinjin was usually afraid of her grandfather, but hearing that her aunt had come, she hurried downstairs to join in. Seeing the tense atmosphere, she quickly nodded obediently. It must be said that Gu Yujiao truly cared for Wang Baozhu as a younger relative, gently patting her hand and then telling Gu Jinjin, "This is your sister Baozhu. Make sure to treat her well." Softly comforting Wang Baozhu, she said, "That's just Sister Jinjin. You can go play with her for a while, don't worry." Gu Jinjin looked at Wang Baozhu with curiosity and obediently replied, "Okay, Auntie, I will take good care of Sister Baozhu." Gu Jinjin took Wang Baozhu to the backyard, which was about 100 square meters and very nicely arranged. In the corner, there was an old stone basin with water lilies about to bloom. Under the lily pads, there were a few small red fish leisurely blowing bubbles. Gu Jinjin brought her to the yard and didn't say anything, just took some fish food and casually fed the little fish. Wang Baozhu watched for a while, wanting to talk to Gu Jinjin to get along, but didn't know how to start. After all, it was clear that Gu Jinjin didn't like her. Just a moment ago, in front of their elders, Gu Jinjin had smiled kindly at her, but as soon as they turned away, her expression changed. Wang Baozhu could sense this shift and felt hesitant to speak. "Sister?" Just then, Gu Chongsheng suddenly appeared. Upon seeing Wang Baozhu, he stopped in his tracks. "Hey, why is this country bumpkin here too?"
Ah.
Gu Jinjin couldn't help but laugh, though she scolded him. "Don't talk like that. Sister Baozhu is now Auntie's favorite. Be careful, or she might tell Auntie and you'll be in trouble." Wang Baozhu, already feeling awkward, quickly waved her hand. No, I won't tell. Besides, he's not wrong. I really am a country bumpkin."
Ah.
This time, even Gu Chongsheng laughed. "Wow, you're quite honest. All right, since you're so self-aware, I won't make it hard for you. Just don't think about anything with my aunt. But even if you did, it wouldn't matter. My grandfather wouldn't agree. Our Gu family doesn't just take in anyone. Besides, don't you have your own parents? Why come to our Gu family to find relatives?" Gu Chongsheng said this, without holding back. In the past, Wang Baozhu wouldn't have been able to tolerate such insults, but now she was used to being patient. Thinking of Wang Aihua's teachings, she managed to squeeze out a couple of tears. "You're right." Gu Chongsheng jumped back in surprise. "What's going on? I didn't do anything to you, don't blame me." Wang Baozhu quickly shook her head. "I'm not blaming you. It's just that when you mentioned my parents, I felt a bit sad. I lost my dad when I was young and had to live with my mom. Later, my mom married my stepfather and I." Her pitiful appearance immediately prompted Gu Chongsheng to ask, "What happened next? Did your stepfather mistreat you?" Wang Baozhu quickly shook her head. "No, he was okay to me. It's just that my stepfather has his own daughter, so he naturally doesn't pay much attention to me. My stepsister isn't as open and honest as you all. She fears I might take away her father's affection and has often made things difficult for me. But it's all in the past, so let's not talk about it. I just envy you all so much. You're good-looking and smart, with loving parents and a good background, unlike me, who is looked down upon wherever I go." As she finished speaking, she turned away, her shoulders slightly shaking as if she was holding back tears. Wang Baozhu looked truly pitiful, and Gu Chongsheng scratched the back of his head, feeling helpless as he glanced at his sister. Although Gu Jinjin usually spoiled herself, seeing Wang Baozhu so self-aware and pitiful made her feel a bit sympathetic. They both recalled how Wang Baozhu had been bullied before, and a sense of compassion arose. All right, don't cry. We never said we disliked you. If you keep this up, others will think we're bullying you." Wang Baozhu quickly wiped her tears and forced a smile at the two of them. "It's really hard to be misunderstood. I won't let anyone misunderstand you." Gu Chongsheng felt a pang in his heart. "Okay then, do you want to come upstairs and play? I have a lot of comic books. Oh, and my sister has many good ones too." Gu Jinjin immediately cleared her throat and shot Gu Chongsheng a disapproving look. Her room was not a place for someone like him to wander around freely. Wang Baozhu quickly declined, not wanting to upset Gu Jinjin or wander around the Gu household. No. The backyard is nice. I'll just sit here for a while. Seeing that Wang Baozhu was so considerate, Gu Jinjin felt much better and even gave her a smile. With Gu Jinjin and Gu Chongqing no longer hostile towards her, Wang Baozhu finally breathed a sigh of relief. She really wasn't in the mood for fun. Her heart was occupied with thoughts of whether her uncle and aunt could convince the Gu family's grandfather to adopt her successfully. As the two little girls left the meeting hall one after the other, the atmosphere in the room became heavy again. Wang Yuanshan smiled and tried to ease the tension. Dad, adopting Baozhu is a decision that Yujiao and I made after careful consideration. We have been unable to have our own child for years, which is quite regrettable. Baozhu and Yujiao get along well, so we felt moved to take this step. However, the old man of the Gu family did not give Wang Yuanshan a pleasant response. If you think Yujiao can't have children, you can divorce her. My daughter can be taken care of for life. As soon as he said this, Gu Yujiao became anxious. Dad, what are you talking about? Yuanshan doesn't mean that at all. We have a good relationship and we are not getting divorced. Gu Hualin shot a cold glance at Wang Yuanshan, who felt a chill run down his spine, as if his secret had been exposed, but he maintained a brave face. Dad, you misunderstood. I care about Yujiao. As for having children, we have never forced it. We brought Baozhu here today to show you. If you really disagree, then so be it. There's no need to say such things. Gu Hualin was not easily swayed by sweet words. His attitude was firm as he said to Gu Yujiao, if you really like children, you and Yuanshan are perfectly capable of adopting one through the proper channels. You can raise a child from a young age. Baozhu is already 17 or 18, almost an adult. So what's the point of adopting her? Moreover, if you want to adopt, you should know the child's background and choose someone with good character. Do you know who Baozhu's parents are and what their character and family background are? Adopting a child is not like getting a pet. You can't make such a hasty decision. In short, if you want to support her, I have no objections, but I do not agree with the adoption. The old man's words felt like a slap in the face to Wang Yuanshan. He felt that Gu Hualin was directly criticizing Baozhu's character and looking down on his family's background. Wang Yuanshan suppressed his anger and frustration, realizing that adopting Baozhu was no longer possible. Although his relationship with Wang Aihua was kept very secret, he didn't dare take such risks. If the Gu family found out something, all the sacrifices he made over the years would be in vain. Gu Yujiao felt that her father had a point, but she also felt guilty towards her partner for not being able to give him a child. She immediately tried to advocate for Wang Baozhu, saying, Dad, I really like this child. Wang Yuanshan interrupted her. All right, let's listen to Dad. What I say is right. I know you and Baozhu have a connection. We can take care of each other in life, just the same. Seeing Wang Yuanshan's disappointed eyes, Gu Yujiao felt he was considering her and didn't want her to argue with her father. She felt even more wronged for Wang Yuanshan and became angrier. It seemed that no matter what she did, her father never approved. But clearly, Gu Chonggong's mother, that wild girl from the countryside, knew nothing and was not impressive at all. Yet, her father treated her like his own, even better than he treated Gu Yujiao. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She suddenly stood up and said, Fine, I knew you looked down on me and the person I like. I'm leaving. Just then, Gu Yujiao's older brother, Gu Jichuan, and his wife, Mao Lin, returned home. As soon as they entered, they sensed something was off in the atmosphere. Gu Jichuan was very fond of his sister and immediately asked, Yujiao, why are you so upset? Unexpectedly, Gu Yujiao's eyes turned red. Brother, you have to help me. I just want to adopt a child, but Dad won't allow it. Gu Hualin was almost driven to frustration by his stubborn daughter, raising his voice. Am I stopping you from adopting a child? If you want to adopt, you can go to an orphanage. But you want to adopt a girl who's almost an adult, with her mother still alive and a criminal record. I think you've lost your mind. As Gu Hualin said this, his tone was harsh, and he shot a glare at Wang Yuanshan. Wang Yuanshan felt even more frustrated. Indeed, in the old man's eyes, He was just the fool who clouded Gu Yujiao's judgment. But he couldn't get angry. He even had to smile and smooth things over. Dad, please don't be mad at Yujiao. She's just a child with a temper, acting on impulse. I also think this isn't appropriate, but I couldn't resist Yujiao, so I brought the child here. He turned back to comfort Gu Yujiao. Yujiao, Dad is doing this for your own good. Be obedient and don't throw a tantrum. Mao Lin, standing nearby, also tried to soothe her. Judja, stop it. I'll ask Aunt Lee to make your favorite steamed fish for lunch.
I don't want it.
Since you look down on us, why should I stay here and be disliked? I really don't understand. We are all just country girls. Why is it that except for Yijin, no one can catch your eye? Yijin is Gu Jichuan's ex-wife and Gu Changgong's biological mother. But Gu Hualin felt he had no regrets in life, except for not being able to take care of his comrade's orphan. Suddenly, hearing Gu Yujiao speak ill of Yijin made him so angry that he picked up a teacup from the table and threw it at Gu Yujiao. Thankfully, in his rage, he didn't lose his mind. The teacup only smashed down by Gu Yujiao's feet, and the flying shards cut her ankle. The old man of the Gu family was so furious that his lips trembled. Who allowed you to speak about your sister-in-law like that? Gu Yujiao, in a moment of anger, spoke without thinking and regretted it as soon as the words left her mouth. After all these years, even though Yijin had been gone for a long time, her father still protected her. Yes, when Yijin was alive, she protected that little brat, and now that Yijin was gone, she continued to protect her child. Gu Yujiao was completely blinded by anger and shouted recklessly, "What sister-in-law? Yijin doesn't deserve to be called that. She's just a fallen noble, a poor thing. How can she be my sister-in-law?" As she spoke, Gu Yujiao pulled Mao Lin over. "My real sister-in-law is right here." Mao Lin's delicate brows furrowed tightly. "All right, Yujiao, what nonsense are you saying? Yijin is Jichuan's ex-wife. That's a fact. She is indeed your sister-in-law, so don't say such things again. Quickly apologize to Dad. If you keep speaking carelessly, you'll only ruin the family's harmony." Her words were gentle yet firm, and Gu Jichuan held his wife's shoulder with concern. "Gu Yujiao, if you keep talking nonsense, just go back to your own home." The argument in the front hall had already reached the backyard, where Gu Chongsheng was peeking over the wall, stretching his neck. "TSK, I think I just heard the name Gu Chonggang again. Why is it that every time he is mentioned, there's always a fight at home? He really is a troublemaker." Wang Baozhu also wanted to listen, but she didn't dare in front of Gu's two children. She could only ask with a worried face, "Aunt and Grandpa Gu are arguing so loudly. What is it about?" However, Gu Xinjin and Gu Chongsheng completely ignored her. Wang Baozhu pouted, suppressing her displeasure, and silently comforted herself. That aunt of hers, who hasn't had any children after all these years, would have divorced if it weren't for her uncle's good temper. Just adopting her was surely not a problem. The three of them were silent, straining to listen. But the previously noisy front hall suddenly fell silent, as if someone had pressed the mute button. Gu Chongsheng turned to his sister. "Strange. Why did they stop arguing?" Gu Xinjin and Gu Chongsheng were just teenagers, 14 years old enough to be curious about the family's issues. They had always known there was an older brother named Gu Chongzhen, born to their father and a village girl. Everyone disliked him, and their aunt always spoke of him with disdain and sarcasm. But Grandpa valued him greatly. Whenever he was mentioned, the family would end up in a quarrel. Thus, the two children had a strong dislike for this Gu Chongzhen they had never met. Gu Chongsheng couldn't contain his curiosity and sneaked over to the wall. Soon, he rushed back with a terrified expression. Sister, guess who came?" Gu Xinjin frowned. "Who?" "It's that Gu Chongzhen. It must be him. He looks just like Grandpa." "Oh my gosh, I actually saw him. He's back." Gu Xinjin's brows furrowed in surprise. "Who are you talking about? That Gu Chongzhen?" Wang Baozhu felt the name was somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall why. In the front hall, everyone fell silent as they looked at the suddenly appearing tall man. Gu Chongzhen had intended to come back to see Grandpa, but the gate was open, and after waiting for a while at the door without seeing anyone, He grew worried. Just as he stepped into the front hall, he heard Gu Yujiao speak disrespectfully, causing Grandpa to angrily throw down his teacup. The first to notice Gu Chongzhen was Grandpa Gu, who was facing the entrance. His previously furious expression froze, replaced by indescribable joy. Chongzhen? Chongzhen, is that really you? You finally decided to come back. Gu Chonggang replied lightly, his gaze sweeping across the living room, his voice cold as ice. It seems I returned at the wrong time. Old Master Gu quickly stepped forward, saying, "What nonsense are you talking? This is your home. You can come back whenever you want." Remembering the ridiculous things Gu Yujiao had just said, Old Master Gu turned to her and scolded. "Get out. Go back to your own home. Come back when you figured things out. If I hear you disrespect Jiner again, you can stop calling me Dad." His words were heavy, especially in front of Gu Chonggang, whom she disliked. This made Gu Yujiao, already upset, feel even more humiliated. She looked at her father in disbelief, her eyes filled with hurt and anger. "If you want me to go, then I will." "I knew it, you only care about Eugene. When Eugene is gone, all you see is her son. To you, we are nothing compared to even a finger of Gu Chonggang. Dad, you are so biased. I will never come back to this home again." Gu Yujiao shouted as she ran out of the hall, crying. Old Master Gu, already old and with high blood pressure, felt dizzy and short of breath from the anger. Gu Chonggang quickly supported him, saying, "Quick, get Grandpa's blood pressure medicine." Aunt Lee had been busy in the kitchen and knew there was commotion in the front hall. However, since it was a family matter, she didn't dare to intervene and remained silent. Upon hearing that Old Master Gu had fainted from anger, she rushed out and quickly found the medicine, saying, "Here, take a pill." Everyone became tense, rushing to get the medicine, calling for help, and bringing water. But Gu Hualin just waved his hand, took the medicine and sighed deeply, holding his chest. "No need to call a doctor, I know what's going on. It's just that troublesome girl who upset me." Wang Yuanshan immediately stepped forward, saying, "Dad, don't be angry. Yujiao is just a child. I spoiled her. I'll make sure she apologizes to you when we get home." Old Master Gu lifted his eyelids, not wanting to look at him, and scolded, "You get out too." Wang Yuanshan's face turned pale, but Old Master Gu didn't care about his feelings and repeated, "Get out. Take your distant niece and get out." Wang Yuanshan tightened and then relaxed his fists. If he stayed any longer, he would truly lose face and let others walk all over him. But after years of being humble, he was good at enduring. He still wore a respectful smile on his face. "Since Dad is still upset with us, I'll leave for now. Next time, I'll bring Yujiao to apologize. Eldest brother and sister-in-law, please take care of Dad." Gu Jichuan nodded and patted his shoulder in a comforting manner. He had no issues with this brother-in-law. The old man of the Gu family always thought he was too calculating and smooth. But Gu Jichuan felt there was nothing wrong with that. Everyone had their own way of doing things. Plus, Wang Yuanshan treated his sister very well. After all, Gu Yujiao could be quite willful, and not everyone could handle her. Wong Baozhu heard the noise from the front hall and hurried to check it out. Passing through the bustling area, she saw a large crowd. Among them, the old man of the Gu family tightly held onto a tall, stern-looking man, as if afraid he would disappear. Wang Baozhu's gaze met his, and she was startled to realize it was him. She suppressed her inner turmoil and jealousy, quickly looking down. It was him, the one who had helped Shen Ning in Hejia village. The others in the hall couldn't help but stare at Wang Baozhu. Was Gu Yujiao causing such a fuss over a simple village girl? She looked quite ordinary, nothing special. When Wang Baozhu left with Wang Yuanshan, the hall fell silent again. Gu Jichuan then seriously looked at his eldest son, whom he hadn't seen in years. The fierce and cold boy he remembered had grown into a strong and impressive man. Although they hadn't met for years, news about Gu Chonggang still reached him from time to time. He felt guilty about his eldest son, but Maolin and the children were innocent. If it weren't for Yi Jin's mistakes back then, he wouldn't have treated them this way. No matter how he justified it, Gu Jichuan had no regrets. Even if he had to do it all over again, he would make the same choice. As for Gu Changgang, he would do his best to make amends. Changgang, you're back. I heard you were injured on a mission. Is it serious? You're not leaving again, right? Your grandfather, and we have missed you so much over the years. By the way, I will go call Chongqing and Jinjin out. You probably haven't met them yet, but they often talk about you, big brother. Malin looked very enthusiastic as she chatted with Gu Changge, then raised her voice. Jinjin, Chongqing, come over and say hello. Your big brother is back. The Gu siblings, who had been hiding and peeking, quickly came out and looked curiously at this big brother they had never met before. Gu Jinjin tilted her head and sweetly said, Big brother, I'm Jinjin. But Gu Changge found it all quite noisy. His attention was solely on Grandpa Gu, as if he didn't even see the others. His gaze merely brushed over them, indifferent, like looking at a tree by the roadside or a stone by the spring. Gu Jichuan's face immediately darkened as he scolded, After so many years in the army, have you learned to ignore everyone? Even if I owe you, what has Aunt Lin done wrong? Jinjin and Chongsheng are your own siblings. Who are you showing your displeasure to? As soon as Gu Jichuan finished speaking, Gu Hualin immediately jumped in to defend, shouting, You should leave. After all these years, you haven't taken any responsibility as a father, so how can you scold him? Get out, take your kids with you. Malin smirked with a hint of sarcasm, while Gu Chongsheng looked shocked. Gu Jinjin was taken aback, her sweet smile fading as she looked at Grandpa Gu in disbelief. Grandpa, what did you just say? Gu Hualin glanced at her. You and Chongqing should move back to your own home. This time, Gu Jinjin was sure she hadn't misheard. Her grandpa was actually telling her to leave. She was so surprised that she turned to her mother with a confused expression. Gu Jichuan was even more dissatisfied. Dad, this house is so big. There's no reason for Chongqing and Jinjin to move out. Linlin and I are busy with work. We can't take care of the two kids all the time. Gu Jinjin didn't want to move out either. She had lived in the old house since she was 6, in a lovely little villa that all her classmates envied. Why should she have to leave just because this unfamiliar person showed up? Suddenly, Gu Jinjin thought of the largest bedroom on the 3rd floor, which had the best view, a big study, a terrace, and plenty of sunshine. She had always wanted to move in there, but her grandpa had strictly forbidden it and never allowed her and her brother to go near the 3rd floor. She had heard her aunt complain before, saying that the room used to belong to her father's first wife, a village girl from the countryside. Gu Jinjin was still young and felt wronged, pouting her lips, I won't move. Why should I? Mao Lin had sent her child over years ago, partly because she didn't want to give up her job, and partly hoping her child would win the favor of the old master of the Gu family. But that old man had been indifferent to her child all these years. She thought it was because he didn't like kids, but it turned out he had given all his affection to Gu Changgang. She felt angry and looked at Gu Jilin for help, but the place we live is too far from Jinjin and Chongqing school. Then they can ride their bikes to school. It only takes half an hour round trip. You said the kids were too young and you were too busy to trust others with them, so you send them to me. Now that they are 14, can't they take care of themselves? This house was originally meant for Chonggang. Now that he's back, it's not suitable for your two kids to stay here. It's time to pack up and move out.
What?
This time, Gu Jinjin couldn't care about feeling wronged anymore. She thought she would just temporarily move out with her brother for a few days. But now it sounded like they were being kicked out for good.
But why?
Was Gu Changgang the only grandchild of the grandfather? What about her brother Gu Changyan and her younger brother Gu Chongqing? Why should this beautiful little house be given to someone who suddenly appeared out of nowhere? Mao Lin, usually gentle and gracious, couldn't maintain her smile. Dad, what do you mean by this? Your health is good. You should live a long life. Why are you suddenly talking about the ownership of this property? Gu Hualin shot a cold glance at Mao Lin and then glared fiercely at Gu Jichuan. Gu Jichuan felt a bit guilty. Back then, he insisted on divorcing Yi Jin, and the old master of the Gu family felt very sorry for her. He had promised to leave everything to Yi Jin. But Yi Jin had become mentally unstable and soon lost her mind, ultimately falling to her death. That matter was left unresolved. Now that the old master of the Gu family brought it up again, he remembered it too, and this was the price he had to pay for insisting on the divorce. Thus, he looked awkward and didn't argue back. The old man of the Gu family waved his hand impatiently. Stop lingering here. Move Xinjin and Chongqing's things back today.
Dad.
Malin wanted to say more, but Gu Hualin ignored her, just like he had for many years, completely disregarding her, as if he had never acknowledged her as a daughter-in-law of the Gu family. Gu Hualin fixed a sharp gaze on Gu Jichuan. Jichuan, every word I said back then stands. It is our Gu family's fault towards Jiner. All my and your mother's assets, including this old house, are to be given to Jiner. Since Jiner is no longer here, these things naturally belong to Chang'an. Gu Jichuan had never cared about the old couple's belongings. He had been avoiding the painful memories of Yi Jin's death for a long time. Now that the old man of the Gu family brought up the past, those buried memories rushed back, leaving him feeling heavy-hearted. Malin nervously clenched her fists and said softly, Jichuan, those were just words spoken in anger. They shouldn't count. Besides, we still have 3 children, Changyan, Xinjin, and Chongqing. They're also descendants of the Gu family and deserve to be treated fairly. However, for the first time, the devoted Gu Jichuan did not heed his wife's plea. He turned to Gu Xinjin and Gu Chongqing, instructing, you both go upstairs now and pack a few changes of clothes. I'll have someone come to help you move the rest later. From now on, you will go back to live there.
No.
Gu Xinjin cried, feeling wronged.
But
I will miss Grandpa and Grandma. Malin chimed in, exactly. Mom is visiting friends and won't be back for a couple of days. She has always cared for Xinjin the most. If she comes back and doesn't see the kids can come back to see her anytime. But you must move out today. I, Gu Hualin, keep my word. This house now belongs to Chang'an, and you have been staying here for many years. Gu Hualin glanced at Xinjin and Chongqing. Due to Malin, his feelings for these 2 children remained distant. If it weren't for his wife's insistence on bringing them back to live here, he wouldn't have agreed at all. Every time he saw Malin calling him dad with a smile because of the children, he would think of Yi Jin and feel an endless guilt in his heart. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. What's wrong? Is the adoption not going well? Yujiao just had a huge tantrum at home and even smashed the tea set. She's crying in the room. What happened? Wang Yuanshan frowned and sighed. That old man is still very cautious. Don't mention the adoption. Wang Aihua immediately became anxious. That won't do. Yuanshan, you promised me you would take good care of Baozhu and give her a proper identity. Wang Baozhu held back her tears, feeling like all her beautiful dreams had shattered. She tightly grasped Wang Aihua's arm. Mom, if Uncle and Annie don't adopt me, what will I do? I don't want to go back to the countryside. I don't want to. Wang Yuanshan quickly reassured her. You won't be sent back to the countryside. Your uncle will take care of you. Don't worry, your new school is already arranged. Just settle in, and I'll handle everything. After speaking, Wang Yuanshan gave Wang Aihua a look and took out 2 large bills. Take Baozhu out for a walk and get something nice to eat. I have some things to take care of, so I'll leave first. Wang Aihua watched Wang Yuanshan hurry home and understood immediately. He must have heard about Gu Yujiao's tantrum and was rushing to comfort her. With a cold smile, Wang Aihua turned to hold Wang Baozhu's hand. Baozhu, let's go talk about today's events in detail. Don't leave anything out. Wang Baozhu felt reassured and followed her mother down a nearby tree-lined path as they discussed everything in detail. Upon hearing that the child Gu Chonggang, who was often scolded by Gu Yujiao, was actually the beloved grandson of the Gu family and the one who helped Shen Ning in Hejia village, Wang Aihua's expression darkened. She truly didn't expect Shen Ning to be so lucky. She really takes after that scheming Suiware. Always charming people. Wang Baozhu panicked. What should we do, Mom? When Sun Miao plotted against Shen Ning in Hejia village, I was involved too. I don't know how much Gu Chonggang knows, but he definitely won't help me. He's on Shen Ning's side. If he says bad things about me in front of Grandpa Gu and Auntie, will Auntie not want me anymore? Wang Baozhu was so anxious that tears were about to fall. Wang Aihua comforted her gently. Don't worry, that won't happen. I've been asking around, and your aunt dislikes that child from her ex-sister-in-law the most. No matter what Gu Changzhen says, Gu Yujiao will not believe him. Besides, didn't you say that it was mainly Sun Miao who caused the trouble? You were just following along, so it should be fine. Wang Baozhu was still uneasy. That old man from the Gu family already looks down on me and dislikes my background. If Gu Changzhen supports Shen Ning, then wouldn't I be in trouble? Wang Aihua also realized the seriousness of the situation. In her plan, the Gu family was supposed to be a stepping stone for Wang Baozhu. It would be best if that old man from the Gu family recognized Wang Baozhu and acknowledged her as his granddaughter. But just like Wang Baozhu feared, Gu Changzhen had always protected that little troublemaker Shen Ning in Hejia village. If he said something unfavorable about Baozhu in front of the old man from the Gu family, it would be a disaster. Wang Aihua's expression darkened. Do you remember the way to the old Gu family house? Take me there. Mom, it's useless. That old man from the Gu family is very fierce and doesn't care about anyone's feelings. I heard him tell my aunt to leave in front of everyone, and he even told my uncle to take me away with him. Wang Aihua sneered. Who said I was going to find that old man from the Gu family? I want to find Gu Changzhen. Even if Shen Ning really gets close to him, I can still bring her down. Far away, Shen Ning had no idea that her stepmother was about to cause trouble again. At that moment, she returned to her small courtyard with Jiang Yuanyuan and Gu Sonya. As soon as they entered, Sonya's mood noticeably brightened. Kolbal was even more excited to see Sonya, wagging its tail so hard it seemed like a propeller. It kept circling around Sonya, sniffing and wagging its head, unable to contain its excitement. Woof, woof. It barked non-stop. Sonya looked at the familiar courtyard, rubbed Kolbal's head, and watched Shen Ning bustling around her, feeling a warm surge in her heart. But at the same time, she was afraid of being abandoned at any moment. This feeling controlled her, filling her with panic and fear. She didn't know how to express these emotions and instinctively began to scratch her wrist, soon leaving red marks and wounds on her skin. At that moment, Shen Ning had already brought Sonya's luggage into the house. Sonya, what do you want to eat for lunch? Do you want to make dumplings together? Gu Sonya immediately escaped from her deep panic and tightly grabbed Shen Ning, her eyes sparkling with endless hope. Sister. Shen Ning first patted her head, then her gaze fell on Sonya's wrist. Gu Sonya quickly shrank back, her face turning pale. Sister. Seeing Gu Sonya's self-harming action touched Shen Ning's heart, but she pretended not to see and smiled. Why are you just standing there? Come help. Sonya had prepared herself to be scolded by Shen Ning, but instead, she heard her sister urging her to help. It was like a little animal that had been trapped for a long time suddenly found freedom, and she couldn't believe it. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Shen Ning. Sister, you really want me to help? Shen Ning feigned annoyance. Of course. Do you want to be lazy? Quickly help carry the firewood into the kitchen. While you were gone, no one helped me with the fire. Sonya's eyes instantly turned red, and she hurriedly looked down, afraid Shen Ning would notice. Fortunately, at that moment, Jiang Yuanyuan also peeked in. Hey, what are you two doing? You're not planning to get a free meal, are you? Come help. This dough is too hard to manage. The three of them and a dog crowded noisily into the kitchen. Sonya held the dough, with a coal ball resting at her feet, its fluffy tail brushing against her foot. She watched Shen Ning skillfully pinch the dough into even folds, the plump dumplings being placed into the steamer. The rising steam made her face appear hazy. Gu Sonya felt everything was so beautiful it seemed unreal, afraid it was just a fleeting dream. Suddenly, a cool sensation touched her nose, and Sonya snapped back to reality as Shen Ning playfully patted her cheeks again. Jiang Yuanyuan laughed. Sonya, your Ning Ning sister is being mischievous. You've turned into a big, white cat. Sonya's brown eyes sparkled as she giggled, playfully smearing her flour-covered hands on Shen Ning's face. Jiang Yuanyu and also joined in the fun, and the scene seemed to come alive. Even the coal were not spared as they laughed and joked, finally managing to steam the buns. At that moment, there was a sudden loud knocking at the door outside the yard. When Li Jiqiang arrived with canned fruit, Shen Ning was a bit confused. Ever since she moved out of the youth station, she hadn't had much contact with him. His unexpected visit made her feel a bit wary. Li Jiqiang smiled slightly, showing his big white teeth. I'm here to see Jiang Yuanyuan. Is it okay if I come in to talk? Jiang Yuanyuan peeked out, her hands covered in flour. Oh, are you sniffing around? You're not planning to trade your cans for our buns, are you? Li Jiqiang looked a bit embarrassed.
Who
cares about your buns? I heard you got sick after jumping into the water to save someone, so I came to check on you. After saying that, he swallowed hard, feeling awkward. He hadn't expected Shen Ning and the others to be making buns at this time since it was past meal time. Times were tough for everyone. Although Shen Ning and Jiang Yuanyuan had better living conditions, he didn't want to take advantage of them. But the smell of the buns was just too tempting. Jiang Yuanyuan chuckled, just teasing you. So, what do you need from me? Li Jiqiang handed the canned fruit to Jiang Yuanyuan. This is for you. Shen Ning blinked her big eyes, watching the two with a curious expression. Li Jiqiang grew a bit anxious. Shen Ning, what kind of look is that? It's not what you think. Honestly, I have to tell you. Since Kai Meiwan returned to the youth station, she's been acting strangely, always being nice to me and saying she wants to partner up and live together. Shen Ning and Jiang Yuanyuan were shocked, unable to close their mouths. Wow, I didn't expect Kai Meiwan to be so bold. Li Jiqiang looked a bit annoyed.
Don't look at me like that.
I'm not blind or foolish. How could I like her? But I didn't expect that after I kept rejecting her, she would be so determined to pursue me. That day she wanted to talk things over with me, so she asked to meet by the river. I was worried she might cause trouble, so I didn't go. Later, I heard she jumped into the river, claiming that a guy should take responsibility, and almost got you into trouble. Li Jiqiang sighed as he spoke. It's my fault. I noticed she wasn't acting right, and should have warned you. Shen Ning and Jiang Yuanyuan finally understood what had happened. Jiang Yuanyuan slapped her forehead, recalling how yesterday she insisted that Qin Jiu take responsibility, and said, no wonder I jumped in to save her, and Kai Meiwan scolded me for meddling. So she actually wanted to jump in front of you to blame you. But since you didn't show up, we accidentally ran into her, and she ended up liking Qin Jiu instead, which caused all this trouble. What have I done to deserve such a crazy person? Li Jiqiang looked at Jiang Yuanyuan and let out a heavy sigh of relief that she was okay. Otherwise, he would have felt guilty for a lifetime. By the way, did you know Kai Meiwan is leaving Hijia village? Jiang Yuanyuan paused her actions. When is that? Where is she going? Li Jiqiang replied, I heard she went to see the team leader last night to get a letter of introduction to go live with Qin Jiu's parents. Shen Ning chuckled. She's quite something. On the day she jumped into the river, she swore she was done with Qin Jiu. But now she's running to his parents? Jiang Yuanyuan snorted. She had been well protected by her parents, but Kai Meiwan had taught her a harsh lesson. Even now, thinking back to that day made her tremble with fear. She almost drowned in that icy river. Seeing Jiang Yuanyuan's face turn pale, Li Jiqiang's voice grew softer. He felt sorry for her, knowing how dangerous that day had been. Look at what Kai Meiwan caused. Sanya wasn't interested in their conversation and was focused on the steamer. Shen Ning checked the time and lifted the lid of the steamer. The aroma of the buns filled the courtyard. Shen Ning placed a plate of meat buns on the small table and quickly made a pot of tomato egg drop soup. She invited Li Jiqiang to sit down and eat. Li Jiqiang didn't hesitate, grabbed a bun, and stuffed it into his mouth, exclaiming, It's really delicious. Shen Ning, your cooking is the best. I eat like a pig every day at the youth station. I still have a bottle of hot sauce. I'll bring it to you later. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and looked up at Shen Ning. By the way, I saw your registered letter at the post office last time. Don't forget to pick it up when you have time. Shen Ning was surprised. Registered letter? She was a bit confused but didn't think much of it. It wasn't until she went to the post office and found 10 bills inside the registered letter that she realized something was strange. What was even stranger was that the letter didn't have the sender's name. In these times, workers earned only about 30 yuan a month. Who could have sent her so much money out of the blue? For the first time, Shen Ning felt the bills were a bit too hot to handle. After checking several times, the post office staff confirmed there's no mistake. The name and address match. This is your registered letter. Shen Ning was puzzled and decided to keep the letter in her bag. Just as she was leaving the post office, a staff member called out to her. Comrade Shen Ning, there's also a package for you. Please come and sign for it. Frowning, Shen Ning signed for it. The heavy package contained some study materials and a beautiful pen, but again, there was no sender's information. What kind of day was it that money and goods just fell from the sky? In the capital city, Wang Baozhu had been lingering around a beautiful little villa for a long time. Finally, she found the person she wanted to see. Gu Changgang, being sharp as always, sensed someone was watching. With a cold glare, he said, "Come out." Over the past year, Wang Baozhu had been worn out and looked much older. Gu Changgang didn't recognize her.
Who are you?
Wang Baozhu looked at the tall man in front of her and couldn't help but curse Shen Ning again in her heart. That little brat managed to climb such a high branch. Wang Baozhu tidied her hair, trying to appear more friendly. Hello, you must be Comrade Gu. I'm Wong Baozhu's mother. As soon as she spoke, Gu Changgang paused for a moment and frowned, asking, What do you want? Wang Baozhu forced a smile. I know there are some misunderstandings between you and Baozhu. Gu Changgang coldly interrupted her. I'm not familiar with Comrade Wang, so there's no misunderstanding. If you have nothing else, please go back. Wang Baozhu's mouth twitched slightly, looking a bit strange. You've misunderstood. I'm not here for Baozhu. I just don't want you to be deceived by Shen Ning. Comrade Gu, you really don't understand Shen Ning at all. She is not as innocent as she seems. She is a terrifying person, ungrateful and shameless. Even I, her stepmother who raised her for over 10 years, was deceived by her. Gu Changgang's expression instantly turned cold. I know what kind of person Shen Ning is without needing others to tell me. I advise you to be careful with your words. Spreading rumors comes with consequences. After saying this, Gu Changgang turned and left. Wang Baozhu immediately shouted after him, That girl Shen Ning has already been with my son. Gu Changgang froze in shock. Wang Baozhu watched him, feeling a twisted satisfaction. She knew no man would ignore such a thing. With a smug look, she continued, What I said is true. That girl knows how to put on an act. At just 14 or 15, she was already flirting with men. Especially after her father died, she lost her support and was afraid of being kicked out. She tries to please and deliberately flirts with my son, shamelessly climbing into his bed. She doesn't even realize how many times she's been with him. She's already lost her dignity. Shut up. Gu Changgang suddenly turned around, his eyes fierce as if he could kill. Wang Baozhu felt weak under his gaze, her legs trembling. She was terrified, but the strong love for her daughter kept her standing. Just thinking that after today, Gu Changgang would abandon Shen Ning and could no longer block her daughter's path gave her endless courage. I was willing to overlook things as long as my son was happy. But that girl Shen Ning actually reported my son, causing him to be sent to a remote logging camp, where he tragically died. Comrade Gu, don't be fooled by her. Everything I say is true. Shen Ning is a selfish person who changes her loyalties easily. She has been involved with my son. Gu Changzhen felt as if a heavy stone had fallen on his chest, leaving a big hole in his heart. Memories of his time with Shen Ning rushed through him like a fierce wind, causing him great pain. Shen Ning is just a loose woman, using her looks to flirt with everyone. Enough. Stop talking nonsense. Gu Changzhen scolded sharply, making Wang Baozhu shiver and step back a few paces. Gu Changgen's face was extremely grim, resembling a terrifying ghost in the dark, his eyes filled with a fierce red. He stepped closer to Wang Baozhu, his long, dark eyes sharp and intimidating, filled with anger and menace, like a raging flood that made it hard to breathe. What did you do to her? As Gu Changzhen approached, Wang Aihua truly felt the terrifying aura, her lips trembling in fear. I'm telling the truth. She's just a loose woman. If you don't believe me, take her to the hospital for a checkup. With that, Wang Aihua turned and ran away, as if a ghost were chasing her. She ran far, feeling like her throat was on fire before finally stopping to look back. Gu Changzhen stood still, his expression unclear. Hejia Village, Shen family courtyard.
Ha, ha.
A kick and a hand gesture. Qin Jiu barely dodged, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. That's enough. Sister, you're too strong. Please spare me. If you want to practice, find someone else. If you really hurt me with that strength, I might never have kids. Sister, you're amazing. Sanya didn't care about Qin Jiu's fear. To her, Shen Ning was the best, and everything Shen Ning did was right. Shen Ning wiped the sweat from her forehead. Why are you so nervous? Didn't you say my self-defense moves were too stiff and not practical? That's why I learned these useful techniques. Qin Jiu looked a bit resentful. Just a few days ago, she had seen Shen Ning practicing martial arts and thought about how trouble-prone she was, so she decided to teach her some practical moves. But who knew Shen Ning would take it seriously? She didn't hold back at all, and her fierce kicks made it seem like she was out for revenge. Qin Jiu slumped into a chair and drank all the tea that Sanya had prepared for Shen Ning in one go, making the usually quiet Sanya fume with anger. Qin Jiu said, "You're so stingy. I've been busy running around and being a punching bag, all for you, Sister Ning Ning. You can't even spare me a cup of tea? Isn't that a bit too much?" After he finished speaking, he looked a bit proud, raising his eyebrows at Shen Ning, as if to say, "Aren't you going to ask me?" Shen Ning held back the urge to roll her eyes. She really couldn't understand how this person managed to keep his followers in line. He was just too childish. Taking the other cup of tea that Sanya handed her, Shen Ning took a sip and finally said, "So, what have you found out?" Qin Jiu cleared his throat, looking a bit smug, then hesitated and instructed Sanya, "This isn't suitable for kids. You should go play outside for a bit." Sanya lifted her eyelids, pretending not to hear. Shen Ning chuckled lightly, "Good girl, take the little coal ball and play, but don't go too far." Only then did Sanya lead the little coal ball out, glancing back a few times. Once the courtyard door was closed, Qin Jiu leaned in mysteriously and said, "Wang Baozhu is dead."
What?
Shen Ning was taken aback. "Are you sure Wang Baozhu is dead?" Qin Jiu replied, "Yes. They say he couldn't stand the hardships of reform through labor, tried to escape, and was shot on the spot. This happened 6 months ago." After saying this, Qin Jiu carefully observed her expression, but Shen Ning, aside from her initial shock, now looked eerily calm. There was no sense of satisfaction from learning that her enemy was dead. Did she think Wang Baomin's death was too easy? Qin Jiu pondered and added, "They say when he first arrived at the Northwest labor camp, he caused a lot of trouble and got beaten several times before he settled down. That place is harsh. There's not enough food, no proper clothes, endless work, and relentless sandstorms. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked his life to escape." Shen Ning curled her lips into a sarcastic smile, looking as if she wasn't comforted at all. He really got off easy. It's no wonder Wang Aihua has become like that. Her hair has turned white. It's truly karma. Qin Jiu was taken aback and turned to look at Shen Ning. Her eyes were dark and hollow, staring blankly at the horizon. The sunlight fell on her, like a layer of golden veil, but it brought no warmth at all. Shen Ning. Qin Jiu rarely called her by her full name. Shen Ning snapped back to reality, and their eyes met. "I can take you to the Northwest labor camp. We can visit his grave, or even do something on it. Whatever makes you happy. We can leave right now. I can take you to the Northwest Forest Farm. We can visit his grave, or even do something silly on it, as long as it makes you happy. Let's go right now." Shen Ning was taken aback and suddenly smiled, but her eyes were red. As she smiled, a tear fell, and she quickly turned her head away. Seeing Shen Ning so vulnerable was unsettling for Qin Jiu, leaving him a bit unsure of what to do. But then Shen Ning laughed again, returning to her usual lively self. That useless Wang Baozhu doesn't deserve me to make a trip for him. Qin Jiu laughed too, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous look. Exactly. If you want, I'll pay more to have it done. Don't worry, I'm reliable. No matter where Wang Baozhu is buried, I can dig him up. Qin Jiu's serious expression showed he saw nothing wrong with digging up a grave. The two exchanged a knowing smile, sharing an unspoken bond. Suddenly, cheerful voices from Meiqiu and Jiang Yuanyuan filled the air, followed by the sound of laughter. Then, Sanya entered, a light sheen of sweat on her forehead, her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling. I'm back, sister. I brought a big bunch of wildflowers. Jiang Yuanyuan followed closely, carrying takeout from the state-run restaurant. She shook it and said, Ning Ning, we're here for a meal. Li Jiqiang awkwardly touched his nose, surprised by their directness. He cleared his throat and offered the roast chicken he was holding. I hope you don't mind if I join you. Qin Jiu chimed in, Ning Jie, you're not being fair. You always throw away leftovers after I finish. You've never even treated me to a meal. I want to stay for dinner too. And let's have a couple of drinks. You wasted my good wine last time and still owe me. With several pairs of sparkling eyes on her, Shen Ning felt her earlier frustration lift significantly. She thought about revenge, but also about moving forward. She would not be trapped in the past. All right, everyone stays for dinner. No one is leaving until we're all drunk. Everyone was surprised, but apart from Sanya and Meiqiu, their eyes lit up with excitement. They laughed and moved the tables and chairs into the yard. Shen Ning went to the kitchen, plating the beef and fried fish she had bought from the restaurant, and took out some fresh tomatoes and cucumbers from her supplies to make a couple of cold dishes. Jiang Yuanyuan brought 2 containers, one with braised meatballs and the other with spicy and sour shredded potatoes. With the roast chicken brought by Li Jiqiang, everyone gathered around the table happily. Qin Jiu was the first to ask for drinks, but he was stunned when he saw Shen Ning bring out 2 bottles of Maodai. The others also looked surprised. Jiang Yuanyuan stuttered a bit. How does your family have alcohol, Ning Ning? Shen Ning chuckled awkwardly, touched her nose, and tried to hide her embarrassment. She couldn't tell them where she got the alcohol from. Qin Jiu seemed to think of something, glancing at the Maodai on the table and then at Shen Ning, feeling like he had overlooked something. But soon he brushed off the doubt, saying, All right, Ning Jie, you really are full of surprises. Come on, fill my glass. However, it was Jiang Yuanyuan who poured him the drink. Qin Jiu looked at the sky and laughed. The sun is rising in the west. Didn't you always think I was a bad guy? Jiang Yuanyuan rolled her eyes. If it weren't for the time Qin Jiu teased her about being a big-chested fool, she wouldn't have such a bad impression of him. But remembering that he saved her life made her feel differently. She bit her lip, filled her glass, and sincerely said, Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have died unfairly. I raise this glass to you. I owe you my life, and I will repay you when I have the chance.
Clink.
Qin Jiu interrupted her, bringing his glass forward to meet hers, making a clear sound. He smiled lightly. All right, no need for thanks. You're Ning Jie's friend, so you're my friend too. Friends don't need to say, thank you. Just be smarter in the future and don't be too kind-hearted, or you might get taken advantage of. After finishing his drink in one gulp, Qin Jiu's handsome face wore a mischievous smile, making Jiang Yuanyuan's heart race. She quickly took a sip of her drink, feeling the warmth spread to her cheeks. With a small cup of liquor down, Li Jiqiang immediately started chatting, patting Qin Jiu on the shoulder and calling him brother. Good thing you weren't stuck with Kai Meiwan, or you might be drinking your wedding wine today. Qin Jiu shivered, as if imagining a terrifying scene. What nonsense. I'm not someone she can dream about. Shen Ning took a sip and winced from the spiciness. So, what kind do you like? Shen Ning asked casually, and the others at the table looked up with curiosity. Qin Jiu's face turned red, and she seemed a bit awkward.
Why do you care what I like? Anyway,
it's definitely not like you. I want someone with a good figure and a good temper. They can't just hit people whenever they want. They should be gentle and family-oriented. Then, Qin Jiu looked at Shen Ning nervously. What about you? What are your standards for a partner? Shen Ning was taken aback, as if recalling an unpleasant memory, and she felt a wave of dislike. I don't have any. Qin Jiu asked curiously. Don't have what? I don't have any standards for a partner. I never want to get married in my life. Her expression was calm, and the others at the table were a bit stunned. Seeing that Shen Ning showed no signs of embarrassment, it seemed like she was just stating a fact. Li Jiqiang took a bite of meat and said, How can you not get married? Are you going to be alone forever? Shen Ning chuckled lightly. Is that a problem? I have Xiao Yuer and also Meiqiu. Right, and I'm here too. Sanya's eyes sparkled. She usually spoke little and was even quieter around strangers, but today it was clear she was happy and excited. I also won't get married. I'll stay with my sister. Me, my sister, and Meiqiu. The three of us will be together forever. She smiled brightly and added, From now on, I won't be called Gu Sanya anymore. My last name is Shen, and my name is Shen Yu. Joyful Yu. Jiang Yuan looked at Shen Ning in disbelief. Really? Is it really happening? Shen Ning nodded. She thought this matter would take a lot of effort since she didn't meet the requirements to adopt Sanya, but it turned out to be surprisingly smooth. Perhaps it was because Sanya's situation was special, along with the support from the captain and the Hu family, as well as proof from the hospital. In any case, Sanya was no longer Gu Sanya. She was Shen Yu, Shen Ning's sister, and they were now family on the same household registration. Shen Ning suttendi smilet. Yes. You, me, and Meiqiu will never be apart. We'll be together forever. Qin Jiu chuckled. All right, then I'll never get married either. I'll stick with you for life. Jiang Yuan immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. What about me? What about me? It seems like you two, both surnamed Shen, are starting to forget about me. A lively group was chatting, drinking a little, and discussing their dreams and future. Even Shen Yu, Gu Sanya, took a curious sip, feeling a bit dizzy, while hugging the dog's neck. Qin Jiu had drunk quite a bit and, looking at the dog's dark eyes, suddenly burst into laughter. He poured the remaining wine from his bottle into the dog's bowl and said, Drink. The dog eagerly lowered its head and took a big gulp. Its face twisted for a moment, then its eyes sparkled as it quickly finished the drink. After letting out a loud belch, it started spinning in circles, chasing its own tail, and soon fell over in a funny way. Qin Jiu couldn't help but laugh at the dog's silly antics. Shen Ning didn't have a good tolerance for alcohol, especially not strong liquor. After just a couple of small cups, everything around her started to blur. Qin Jiu leaned closer and asked, Where did you get this wine? Tell me. Shen Ning suddenly felt a jolt and lost some of her buzz. Qin Jiu pouted and started crying. You don't know how hard it is for me. Last year, I exchanged all my cash for goods and hid them in a house in an alley. That place was always safe. But that day, out of nowhere, a group of police came and searched every house in the alley. Oh no, I lost a whole batch of goods just like that. It's all He Jianya's fault for being so foolish and dragging me down with him. I swear, if I find out that brat reported me, I'll be furious. Shen Ning suddenly sobered up a bit and took a big sip of spring water to calm herself. She had only reported He Jianya's warehouse, not knowing the police would be so efficient and search the entire alley. Qin Jiu continued. Isn't that infuriating? Shen Ning wiped the sweat from her forehead, feeling guilty. It is quite infuriating. Qin Jiu pressed on. Isn't that a bit excessive? Shen Ning stuffed some food into her mouth and nodded perfunctorily. Yeah, that's really excessive. You say. Shen Ning couldn't take it anymore and quickly shoved a piece of food into his mouth. Qin Jiu chewed and his eyes became clear, sparkling like peach blossoms as he looked at Shen Ning, almost ready to burst with joy. I knew it. Our Ning Jia is the best to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yuan, who was half drunk and dozing on the table, suddenly sat up straight and grabbed Shen Ning's arm. Ning and I are the best in the world. She treats me the best. I want to eat too. Shen Ning smiled as she watched Jiang Yuanyuan with her mouth open, waiting to be fed, and couldn't help but put a piece of sauced beef in her mouth. Jiang Yuanyuan chewed and mumbled, "I said it. Ning Ning and I are the best in the world." Nodding with a smile, Shen Ning replied, "Yes, yes. You and I are the best in the world." Before she could finish, she noticed the little girl, Xiao Yuer Gu Sanya, who had been sitting by the doghouse, looking at her with tears in her eyes. "Sister,
Who are you the best with?"
Jiang Yuanyuan, a bit dazed from drinking, stubbornly asked. "Right. Who are you the best with?" Shen Ning. She had never felt so speechless before and wanted to escape, but this group of drunks kept asking, like a chant, "Who are you the best with?" "Everyone is good. Everyone is good." Suddenly, tears fell from Shen Yu's eyes as she rushed to hug Shen Ning tightly, her face rubbing against Shen Ning's waist. "No. Sister can only be good with me." Jiang Yuanyuan was not to be outdone, wrapping her arms around Shen Ning's arm and leaning on her shoulder. "Ning Ning and I are the best in the world." Seeing Qin Jiu wanting to join in, Shen Ning felt overwhelmed. Two pairs of watery eyes looked at her, filled with accusation, making her feel like a bad guy who had let down two little girls. Both girls held on to Shen Ning tightly, forcing her to choose one. If she didn't, they would cry. It was clear that reasoning with drunks was impossible. Shen Ning leaned close to Jiang Yuanyuan's ear and whispered, "Of course, you and I are the best in the world. Don't worry, Xiao Yuer is just my little sister." Sure enough, Jiang Yuanyuan's face lit up with a smile, and she looked at Shen Yu with a hint of pride. Shen Ning then quickly kissed Shen Yu's soft cheek and said in her ear, "You are my dear little sister, and we will never be apart." Shen Yu immediately brightened up, looking at Jiang Yuanyuan with a proud gaze. "Sister is the best. I want to be with my sister forever." Jiang Yuanyuan chimed in, "I want to be with Ning Ning forever too." Qin Jiu's eyes sparkled. "I want to be with Sister Ning for a lifetime." He opened his arms. Shen Ning quickly kicked his chair, causing him to fall with a thud, landing hard and wincing in pain. He got up again, looking around. Who is trying to trick me?" The coal ball was startled awake by his shout, yelping in fright, but after a couple of cries, it got dizzy and fell over. Li Jiqiang, awakened by the noise, jumped up, holding an empty bowl and stretching out his hand. "Drink."
"Drink. Cheers."
Less than a minute later, he was swaying and hugging the bowl, fast asleep again. Shen Ning. She was speechless, feeling like she had reached the peak of absurdity. If she continued to drink with these people, she would be a fool, the biggest fool in the world. Finally, she managed to get Jiang Yuanyuan and Shen Yu onto the bed. Turning around, she saw Qin Jiu and Li Jiqiang with their arms around each other, each holding the coal ball's front legs, singing and dancing in the yard. The scene was both funny and amusing. Shen Ning couldn't hold back her laughter, tears streaming down her face, wishing she had a camera to capture the moment. The small courtyard was lively. Meanwhile, at the Wang family in the capital, things were just as chaotic. The small courtyard was bustling. At the same time, the Wang family in the capital was also in turmoil. Wang Aihua was crying heartbrokenly, while the usually proud Gu Yujiao looked genuinely remorseful. "Cousin, don't worry, no matter how much it costs, I will make sure Baozhu gets better. That child saved me. Rest assured, in my heart, Baozhu is like my own daughter. From now on, I will never let anyone bully her." Wang Aihua covered her face in pain, hiding the hatred in her eyes. "It's not your fault. Baozhu has always been a grateful child. You can help her clear her name and save her. She has always remembered it and wanted to repay you. Now her wish has come true. But she is so badly hurt, I really fear for her safety." Gu Yujiao felt a wave of fear thinking about the danger from today, and she was even more touched by Wong Baozhu stepping up to protect her. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway. Gu Changgang was supporting the elderly head of the Gu family, rushing toward them. The Cold War between Gu Yujiao and her father broke, and she cried out, "Dad, I almost didn't get to see you again today. If it weren't for that kind child, Baozhu, who saved me from danger, I..." Gu Hualin held onto Gu Yujiao's shoulder, worried and pained because she was his daughter. As long as you're okay. How is that child? Wang Yuanshan stepped forward immediately. Oh. While Yujiao was walking in the alley, 3 robbers suddenly appeared. Luckily, Baozhu was out for a walk and called for help. At a critical moment, she blocked it for Yujiao, which is why Yujiao is safe. But Baozhu wasn't so lucky. They hit her on the back of the head, and she lost a lot of blood. She's still in surgery. These robbers are truly despicable. I've already called the police. We must catch them. Wang Yuanshan looked very angry, staring at the lights of the operating room, worry evident in his eyes. Wang Aihua sat there, looking lost, silently crying. The elder of the Gu family glanced at the group, not because he was cold-hearted, but because the timing of this incident felt too coincidental. Yujiao had been upset with him for days over Baozhu and had finally agreed to send her to a girls' boarding school. How could something like this happen now? At that moment, Mao Lin rushed over upon hearing the news. She immediately took Gu Yujiao's hand. Jia, are you okay? I was so scared when I got the call. I'm glad you're fine. Otherwise, your brother and I would have been frantic. I heard that a girl named Baozhu saved you. Where is she? Is she okay? Before she could finish, the lights in the emergency room suddenly went out, and the door opened. Wong Baozhu was pushed out. Her head was completely shaved, thick bandages wrapped around it, and her face was pale, devoid of color. Wang Aihua gasped and rushed over, crying softly, "Oh, my poor child, why were you so reckless? Are you in pain?" Wang Yuanshan gently patted her back, but quickly felt a sharp gaze on him. His movement froze, and he pretended nothing was wrong as he helped Wang Aihua up and stepped back. "Cousin, pull yourself together. Baozhu still needs your care." The doctor removed his mask. The wound on the patient's head has been stitched up. She has a mild concussion and needs to be monitored closely. The nurse will explain the precautions in detail shortly. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. The elder of the Gu family was no exception. As long as she's okay, feel free to ask for anything you need. I need to go to Longgang for rehabilitation, so I'll take my leave now. The old man Gu looked at Wang Aihua and Wang Baozhu before turning to leave with Gu Chonggang.
Dad.
Gu Yujiao was very unhappy and wanted to chase after him, but Wang Yuanshan stopped her. Let's take Baozhu back to her room first. Gu Yujiao's face was grim. Dad only cares about that little brat. His arm is useless now, and rehabilitation won't help. Baozhu went through so much to save me, and he doesn't even look at her. Wang Yuanshan remained calm and gentle. Don't blame your dad. Baozhu isn't related to him, so naturally, Chonggang's injury is more important. Gu Yujiao replied, who says they aren't related. If it weren't for Baozhu saving me, I would be dead. I don't care, from now on, Baozhu is my daughter. No one can treat her poorly. Yes, yes, yes. I think Baozhu is grateful, otherwise, she wouldn't have risked her life to save you. Thankfully, you're okay, Yujiao. To be honest, when I saw Baozhu lying there covered in blood, I felt a bit relieved that it wasn't you who was hurt. I know it's selfish of me. I realize Baozhu is my cousin's beloved child, yet I felt relieved. Relieved that she took this risk for you. Gu Yujiao was instantly moved to tears. Yuanshan, don't blame yourself. Don't worry. I will make it up to them. I've already thought of something. Since Baozhu doesn't want to go to that girl's boarding school, she won't go. I will find someone to help her enroll in the first high school. Jinjin and Chongqing are there, so she won't need to board. She can go home every day. From now on, my cousin can stay too. Don't you all love her cooking? There's enough space at home, so let them live comfortably. Wang Yuanshan smiled slightly, then quickly hid it, pretending to be helpless. All right, I'll listen to you. You've always been in charge. In the rehabilitation room, Gu Chonggang finally had the cast removed from his arm. Following Director Li's instructions, Gu Chonggang performed various rehabilitation exercises as required. After a long time, he wiped the sweat from his forehead after completing the last set of movements and followed Director Li out of the rehabilitation room. Old Master Gu, who had been waiting outside the door, hurriedly approached and asked, "Old Li, how is Chonggung's arm? Director Li looked puzzled and serious. This is very strange. It shouldn't be like this. Gu Hualin's face instantly turned pale as he tightly grasped Director Li's arm. Old Li, this child is still so young.
Please think of a way.
If we can't do it here, we can go abroad. I can't just watch. Gu Chonggung quickly comforted old Master Gu by patting his back. Grandpa, I think I'm recovering very well, much better than expected. But old Master Gu, still lost in sorrow, didn't hear him and kept blaming himself. It's my fault. I let Jeaner down and you too. I should have brought you back, even if it meant tying you up. Grandpa, my arm is recovering well, look. Gu Chonggung interrupted old Master Gu's self-reproach and extended his right arm, closing and opening his calloused palm repeatedly. Old Master Gu's sadness suddenly froze, and he widened his eyes in disbelief. This. Chonggung, your arm. His expression was filled with surprise as he excitedly held Gu Chonggung's hand, looking closely. His large hand trembled as he grasped it, and Gu Chonggung also closed his palm. Feeling the strength in his palm, old Master Gu finally believed that Gu Chonggung's arm was indeed recovering well and was not useless. He paused for a moment and then punched Director Li's shoulder. You old Li, you knew I was worried about Chonggung's injury and still said those ambiguous things on purpose. You wanted to make me anxious. But Director Li frowned even more. Who is trying to trick you? I was shocked by this situation too. I reviewed Chonggung's previous medical records. He had a comminuted fracture with extensive nerve damage. Just keeping the arm was a miracle, and now it has recovered to this point. It's simply unbelievable. Could it be that the previous doctor misdiagnosed him, and Chonggung wasn't hurt that badly? But that doesn't make sense. Even if there was a misdiagnosis, the X-rays showing a comminuted fracture can't be wrong. I would like to visit the expert who performed the surgery on Chonggung and discuss this further. In short, this is not normal. It's too strange. The old master of the Gu family didn't care whether there had been a misdiagnosis. He kept squeezing Gu Chonggung's arm, filled with joy. His grandson's arm not only was saved but also healed well, and that was enough. He looked at Director Li, who still seemed worried, and said, "All right, stop overthinking it. What's so strange? It must be that Chonggung's mother in heaven is protecting him, allowing him to turn misfortune into good fortune and stay safe." Director Li's white beard twitched. "Stop with the superstitions. I only believe in science. It's either a misdiagnosis or Chonggang is just lucky to have met a truly skilled doctor." Dr. Li shared his thoughts, looking at Gu Chonggang with a smile of relief. "In any case, congratulations. Your arm has healed very well and won't affect your work or life in the future. But you still need to be careful. Your arm was seriously injured, so try not to lift heavy objects, and you might feel some discomfort on rainy days. If you feel any discomfort, come back for a checkup." Gu Chonggang lowered his eyes to look at his arm. He knew something was off, very off. No one understood the severity of his injury better than he did. It was impossible for it to heal completely. But then he remembered the nourishing soup that Shen Ning brought each time. After drinking it, he always felt warm all over, especially in the injured arm, which initially felt like a dead weight and didn't hurt at all. Yet, after drinking Shen Ning's soup, it would start to hurt and itch. At first, he thought it was just his imagination, then he considered it might be the effect of the medicine and didn't think much of it. However, after being back at the Gu family for so many days, the doctor's orders were to continue taking the medicine, and Aunt Li also made various nourishing soups every day, making him gain a few pounds. But that warm feeling never returned. Gu Chonggong's eyes darkened. Perhaps he would only find answers when he saw Shen Ning again. Thinking of Shen Ning's big, watery eyes, Gu Chonggang felt a mix of pain and itch in his heart. But Wang Aihua's resentful words echoed in his ears, and his expression suddenly turned cold. He instinctively clenched his fists, his gaze fierce. He didn't believe a word Wang Aihua said. He refused to believe Shen Ning was that kind of person. As soon as he thought about the terrible experiences Shen Ning might have gone through in the past, Gu Chonggang felt a sharp pain in his heart, making it hard to breathe. As soon as they left the hospital, Gu Chang said urgently, "Grandpa, I need to go back to Haisheng for a while." The smile on the old man's face froze. "Who is in Haisheng? You just got back a few days ago. Why are you in such a hurry to go back?" Gu Chang paused for a moment. "I have some personal matters that I need to take care of." "What personal matters are so important? Could it be?" The old man choked on his words, looking at his grandson's serious face, and guessed in disbelief. "Personal matters? Does it involve a girl?" Instead of the expected denial, Gu Chang nodded seriously. "It's a young girl. I misunderstood her before, and said some harsh things. I want to go back and explain and apologize properly." The old man thought of all the sad things in his life, but couldn't help smiling, excitedly patting his thigh. He had thought his grandson was always serious and intimidating, but now it seemed he had come to his senses. All right. How could you say harsh words to a girl? What's her name? Where does she live?
How old is she?
How many people are in her family? Forget it. I'll go with you to visit her and help you speak well of yourself. I have some old friends in Haisheng too. It's a good chance to catch up." Gu Chang'an cleared his throat, feeling a bit helpless at his grandfather's excitement. "Grandpa, I'm going to apologize." Yes, I know. Apologize first, then propose. It won't take long at all." Gu Hualin nodded impatiently, already thinking about what kind of gift to choose for his future granddaughter-in-law. Hearing the word propose suddenly made Gu Chang'an's heart race a little. Fearing his grandfather might complicate things and cause unnecessary trouble for Shen Ning, he quickly explained seriously, "Grandpa, she is a very good girl. Her thoughts are simple, and she doesn't have those kinds of feelings for me." Gu Hualin barely managed to calm his excitement. Suddenly, he remembered the female-educated youth that Gu Yujiao had mentioned before. His expression darkened. "Is it the one named Shen Ning?" Gu Chang'an nodded silently. The old man of the Gu family suddenly punched Gu Chang'an, his tone both fierce and urgent. "You brat, why didn't you say this earlier?" The old man of the Gu family suddenly punched Gu Chang'an, his tone both fierce and urgent. "You brat, why didn't you say this earlier?" He thought it was because of Gu Yujiao's previous issue with Shen Ning, but he didn't expect the old man's wrinkled face to frown even more. "This Yujiao really causes trouble. It's my fault for not teaching the children well. I almost let that girl suffer greatly. I need to prepare another gift to apologize." Seeing the usually serious old man of the Gu family now becoming chatty, Gu Chang'an felt a bit emotional. "Grandpa, it's not necessary. That girl."
She.
Gu Chang'an hesitated, unsure how to start, as Shen Ning was not someone who would easily be taken advantage of. She had already made her own compensation. The old man of the Gu family glared at Gu Chang'an disapprovingly. "What do you mean it's not necessary? This was all caused by that foolish Yujiao. The girl didn't make a big fuss about it, and sending her to jail was already a mercy. This is our Gu family's fault to her. I always said that Wang Yuanshan was not a good person, heavy-minded and deep. Yet your aunt seems to have been blinded, foolishly focusing all her attention on that Wang. She even brought that Wang family mother and daughter home. I can see that foolish girl will end up crying sooner or later." Mentioning the Wang family made Gu Chang'an's eyes flash with anger, as Gu Yujiao was determined to help them. Seeing that he couldn't get through to his grandfather, he called his grandmother for help. Fortunately, although the old lady of the Gu family loved this granddaughter, she was also very wise. She quickly helped Wong Baozhu choose a strict and high-quality girls' boarding school and suggested that Gu Yujiao give Wang Aihua some money to send her back to Sioux City. This way, both the Wang mother and daughter were settled properly, and it prevented Gu Yujiao from getting too close to them. I never expected that just after Wang Baozhu completed her enrollment procedures, something happened. The timing of the incident makes it hard not to suspect something is off. Old Master Gu sneered. Those robbers ran away too quickly and are moving around. It will take some time to catch them, but every fox eventually reveals its tail. I want to see what these people are really up to. Meanwhile, in the hospital room, Gu Yujiao finally agreed to rest after Wang Yuanshan's persuasion. Once she was sure they were far away, Wang Aihua suddenly raised her hand at Wang Yuanshan, but he caught her. "What are you doing?" Wang Aihua was furious. "What do you mean, What am I doing? I want to hit you for being so heartless. Wang Yuanshan, how could you do this? This is your own daughter. Don't you wish for that person to hurt Baozhu so you can secure your position as the son-in-law of the Gu family? Even a tiger wouldn't harm its own cub. You promised it was just to scare her, to make Baozhu feel guilty. But now, do you want to hurt her badly, or even worse, get rid of me and my daughter, because we annoy you? Wang Yuanshan felt a headache coming on. Aihua, stop making a scene. I said I wouldn't abandon you too. I didn't expect this accident to happen, but it has. What can we do now? At least Baozhu is okay. Once she is discharged, we can properly ask Gu Yujiao for a spot for her to attend university. You know, with Baozhu's abilities, even with 3 more years, she might not get in on her own. Wang Aihua suddenly fell silent, stroking Baozhu's cheek, tears streaming down her face. My poor Baozhu, look at what she has gone through this past year. She is covered in bruises, not a single good spot on her. Wang Yuanshan sighed. Honestly, the old lady from the Gu family had a good plan. The boarding school, though strict, produces well-educated children. It would have been a good place for Baozhu. No way. I knew it. You just want to send us away so you can be with your precious Jiao Jiao. Wang Yuanshan, this is my final warning. For the sake of my Baozhu, I will do anything. No one can separate me from my daughter. I will stay in the city to take care of Baozhu. All right. Wang Yuanshan felt a deep impatience hidden in his eyes. He couldn't understand how his once understanding and caring cousin had changed so much. But when he looked at Baozhu lying in the hospital bed, he felt a surge of compassion. After all, she was his only child. He sighed. Ai Hua, our whole life has been about striving for a better future. Baozhu is our daughter, and I will never treat her poorly. Ask you to return to Sioux City for our plan. Recently, someone has started asking about the Su family's past. Wang Ai Hua stiffened. Really? What should we do? If the past comes to light, why are you panicking? The Su family is long gone. Besides, when that person left, they had no idea that Su Yuer was pregnant, and even Shen Ning didn't know her own background. As long as we keep quiet, no one will find out. Wang Yuanshan's tone turned slightly displeased as he recalled something. I warned you years ago to deal with her sooner, but you wouldn't listen. You were so sure that Shen Ning would never turn against you. Look at the mess we've got now. Wang Ai Hua felt uneasy as well. When Shen Huai was alive, he treated Shen Ning like his own child, leaving her no chance to act. Now that Shen Huai was out of the way, Shen Ning seemed weak and useless. Her lifelong resentment towards Su Yuer needed an outlet, otherwise it would drive her mad. So, she refused to give Shen Ning an easy time, often scolding and ordering her around as a stepmother would. The thought of having Su Yuer's daughter serve her like a lowly maid brought her satisfaction and relief. That's why she allowed Shen Ning to live, but she never expected Shen Ning to be so tough. After enduring for so many years, she finally revealed her true nature just as things were about to change, completely escaping Wang Ai Hua's control and causing her own family's downfall. Wang Aihua's eyes trembled as she closed them, thinking of the tragic death of Granny Yao and the disappearance of Wang Matzi. This was supposed to be the home she chose for Shen Ning, but in the end, Wang Aihua's expression turned fierce. No, this won't do. The only way for us to be at ease is to make Shen Ning disappear from this world. Wang Yuanshan pressed her shoulder. Enough, we need to think this through. I'll handle things with Shen Ning. During this time, take care of Baozhu and make sure nothing else goes wrong. Hejia village, He province without the noisy Kai Meiwan, the young intellectuals enjoyed a rare moment of peace. Every day, besides working on the farm, they rushed to review their studies. Everyone knew that the chance to change their fate was right in front of them, and they were all determined to study hard. Shen Ning and Jiang Yuan were no exception. Besides attending literacy classes, they spent most of their time preparing for the college entrance exam. Except for Qin Jiu, who occasionally climbed over the wall to join in the fun, and still seemed a bit out of place, everything looked so wonderful. Today was a day off. Early in the morning, Jiang Yuan eagerly pulled Shen Ning out of the yard. Let's go.
We need a break.
If I keep studying, I'll turn into a bookworm. Xiao Yuer, come with us. Sister Yuanyu, and we'll take you to buy some candy. Shen Yu smiled brightly, and with her new name, she seemed to have been given a new lease on life, becoming much more cheerful. Meichio looked a bit downcast, appearing quite pitiful, which made everyone chuckle. Shen Ning patted its shiny fur. Be a good guard, and I'll bring you back some big bones. The three chatted and laughed as they reached the village entrance and took a bus to the town. The market was lively on the 1st and 15th of the month. Shen Ning had plenty of supplies, so she wasn't too interested in the items at the market, but it didn't affect her good mood. Shen Yu found everything new and exciting, tugging at Shen Ning's hand, her dark eyes sparkling. Suddenly, Zhang Yuanyu bumped into a passerby. The person didn't even say sorry and hurriedly pushed past her. Realizing something was wrong, Zhang Yuanyu reached into her pocket and found that the 30 yuan she had was gone. Panicking, she immediately chased after the person, shouting, "Catch the thief! Catch the thief!" Shen Ning watched Zhang Yuanyuan's back and suddenly felt a bad premonition. He repeatedly urged Sanya to wait for him and then ran after her. Zhang Yuanyuan was not very fit and could not run anymore when she reached a narrow alley. When Shen Ning caught up, he saw Zhang Yuanyuan about to go deeper into the alley and quickly called out to her, "Don't chase anymore. Money isn't important." Zhang Yuanyu was taken aback. Looking at the empty alley, she felt a bit scared and nodded quickly. "Let's go. Let's go. What bad luck, you little thief. I hope I never see you again." She mumbled a few curses and turned to walk back to Shen Ning when suddenly a large hand reached out from behind, covering her mouth and nose, pulling her in. Yuan. Shen Ning, who witnessed everything, gasped and hesitated for a moment before chasing after them. The alley was deep, and Shen Ning felt anxious, but he had to follow since Yuan was in danger. After a while, he finally saw the man holding Zhang Yuan. The man looked frantic, his face flushed, and he was waving a knife around, clearly not in a good state of mind. Shen Ning was taken aback. This was not the same person who had stolen Zhang Yuan's wallet before. But he couldn't think too much about it now. "Let her go. We'll leave right away, and we won't call the police." Before Shen Ning could finish, the man pressed the knife against Zhang Yuan's neck. "Give me all the money you have." Okay. I'll give it to you. Please don't get excited." Shen Ning's face turned pale with fear, and Zhang Yuan's eyes filled with tears as she looked at him, quietly sobbing. Shen Ning quickly pulled out a stack of money from his bag, trying to get the man's attention.
Take this.
Just let her go. But the man laughed wildly, the trembling knife almost cutting Zhang Yuan's neck. "You bring it to me yourself." Just as they were only 3 steps apart, the man suddenly waved the knife. "Step back.
Step back."
Shen Ning's heart was consumed with worry for Zhang Yuan. Following his demand, he took 2 steps back. But Zhang Yuan suddenly looked terrified, staring behind Shen Ning and shouted, Ning, watch out." But it was too late. Zhang Yuan watched in horror as a man suddenly appeared from around the corner of the alley, holding a sharp machete, and charged straight at Shen Ning. Ning. This scene was truly terrifying, and Zhang Yuan fainted with her eyes rolling back. The sound of rushing wind came from behind, and Shen Ning sensed something was wrong, but it was too late. With a loud clang, it sounded like a sharp blade hitting a metal shield. Shen Ning felt a sharp pain in her chest, as if something had shattered inside her. She realized it was the jade orb. The jade orb emitted a soft blue light, enveloping Shen Ning and blocking the deadly attack. At the same time, the powerful blue light sent the others present flying away. Shen Ning felt weak all over, half kneeling on the ground, clutching her chest, her face pale from the pain, desperately holding on to consciousness. The 2 men, after being knocked back, were also badly injured. One of them coughed up blood but still managed to stand up, swaying unsteadily. With a cold laugh, he picked up the dagger from the ground and lunged at Shen Ning. He looked very strange. Any normal person would be scared by such a supernatural event. But he just chuckled foolishly and confidently raised the dagger to stab Shen Ning. Shen Ning gathered her mental strength, but sadly found that she was restricted, unable to move. She didn't have time to feel sad, and rolled away to dodge the man's attack. But the man, as if out of his mind, charged at her again, pinning Shen Ning down, the dagger aimed fiercely at her. Shen Ning could only desperately grip the dagger, its tip hovering over her chest. She didn't want to die. She wanted to live. Gritting her teeth, she held on as the man grinned wickedly, pressing the dagger closer. Tears streamed down her cheeks in despair. Was she really going to die here? As the dagger slowly pierced her chest, blood began to seep out. When Gu Changzhen arrived, he saw this scene and screamed, his heart trembling. Shen Ning! Shen Ning! Suddenly hearing a familiar shout, Shen Ning didn't have time to think. She felt a sudden lightness as the man who had been on top of her was kicked away. The newcomer was like a hurricane, filled with overwhelming anger, and that kick was delivered with tremendous force. The man who had been attacking with the dagger didn't even have time to scream before he was knocked out cold. Another man saw the situation and instinctively wanted to run away, but he was stopped by Li Daniu, who easily subdued him. Shen Ning lay on her back on the ground. The sky was very blue, the alley was quiet, and time seemed to slow down. She couldn't even feel the pain in her body. Shen Ning felt light and airy. With a soft sound, a warm drop of liquid landed on her face. Shen Ning's unfocused eyes sharpened, and she saw a familiar face, still fierce and cold, but somehow comforting. She didn't know if it was a hallucination before death, or if she was really saved. Gu Changzhen. Yes, I'm here. It was like the time he witnessed his mother jump from a window. The fear was enough to drive Gu Changzhen mad. His usually cold black eyes were now filled with panic and fear. Shen Ning, Ning Ning. His voice trembled, and his hands shook uncontrollably. Although Shen Ning was light and could be easily lifted, he was terrified and didn't dare touch her. Gu Changzhen. Yes, I'm here. Save Yuan. Gu Changzhen forced himself to regain his composure and carefully picked her up. Okay. Hold on, I'll take you to the hospital. Shen Ning seemed to receive a reassuring answer and finally felt at ease. Everything went dark, and she completely fainted. Shen Ning. Ning Ning. Ning Ning. Shen Ning, covered in blood, was rushed to the hospital. The red light outside the operating room lit up. Shen Yu sat on a bench outside the operating room, feeling like a lost little animal. She didn't understand why just a moment ago she felt like the happiest child in the world. Eating candy and holding hands with her sister at the market, Yuan had even promised to take her and her sister to a restaurant, and their pet was waiting at home for them to cook him a big bone. But why, in just half an hour, had everything turned upside down? Yuan was unconscious, and Ning Ning was hurt and in the emergency room. What was happening? She looked frightened, and the haunting images in her mind resurfaced. The villagers' elders showed disgust when they saw her. Children chased her, throwing stones and calling her a bringer of misfortune. Her brother and sister-in-law hit her with a broom while blaming her for the death of their parents. Shen Yu thought that changing her name would give her a fresh start, but now she was left with confusion and fear, worried that the villagers' words were true, that anyone who got close to her would become unfortunate. When Jiang Yuan woke up, she immediately asked about Shen Ning's condition and rushed to the emergency room. Seeing the red light, her legs went weak, and she fell to the ground, tears streaming down her face. It's all my fault. I'm such a fool. If it weren't for saving me, Ning Ning wouldn't be in this situation. How is she? Is she seriously hurt? Gu Changzhen seemed to be completely unaware of the commotion around him, his emotions tightly wound, almost drowning in overwhelming fear. As time passed, everyone grew more anxious. Jiang Yuan held Shen Yu in her arms, and the silence was terrifying. Suddenly, the lights in the operating room went out, and the door opened. Shen Ning was pushed out on a hospital bed. Gu Changzhen and Jiang Yuan rushed over. Doctor, how is she? Although we avoided vital areas, the wounds are deep. Fortunately, she was brought in quickly, and the wounds have been treated. The patient will need to stay in the intensive care unit for 2 days to prevent post-operative infection. Which of you is the family member? Jiang Yuanyuan said, I am. Gu Chang'ing said, I am. Shen Ning said, I am. The doctor glanced at them without hesitation, gave a brief explanation, and then went back to work. Jiang Yuanyuan finally felt relieved but noticed that Shen Ning's hands were covered in bloody scratches, and she was trembling. This was all an unconscious reaction. Jiang Yuanyuan felt even sadder and quickly comforted her. Your sister Ning is out of danger now. Don't be afraid. Go get your wounds treated. If your sister sees your injuries, she will be upset. Shen Ning seemed to have a long dream. From an observer's perspective, she witnessed her own growth. Her gentle and graceful mother taught her how to write with a brush, play the pipa, and read. She was a soft-spoken woman, but her health was poor, and a hint of sadness always lingered in her expression. After her mother passed away, her father became quieter but devoted himself to taking care of her, giving all his love. Then one night while on duty, he had an accident and died. From that moment on, Shen Ning's life was filled with darkness. Aunt Wang, who had once treated her kindly and better than her own daughter, suddenly changed. She smashed the people left by Shen Ning's mother and forced her into the woodshed. Shen Ning watched as she was gradually tamed, becoming a servant for the Wang family. She felt small and helpless living under the control of these harsh people. She saw Wang Baozhu drunk, trying to enter the woodshed multiple times. Shen Ning felt suffocated. In a flash, she found herself pinned down by Yao Pozi and Wang Matzi. On the hospital bed, Shen Ning looked pale and fragile, like a wounded little animal, whimpering. Her long, curled eyelashes trembled, and tears rolled down her closed eyes, soaking the pillow. Gu Chang'e couldn't help but touch her cheek, gently brushing his thumb across her eye corner, feeling a deep ache in his heart. At that moment, Shen Ning suddenly opened her eyes, her once beautiful almond-shaped eyes now filled with fear. She screamed unconsciously, No, don't touch me. Gu Chang'e's gaze darkened, and he quickly reassured her, Ning, don't be afraid. It's me, Gu Chang'e. Don't move. You have injuries. Hiss. The pain made Shen Ning fully awake. She finally saw the man in front of her, his usual cold expression now showing concern. Shen Ning felt confused and tried to sit up. Gu Chang'e, why are you here? Gu Chang'e carefully helped her sit up and placed a pillow behind her. Seeing that her voice was hoarse, he immediately handed her a cup of warm water he had prepared. Shen Ning was very thirsty, and all her questions had to wait as she sipped from the enamel cup. As she swallowed, a faint pain in her chest reminded her that she had finally been rescued. As she swallowed, a faint pain in her chest reminded her that she had finally been rescued. Memories from before her unconsciousness began to return. Shen Ning's hand froze as she drank water. Where is Yuanyuan? Where is Xiaoya? I shouldn't have left her alone on the street. Shen Ning was worried that Gu Changzhen didn't know who Shen Yu was, so she quickly explained, Shen Yu is Sanya. She is my younger sister. The situation happened suddenly, and I told her to wait for me there. Gu Changzhen understood she was anxious and nodded, saying, They are all fine, don't worry. It was Sanya who told me you were in danger, which is why I arrived in time. Please don't be too emotional. Be careful with your injury. Seeing the young girl's eyes filled with confusion, Gu Changzhen patiently explained, I happened to pass by that street, and Sanya. Shen Yu saw me and stopped my car. Gu Changzhen's eyes were filled with guilt and fear. I'm sorry, I came late. Shen Ning was momentarily stunned, then suddenly smiled lightly. Why are you apologizing? You clearly saved us. I should be thanking you. If you hadn't arrived in time, I might have really been in trouble. Don't say such things. Gu Changzhen's tone was urgent and fierce as he instinctively grasped Shen Ning's wrist. Don't say that, it's not good luck. His dark eyes were like ink, filled with strong emotions that made Shen Ning feel a bit lost. She sensed that Gu Changzhen felt different today. Suddenly recalling their last unpleasant encounter, Shen Ning lowered her gaze, avoiding his intense stare. I thought you wouldn't want to see me again. With the things I did, Someone like you who has principles. It's not your fault, it's my mistake. Shen Ning looked up in surprise. Gu Changgen's voice was low and hoarse, and his few words felt like a heavy to her heart. Ning Ning, it was my mistake, I'm sorry. It won't happen again. Her bright eyes were filled with confusion, but Gu Changgen stared at her intently, his gaze full of unhidden affection. Shen Ning's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly looked down, thinking, no, she must be mistaken. Ning Ning, you're finally awake. Hearing Jiang Yuanyuan's crying voice, Shen Ning quickly pulled her hand back. Jiang Yuanyuan rushed to the bedside. It's all my fault. Qin Jiu is right, I'm such a fool. I almost caused you harm over just 30 yuan. Woo-woo. Seeing Shen Ning awake, Jiang Yuanyuan couldn't hold back anymore. If anything happened to Shen Ning, she would never forgive herself. Shen Ning had injuries, but she managed to reach out and pat her head. It's not your fault, really. This was just an accident. No one expected it to turn out like this. Gu Changgen's expression grew cold. This is not an accident. They were instructed by someone. Jiang Yuanyuan had tears still hanging on her cheeks and suddenly stopped crying. The situation happened too suddenly, and Shen Ning had only been awake for a short time, unable to review the events from the beginning. But now that she thought about it, those two men were indeed very strange. The man who attacked from behind aimed directly at Shen Ning's life. Even after being injured by Yuju's energy, he still tried to kill her without hesitation. Shen Ning knew very well that she had never seen those two men before and had never offended them, so there was no deep hatred.
So it must be
the Wang family. Shen Ning did not voice her suspicion but looked at Jiang Yuanyuan. What did the police say? Jiang Yuanyuan looked a bit confused. After Shen Ning was injured, Li Daniu took the men to the police station. The police came to ask questions, and at that time, Shen Ning was still unconscious. Jiang Yuanyuan was scared and answered whatever the police asked. But she really didn't know how this matter was classified. Shen Ning then looked at Li Daniu. Gu Changgen felt a bitter pang in his heart. Shen Ning clearly had her suspicions but instinctively remained silent, hiding her true thoughts. He had never felt so regretful. When Shen Ning revealed everything she had done that day, it was a sign of her trust and a test for him. She was clearly a very guarded person, yet she was willing to be honest with him that day.
But now
she had wrapped herself up tightly again, and just thinking about it made his heart ache. Li Dania met Shen Ning's hopeful gaze and then looked at Gu Changgen, feeling that the atmosphere between the two was strange. Gu Changgen suppressed the bitterness in his heart and spoke to Shen Ning about the investigation results. One of these two has a mental illness, and the other is a drug addict. We found your photos at their place, along with a sum of cash. Jiang Yuanyuan gasped, fear rising within her, her voice trembling. Nink nink. Who could want to do something so terrible? Jiang Yuanyuan sniffled, feeling like crying again. Even though she had prepared herself mentally before going out, the idea of hiring someone to commit murder was still beyond her understanding. Shen Ning gently patted her hand. Don't be afraid. Let him finish. Gu Changgen continued, we still haven't fully investigated the person behind this. But at the time of the incident, one of them was in a state of illness, and the other had just taken drugs, making it difficult to proceed with the interrogation. The police found a man named Li Gao among those who had recently interacted with him. He provided both the photo and the cash. Shen Ning and Jiang Yuanyuan thought for a moment and shook their heads, saying they did not know this Li Gao. Shen Ning had a suspicion that Li Gao was just a part of this situation. After all, Wang Yuanshan had suffered a significant loss at his hands, and with his cautious nature, he would definitely not leave any traces behind. It was likely that the matter had been passed through many hands. Shen Ning suddenly felt a bit discouraged. Compared to the Wang family, she felt too weak. Li Daniu added, those two were quite interesting. When the police asked them how they got their injuries, they said it was from your golden shield. They really are delusional, talking nonsense. They described it in such detail that I was stunned, like listening to a ghost story. Jiang Yuanyuan suddenly realized and recalled the thrilling moment before she fainted. She hurriedly asked, Ning Ning, how did you dodge that knife? I clearly saw the person behind you trying to stab you. It was so close. Shen Ning quickly interrupted her, worried it would raise suspicion. I reacted quickly and dodged. Jiang Yuanyuan looked incredulous, her eyes filled with confusion. You dodged? Are you really that amazing? Li Danio eagerly focused on Shen Ning. Comrade Shen, did you see what those two lunatics said about some blue light? Of course not. One is a drug addict and the other is insane. Do you really believe what they say? They probably just imagined it. Shen Ning said casually, but her lowered gaze hid her true thoughts. However, Gu Changzhen noticed that Shen Ning unconsciously clenched her fingers, wrinkling the blanket. He looked thoughtfully at the top of the young girl's head, but did not ask further. Jiang Yuanyuan clearly didn't understand the situation. That's still not right, Ning Ning. Even if they are not normal, they can't have the exact same illusion. Shen Ning immediately groaned and pulled the blanket up over her head. I can't think about it anymore. My head hurts and my chest hurts too. Startled, Jiang Yuanyuan quickly fell silent, while Gu Changning stood up nervously. Where do you feel unwell? I'll go get a doctor. Shen Ning was taken aback and quickly grabbed Gu Changning's hand. No need to find a doctor. I'm just a bit tired. I just need to rest, really no need to bother the doctor. Her long, fair fingers felt slightly cool as they tightly gripped Gu Changning's hand. He felt a mix of warmth and itchiness where she held him, making him restless. He stopped and looked at their clasped hands. Shen Ning then realized her abruptness and quickly withdrew her hand back under the blanket, her ears slightly flushed.
Sorry.
Gu Changning's eyes darkened, feeling an emptiness inside. Looking down, he noticed Shen Ning's pale face, clearly showing fatigue. Her long, curled eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, stirring emotions within him. Unable to resist, Gu Chang reached out and gently touched the top of her head. I know what you're doubting, and I'll help investigate. Even if Li Gao doesn't speak, I have my ways. If this really relates to Wang Yuanshan and Wang Aihua, I won't let them off. Shen Ning was taken aback, looking up at Gu Changning in disbelief.
You.
Gu Changning sighed softly. Ning Ning, I won't let anyone who has hurt you go unpunished. Shen Ning's pupils trembled as she pulled the blanket higher, revealing only her glistening almond-shaped eyes, her heart racing. She felt that Gu Changning seemed different today, as if he had said something strange that could easily be misunderstood. Noticing Shen Ning's evasive attitude, Gu Changning's dark eyes narrowed, but he didn't say more. He stood up, kindly lowered the head of the bed, and tucked her blanket in. You should rest well, and not think too much. I'll come check on you later. Shen Ning thought, it's hard not to overthink with you acting like this. Jiang Yuanyuan was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth, unable to stop glancing back and forth at the two of them. Li Danio was excited, his eyes shining, following Gu Changgang. Comrade Shen, you take a good rest. I'll take my leave now, and come to see you another day. It wasn't until the two of them left the hospital room that the heat on Shen Ning's face gradually faded. Turning her head, she met Jiang Yuanyuan's teasing smile, and her ears began to feel warm again. Jiang Yuanyuan said, Ning Ning, what's going on between you and him? Are you two dating?
No.
Shen Ning exclaimed, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, but accidentally pulling at her wound made her wince in pain, and she quickly wanted to deny it. Jiang Yuanyuan teased, he calls you Ning Ning, and you still say no. Shen Ning felt flustered. No, really. Don't say nonsense. I don't know what's wrong with Brother Gu today. Last time we met, he looked like he wanted to send me away for re-education. Maybe he's acting strange today. Hey, be careful. Don't get too excited. Jiang Yuanyuan was startled, not expecting her friend to react so strongly to just a casual comment, and couldn't help but chuckle. Captain Gu, oh, I can't call him that anymore. I heard he is transferred. I think Comrade Gu likes you. You don't know, you were in a coma for 2 whole days and he stayed by your side without eating or drinking, looking really intense. If the doctor hadn't repeatedly assured him you were not in danger, he would have transferred you to the capital for treatment. Shen Ning was taken aback. Transferred? Brother Gu has transferred? Jiang Yuanyuan was surprised and poked her forehead. Can you focus on the main point? Is the main point about the transfer? The main point is that he likes you. Shen Ning was shaken by Jiang Yuanyuan's conclusion. No, that's not it.
Don't say that.
He just has a strong sense of justice and loves to help those in need. Yes, he is a public servant, dedicated to serving the people. That's right, just like that. Shen Ning felt a bit flustered. Gu Changgang was acting too strangely today, and she could only try to make excuses for him. Pfft, ha ha. Jiang Yuanyuan couldn't help but laugh. Do you really believe what you just said? The love in a person's eyes cannot be hidden. When Gu looks at you, he becomes gentle, and that affection is impossible to conceal. All right, I won't say more. Please don't be upset with me. Seeing Shen Ning's embarrassment, Jiang Yuanyuan remembered that she was still injured and didn't dare to tease her further. By the way, who are Wang Aihua and Wang Yuanshan? Are they related to Li Gao? Shen Ning bit her lip, hesitating and unsure how to respond. They are Wang Baozhu's mother and cousin. I suspect they are involved in this. I'm sorry, Yuanyuan, I've dragged you into this. Jiang Yuanyuan was taken aback, but quickly reacted. What? They are from the Wang family. No way. What grudges do they have to hire someone to kill? They must be crazy. Seeing her friend's innocent face and guilty eyes, Jiang Yuanyuan felt a pang of sympathy. What you suspect might not be true. After all, my photo was found at those two madmen's place. We are both just unlucky. It's not about dragging anyone down. Ning, I may be a bit foolish, but I know right from wrong. When I was kidnapped, you could have left and called for help or just walked away. But you worried about me and came after me without hesitation. You saved me. As Jiang Yuanyuan spoke, she wiped her reddened eyes. Ning, I'm so glad you're okay. Otherwise, I would never forgive myself. Shen Ning replied, Why are you crying? We are friends, good sisters. Jiang Yuanyuan felt even more touched and was about to burst into tears. Shen Ning continued, Remember to help me with my classes. I still need my credits. Oh, and I want to eat the 4 happiness meatballs and roasted pigeon from that state-run restaurant in the west of the city, as well as the walnut cookies and canned fruit from a supply store. Please bring some next time. Jiang Yuanyuan instantly stopped crying and smiled. Got it, you little foodie. Shen Ning was still injured and, after talking with Jiang Yuanyuan for a while, began to feel weak and soon fell into a deep sleep again. When she woke up again, it was already evening. The ward was quiet, and Xiao Yuer was curled up beside her, sleeping soundly. Seeing the dark circles under her eyes, Shen Ning realized that the child hadn't rested well these past few days. She sighed softly and gently covered her with a blanket. Feeling much better, Shen Ning carefully got up, eager to check on her jade space. As she moved, a sharp pain shot through her chest, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth and slowly made her way to the bathroom. Gu Changgang had been waiting outside the room. When he saw her through the window, he was startled and quickly pushed the door open to enter. Shen Ning thought everyone had left and was surprised to find him still there. Startled and in pain, she felt dizzy and weak, about to collapse, but instead fell into a broad embrace. The girl felt fragile, her hand pressed against her chest, her forehead resting on his shoulder, looking small in her oversized hospital gown. Gu Changgang's gaze deepened. No one knew the fear and regret he had felt over the past 2 days. He couldn't even close his eyes, haunted by the image of her covered in blood, which nearly drove him mad and left him breathless. Unconsciously, he tightened his hold on her, as if he were cradling a precious gem he had almost lost. He wanted to hold her tightly, but was afraid of hurting her, so he restrained himself, even his breathing becoming quick and warm. Shen Ning felt the warmth of his skin beneath her palm and could clearly feel the strong heartbeat underneath. But soon, she realized how close they were, and the position felt too intimate. She quickly steadied herself and took a step back. Gu Changgang, concerned, supported her shoulder and, trying not to wake Shen Yu, lowered his voice to ask, How are you? Why did you get out of bed? Do you need to use the bathroom? But Shen Ning, feeling like a shy snail, wanted to establish some distance and slowly took another step back.
I
can manage by myself. Gu Changming's chest rose and fell slightly, his dark eyes fixed on her. Before she could finish her refusal, he picked her up and quickly carried her into the bathroom. Like handling a fragile porcelain doll, he carefully set her down, making sure not to disturb her injuries, one hand securely supporting her waist. Still feeling uneasy, she hesitated and said, "Why don't you wait a moment? I'll go get a nurse to keep you company."
Shen Ning was still a bit confused. Keep company for what?
Gu Changgang was taken aback, pressed his thin lips together, and his cheeks flushed, though it wasn't very noticeable due to his darker skin tone. Shen Ning then realized that Gu Changgang wanted someone to accompany him to the restroom, and she immediately felt embarrassed, quickly refusing, No need, I can manage by myself." "Really?" Saying this, she pushed Gu Changgang toward the door. Only after locking the restroom door did Shen Ning lean against the door and let out a heavy sigh of relief. Thinking of her special space, Shen Ning quickly pushed all her chaotic thoughts aside. As usual, she focused her mental energy, closed her eyes, and tried to enter her space. But when she opened her eyes, she was still in the simple restroom. She closed her eyes again and tried several more times, but all failed. Realizing she couldn't enter her space anymore, Shen Ning's eyes turned red, and she felt like crying. She touched her heart, certain that it was Yujiao who had blocked that knife for her. The shattering sound she heard that day was definitely not a hallucination. Because of that, Yujiao was damaged, and now she couldn't freely enter and exit the Yujiao space. With her head lowered, her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow, resembling a beautiful ink painting. Deep sadness enveloped her, and she felt overwhelmed with sorrow. She knew she had relied too much on the Yujiao space. It was her greatest support after her rebirth. But now that the space was damaged, she could no longer access it. Thinking of this made her heart fill with anxiety, leaving her feeling empty and insecure. She couldn't quite describe the feeling. Was it regret? Just like Jiang Yuanyuan said, if she had left that day, perhaps Yujiao wouldn't have been damaged, but then Yuanyuan would. Shen Ning turned on the faucet and splashed cold water on her face, then suddenly looked up at her reflection in the mirror and smiled.
But she
surprisingly felt no regret. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to calm down. Focusing again, a gold bar appeared in her hand, and she immediately felt relieved. Holding her breath, she concentrated, and the gold bar was returned to her space. A hint of a smile appeared in her eyes. Although she couldn't enter the space anymore, at least she could still freely access items from it. This is enough. Knock, knock, knock. Ning Ning, are you okay? The door was suddenly knocked gently, and Shen Ning realized she had been in the bathroom for too long. The door was suddenly knocked gently, and Shen Ning realized she had been in the bathroom for too long. Shen Ning took a deep breath, adjusted her mindset, and took the opportunity to drink a big cup of spring water. As the spring water went down, she felt warm all over, and even the pain in her chest eased a bit. Gu Chang was worried that something had happened to Shen Ning and was hesitating whether to break in. He kept knocking, but just then, Shen Ning suddenly opened the door. They both stared at each other for a moment, and the warm, humid air rushed out. The young girl's cheeks had regained some color, her bright eyes and white teeth shining, with her eyes glistening and slightly flushed. A few damp strands of hair clung to her face, and a small droplet of water slowly slid down her beautiful, fair face, landing on her delicate collarbone. Shen Ning blinked her big, round eyes and quietly explained, "I'm fine. I just washed my face." Because she was hurt, the girl looked a bit weak and spoke softly to avoid waking Shen Yu, like a little kitten with drooping eyes, curling her tail, looking overly obedient. Gu Changming was taken aback but quickly reacted, turning to hand her a towel he had prepared. "Quick, dry off. This is ridiculous. How can you use cold water? What if you catch a chill?" Gu Changming's concerned expression made Shen Ning's heart flutter. She smiled as she took the towel, saying, "It's almost summer. I won't catch a chill. Besides, I'm not that fragile." Her cool fingertips accidentally brushed against his calloused palm, like a feather grazing her heart, sending a slight tingling sensation through her. It felt like a small electric current, causing a shiver. Gu Chang'eng pressed his lips together, his gaze unreadable. Once Shen Ning dried her face, he stepped closer, placed a hand on her shoulder, bent down slightly, and picked her up. Suddenly lifted off the ground, Shen Ning was startled and instinctively tried to struggle. Gu Chang'eng's low voice came from above, "Don't move. Your wound isn't healed yet, and it's not good for you to walk. I'll carry you back." Shen Ning froze in her struggle, slightly turning her head to see the man's defined jawline. As she looked up again, she saw the stern face that always radiated a sense of righteousness. With a high nose and slightly raised eyebrows, his narrow eyes held an undeniable softness. Shen Ning thought, what kind of restless spirit has taken over Gu Chang'eng? Can it hurry up and leave him? She would rather face the cold and indifferent person he used to be than endure Gu Chang'eng's current strange behavior. But Gu Chang'eng lowered his gaze to her flushed ears, a hint of a smile flickering in his eyes. "Sister, you're awake?" Shen Yu exclaimed, rubbing her eyes in surprise. Gu Chang'eng glanced at her, but didn't speak. He quickly took a couple of steps and gently placed Shen Ning at the edge of the bed. Seeing Shen Ning's uncomfortable expression, he cleared his throat and said, "What do you want to eat?" "I'll bring you some dinner." The usually clingy Shen Yu jumped out of bed first, saying, "I'll go. I know where the cafeteria is, and I know what sister likes to eat." She moved quickly, and before Shen Ning could stop her, she grabbed the lunchbox from the bedside and disappeared in a flash. Soon, the room was left with only Gu Chang'eng and Shen Ning. Shen Ning lowered her head, feeling the atmosphere was painfully awkward. Gu Chang'eng, however, seemed unaware. He naturally picked up the thermos from the bedside, poured a cup of warm water, and handed it to Shen Ning. After hesitating for a while, Shen Ning pushed the cup away, saying, "Brother Gu, I'm fine now. With Xiao Yu and Yuan here, you don't need to trouble yourself." It was clear she wanted him to leave. Gu Chang'eng's gaze darkened as he looked at the girl with her slightly furrowed brow, feeling a bit sad. After a long pause, he finally spoke in a low voice, "Do you dislike me?" Shen Ning was taken aback and quickly replied, "Of course not." Gu Chang'eng sighed in relief and suddenly crouched down in front of the hospital bed, looking directly at Shen Ning. Their eyes met, and the room was so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing. Shen Ning instinctively leaned back, but Gu Chang'eng wouldn't let her avoid him. He steadied her shoulders, his gaze intense as he earnestly said, "Shen Ning, I like you." The sudden confession shocked Shen Ning, making her doubt her own hearing. Stammering, she asked, Do you know what you're saying?" But Gu Chang'eng's narrow eyes were deep and focused as he repeated, "Shen Ning, I like you." It's not the kind of affection one has for a friend or a sister. It's the way a man likes a woman. I like you, and want to date you with the intention of marriage. If you're willing. I'm not willing. Shen Ning reacted strongly, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, directly refusing him. If she weren't injured and unable to move easily, she might have jumped 5 meters away right then. Surprisingly, Gu Chang'eng showed no signs of embarrassment or disappointment at being rejected. He simply supported Shen Ning's lower back again, stabilizing her. "Don't get excited. Be careful not to open your wound." Shen Ning felt his hand was as hot as iron, making her shiver. She suddenly waved her hand and struck his hand back hard. Smack! The force was not light, and Gu Chang'eng's hand quickly turned a light red. Realizing her reaction was too intense, Shen Ning bit her lip and explained, "Brother Gu, we aren't suitable for each other." Gu Chang'eng's gaze was deep, revealing no emotion. "Why aren't we suitable? Do you already have someone you like or someone you want to marry?" Shen Ning was momentarily speechless, her eyes wide.
Well,
"Not really." Gu Chang'eng couldn't help but chuckle. "Since you don't have someone you like and no one you want to marry, and I'm single and you're single, both of us are of marriageable age. Why not consider me? You're a young person from the countryside, and I'm a retired soldier. You're alone, and I have no family besides my grandfather. All my allowances and assets would go to you. After marriage, there won't be any conflicts with in-laws. You'll have full control over everything at home, and no one will interfere. If you want to study, You can study. If you want to work, you can work. You'll have absolute freedom. And whatever you want to do, I'll support you. Gu Changzhen spoke slowly, considering every aspect carefully, almost like he was coaxing her, analyzing each point in detail.
Stop, stop, stop.
Shen Ning took a deep breath. She couldn't listen any longer. She felt like she was about to be trapped. We don't know each other well enough. Gu Changzhen chuckled lightly. I'm 26 years old, 182 centimeters tall, and weigh 75 kilograms. I'm single, healthy, and have no bad habits. I joined the army at 16 and served for 10 years without any issues. His dark eyes were like a deep well, filled with love that seemed overwhelming. I am loyal to my country, to the people, to the party, and I will also be loyal to you from now on. His dark eyes were like a deep well, filled with love that seemed overwhelming. I am loyal to my country, to the people, to the party, and I will also be loyal to you from now on. His tone was serious, striking Shen Ning's heart like a heavy hammer, making her tremble. Undeniably, at that moment, Shen Ning felt a flutter in her heart. She was so flustered that she didn't know where to put her hands, and she dared not look into those passionate eyes, quickly turning her head away.
No, you don't understand me.
I'm not a good person. I'm timid and greedy, and I hold grudges.
And I
used to. Memories of her past rushed through her mind like a fleeting shadow, those painful experiences binding her tightly like vines. Shen Ning suddenly felt suffocated and embarrassed, a deep bitterness rising in her heart. The more honest Gu Changzhen was, the more she felt inferior. They were not meant to be together. Shen Ning's expression gradually turned cold, her fists clenched tightly, her fingertips digging into her soft palms. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Just when Shen Ning thought Gu Changzhen would give up and leave, he gently held her fist, slowly prying her fingers open, noticing the red marks on her palm, feeling nothing but heartache. I know.
No.
You don't know. You know nothing. Shen Ning's emotions suddenly broke down. Those unspeakable past experiences felt like the last straw that broke the camel's back. She couldn't control her feelings, wanting to escape the room and disappear from Gu Changzhen's sight. Shen Ning was like a small beast defending its territory, shouting, "Leave. I don't like you. I don't need your affection. Just go. Go away." Gu Changzhen's voice was low and serious as he suddenly knelt on one knee, pulling out a velvet box and holding it out to Shen Ning. No matter what happened in the past, I only regret meeting you too late and not being able to protect you properly, allowing you to go through those bad experiences. But Shen Ning, this is not your fault. I understand that it's hard for you to fully trust someone and even harder to accept a close relationship. Please give me a chance to protect and take care of you properly. Shen Ning looked down at the lady's watch, adorned with a circle of sparkling diamonds. It was clear that this watch had already been sold.
How?
How did this watch end up with you? Gu Changzhen had already taken her wrist and put the watch back on her. See, after all the twists and turns, it has returned to you. Just like this watch, just like me. No matter how you feel about me, as long as you turn around, I will always be here for you. Shen Ning, I like you. No matter what happened in your past, I still like you. These were indeed touching words. Shen Ning thought that if she had met him earlier in her past life, maybe the ending would have been different. But there are no ifs. Seeing that Shen Ning had been silent for a long time, Gu Changzhen couldn't figure out her thoughts and assumed she needed more time to accept it. You don't have to feel pressured. You're still young and have your own plans. I know you want to go to university in the capital, so focus on your studies without worrying too much. I just want you to know that you are not alone. I will always stand behind you, and I will always be here whenever you need me. Suddenly, Shen Ning smiled self-deprecatingly. Forever? Standing by my side? Gu Changzhen looked at her. Of course. Shen Ning suddenly lifted her face and stared at Gu Changzhen. Her petite frame made her look even more innocent when she looked up at him, but her words sent chills down the spine. What if I told you I want to go to university in the capital to deal with the Wang family? I want to fight them to the end, even if it means using any means necessary to bring them down. Would you still stand by my side? Support me and be with me? Gu Changming was taken aback, looking down at Shen Ning, whose dark eyes were filled with intense hatred. The setting sun outside cast a gentle orange glow on her, but she radiated a chilling aura, cold and distant. Noticing that Gu Changming had been silent for a long time, Shen Ning scoffed. See? You can't accept the real me. But this is who I am, despicable, cunning, and ruthless. Before Shen Ning could finish her sentence, Gu Changming pulled her into his embrace. His warmth felt like a cozy fire. His broad chest felt very comforting. Shen Ning's cheek rested against him, soaking in the warmth radiating from his body. Thump-thump was the sound of his heartbeat. She heard Gu Changming's deep voice by her ear. I will always stand by your side, always support you, and be with you. When Shen Yu returned with the lunchbox, Shen Ning was standing by the window, the sunset casting a golden glow around her, as if she were wrapped in a layer of golden silk. Shen Yu opened the small table by the hospital bed, placed the lunchbox on it, and set out the chopsticks before saying, Sister, come eat. Shen Ning came back to her senses, reached out, and tried to pat Shen Yu's head as usual. In the past, Shen Yu would lean in happily, enjoying the closeness. But today, she unexpectedly pulled back and stood a bit farther away. Meeting Shen Ning's puzzled gaze, she only smiled and said, Sister, hurry and eat. I bought pork and cabbage dumplings. Shen Ning looked at the steaming lunchbox and didn't think much of it. She took out a large portion of dumplings and placed them in a small bowl, saying, Come, let's eat together. Shen Yu hesitated for a moment before sitting across from Shen Ning. She wanted to say something but kept stopping herself, opening her mouth several times without speaking, unlike her usual self. But Shen Ning was too lost in her thoughts to notice her unusual behavior. Both of them, with their own worries and lacking appetite, let the dumplings steam away until most were left uneaten. Finally, Shen Yu looked up and said, Sister, that big brother really likes you, doesn't he? Shen Ning was taken aback, and the dumplings she had just picked up fell back into the bowl. She then met Shen Yu's bright eyes and asked, Why do you suddenly ask this, little girl? I'm not a little girl anymore, I know. When you were unconscious, that big brother had red eyes. He was running around and wanted to take you to the capital for treatment. Shen Ning was stunned, suddenly recalling the hot tear that had rolled down her cheek before she lost consciousness. Was it his tear? She fell silent again, as everything after her rebirth was part of her plan. Over the past year, she never stopped her quest for revenge. Wang Baozhu, Yao Pozi, Yao Shun, Sun Miao, and Wang Baoman all paid a heavy price for their wrongdoings. Although the Wang family was tricky, Shen Ning was not afraid. She was still young and had plenty of time. She would gradually strengthen her own abilities and would hold on tightly to the Wang family until they faced complete ruin and despair. She knew she lacked extraordinary courage, cleverness, business talent, and remarkable skills. However, with the help of the space artifact Yujiao, she had the chance to start over. She wasn't greedy. The wealth in the space was enough for her and Xiao Yuer to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. Her goal was clear. She wanted revenge and to enjoy life. Shen Ning looked at Xiao Yuer with endless warmth in her eyes. Once she settled her score with the Wang family, she would take Xiao Yuer to a city with spring-like weather all year round and open a small shop to live a peaceful life. But in her plans, there was Xiao Yuer, Yuan, and Qin Jiu, yet no Gu Changming. Deep down, she felt that Gu Changming was not on the same path as her. So, when faced with Gu Changming's confession, she felt a moment of excitement but never wavered. Shen Yuer insisted, I heard him. He really likes you and wants to marry you. Do you like him? Shen Yuer stared at Shen Ning, waiting for a clear answer. Shen Ning was taken aback by the question and realized that Shen Yuer was acting unusually today. After thinking carefully, she couldn't deny that such a promise and honesty were indeed touching. Gu Changming was a very suitable marriage partner, but she felt she was not. Shen Ning looked down at her watch, recalling the moment Gu Changming knelt before her, and her heart raced again, but reason took over. She didn't even remember how she pushed Gu Changming away, only that he sighed deeply, as if helpless and regretful. Shen Yuer pressed on, Do you like him? A little. Shen Ning smiled. her expression calm. But we are not right for each other. She then playfully tapped Shen Yuer's forehead. You're so small and clever. Hurry up and eat your dumplings. You've lost weight in just 2 days without me watching you. Shen Yuer seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, as if she had finally made a decision. Sister, please take me to the boarding school. You can come to see me whenever you have time. Shen Ning paused with her chopsticks.
Why?
Weren't you against it before? Sister, please take me. You and Sister Yuan have to teach during the day and study at night. I don't want to disturb you. Shen Yu lowered her head, her thick bangs hiding her eyes, making it hard to see her emotions. But Shen Ning understood her well. Where, is this really how you feel? Or is there another reason? Shen Ning looked at the scar on her hand, feeling a heavy weight in her heart. She knew Shen Yu struggled with emotional trauma, so she had been trying to guide her and prevent outside factors from upsetting her. Clearly, Shen Yu's issues were still serious, and given the current medical conditions, effective treatment was difficult to achieve. Shen Ning sighed and reached out her hand. She noticed Shen Yu wanted to rush over, but held back. Do you think my injury is related to you? Or are you worried that if I get married, you'll become a burden? Shen Yu didn't expect Shen Ning to be so perceptive, hitting right at her inner thoughts. Her eyes turned red, and she cried, Sister, please take me away. The people in the village are right. I am a disaster. Anyone who gets close to me will have bad luck. Shen Ning looked at her seriously. Don't you realize if you were truly a disaster, how could your brother and sister-in-law have mistreated you for so many years? As soon as Shen Ning finished speaking, Shen Yu froze in place. But Shen Ning clearly didn't want to give her a chance to avoid the conversation. Her gaze was sharp, as if she could see into Shen Yu's heart. Yuer, good and bad eventually get what they deserve. They are getting what they deserve. When I named you, I hoped you could let go of the past and look forward, to be happy for your whole life. That's why I haven't brought up certain things or asked. Suddenly, tears rolled down Shen Yu's cheeks, and she cried uncontrollably. I don't want to leave, but I'm really scared. I'm afraid that because of me, you will face these bad things. But I'm even more afraid that when you find someone you love, get married, you'll hate me and think I'm a burden. I don't want to see that day. Shen Ning was taken aback. She knew Shen Yu lacked a sense of security, but she didn't realize it had affected her to this extent. Seeing Shen Yu crying uncontrollably, Shen Ning felt a deep pain in her heart. She reached out to wipe away the tears on Shen Yu's face, looking at her gently yet firmly. There will never be a day when I abandon you, for any reason. You are my sister, always have been, always will be, and that will never change. Little you, I have no family left, but you are the family I chose for myself. The things you worry about will never happen. I hope you can be happy for the rest of your life. Just forget the past. I will always be here for you. Shen Yu was crying so hard that she could barely speak. If she weren't worried about hurting Shen Ning, she would have already jumped into her arms. But after Shen Ning finished speaking, she paused for a moment. These words sounded so familiar. They reminded her of Gu Chang'ing. Shen Ning did not doubt Gu Chang'ing's sincerity, but how long could that sincerity last? In her past life, she had seen too much of the darkness in human nature. She wanted to protect little Yu, but wasn't she also seeing Shen Yu as her younger self? Taking care of her and protecting her was like protecting the helpless version of herself from years ago. Shen Ning sighed, gently patting Shen Yu's back. Well, true feelings can change quickly. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before Gu Chang'ing gave up. Shen Ning stayed in the hospital for a whole week, during which Gu Chang visited her every day. However, he never said anything inappropriate again. He acted like a caring older brother, taking even better care of Shen Ning. Like a gentle spring breeze, he quietly entered Shen Ning's life. Finally, the day came when Shen Ning could have her stitches removed and leave the hospital. Looking at the red scar on her chest, she felt a bit uneasy. Fortunately, even though she couldn't enter her space, she could still take things out freely. Thinking of the benefits of the spring water in her space, she felt somewhat reassured. Since she didn't know how long her space could last, Shen Ning decided to handle the items in it sooner rather than later. However, she had quite a lot of things in her space, and it would take a lot of time to sort through them. Frowning, Shen Ning realized that she hadn't seen Qin Jiu for several days. Jiang Yuan came to pick Shen Ning up from the hospital but found that Li Daniu had already completed the discharge procedures and insisted on taking Shen Ning back to Hejia village. Seeing Shen Ning's confusion, Li Daniu kindly explained, "Old Gu has something to take care of, so he asked me to pick you up." Shen Ning returned to her small courtyard. As soon as she entered, there was a loud overhead, and a small firework suddenly exploded above her, showering Shen Ning with colorful ribbons and glitter. "Hee, congratulations to my sister for surviving. From now on, may you live a long and safe life." Shen Ning looked speechlessly at the colorful glitter raining down, and then at Qin Jiu's slightly annoying face. She rolled her eyes and said, "Make sure to clean up the mess before you leave." Sure enough, Qin Jiu let out a wail. "Shen Ning, you heartless person. Aren't you going to ask what I've been up to these past few days? I went through a lot to get revenge for you, and you just want me to stay here and clean. Sister, Ning Jia, you have no heart." Hearing this, Shen Ning perked up. "So, what's the situation now?" Qin Jiu cleared his throat. "Those two people, one was sent to a mental hospital and the other to a rehabilitation center. They dared to harm you, so I couldn't let them off easily. A little money can make their lives miserable in there. As for Li Gao, he died without anyone directing him, and we didn't find any useful clues at his home. This case is now closed. Li Gao was sentenced to 10 years. However, I found out he had a little lover who ran away 10 days ago. Unfortunately, it's hard to find her in such a big city."
I have a feeling she knows something.
Listening to this news, Shen Ning was not surprised. Everything was as she expected, and it had nothing to do with the Wang family. But Shen Ning trusted her instincts. This matter must be related to the Wang family. However, they were far away in the capital, and she had no chance to confront them. Shen Ning sighed, knowing she would have to wait until after the college entrance exams. Qin Jiu, on the other hand, was optimistic. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. Shen Ning shot him a glance. "But I prefer a villain's revenge, from morning till night. Forget about asking your friends to find someone. I'll remember this debt and make them pay it back." Qin Jiu immediately burst into laughter. "Absolutely. You're right. We can't act like gentlemen. But why do we need evidence? Just tell me, who do you think did it? We can grab some tools, find an opportunity, and give them a good beating." After saying this, Qin Jiu raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but add, "Besides, you're quite familiar with the whole beating-up process." Shen Ning. As soon as Qin Jiu finished speaking, Shen Ning's expression instantly turned cold. It would be inconvenient to deal with people in the future, since they couldn't move freely in and out of the space. Qin Jiu noticed that Shen Ning looked upset and stopped smiling. Is the other party very powerful? Shen Ning sighed, not wanting to involve Qin Jiu in her conflict with the Wang family. Suddenly, she thought of the items in her possession and beckoned Qin Jiu with her finger. "I have some goods that I need help selling. I'll give you a 30% profit." Qin Jiu's eyes lit up. "Count on me." Wang family in the capital. Since Wang Baozhu helped Gu Yujiao block that, the status of the Wang mother and daughter in Gu Yujiao's eyes has greatly increased. Especially Wang Baozhu, who Gu Yujiao treats like her own daughter, even more than her usual favorites, Gu Jinjin and Gu Changsheng. Wang Aihua naturally moved in with the Wang family to take care of their daily needs. Gu Yujiao had always been pampered in her family, and after marrying, she didn't work, so she only did a little housework. But after Wang Aihua stayed, she took care of all the household matters, worked hard, cooked delicious meals, and rarely spoke. Gu Yujiao felt completely relieved and looked at Wang Aihua with gratitude. For a time, the four of them got along surprisingly well. However, aside from the naive Gu Yujiao, the other three members of the Wang family each had their own thoughts. One day, Gu Yujiao went out shopping with her friends as usual. As soon as she left, Wang Baozhu couldn't help but complain, "Shopping, shopping. What does my aunt do all day besides shopping? She says she treats me like a daughter, but she never takes me out to meet anyone. I'm just stuck at home resting. I feel like I'm going to mold. Wang Aihua chuckled and tried to calm her down. Your aunt does want to take you out, but look at your head. You still have a big patch that's bald, and the scab hasn't completely healed. It's not really suitable for you to go out. Just be good and read some books at home. Wong Baozhu touched her bald spot and got even angrier, throwing the book on the table to the ground.
Read?
What am I supposed to read? Didn't we agree that I would get a spot for farmer's son to go directly to college? Why should I read anything? Wang Yuanshan heard the noise and looked displeased. Wang Baozhu, pick that up. Do you think you deserve to go to college and everything will be fine? Let me tell you, with your academic level, you won't even graduate from college. Are you expecting us to beg for a diploma for you later? Without real skills, who will respect you? To be fair, every word Wang Yuanshan said was for Wang Baozhu's sake. However, Wang Baozhu felt belittled and remained silent, fuming inside. Wang Yuanshan noticed she wasn't listening to him and felt frustrated. He couldn't understand how he and Wang Aihua, both competitive people, could have such an unambitious daughter. If it weren't for her slightly similar face, he wouldn't want to acknowledge her as his blood. Unfortunately, she was his only child. Suddenly, he thought of Shen Ning and instinctively felt that a clever, decisive girl like her would resemble his daughter more. It's a pity she wasn't. Wang Yuanshan sighed, recalling the news he received. After spending so much money, Shen Ning still escaped danger and was rescued. The thought of Gu Chongzhen, who should have been recovering in the capital, appearing in Haisheng and saving someone made Wang Yuanshan's anger boil. Fortunately, he had kept this matter very secretive, taking several detours, so no one could trace it back to him. Otherwise, recently, nothing seemed to go right, and his gaze towards Wang Aihua showed his dissatisfaction. They grew up together, so why could Shen Ning excel in everything and even get help from the Gu family's eldest grandson, while his own daughter? Wang Aihua was not foolish. She noticed Wang Yuanshan's disappointment in her and disdain for Wang Baozhu. She also knew about Shen Ning's narrow escape, and her heart felt like it was being fried in hot oil, causing her great pain. But Wang Yuanshan was oblivious to her feelings and sighed again, saying, Baozhu, there's still some time before school starts. Use this time to study at home. If necessary, I'll find you a tutor. You must keep up with your studies and smoothly graduate. However, when Wang Baozhu saw the disappointment in Wang Yuanshan's eyes, she suddenly became emotional and tore her book to shreds. I won't study. I don't care what you say. She threw the torn paper, pushed Wang Aihua aside, and ran out. This action startled Wang Aihua. Ever since she brought Wang Baozhu out of prison, her personality had changed dramatically. She was no longer willful and reckless, but rather cautious in everything she did. Although Wang Aihua felt heartbroken, she was more relieved. After all, with Wang Baozhu's personality, being willful could easily lead to trouble. But it hadn't been long, and Wang Baozhu was already throwing a tantrum again. Wang Aihua felt a knot at her chest, holding back her frustration, but she still had to defend her daughter in front of Wang Yuanshan. You say the child is being unreasonable, but why are you being so harsh? You complain that Baozhu lacks education, but have you considered that she has been through so much with me since she was little? She hasn't had the chance to. Wang Yuanshan interrupted her impatiently. Stop making excuses. Over the years, I've sent you plenty of money, and Shen Huai has been good to both of you. Wang Aihua, how exactly have you raised your daughter? Her grades are terrible, and has she forgotten even the most basic manners? This was the first time Wang Yuanshan spoke so harshly since reuniting with the mother and daughter, and it felt like a series of slaps to her face. Wang Aihua clenched her fists, wanting to cry, yell, and scream. But she couldn't do anything. She had to swallow her grievances and speak gently. Please don't be angry. Baozhu isn't usually like this. She's just been hurt and has been cooped up at home for too long, so it's natural for her to feel down. Wang Yuanshan took a deep breath, seeing Wang Aihua's pale face, and softened his tone. I'm only looking out for her. Relying on others isn't as good as relying on oneself. Even if we pave the way for her, if she can't help herself, then all our efforts will be in vain. Hearing Wang Yuanshan compare her daughter to mud, Wang Aihua couldn't hold back anymore. Afraid that her daughter might seem worthless in Wang Yuanshan's eyes, she quickly spoke up. Yuanshan, Baozhu is still young and has gone through something terrible. She just needs a bit more time to heal. Baozhu may not be the brightest, but she isn't foolish either. Even if studying doesn't work out, there are other paths. As the saying goes, marrying well is just as important as studying well. If she marries into a good family, you, as her uncle, will benefit too. You should keep an eye out for her at this age. Before Wang Aihua could finish, Wang Yuanshan interrupted her impatiently. Do you think I haven't thought about that? But look at Baozhu. She is uneducated and rude and has a criminal record. If you say something to her, she just storms out. What good family would want her? Wang Yuanshan spoke harshly, and every word was a put-down. Wang Aihua could no longer bear it, but she only had Wang Yuanshan to rely on. To avoid worsening their relationship, she swallowed her bitterness and forced a smile. I understand Baozhu is unfamiliar with this place. I'll go check on her. I know you want what's best for Baozhu, but if you really want her to improve, it would be better to help her overcome her worries. Once Shen Ning is gone, I believe Baozhu won't be so extreme and can focus on her studies. As Wang Aihua spoke, she stood up and walked outside, her back looking pitiful.
Wait.
Wang Yuanshan sighed and took out 200 yuan from inside. Aihua, I found an old Chinese doctor for you. Starting tomorrow, you should get acupuncture regularly and take your medicine. Your face can be treated. I was too harsh earlier. I care deeply, so I spoke out of concern. Please don't take it to heart. Use this money to buy Baozhu some nice clothes and skincare products. As for Shen Ning, I don't believe she will always have such good luck. Don't worry, I won't let her hurt Baozhu. This was a familiar tactic for Wang Aihua, giving a slap and then a sweet treat. Yet, she still showed a touched expression, softly responding and quickly taking the money before rushing out. Sure enough, in the small park behind the apartment building, she found Wang Baozhu sitting on a bench, silently crying. Wang Aihua's heart shattered into pieces. Baozhu. Wang Baozhu stiffened and remained silent. Wang Aihua gently touched her hair, her eyes filled with love. Wang Baozhu wrapped her arms around her waist. Mom, who is my dad? As soon as she asked, Wang Aihua froze. You silly child. Why are you asking this suddenly? Your dad. He passed away a long time ago, you know that. He died shortly after you were born. I raised you and your brother alone, and we got through those tough times. Why are you bringing him up now? Wang Baozhu spoke with a hint of resentment. Don't lie to me. I heard what you said that day in the hospital. He isn't my uncle. He is my real dad, right? Wang Aihua was shocked and quickly covered her mouth, looking around to make sure no one else was there. Are you crazy? What are you saying? He is your uncle. Wang Baozhu forcefully pulled her hand away. I really thought he was a kind relative who would help us unconditionally. But it turns out he abandoned his wife and daughter, feeling guilty deep down.
Slap.
Wang Baozhu received a hard slap on the face. Wang Aihua's eyes were fierce as she tightly gripped her arm. If you want to have a good life, forget about this. Otherwise you, me, and your uncle will all be in trouble. Do you understand? At that moment, Wang Aihua felt overwhelmed. She knew her daughter's personality too well. No wonder after coming home, her temper had gotten much worse. If this continued, she would surely get into big trouble. No wonder after coming home, her temper had gotten much worse. If this continued, she would surely get into big trouble. Why should he? Since he is my dad, he should love me unconditionally, spoil me, and protect me from any bullying. But what is he doing? When I needed him the most, he was with another woman. Look at my aunt. She buys clothes worth over 100 without blinking an eye. She eats well and dresses well every day. What about us? When I was young, I envied Shen Ning the most. Her dad spoiled her so much. She had everything she wanted. Everyone in the cotton mill knew how much Shen Huai loved his daughter. Other kids were lucky to have 2 sets of clothes to change into, but Shen Ning got new clothes every season. I could only watch and try to please her, hoping her dad would remember to get me something too. I always thought if my dad hadn't died, he would love and care for me like that. But in the end, he only cared about living well himself, leaving me to depend on others. Now I should be grateful for the little favors he gives? Dream on. Wang Baozhu's tone was urgent, fierce, and filled with grievance, as tears streamed down her face. Wang Aihua raised her hand again, but paused in midair. Wang Baozhu leaned in closer, wanting to vent all her frustrations. Go ahead. Hit me. Just kill me today. I'm just a worthless life, destined to be humiliated by Shen Ning, and stepped on. Wang Baozhu's words pierced Wang Aihua's heart. If there was one person she hated most in her life, it was Shen Ning's mother, Suyue. Hearing her daughter speak so poorly of her left her in tears, feeling heartbroken. She tightly hugged Wang Baozhu and said, Baozhu, how can you say that? I would never let Shen Ning bully you. Don't you know how I treat you? You're stabbing me in the heart. After venting, Wang Baozhu was left with endless grievances, and the mother and daughter held each other, crying uncontrollably. After a long time, they finally calmed down. Wang Baozhu then asked, Mom, what is going on? I don't want to be confused anymore. Please tell me, I want to know. Wang Aihua then began to explain everything. Baozhu, you haven't experienced real hardship. When I was young, my family was very poor. My biological father was a terrible person, spending his days drinking and gambling, and he often hurt others. As a girl, my life was worth less than a dog's. Later, when there was a famine in our hometown, my father, for once, was clever and took us south to beg for food, ending up in Sioux City. At that time, Shen Ning's mother was still the young lady of the Sioux family. I fainted on the road, and she kindly took me into the Sioux household. In just a few sentences, Wang Aihua spoke calmly, but Wang Baozhu could hear the deep sadness in her words. She cautiously asked, was the Sioux family very wealthy? Wang Aihua scoffed. Yes, they were wealthy, but by then, the situation had already worsened. They took in a few children, claiming it was charity, but it was really just to care for Suyue, who was born with health issues. They acted like they were kind, but it was all hypocrisy. Clearly, Wang Aihua did not want to dwell on that part and quickly continued. Later, during the chaos of the Cultural Revolution, the Sioux family was targeted first. Your uncle, and I took the opportunity to leave. The world was very chaotic. My father's gambling addiction got worse, and he owed a lot of money. If he couldn't pay it back, he wanted to use me to settle the debt. I refused, and after thinking it over, I realized only Suyue could help me. I begged her for a loan, promising to serve her for life. But she was appalling. Not only did she refuse to help, but she also suggested I go to the police. She was worse than my gambling father. I was left with no choice but to some of her unwanted jewelry and clothes, only to be caught by her. Originally, with that money, Yuan Shan and I could have been together, but she had people capture us. However, the Sioux family did not have a good ending either. When they fell, everyone turned against them. The Sioux family was left in ruins, their assets confiscated, and all those they had supported ran away, except for Shen Hui. Suyue's father was captured and criticized publicly. Suyue announced in the newspaper that she was cutting ties with the Sioux family and later hurriedly married Shen Hui. As for me, my father took me back and married me off to someone else. I was tormented for 5 whole years and gave birth to your brother, Bao Min. Later, Yuan Shan found a way and got a proper job. When he learned I was being beaten daily, he secretly came to see me and helped me in secret. But with his visits, I ended up having you. Wang Baozhu was taken aback. She never expected her mother had suffered so much, and she couldn't help but feel sad. What happened next? Why didn't you stay with him? Wang Aihua sighed. The capital city is full of opportunities, but he was just an ordinary person without power. By chance, he met Gu Yujiao. She didn't say anything more. Wang Baozhu understood. Wang Aihua sighed again. Not long after, Bao Min's father died in a drunken accident. That's when I escaped with you and your brother. I wanted to find Yuan Shan, but at that time, he was deeply involved with Gu Yujiao. I couldn't ruin his future. Su Yiwei was already weak, and after giving birth to Shen Ning, she fell ill and passed away after a few years. I knew Shen Hui was kind. He had some connection with the Su family back then. After Su Yiwei died, he needed a woman to help take care of Shen Ning and manage the household, and I needed a man to live a stable life.
So,
Wang Baozhu shared everything she could with Wang Baozhu. Wang Baozhu never imagined things were like this. The thought that her mother had once been Shen Ning's mother's maid made her feel terrible. Her hatred for Shen Ning grew even stronger. That awful Shen Ning. Wang Baozhu never imagined things were like this. The thought that her mother had once been Shen Ning's mother's maid made her feel terrible. Her hatred for Shen Ning grew even stronger. That awful Shen Ning. Wang Baozhu sighed softly. So, Baozhu, you must stand up for yourself. You must live better than Shen Ning. I want you to be someone important, while she is just dirt beneath your feet. Don't blame your uncle. He had no choice. People like us at the bottom must seize every opportunity to rise, or we won't be respected. He wants what's best for you. You must keep this secret to yourself. Otherwise, you'll harm yourself and us. Do you understand? Wang Baozhu spoke sharply, her nails almost digging into her skin. Do you hear me? Keep this secret to yourself, or we will all suffer because of you. Wang Baozhu realized the seriousness of the situation and nodded repeatedly. I understand. I promise I won't tell anyone or ask again. Seeing that she finally understood, Wang Baozhu sighed in relief. That's good. You can't be so willful anymore. Think about life in Jiu village and compare it to now. Do you want to go back to the countryside and live off farming? Wang Baozhu felt scared, like a lonely little bird, tightly gripping Wang Baozhu's arm. Mom, what should I do? I hope my uncle isn't angry about what I just did. Wang Baozhu gently patted her head and encouraged her. Baozhu, he still feels guilty towards us, but if we have no value, that guilt will fade away. Do you understand? Wang Baozhu looked at her, somewhat confused. I understand, but I'm not cut out for studying. Wang Baozhu lovingly stroked her cheek. As long as your grades are acceptable, that's enough. Right now, you need to take care of yourself, dress nicely, and get along well with your aunt. Make sure she takes you out with her. Gu Yujiao doesn't have children, but her friends' kids are of marriageable age. Just be a sweet and charming girl. Know how to behave, be likable, and make more friends, okay? Seeing that Wang Baozhu still seemed confused, Wang Baozhu felt frustrated and poked her forehead. If Shen Ning can get the Gu family's eldest grandson to help her, why can't you do the same? Wang Baozhu suddenly understood, her eyes wide as she shook her head vigorously.
No.
I get scared when I see Gu Changgang. My legs shake. You want me to flirt with him? I'd rather go back to Jiu village. Wang Baozhu was exasperated by her lack of ambition. The Gu family has more than one child. Wang Baozhu thought for a moment, sounding incredulous. That little brat Gu Changsheng? No way. I don't like his type at all. Wang Baozhu took a deep breath. Sometimes, she even doubted whether Wang Baozhu was really her biological daughter, as she seemed to lack any of her sharp intelligence. It was all her fault for having a tough childhood. After giving birth to Baozhu, she showered her with love, raising her to be carefree and naive. Wang Baozhu decided to be straightforward. Gu Changgeng's real mother is just a crazy woman from the countryside. Besides the old man of the Gu family, no one cares about him. Once the old man is gone, who will pay attention to him? After all, family wealth is passed down from father to son. The old man only has one biological son, so the large family fortune will only go to Gu Jichuan. Wang Baozhu began to understand, so Gu Changgeng has nothing to be proud of. He has no mother, his father doesn't like him, and now he has lost an arm and can't stay in the army. He won't inherit much money, and will surely end up a useless and poor person. Thinking about this made Wang Baozhu feel much better. Previously, in Jiu village, she was quite unhappy with Gu Changgeng, who always helped Shen Ning. The thought of his unfortunate future lifted her spirits. Wang Baozhu chuckled lightly. I've already found out that in 2 months, it will be the old man's 70th birthday. Gu Jichuan's most valued son, Gu Changyan, will also be there. I want you to make a grand appearance at the old man's birthday party and leave a good impression on everyone. As for Gu Changyan, I've learned that he is not only handsome, but also very capable. At a young age, he is already in the army. To put it another way, on that day, anyone qualified to attend the Gu family's birthday celebration will be from respectable families. Baozhu, you must seize this opportunity. Wang Baozhu had hinted clearly enough. After a moment of silence, Wang Baozhu's expression became clear and determined. I understand, Mom. I will do as you say. As the college entrance exam approached, the atmosphere in Jiao village grew tense. Jiang Yuan was studying so hard that she looked drained, with dark circles under her eyes that she couldn't hide. The others at the youth station were also working hard, finishing their farm work during the day and studying late into the night. Compared to Jiang Yuan's anxiety, Li Zichang's nervousness, and Qin Jiu's indifference, Shen Ning appeared much calmer. Since leaving the hospital, Shen Ning's routine has been healthier than that of the village elders. Her calm lifestyle makes others worry for her. Every morning at 5, she runs around the village with a coal ball, reciting language and political knowledge as she goes. After returning, she practices self-defense techniques taught by Gu Changgang and Qin Jiu in her small yard. In the morning, she teaches at a literacy class, and in the afternoon, she diligently reviews according to her study plan. In the evening, she fills in gaps in her knowledge while helping Xin Yuer with her studies. Her days are fulfilling and peaceful. Occasionally, Qin Jiu appears like a spice in her life. Besides taking some goods from Shen Ning to sell, he also brings back strange little trinkets. That afternoon, the coal ball suddenly became lively, wagging its tail at the gate, followed by a knock on the door. Shen Ning was focused on solving math problems on a piece of draft paper when she heard the coal ball's cheerful bark and thought it must be Qin Jiu again. Not wanting to deal with him, she concentrated on the proof on her paper and said, "The things are in the West Room. You can get them yourself, just don't bother me." Shen Ning finished speaking and suddenly sensed something was off. Qin Jiu would not just wait patiently at the door. He usually climbed over walls or through windows, never knocking so calmly. When she turned around, she saw Gu Changgang standing at the door. He wore a simple white shirt and fitted black pants, holding several teaching materials and casually leaning against the door frame. His features were sharp and well-defined, with deep-set eyes. He was tall, and his presence made the doorway seem small, exuding a strong aura, like a pine tree standing proud in the snow. This was the first time Shen Ning had seen Gu Changgang since leaving the hospital. While she was observing him, Gu Changgang was also assessing her condition. Noticing her rosy complexion and casually styled bun that revealed her swan-like neck, with a few strands of hair framing her face, he saw her fair skin. However, her brows were slightly furrowed, and when she turned to look at him, her big, watery eyes showed surprise and confusion, resembling a startled kitten. Gu Changgang glanced at the messy draft papers on the table and suppressed a light laugh. "Have you run into a tough problem?" After speaking, he walked straight over, pulled out a chair, and sat next to Shen Ning. He picked up the math problem and looked at it for a while, then leaned down to check Shen Ning's thought process. He added another line to the diagram she had drawn. Shen Ning's round eyes suddenly brightened, and she immediately had an idea. She took the pencil and focused on the draft paper. Gu Changgang rested one hand on the edge of the table, slightly tilted his head, and observed the girl's profile. Her soft cheeks had a hint of pink, and her lips were slightly pressed together, looking serious and focused. Gu Changgang had never thought he would feel such strong emotions for a young girl, tossing and turning at night, unable to sleep. Just watching her quietly, the restlessness he had felt for days disappeared, replaced by a faint sense of satisfaction. As the pencil scratched against the paper, Shen Ning solved the last small part of the math problem. She paused, satisfied, checked her work again to ensure nothing was missed, and then pushed the draft paper toward Gu Changgang. "Can you take a look? Did I do it right?" The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement, and the corners of her eyes and brows were unconsciously smiling from solving the difficult problem. Her almond-shaped eyes shone brightly, and when she smiled, it was heartwarming. Gu Chang stared at her rosy lips, feeling a strong desire, which made him a bit restless, and his breathing quickened. He quickly shifted his gaze from Shen Ning's face to the draft paper, trying to calm his intense emotions. Seeing that he was staring at the problem for a long time without responding, Shen Ning asked, "What's wrong? Did I do it wrong?" "Yes, your steps are very complete." "You did well," Gu Chang replied, his voice slightly hoarse. He flipped through Shen Ning's problem set and circled a similar question. "Try this one." They sat side by side, and Gu Chang leaned a bit closer to Shen Ning. When Shen Ning turned her head, she noticed that the collar of Gu Chang's white shirt was slightly open, revealing his bronze skin, and his Adam's apple moved slightly as he spoke. She suddenly felt her face heat up and quickly turned away, leaning slightly outward. Gu Chang noticed Shen Ning's fleeting shyness and her evasive movement. A hint of a smile flashed in his eyes as he lightly tapped the table with his fingers. "Sit up straight and keep your back straight." Shen Ning immediately sat up properly as if responding to a command, but then felt a bit confused. She thought to herself, "I'm not a soldier, so why am I being so obedient?" Suddenly, her gaze wandered, and she unintentionally caught sight of Gu Changzhen, who was smiling at her. Shen Ning felt a bit awkward inside. Why was he acting so casual? He was the one who had confessed and been rejected. After disappearing for several days, why had he suddenly reappeared? It was hard for her, feeling anxious and restless, especially since Gu Changzhen was tall with long limbs. She had been focused on her studies earlier, but now the desk felt too small for the two of them sitting so close, and their bodies inevitably brushed against each other. Shen Ning felt even more uncomfortable. She took a deep breath and said, "I already understand this problem. I'll practice more later, so you don't need to bother, Gu Ge. By the way, did you come to see me for something?" Gu Changzhen nodded slightly. "I brought you some study materials from the universities in the capital and some practice exams for the joint entrance exam. I hope they help you." Shen Ning was taken aback. These materials were indeed valuable and exactly what she needed. But she felt it was inappropriate to accept something from him after rejecting him. "No, thank you. I have enough study materials for now." But Gu Changzhen smiled and said, "What are you afraid of?" "Afraid that I'm being nice to you, or that I'll expect something in return and force you to be with me." Shen Ning was startled and quickly shook her head. "No, that's not it. I never thought that. I just don't plan to accept you, so it feels wrong to take such valuable materials. Since you know they are valuable, don't waste my kindness. Study hard and get a good score. I remember you wanted to seek revenge on the Wang family in the capital. If you don't do well on the college entrance exam, you'll have to wait another year." Gu Changzhen didn't say anything more and simply pushed the study materials toward Shen Ning. "I was too abrupt that day. Let's talk about everything after the exam." After saying this, he wrote down a phone number in her notebook and then stood up. Shen Ning instinctively looked up at him. Seeing her dazed expression, Gu Changzhen smiled even more, reached out, and ruffled her hair before reluctantly walking away. "If you need anything, just call me." Shen Ning watched his tall figure, feeling speechless, but couldn't help but ask, "Why are you so nice to me?" Gu Changzhen turned to look at her, his usually cold and sharp demeanor softening. "Ning, you can try to trust me." Time quietly passed during the intense review sessions. Before they knew it, it was the eve of the college entrance exam. During this time, Shen Ning diligently reviewed everything, filling in gaps and keeping her schedule packed. Gu Changzhen occasionally brought over some study materials and past exam papers from universities. These resources were truly valuable, and even Jiang Yuan was excited, working through the problems until she felt dizzy, but the results were very noticeable. In the week leading up to the exam, Qin Jiu also managed to get a few sets of papers from the provincial college entrance exam. Shen Ning and Jiang Yuan treated them like practice tests and completed them all. They felt they had a clear assessment of their own abilities, which made them feel much more at ease. Compared to the anxiety and nervousness of other students, These two appeared calm and composed, even a bit eager to take on the challenge. The young people from Hajia village preparing for the exam were assigned to take it at the city's #1 high school. The school was quite far from Hajia village, requiring about 3 hours for a round trip. After discussing, Shen Ning and Jiang Yuan decided to stay at a guest house near the school a day in advance to rest well and avoid the hassle of traveling back and forth. They also wanted to prevent any unexpected delays that could affect their exam. However, when they arrived in the city, they found that many others had the same idea. The guest houses near the school were already fully booked. Just as they were hesitating about whether to look for Qin Jiu, Gu Changzhen appeared. He had prepared in advance and had booked 2 sunny rooms at a guest house directly across from the school 3 days earlier, paying for 5 days in advance. Looking at the broad-shouldered, tall Gu Changzhen, who was carrying a small bag and a water bottle, with a briefcase tucked under his arm filled with stationery he had prepared, Jiang Yuan teased Shen Ning by poking her side. Wow, ever since Comrade Gu retired, his demeanor has really changed from before. Just look at how busy he is. Doesn't he remind you of your dad? Jiang Yuan was so focused on her teasing that she didn't notice Gu Changzhen had approached from behind after picking up the keys at the front desk, overhearing their conversation. Pfft, cough, cough, cough. Just in time, Qin Jiu heard it clearly and couldn't help but laugh loudly. Gu Chang frowned, looking down at the thermos in his hand, and said seriously, Comrade Jiang, I'm only 8 years older than Shen Ning. 8 years. That is a bit older. After all, a 3-year difference can create a gap, and you have 3 more than that. Qin Jiu mocked without mercy, digging at Gu Changning's heart, and without caring about Gu Changning's gloomy expression, stuffed the things he had prepared into Shen Ning's arms. Do you want to stay at my place? It's closer to the exam site, but it's busy here and not very quiet. I have an apartment nearby where we won't be disturbed. Before Qin Jiu could finish, 2 more voices interrupted from behind. Yuan. Shen Ning. Li Jiqiang waved, accompanied by Fong Heng, whom they hadn't seen in a long time. The two approached with smiles, and Fong Heng's gaze couldn't help but linger on Shen Ning, reluctant to look away. It wasn't until Gu Changning cleared his throat that he snapped back to reality, meeting Gu Changning's dark eyes and pausing, Comrade Gu, what a coincidence. What are you doing here? Gu Changning casually glanced at him. Not a coincidence. I came specifically to see the exam. As soon as he finished speaking, the smile on Fong Heng's face froze. He couldn't help but scrutinize Gu Changning's expression, but Gu's face was calm and composed, as if it was only natural. Fong Heng felt himself losing composure and couldn't help but look at Shen Ning, trying to find something unusual between the two. But Jiang Yuan was leaning on Shen Ning's shoulder, and they seemed to be chatting about something. Shen Ning's eyes were bright, looking very happy, and she was engaged in a lively conversation with Li Jiqiang and Qin Jiu, not even casting a glance in his direction. Fong Heng felt a sense of emptiness inside, with a vague feeling of grievance and reluctance. He turned to Shen Ning. This guest house is fully booked, and there are no rooms available now. I reserved 2 rooms at the Blue Sky guest house on the street behind the first high school. You and Yuan can stay there, and everyone can look out for each other and discuss revisions together. Qin Jiu scoffed. The exam is almost here. What's the point of reviewing now? It would be better to stay at my place, nice and quiet. Get a good rest before the exam. Qin Jiu's words were crude, and although he looked handsome, he always had a rough edge. Fong Heng couldn't help but frown, looking at Shen Ning with confusion. How could they interact with someone like him? It seemed their relationship was quite good. Otherwise, this guy wouldn't have invited Shen Ning and Jiang Yuan to stay at his house. Isn't that inappropriate? You're a guy inviting 2 girls to your home. Is that suitable? What's wrong with that? I'm not staying there. Shen Ning, where are you going to stay? Qin Jiu rolled his eyes. This guy had always looked at Shen Ning with that clingy gaze, and he had been annoyed for a long time. Everyone couldn't help but look at Shen Ning, seemingly waiting for her decision. Jiang Yuan even stated directly, wherever Ning goes, I go. Gu Changning handed the keys to Shen Ning. The rooms are 202 and 201. Lock the doors and windows when you sleep, and don't stay out too late. Before the exam, don't wander around or eat random things. Keep an eye on your exam admission ticket and supplies to avoid any mistakes. I'm staying across the hall, so come find me if you need anything. You should go rest now. I'll have the staff bring dinner up soon. Gu Changming clearly laid out everything for Shen Ning. Fang Heng was surprised. He hadn't expected such a busy place to be booked by Gu Changming. He felt a bit overshadowed and embarrassed. Shen Ning took the keys and noticed Fang Heng and Qin Jiu still standing there, looking like they wanted to say something but hesitated. She felt a headache coming on. Let's stay here. It's close to the exam site. Besides, I don't like crowds. With the exam coming up, I've done most of my reviewing, so there's not much to discuss. Jiang Yuan nodded in agreement. She wasn't familiar with the new group of young people, and they were said to be quite lively. Moreover, with the important exam approaching, she didn't want to discuss review questions with strangers. Plus, Shen Ning had always avoided Fang Heng. His sudden friendliness was puzzling. Jiang Yuan sighed internally. They were all friends and had fun together, but this guy seemed to have a crush. TSK, he was already married and didn't know how to avoid misunderstandings. What a hassle. Right now, nothing was more important than the exam. Jiang Yuan quickly stepped in front of Shen Ning, hands on her hips. Everyone, disperse. Let's talk after the exams are over. With that, she pulled Shen Ning away quickly. As Jiang Yuan and Shen Ning disappeared around the corner of the stairs, Fang Heng still couldn't bring himself to look away. Qin Jiu snorted and rode off on his motorcycle first. Gu Chang watched Fang Heng's expression and felt a bit irritated. Comrade Fang, since you're already married, you should focus on your wife to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings that could harm others' reputations and mislead both yourself and others. Fang Heng was taken aback, and his fair face turned slightly red. Comrade Gu, aren't you being a bit too nosy? Just because I'm married doesn't mean I can't have normal friendships. I've known Shen Ning for many years. We were classmates and worked together in the countryside. It's only natural for comrades to help each other. If you have your own motives, don't assume everyone else is impure. Gu Changming chuckled lightly. Well, you're right. Fang Heng was momentarily speechless, surprised by Gu Changming's response. Wait, did he just admit he had impure thoughts about Shen Ning? You. Fang Heng suddenly became angry, his chest heaving. But what could he say? In the end, he just opened his mouth, moving from anger to confusion to despair. Beside them, Li Jiqiang felt overwhelmed. Whenever his friend encountered anything related to Shen Ning, he always got flustered. He forced a smile at Gu Changming and dragged Fang Heng away. The two hadn't walked far when they ran into a female youth from their group, Gu Saixia. She looked back, seeming puzzled. Why haven't I seen Shen Ning and Jiang Yuan? We're all in the same group, and it would be good to look out for each other. Shen Ning had just returned to room 202, unpacked her things, and pulled out her collection of mistakes to review when someone knocked on the door. Shen Ning opened the door, but it wasn't Jiang Yuan. It was a round-faced girl in her 20s, Gu Saixia. Shen Ning was surprised. Gu Saixia was a newer member of their group, known for her fiery temper. She had previously fought with Kai Meiwan, destroying her belongings. Although she got along well with Li Jiqiang and Jiang Yuan, Shen Ning usually kept to herself and had only exchanged a few words with her, lacking any real friendship. Seeing her suddenly at the door was confusing. Do you need something? Gu Saixia's eyes were slightly red. I'm sorry, but I'm looking for Yuan. Tomorrow is the big exam, and I'm really nervous. I just want to chat with someone to distract myself. Shen Ning was taken aback, but quickly realized that the girl looked pale and was nervously fidgeting with her clothes, clearly anxious. She pointed to the next room. Yuan is in 201. Before she could finish, Jiang Yuan opened the door and peeked out. Oh, Kai Xia, you live here too? Gua Kai Xia sighed in relief and complained, No. We all stay at the Red Flag guest house on the street. I'm just so nervous and wanted to talk to you. Jiang Yuan smiled. I noticed you weren't very focused while studying before. So you do feel nervous. It's okay, just stay calm. Gua Kai Xia replied, Oh, please don't laugh at me. I'm so nervous that I can hardly breathe. Jiang Yuan chuckled. I thought you were fearless. Let's go for a walk and get some fresh air. You'll feel better soon. Seeing the two getting along, Shen Ning didn't plan to join in. Just as she was about to close the door, Guo Kaixia suddenly stopped her. Shen, how about we go out for a stroll and grab dinner? I heard the state-run restaurant nearby has great food, especially the dry pot chicken. Want to try it together? Jiang Yuan added. Sounds great. Good idea. Shen Ning firmly said, I'm not going. Surprised by Shen Ning's refusal, Guo Kaixia looked a bit embarrassed. Oh, did I interrupt your studying?
I'm sorry.
Guo Kaixia quickly withdrew her hand, looking slightly shy. Jiang Yuan quickly intervened. Ning just takes a little time to warm up. She seems cold, but she's really nice. Shen Ning felt helpless. She appreciated Jiang Yuan's good intentions but really didn't need it. Instead of being seen as an easy target, she preferred to be a bit tough. Shen Ning reiterated, I'm not going. I advise you both not to go either. The exam is tomorrow, and it's better to rest peacefully at the guest house. As for food, keep it light. As soon as she finished speaking, Guo Kaixia suddenly felt embarrassed and knocked her head lightly. You're right, Shen. I'm being so silly. I'm just too nervous that I can't think straight. Forget it, let's not go out. Yuan, let's just chat for a bit. Seeing her look guilty, Jiang Yuan chuckled. It's no big deal, come in. Guo Saixia cheered and quickly squeezed into Jiang Yuan's room, soon popping her head out again. Ning, do you want to join us? I heard that the more nervous you are, the more likely you are to mess up. Come in and relax for a bit. Shen Ning glanced at her. No thanks, I'm not nervous, and I don't want to chat. I just want to be quiet for a while. With that, she slammed the door shut. Jiang Yuan awkwardly laughed a couple of times. Don't mind her. Ning is just like that. She's quite independent. Guo Saixia sighed. Shen Ning is truly a legend at the youth station. So unique. I was hoping to take this opportunity to talk to her more. In the evening, there was another knock on the door. Shen Ning impatiently opened it and came face to face with Gu Chang'an's deep, narrow eyes. I brought you some food. Called Jiang Jiqing to eat with us. Shen Ning paused, hearing laughter from next door, followed by footsteps. Before the door next door opened, she suddenly pulled Gu Chang'an into her room and shut the door. With just the two of them in the room, Gu Chang'an felt his heart racing uncontrollably. Shen Ning was still leaning against the door, her ear pressed to the door panel, her face slightly squished, making her cheeks puff out. Her beautiful big eyes darted around like a mischievous little fox scouting for trouble, which was oddly cute. Gu Chang'an looked at her with a hint of affection he didn't even realize he had. What's wrong? Just as he spoke, there was another knock on the door, startling Shen Ning, who instinctively covered Gu Chang'an's mouth. He could have easily moved away, but he let her keep her hand there, showing no sign of resistance. Knock, knock, knock. The rhythmic knocking continued. Shen Ning called out, What is it? Outside, Jiang Yuan's puzzled voice came through. Ning, I thought I heard someone at your door? Guo Saixia also asked with concern, Are you okay? Shen Ning cleared her throat a couple of times. I'm fine. You must have misheard. I was just sleeping and didn't hear anything. Outside the door, Guo Saixia wanted to knock again, but Jiang Yuan stopped her. Don't knock anymore. Ning said everything is fine. What could happen in a guest house? You're just too nervous. Guo Saixia then smiled shyly. That's good. Well, I should head back early. See you at the exam tomorrow. By the way, try to arrive early to avoid any unexpected situations. Jiang Yuan agreed. Yes, okay. I'll walk you downstairs. Then the footsteps at the door went from heavy to light and gradually disappeared. Shen Ning sighed in relief, only then realizing her palm was quite warm from the earlier touch. She quickly pulled her hand back and unconsciously hid it behind her.
Just now.
Is there a problem with that girl? Gu Chang'an noticed Shen Ning's embarrassment, a smile in his eyes, but he quickly got to the point. Shen Ning nodded and then shook her head. After all, Guo Saixia seemed perfectly normal and wasn't looking for her, but she still felt a bit uneasy. She bit her lip and looked at the tall man across from her, her hidden hand slightly curling up. She could still feel the warmth of his breath from earlier. Her fist tightened and then relaxed. After a long moment, she finally gathered the courage, like a cautious snail extending its antennae. Gu Chang'an, can I trust you? At 2 in the morning, the entire guest house was quiet. The lock on room 202 made a slight noise as a small shadow slipped inside. First, he carefully closed the door and glanced at the figure on the bed, confirming that the sleeping person was not awakened before he began to search the room quietly. The guest house room was not large, and the shadow, using the moonlight, gently felt around the bedside and table, searching. After a while, he suddenly heard a low voice behind him asking, "What are you looking for? Do you need help?" The person was startled, dropping his lock-picking tools on the floor. He looked in fear at the shadow sitting up from the bed. Seeing the tall and strong figure, he was immediately frightened. No, this was definitely not the shape of a young girl. "Oh no, I entered the wrong room." He chuckled nervously and quickly stepped back. "Sorry, brother, my mistake. I drank too much and went into the wrong room." But Gu Chang wouldn't let him escape. He immediately stood up and caught him. The man clearly came prepared, reeking of alcohol. "What are you doing?" "I just had too much to drink and walked into the wrong room." Seeing him about to shout again, Gu Chang'an grabbed a pillowcase from the head of the bed, crumpled it up, and stuffed it in his mouth. "Be quiet, don't make noise." As he spoke, he punched the man. The man winced in pain, his eyes bulging, but with his mouth blocked, he couldn't make a sound. Gu Chang'an was filled with anger, hitting hard and without mercy, letting out his frustration. He couldn't imagine what would have happened if Shen Ning hadn't been careful and switched rooms with him. The college entrance exam was tomorrow, and tonight a drunk had stumbled into his room. Even if nothing happened, it was enough to make anyone uncomfortable and ruin their mindset. Before long, the man beneath him had no strength to resist, lying on the ground like a puddle of mud, tears and snot covering his face, and a faint smell of lingered in the air. Soon, Li Daniu pushed the door open. Gu Chang'an finally stopped punching, his aura cold and intimidating. "Take him to the police station, be quiet, and don't wake anyone else." Once Li Daniu had the man over his shoulder and disappeared down the hallway, Gu Chang'an felt a bit of his frustration ease. The moon was now low in the sky, and a soft blue hue spread across the horizon. Shen Ning had a comfortable sleep. Stretching and lazily sitting up, she looked around, suddenly realizing, oh no, she had slept so soundly in a strange place. But she quickly calmed down, realizing that she had slept peacefully until morning, which meant nothing had happened. She had worried for nothing. Relieved, she got up to wash her face and tidy up, planning to wake Jiang Yuan. However, when she opened the door, she saw Gu Chang'an leaning against the doorframe with his eyes closed, and there were several scattered cigarette butts on the floor. Shen Ning was taken aback. "What are you doing here?" Noticing the faint bruises under Gu Chang'an's eyes, she felt a jolt of concern. "Did something happen last night? Are you hurt?" She looked him over and indeed found small cuts on his knuckles. Gu Chang'an met her clear, expressive gaze, knowing he couldn't hide anything from her, and simply explained the situation. "A drunk man stumbled into room 201. I gave him a beating, and he has already been sent to the police station. However, he insists that he was drunk and walked into the wrong room." Shen Ning's clear eyes held a hint of mockery, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. "Huh, after all these years, there are no new tricks. It's still the same old routine." Gu Chang'an could tell from Shen Ning's familiar expression that this kind of thing had happened before. He felt a surge of anger that almost overwhelmed him, his fists tightening, veins bulging, wishing he could confront those who had bullied Shen Ning in the past. But he couldn't do anything, not even dare to ask. He felt a heavy weight in his chest, but he was more worried about affecting Shen Ning's exam state. He could only try to soften his expression. "Don't be afraid. I will always be with you. They won't have the chance to hurt you again. I will stay by your side these days without leaving you for a moment, ensuring everything goes smoothly. Focus on your exams. I will remember this, and once we return to the city, I will settle the score." Shen Ning was taken aback, looking up at the determined face in front of him. Perhaps due to a sleepless night, Gu Chonggong's eyes were red, his gaze gentle yet profound. Thump, thump. Shen Ning felt his heart racing. Thump, thump. Shen Ning felt his heart racing. Hey, little Shen is awake. Come on, I brought breakfast for you all. Li Dania's cheerful voice came from the stairway. Shen Ning seemed to snap back to reality, feeling flustered, and quickly stepped back to create distance from Gu Chonggang. He smiled at Li Daniu. Thank you, Comrade Li. Just a moment, I'll go call Yuan Yuan. Sure thing. Li Daniu carried the thermos into Shen Ning's room. As he passed Gu Chonggang, he felt an intense chill and shivered involuntarily. He then glanced at the cigarette on the floor and couldn't help but ask, wow. Boss, you didn't stay up all night watching over Comrade Shen, did you? Gu Chonggang took the breakfast and quietly warned, don't say too much.
Li Daniu shugja.
All right. Doing good deeds without seeking recognition. That's the boss for you. Truly admirable. However, at this speed, when will the boss finally catch up with Shen Jiqing? It's making me anxious just watching. At this moment, Jiang Yuan had just finished washing up and noticed Shen Ning's slightly flushed cheeks. She asked curiously, is it very hot today? Are you feeling too nervous? Shen Ning hesitated for a moment, but decided not to tell her about what happened last night, since it was related to her and not Jiang Yuan. With the college entrance exam coming up, she couldn't let these matters affect Jiang's mindset. Shen Ning said, quickly check your things, especially your stationery and exam admission ticket. After breakfast, we'll head to the exam venue. Seeing Shen Ning's serious expression, Jiang Yuan couldn't help but laugh and patted her backpack. I got it. You've said it several times already, like an old lady. Don't worry, I've checked everything. When they arrived at the entrance of the school, Shen Ning thought she had arrived early enough, but a large crowd had already gathered outside. People were grouped together, ranging in age from their teens to their 50s. Jiang Yuan stood on her tiptoes and quickly spotted the youth team from Hejia village in the crowd. At the same time, Li Jiqiang waved his hand, calling out, Jiang Yuan, Shen Ning, over here. Jiang Yuan and Shen Ning stood out so much that the crowd couldn't help but look at them. When Guo Saixia saw the two of them looking lively, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, and she quickly smiled brightly. You two finally made it. I was worried you overslept. By the way, how did you sleep last night? Shen Ning wasn't sure if last night's events were related to Guo Saixia. But now it seemed that even if she wasn't directly involved, she was aware of what happened. Perhaps she came to check which room Shen Ning was in, and if she was alone. Shen Ning forced a smile and replied, pretty good, slept through the night. Guo Saixia's expression shifted slightly. Oh, that's good then. I was worried you might not get used to the change of place. As she spoke, she tried to move closer to Shen Ning, but Gu Chonggang stepped forward. He looked like a protective wolf, with a stern gaze and a tall stature that was quite intimidating. Guo Saixia hesitated, not daring to get closer, and unconsciously leaned towards Jiang Yuan, whispering, who is the man next to Shen Jiqing? Is he her boyfriend? Did he stay at the guest house like you guys did yesterday? Jiang Yuan, despite being a bit slow, sensed something was off. She realized that since yesterday, Guo Saixia had been subtly asking about Shen Ning, showing unusual concern for her. Jiang Yuan felt suspicious, but kept her thoughts to herself and quickly changed the subject. How's your studying going? You seem much more relaxed today. Why aren't you nervous? Guo Saixia, not getting the information she wanted, was about to ask more. Shen Ning, however, pulled Jiang Yuan away. No more chatting. The school gate is open. We should get ready to go in. Guo Saixia had to close her mouth reluctantly, but her eyes still wandered back to Shen Ning. At that moment, Fang Heng and Li Jiqiang approached, watching the crowd slowly move toward the school gate. The previously noisy group fell silent, and the atmosphere became serious and tense. Fang Heng wanted to say a few encouraging words, but Shen Ning impatiently waved him off and joined the crowd entering the school. He swallowed his words of advice and, feeling a bit down, quietly said, "Ning Ning, good luck." His voice was soft and quickly lost in the bustling crowd. After all, it was the college entrance exam, and Jiang Yuanyuan felt a lot of pressure. But when she spotted Qin Jiu, all her stress vanished, and she couldn't help but laugh. "You really don't look like you're here to take an exam. You look more like you're here to cause trouble." Qin Jiu swaggered with a big gold chain around his neck, followed by a few rowdy friends. The funny part was that they all had pens tucked behind their ears and were holding their exam admission tickets. Shen Ning couldn't help but chuckle at their appearance. "Come on, it's the college entrance exam. Can't you be a bit more serious about it?" Qin Jiu tossed his hair playfully and grinned. "We're just here to go through the motions and soak in some knowledge. Don't worry about your exam. No matter how it goes, I've got your back." Shen Ning scoffed and playfully punched his arm. "Who do you think you're looking down on?" Qin Jiu exaggeratedly pretended to be hurt. Okay. I know my Ningjia is amazing, smart, and strong. A little exam like this is a piece of cake for her." Shen Ning couldn't help but roll her eyes. Just as she was about to speak, Guo Saixia caught up with them, saying, "Which exam room are you in? Do you want to go to the restroom together first? I can watch your things for you, so we can look out for each other." As she spoke, she reached out to hold Shen Ning's arm. However, Shen Ning pushed her away, saying, "I'm not going. I don't know you well, so keep your distance." Without caring about Guo Saixia's unhappy expression, she reminded Jiang Yuanyuan again, "Take care of your things and hurry into the exam room." Although Qin Jiu didn't understand what was happening, she could sense Shen Ning's wariness and rejection toward this girl. With a half-smile, she glanced at Jiang Yuanyuan, saying, "Mind your own business and don't do anything foolish." Guo Saixia opened her mouth, clearly surprised by Shen Ning's cold demeanor. She wanted to say something, but Shen Ning and Qin Jiu didn't give her a chance and turned to walk to their respective exam rooms. Guo Saixia could only cling to Jiang Yuanyuan, saying, "Yuanyuan, why are they like this? Did I offend them?" Jiang Yuanyuan pulled her hand away, saying, "Stop talking. The exam is about to start and I'm stressed. You wanted to go to the restroom, right? Hurry up, it's starting soon. I'm leaving now." With that, she left Guo Saixia behind. This year's college entrance exam lasted only 2 days and covered 4 subjects: Chinese, politics, mathematics, and comprehensive science, or arts. Each subject had a full score of 100, making a total of 400 points. Shen Ning and Li Jiqiang chose the science track, while Jiang Yuanyuan and Qin Jiu were in the arts track. Shen Ning wasn't sure about the others. So when she saw Guo Saixia appear at the classroom door, she couldn't help but think, what bad luck. However, when Guo Saixia entered the exam room, she found out that not only was she in the same room as Shen Ning, but her seat was also right behind Shen Ning. Her eyes lit up with excitement as she stood next to Shen Ning, saying, "Shen Ning, what a coincidence.
We're in the same exam room."
Shen Ning ignored her and focused on her own stationery. When the supervising teacher entered, she frowned slightly at Guo Saixia, who was still chatting. "Everyone, please sit at your own desks. The exam is about to start." Only then did Guo Saixia reluctantly return to her seat. Shen Ning sighed in relief, finally free from that annoying distraction. As the exam bell rang, papers with the scent of fresh ink were handed out. Shen Ning quickly skimmed through the questions, feeling reassured. She neatly wrote her name and began to focus on answering. She immersed herself in her own little world, oblivious to the sounds around her, with only the exam paper in her mind. Her pace was not fast. She carefully considered each question before writing down her answers. She finished the essay with 10 minutes to spare, sighed in relief, and quickly checked her multiple-choice answers to ensure there were no mistakes before submitting her paper. In the afternoon, the subject was politics. The questions were not difficult. Most were topics Shen Ning had reviewed. The answers seemed to be imprinted in her mind, except for 2 multiple-choice questions that left her uncertain. Guo Saixia, sitting behind her, anxiously scratched her head, her strategies in her mind constantly being overturned. She glared at Shen Ning's back, wishing she could make her nervous. The supervising teacher noticed her unusual behavior and approached her. Seeing the many blank spaces on her paper, he frowned and tapped her desk as a warning. Guo Saixia jumped in surprise and quickly looked down at her own exam. But she couldn't shake off the thought of the promise. If she could stop Shen Ning from doing well on the exam, she would receive 1,000 yuan and a job at a textile factory, which was very tempting. As the bell for submitting papers rang, the day's exams finally came to an end. Shen Ning walked out of the exam room, still feeling light on her feet, until she saw Qin Jiu and Gu Changgang waiting at the school gate, which made everything feel more real. Qin Jiu still wore a carefree smile. The group waited for Jiang Yuanyuan to come out before heading to the guest house. Except for Qin Jiu, the other exam takers felt a sense of exhaustion, as if their brains had been emptied. They hurriedly had dinner, and then went home to rest. Gu Changgang stayed close to Shen Ning, ensuring that she wouldn't fall into any traps. Perhaps because the drunk from last night did not succeed, the atmosphere was calm this evening. The next day, the exam arrived as scheduled. As soon as the math exam ended in the morning, there were cries of despair in the exam room. Jiang Yuanyuan was so upset that she was about to cry. When she saw Shen Ning, tears filled her eyes. Ning, the math test was too hard. I think I definitely failed, sob. Shen Ning was worried that her mood would affect the afternoon exam, so she quickly comforted her. Everyone found it difficult. If you didn't understand it, they probably didn't either. Don't let it get to you. It could affect the afternoon test. Jiang Yuanyuan sniffed and tried to lift her spirits. You're right. The afternoon's comprehensive exam is my strong suit. I can't mess it up. Ning, yo do. We're almost there. Don't lose hope. Shen Ning couldn't help but laugh. Okay, let's do our best together. For the past 2 days, Shen Ning had been on high alert, worried that Guo Saixia would cause trouble and disrupt her exams. She kept her exam admission ticket and stationery with her, leaving no opportunity for others. However, Shen Ning didn't expect that Guo Saixia was still determined. Just as the bell rang for the last subject of the college entrance exam, the invigilator announced, "All students, stop writing and hand in your papers." Suddenly, Guo Saixia raised her hand, stood up, and pointed at Shen Ning, loudly saying, "Teacher, I want to report. I saw Shen Ning cheating."